Anyone who's had their kidney removed knows. A high-quality kidney is worth a fortune. As a recent college graduate, I sought to get rich overnight. I even extracted my own kidney without anesthesia, and donated it to a beautiful CEO in urgent need of a kidney transplant. CEO Shinyaran, in gratitude, made me her live-in son-in-law. Little did I know, shortly after marrying into the Shin family, they took me on a trip. Along the way, Shinyaran actually took my second kidney. She even pushed me off a cliff to eliminate the evidence. Fortunately, just when I was about to die, I encountered a mysterious old man. He replaced it with a pig's kidney, allowing me to survive. Later, I became the old man's disciple and learned powerful martial arts and unparalleled medical skills over the past 3 years. Yet, I couldn't stop thinking about how to make that ungrateful, venomous woman pay. Kid, you really thought I replaced your kidney with a worthless one? This is a Qilin kidney, 100 times stronger than your original. Take this black card, it has no limit, and hold on to this angel's order as well. With it, you can summon the angel prince and command 3,000 beautiful angel warriors. Each of them is extraordinarily powerful and can sweep away anything. Remember, you are my disciple, the killing emperor. After you come down the mountain, don't tarnish my reputation. Master, your great kindness will not be forgotten. I will repay you tenfold. After bowing several times to the old man, I turned to leave. If it weren't for my master saving me 3 years ago, I would have been eaten by wild dogs. Meanwhile, Shinyaran basked in glory, becoming a billionaire goddess CEO. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a kind heart and reportedly mourned her deceased husband for 3 years, truly a woman of loyalty. At that moment, many people stood under the billboard, gazing greedily at the giant poster of the beautiful woman, entranced. Hearing the praises around me, a wave of hatred surged within me. After all, she's just a venomous woman. Kid, who do you think you are, daring to insult my goddess? She's a great philanthropist, and people around me immediately expressed their outrage. At that moment, a dirty but attractive woman rushed out from the crowd and hid behind me. Big brother, please help me. I've been kidnapped. The woman pleaded, gripping my arm. President Lin, do you think he can save you? A mocking voice chimed in. In the next moment, over 20 people rushed out from the crowd, surrounding us. President Lin, we know you have money, but when it comes to our business, loyalty is paramount. Just accept your fate, the leader said, pulling out a dagger. Brother, I am Lin Ruwashi, the CEO of the Lin family. If you save me, I will definitely repay you, Lin Ruwashi said, biting her lip, seeing the man before her as her only hope. I didn't even glance at him and continued to walk away. Kid, did I let you go? At that moment, the dagger-wielding thug blocked my path and cursed at me. The goddess Yaren deserves to die, and now that you know our secret, you can't leave. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his body was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. In the next moment, over 20 people drew their weapons and charged at me. I lifted my leg and swept it across. In just 3 seconds, all 20 plus of them lay on the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruwashi was utterly stunned. Is this even real? No one would dare to act like this in a movie. I must be encountering someone extraordinary. Lin Ruwashi hurried after me. If you save me, I can fulfill one of your conditions. You don't need to follow me anymore, just kill yourself, I said, my gaze darkening. Lin Ruwashi was startled and dared not move forward. She could tell that I was serious. Although Lin Ruwashi was in trouble, she was still the CEO of the Lin family and incredibly beautiful. Wait for me to take a shower and change clothes, then I will repay you, Lin Ruwashi muttered to herself before quickly hailing a cab and leaving. As for me, I headed towards the Imperial Hotel. It was time to settle the accounts from 3 years ago. The Imperial Hotel is the most prestigious hotel in Jiangdu, and it was already packed with guests, as Shinyaran was holding her wedding here today. The groom, Su Tianchang, is the son of the Su family, whose power surpasses that of the Shin family by several times. Now the groom may kiss the bride, the MC announced. Su Tianchang immediately leaned in to kiss the beautiful bride, Shinyaran, who closed her eyes and wore a happy expression. Shinyaran, you're just a hypocritical villain. Xiao Fan donated a kidney to save your life, and you repay him with betrayal. Yet you caused his death. Just then, an inappropriate voice rang out. It was a blind woman leaning on a cane, her face filled with anger. As soon as she spoke, everyone's gaze turned towards her. Upon seeing the woman, Shinyaran's pretty face immediately turned cold. You blind fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Shin Yanghua, Shinyaran's father, scolded with a grim expression. If you don't believe me, check if he has 2 kidneys in his body. Xiao Fan didn't just disappear, but rather, he was killed by her. Everyone was in an uproar, knowing that Shinyaran had mourned her late husband for 3 years. In everyone's eyes, she was a woman of loyalty and emotion. Yet now someone was claiming that Xinyaran had killed her husband for a kidney. The woman who suddenly appeared was named Ning Xing, my colleague at the Yaring group. Once, she was harassed by thugs on her way home, and I risked my life to save her. That day, I was beaten and bruised, but I protected Ning Xing at all costs until the thugs eventually left, exhausted. From then on, our relationship grew closer, especially for Ning Xing, who secretly developed feelings for me. However, at that time, I only had eyes for Xinyaran. 3 years ago, before I was attacked, I used my last strength to send Ning Xin a text message with just 3 words, Xinyaran. When Ning Xin received my message, she was naturally confused. Not long after, she learned that I had been killed during a trip with Xinyaran, falling off a cliff with no body recovered. In her grief, Ning Xin recalled my message. Could this not have been an accident? Although I donated a kidney to Xinyaran, 1 kidney could only keep her alive. She needed 2 kidneys to live normally. The star quickly guessed the truth of the matter, but he was just an ordinary employee of the group. Even if he spoke out, no one would believe him, so he began to investigate quietly, even stealing Xinyaran's medical examination report, which he successfully obtained. Unfortunately, he had just gotten it and hadn't had the chance to look at it before being caught red-handed by Xinyaran. Xinyaran had someone blind her, and with her eyes blinded, she also lost her job. She could no longer do anything for the man she secretly loved. Today, Xinyaran is getting married, and in her heart, the star is filled with hatred. She also wants to discuss Yanran on Xinyaran's most important day. What on earth is going on? Su Tiancheng naturally doesn't believe the star's words. He doesn't want to marry a very spicy woman. Brother Tian, don't listen to his nonsense, Xinyaran said, and then she gave a wink to her bodyguard. Although he wished to cut the star into 1,000 pieces, he did not speak. After all, his persona is that of a good, kind-hearted woman with feelings and loyalty. This woman actually dares to slander my family Yanran, slap her for me, and see if she still dares to talk nonsense. Xinyanran's father, Xinhuangua, spoke up and immediately said that he knew it was time for him to be the villain. The bastard dares to ruin my good deed. I'll find a few beggars in a while. On Xinyanran's seemingly beautiful face, there is a cruel expression. She even dares to kill her husband, let alone a blind man. You are looking for death, and at this moment, an extremely angry voice echoed throughout the hotel as I walked step by step into the hotel. Isn't this Yifeng? But didn't he fall off a cliff and die 3 years ago? When he saw me, Xinyanran, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared in his eyes. Because he personally pushed the other party into the abyss, and the body was never found, even if they didn't die from the fall, both kidneys were gone. How could someone still be alive? The star turned to look in my direction, with empty eyes, but a pretty face was filled with ecstasy. Is it you, Xiaofan? As Su Tiancheng waved his hand, more than a dozen strong bodyguards immediately surrounded me. At this moment, Xinyanran also came to her senses. Yifeng, you really are something. I am very grateful to you. I will also observe mourning for 3 years for you. In this way, you can have a glass of wedding wine and then leave. I will ask Brother Tian to let you off the hook. Xinyanran certainly wouldn't let me go. She just didn't want the other party to ruin the persona she had established. As soon as I leave this hotel, she will immediately send someone to take me out, while also checking how the other party has survived. Could it be that he also got what he wished for? Then don't blame him for being cruel. After all, both he and I have extremely rare blood types, making it 100 or 1,000 times harder to find a matching type than for ordinary people. How can that be? My wife is so beautiful, how could I bear to give her to someone else? I have a strange smile on my face. Upon hearing this, Su Tiancheng's face turned black. Originally, taking over a second-hand item was already a loss of face, if it weren't for Xinyanran being too beautiful. Since she hasn't reconciled with her ex-husband, Mr. Su will definitely not marry Yanran. At this time, the bodyguard also arrived. And every time I strike, a bodyguard is guaranteed to be sent flying 10 meters away. In just a moment, dozens of bodyguards all fell to the ground, their lives unknown. After taking down all the bodyguards, I slowly walked towards the stunned Xinyanran, who was terrified. Xinyanran looked at the familiar face in front of her, but at this moment she felt a bit scared. 3 years ago, the other party was just his devoted follower, coming when called and leaving when dismissed. He made me drink his foot wash, and I didn't dare to refuse, but now this man is like a god of death, instantly killing dozens of bodyguards. It turns out you have become a dancer, but here is not the time for you to act recklessly. At the same time, a cold crane sound was heard, and then a middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. He was Hong Tao, a dancer who had served the Shen family for many years. It is said that Hong Tao is a peak Shen level dancer. The strength of ordinary dancers is divided into levels from high to low, sun, moon, star, dawn. Even the lowest level dancer Chinji is several times stronger than an ordinary person. One can definitely take on dozens. I looked at the man in front of me, a trace of hatred rising in my eyes. 3 years ago, it was Hong Tao who ambushed me and knocked me out, and then, when I was in a daze, he took out my kidney. With Hong Tao here, this kid is dead for sure. Everyone is watching me like it's a joke. Die. Hong Tao's eyes were filled with contempt, and he immediately rushed towards me, his 5 fingers clawing, wanting to kill me in one blow. A loud bang, and then Hong Tao's body was thrown out, violently crashing into the pillar in the hall. Then it fell down. Hurry and invite my master. Hong Tao said this difficult sentence, and then there was hidden resentment. In the northwest, that is the peak of silence, he actually killed Hong Tao. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Even if he could kill Hong Tao, so what? It is said that Hong Tao's master is a level-up dancer, and he has caused a huge disaster. No need for Master Hong Tao, I'll kill him. At this moment, a tall and imposing man stepped out, his aura much stronger than Hong Tao's. Star dancer, the crowd let out a gasp. It is the dancer worshipped by the Su family, Chen Koan, a star dancer, far stronger than a Chen-level dancer. In order to invite such a dancer to protect the Su family, the Su family spends tens of millions every year. Wait a minute, just as the Su family dancer was about to strike, a sound of copulation echoed, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a stunningly beautiful face appear before my eyes. Lin Ruoshi, what do you want? Su Tianchang frowned as he looked at Lin Ruoshi, unsure of what the other party was planning. Su Tianchang, give me some face, let's just let this matter go. After speaking, he ran in front of me and blinked his beautiful big eyes. We met again. Do I know you? I just casually glanced at Lin Ruoshi and said without any politeness. Today, Yi Feng killed so many people of mine and publicly humiliated me. I must have his kidney, Su Tianchang said with a cold expression. Uncle Wang, how much of a chance do you have against Chen Koan? Lin Ruoshi looked at the middle-aged man following her and asked if Wang Fu was the dancer of the Lin family. Offering to Wu Wu Kai. I asked Uncle Wang to stop Chen Koan. You quickly take your little girlfriend and run, Lin Ruoshi said to me. I frowned. This woman really thinks too highly of herself. Seeing this scene, Chen Koan snorted coldly and then charged at Wang Fu. Wang Fu originally thought that both he and Chen Koan were at the star level, so they should be able to fight to a standstill, but unexpectedly, after just 3 moves, he was knocked flying. Wang Fu didn't expect it, right? I am now a mid-level star dancer, Chen Koan said with a cold smile. You actually broke through, Wang Fu sighed. Miss, I am useless, not a match for Chen Koan. When it was Chen's turn, Koan said to me with a proud expression. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. I appeared in front of him and slapped him away. The stove saw this scene, and everyone was once again stunned. A star-level street dancer was just blown away like this? Looking at her ex-husband, who was filled with killing intent, Shen Yanran finally felt scared. Yi Feng, I was wrong, I am sorry for you. As long as you don't kill me, I will sleep with you today, Shen Yanran said tremulously in the suburbs. This made Su Tian so angry that he seemed about to spit fire. He never expected that Shen Yanran, the scoundrel, would say such things just to save her life. My expression once again became perfect, and the next moment I pierced through the other person's abdomen, gradually pulling out my own kidney from inside. I'm sorry, I promise that when my master digs out your kidney, he will definitely not give you anesthesia, just like when you dug out my kidney 3 years ago, you also didn't give me anesthesia. My expression is extremely cold. Looking at the bright red kidney in the other person's hand, Shen Yanran let out a terrifying scream, not knowing if it was from pain or fear, but I did not stop. With a puff, it penetrated through the other side of Shen Yanran's abdomen, wanting to take out the other kidney as well, but to my surprise, Shen Yanran's other side of the abdomen was empty. There is no kidney, could it be that there is no survival? After all, organ transplantation cannot be 100% successful, perhaps this is retribution. And what I didn't know was that Shen Yanran didn't have a second kidney in her body, not because the transplant failed. The kidney was not transplanted to Shen Yanran at all, but to a big shot who was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the Shen family. With the help of that big shot, Shen Jia was able to soar to great heights. Shen Yanran's first death passed, Ruan fell to the ground. Originally digging up Shen Yanran's great hatred was also avenged. But he actually blinded the star, this grudge must be avenged. With a flick of my hand, 2 silver needles flew out, and Shen Yanran immediately became blind. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that this kid was too ruthless. Looking at Shen Yanran lying on the ground like a dead dog, I didn't go in for the kill either. With both kidneys gone, Shen Yanran is definitely on a path to death, but if treated in time, she might live for a while longer. However, this time will only make her experience despair and pain to the fullest. Sister Xin, let's go. I will hold Ningxin's hand and walk briskly. She is the ex-husband of General Shin. Isn't that too malicious? Could it be that what that woman named Ning Xin said is true? The guests are discussing it in whispers. The swallow only reacted after I left, and Shinwanwa let out a painful cry. He never expected that the joyful event would turn into a funeral. Hurry and take Yinner to the hospital. Order it down. What happened today must not be disclosed to anyone, otherwise it would be against the Shin family and the Su family. Su Tiancheng's face was full of ominousness. Those who came to attend the wedding banquet of the two naturally did not want to offend the Shin and Su families, so no one dared to spread it. Jiangdu Hospital. After rescue, Shin Yanran has temporarily escaped life-threatening danger and has woken up, but he has no vital signs and can only rely on machines to sustain his life. At this moment, Shin Yanran had bandages wrapped around her eyes, as if in an instant she had returned to 3 years ago, when his kidneys had failed and he could not find a kidney source for a long time. It was even worse than that time, because at least then he could still see. Yenner, don't worry, I have already notified Hong Tao's master, he will definitely help you get your kidney back, Shinwanwa said. Yanran, I also told my brother about the matter. When my brother arrives, he will undoubtedly die. Su Tiancheng also said. Upon hearing this, a trace of hope finally appeared on Shin Yanran's face. He knows that Su Tiancheng's brother, Su Tianyu, has become a proud disciple of a war god, and as long as Su Tiancheng's brother returns, even if Yifeng is powerful, he will find it difficult to escape death. Brother Tian will let me personally dig out his god, Shin Yanran said with a grim expression. What did you say? Be careful going to Shin Yanran's wedding. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? In Ning family's rental house, Ning Xian's mother Chen Xiao, looking at her husband Ning Fugue with a face full of worry. The couple is quite ordinary, both have jobs, and their daughter Ningxin also works at a big company, so life is fairly good. Who would have thought that 3 years ago, my daughter was blinded by Shin Yanran in order to help a man, and everything changed in an instant. Shin Yanran not only had Ning Xian's eyes blinded but also caused the young couple to lose their jobs. In order to treat Ning Xing's eyes, the two spent all their savings, even selling their only house, but still couldn't cure Ning Xing. In the end, they ended up in heavy debt and can only make a living by picking up garbage, living a good life. Not hard at this time. The doorbell indeed rang, and standing at the door was Ning Xing, with a man standing next to Ning Xing. Xiao Xian, you're fine, that's great. Chen Xiu hugged Ning Xian, tears streaming from her eyes. This is Ning Fugue, who asked me with a frown. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Yifeng, a former colleague of Xian Jia. After hearing my words, the old couple trembled. Although they didn't know me, their hearts had fallen to this point, all thanks to each other. Didn't you die? Uncle Ning, this is a long story, I'll tell you later. Looking at the dilapidated and cramped rented room, I feel very uncomfortable. I remember that there used to be a big house in Ningxing City. Be careful, I'll help you inside, Shin Xiu said as she was about to help Ning Xian into the house, and I followed behind them. But you were stopped by Ning Fugue, so you might as well not come in. Aren't you afraid of making our family suffer even more? Don't worry, uncle, I will cure Sister Xian's eyes, and as long as Shunning says a word, I can make the Shin family become whatever you want. Hee, I want the Shin family to be destroyed. Can you do it? Ning Fugue mockingly shook his head. All that is seen is desolation. It should be known that the Ning family in the past was just a third-rate family, but relying on running a pharmaceutical company, I am also thriving in Jiangdu. However, the changes 3 years ago caused Ning Fugue's family of 3 to fall into the abyss. Ning Fugue was originally an executive of the family company. After being expelled from the family, in an instant, he lost his source of income and could only rely on scavenging for a living, but what tormented him the most was that his daughter's eyes went blind, which could not be restored no matter how much money was spent. Therefore, his hatred for the Shin family is no less than his hatred for me. I looked at the old couple, whose expressions were cold and even filled with hatred, and did not say anything more. I knew that it was useless to say anything now. I took out the black card given by my master. Uncle and aunt, this is my bank card, there is no password. If you need money, you can take it. Seeing the bank card handed over by the other party, both of their gazes finally softened a bit. I accepted the bank card, and you can leave now. Ning Fugue casually took the bank card over. He didn't think there would be much money in it, but their lives were becoming increasingly difficult, and even a few thousand yuan could be a great help to them. Sister Xian is waiting for me, I will be back to pick you up soon, I said to Ning Xian, and then turned around and left. Ning Fuchi looked at the bank card in her hand. The whole card was pitch black, with the words Global Bank printed on it, making it unclear to her which bank it was. But now you can withdraw money across banks, so she came to the Longhua bank that is closest to her home, planning to withdraw some money, and Ning Fugue had just left not long ago. A figure burst into the rental apartment. It was the landlord Zhou Lipi. You have already owed half a year's rent, and if you don't pay the rent soon, I will have no choice but to evict you. Joe Lipey's pair of mouse-like eyes were sizing up the two women in the room, thinking to himself that this mother and daughter were quite good-looking, especially the star. That little face was prettier than all the other female tenants, but unfortunately, her eyes were blind. Old Ning went to get some money. When she comes back, she'll give you the rent that is owed. Although Chun Xiu felt uncomfortable under Zhou's lecherous gaze, she still forced a smile and said. Although she said this, Chun Xiu was not sure in her heart, because she had no idea how much money was in the bank card I gave her. As for the celebrity family, Zhou Lipey knows them too well. The whole family relies on picking up garbage to live, and it's simply impossible for them to come up with any money. I do have a way to avoid paying rent. You accompany me a few times at night, consider it as rent. Zhou Lipey, unable to take advantage of the star, has turned his attention to Chen Xiu. Zhou Lipey's words made Chen Xiu's body inherit the legacy. Although the family has lived in great hardship for the past 3 years, they have not endured such humiliation, but he did not dare to respond, fearing he would really be kicked out. Now he only hopes that there is money in that bank card. Dragon Country Bank, withdraw from the ATM for amounts below 20,000. The bank teller glanced at Ning Fuguei and said impatiently. At this moment, Ning Fuguei was holding a snakeskin bag, which contained the bottles he had picked up casually on his way here. Looking at Ning Fuguei, it's hard to say that he could take out 20,000, even taking out 2,000 seems quite difficult. The ATM outside seems to be broken, can you help me withdraw some money? Ning Fuguei handed over the black bank card in his hand. Originally, the teller was quite impatient, but upon seeing the bank card handed over by Ning Fuguei, he was taken aback. It seemed to be the supreme black card issued by the global bank. Limited edition of 10 copies worldwide. There is no limit on the amount, you can spend freely, and of course you can also withdraw money, but there is a limit on withdrawals, capped at 10 billion, which only exists in legend. The tellers have only seen pictures, an old man picking up bottles. Can he have a globally limited black card? It's definitely fake. He immediately notified the president. Aside from the president, the vice president and various senior management, dozens of people, big and small, all came. At this moment, Ding Fuguei also sensed that something was wrong, thinking to himself, could it be that there is a problem with this bank card? Could it have been stolen or snatched by Yifeng? At this point, Ning Fuguei became afraid and wanted to leave immediately, not wanting the card at all. Sir, please stay. However, as Ning Fuguei just lifted his foot, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Then all the senior executives of Longhua Bank surrounded and all the bank's security personnel also came. Sir, how much money would you like to withdraw? The bank president asked respectfully. Ning Fuguei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but the family really needed money, so he trembled and said, I want to withdraw 5,000. When Ning Fuguei spoke, everyone showed a look of shock on their faces, holding a supreme black card that could cash out billions, just to withdraw 5,000 yuan. It should be known that owning this card, making planes and trains turn around is a piece of cake. There was once a case where a black card holder forgot their belongings on a plane, and Universal Bank contacted the airline, asking the plane, which had already flown halfway, to turn back. Coming back 1,000 is fine too. Ning Fuguei saw this and swallowed his saliva. Of course, 1,000 is fine, even the bank president is confused. But this is the request of the black card owner and must be executed. Then the bank president personally operated and took 5,000 yuan with a black card for Ning Fuguei. The old gentleman asked him to walk slowly. When leaving, all the senior executives and staff of the bank bowed and saluted Ning Fuguei. Ning Fuguei left the bank with 5,000 yuan in hand, looking puzzled. He said, is the service at Longhua Bank this good now? Maybe it's just that I haven't withdrawn money for too long. Very soon, Ning Fuguei returned to the rented room with 5,000 yuan, but just as he arrived outside the door, he heard Zhou Lipey say that he wanted Chen Xiu to accompany him once in the evening to offset the rent. Zhou Lipey, this is the rent you owe, take the rent and get lost. Ning Fuguei walked in with a haughty demeanor and threw 5,000 yuan in Zhou Lipey's face. Zhou Lipey, this bastard, actually makes his wife pay the rent for him. Ning Fuguei is about to explode with anger. Any man would not tolerate this kind of thing. Zhou Lipey picked up the money, counted it, and said with a smile, this 5,000 yuan is just the rent you owe me. Ning Fuguei, you might as well consider my proposal from earlier. I can waive your rent for 3 months in one go. Get out, you get out of here. Ning Fuguei is so anxious that he is about to rush into the kitchen to grab a kitchen knife, but was stopped by Chen Xiu. Zhou Lipey was so scared that he hurriedly ran away. After the landlord left, the room immediately fell into silence. After all, this kind of thing is too insulting, especially for Chen Xiu, who feels a wave of sadness in her heart. Although she escaped a disaster today, what will happen next? Does she really have to move away? After I left the celebrity's house, I came to an ancient and quaint place called the Western River Garden, which belongs to Master Sand. It has now been given to me. According to the master, this Shiha garden is 10 times more expensive than the most expensive mansion in Jiangdu, like this old house. Basically, the demolition in Jiangdu has been completed, and only this set remains. It's not that the developers don't want to demolish, but they simply can't afford it. Just the demolition fees alone are enough to bankrupt some small real estate companies. What's even more terrifying is that most of the buildings inside are made of gold and silk Nanmu wood, and each pillar is worth tens of millions. This place is nice. When the time comes, I'll pick up Sister Xin to stay over. I nodded in satisfaction. Just as I was about to go in, a figure suddenly appeared in front of me. She is a woman about 27 or 28 years old, very beautiful, but with a very cold gaze. Her private territory must not be trespassed. I am the owner of the house. I don't have any nonsense. I reached into the treasure bag and took out the key to the West River Garden door. When the woman saw the treasure bag in my hand, her pupils immediately locked, and the next moment, with a thud, she knelt down in front of me. The red leaf meets the young master. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked because this woman named Hongye is a prominent figure in Jiangdu, and many big shots would treat her politely upon meeting her. Now unexpectedly kneeling to a young person who was only in their 20s, upon hearing the woman's address to herself, I suddenly understood that this woman should be the extraordinary guardian that the master mentioned. The maid immediately nodded, signaling the other person to get up. Hongye brought me to a room that was antique in style, with incense lit, making me feel very comfortable. I simply closed my eyes and began to cultivate. Just as I was operating my technique, a series of red halos unexpectedly emanated from my back. On my back, something like scales emerged, faintly forming a pattern of a western exotic beast, resembling the sacred Qilin from the legends of the Dragon Kingdom. I practiced until the evening, and Hongye came to call me for dinner, with 4 dishes and 1 soup, all being home-cooked meals. But it smells very fragrant. The red leaves did not come to the table, but stood by waiting. This is the rule: when the host is eating, the maidservant is not qualified to take a seat. Seeing this scene, I remembered the 3 years I spent in the Shin family, where I appeared to be the son-in-law of the Shin family, but in reality, my status was even lower than that of a dog in the Shin family. Every day I wash clothes, cook, and serve Shin Yenran's family, yet I don't even have the qualification to sit at the table for a meal. But I still selflessly dedicate myself to the Shin family, only to ultimately have another kidney taken away. After a night without incident, the next morning I set out to look for some medicinal herbs to treat Ningxing's eyes. Shin Yenran is really ruthless, causing devastating damage to Ningxing's eyes. Under normal circumstances, even the best hospital wouldn't be able to. But I have the 9-turn golden needle, plus some special medicines, and I am 100% confident that I can restore the brightness of the star's eyes. I arrived at the most famous traditional Chinese medicine shop in Jiangdu, Huichun Hall. If I can't find the herbs I need here, it will be difficult to find them anywhere else. In the large medical clinic, countless patients are receiving treatment, and dozens of herbal medicines are being brewed, with waves of medicinal fragrance wafting in the air. On the walls hang hundreds of banners sent by patients. It will be the most famous traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Jiangdu, and the business is very booming. You have to queue to get medicine. I'm not in a hurry, just slowly waiting in line, and it took more than half an hour before it was my turn. I submitted the prescription I wrote myself, but the other party didn't even take a glance. If you want to get medicine from me, you have to follow my prescription. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? I am responsible for this problem myself, and the illness I want to treat, you can't prescribe a remedy for. I am indifferent. If you say it like this, then this medicine can't be prescribed. Du Gaoming, the chief doctor of the rejuvenation hall, snorted coldly. Do you know who this is, kid? He is the miraculous healer Du Gaoming, Mr. Du. There is no illness in this world that he cannot cure. The disciple of the other party next to him immediately said proudly. I was just about to speak, but someone pushed me aside. If you don't want to see a doctor, then let me through. A young beauty is supporting an old man, and without saying a word, she took my place. Du Gaoming no longer paid attention to me and immediately gave the other party the microphone. A moment later, Du Gaoming frowned, and his expression became heavy. Generally, when a patient sees the doctor frown, they know the problem is serious. But that old man seems to be open-minded. Doctor, you can just say it directly. Du Gaoming sighed and said, I really can't cure this illness. I can only prescribe a few prescriptions to help regulate your body. Perhaps it can prolong your life for a while. After listening to Du Gaoming's words, tears immediately flowed from the girl's eyes. Although he had long been mentally prepared, the final hope was shattered, and it was inevitable to feel sad. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but say, Didn't you just say that any illness can be cured? How come you can't cure a small illness? Kid, do you know what illness he has? I dare say, looking across the entire dragon country, no one can cure it well. Du Gaoming frowned. This gentleman. Just now, I was in a hurry to treat my grandfather's illness and cut in line. The girl apologized to me, bowed slightly, said sorry, and then wanted to help the old man leave. Wait a minute, I can cure your illness. But just as the two were about to leave, a voice sounded. Kid, if you can cure his illness, I'll give you this spring haul. Du Gaoming sneered and said that's not necessary. Just get me the medicine I want, I said lightly, even taking out the turning gold needle given by my master from the treasure pouch. Old sir, you must not let him act recklessly. Treating illness is not like anything else. Words can be spoken carelessly, but illnesses cannot be treated carelessly. If you can cure pulmonary fibrosis, then you can cure cancer as well, said Du Gaoming. Lung fibrosis is an irreversible process, and both modern medicine and traditional Chinese medicine are powerless against it. It can be considered a terminal illness. If I could cure the elderly person, it would be equivalent to curing a patient who has ingested paraquat. The words of the crowd finally swayed the girl. She didn't want her grandfather to suffer any longer. This gentleman, thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to accept my kindness, I shrugged nonchalantly. The mountain girl is not as good as you let him try. Anyway, I don't have many days left to live. Perhaps this young brother can really cure me, the old man suddenly said. I nodded, but he did not start the treatment immediately. Instead, he looked at the girl and asked, Are you Boo? Everyone was caught off guard by my sudden question, especially the girl, whose pretty face turned red. Does this have anything to do with Grandpa Ji's illness? The girl bit her silver teeth and finally shyly nodded. I hold a hollow 9-turn golden needle in my hand and call the girl to my side. Your grandfather's lung fibers are slippery, and ordinary medical techniques cannot reverse it, but if we use the 9-turn golden needle, with your innate palace blood, there is a possibility of healing. A woman's palace is the place for nurturing life, possessing infinite vitality. The girl was about to ask what congenital palace blood is, when I had already stabbed the girl's lower abdomen with the 9-turns golden needle. The next moment, a drop of fairy was drawn out from the girl's body by the 9-turns golden needle. I used a vessel to catch the drop of blood representing life, then took out a few 9-turn gold needles and began to administer acupuncture to the old man. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this scene. This acupuncture method, firmly adhering to what has never been seen or heard. Quickly stop him, don't harm the old gentleman, the doctors of the Hua Chuntang said one after another. If something happens to someone at Hua Chuntang, even if he is not a doctor of Hua Chuntang, it will still have an impact on Hua Chuntang. At this moment, Du Gaoming silenced everyone and respectfully inquired. Little brother, are you using a 9-turn golden needle? Do you know about 9-turn golden needles? I am a bit surprised. During a top medical exchange competition abroad, I had the privilege of witnessing it once. At that time the representative doctor from Longwei advanced to the top. At this moment, a masked person from the Dragon Kingdom appeared, using 9 golden needles. Once the golden needles were used, all ailments truly vanished and decreased. It was miraculous. Unfortunately, after he cured all the patients, he left, and I never saw his true face. Of course, Du Gaoming did not think that the other party was the mysterious person from back then, because their ages were different, their gazes were different. Perhaps he was his successor. Little brother, can you take me as your disciple? The next moment, Du Gaoming actually knelt in front of me, which made everyone widen their eyes. Who is Du Gaoming? He is a miraculous healer, the vice president of the Jiangdu branch of the Chinese Medicine Association of Longhua. At this moment, he actually wants to take a young man who is only in his 20s as his master. This would definitely shock people if it were to be said. I don't have time to be your master, but I can give you a few prescriptions, I said casually. Thank you, Master Xia. Du Gaoming immediately bowed to me several times, his face filled with excitement. After all, this prescription is definitely worth its weight in gold. I casually wrote down a few prescriptions and handed them to Du Gaoming. Du Gaoming took a glance at the monkey head and couldn't help but wriggle fiercely. With these few prescriptions, his medical skills would surely make a qualitative leap. Grandpa, how do you feel? At this moment, I also pulled out the 9-turn golden needles from the old man's body. The girl asked with concern, Mountain girl, I feel very comfortable, and my breathing is smooth now. I am Chen Fialong. Thank you, young brother, for saving my life. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I, Chen Fialong, will definitely help you resolve it, the old man said with a cupped fist. Upon hearing the old man say his name, everyone was taken aback. The name Chen Fialong is as thunderous in Jiangdu. It turns out you are the Dragon General. Everyone shows respect. Dragon General, that is someone who has made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. It doesn't matter if the old general protects my dragon kingdom well, I know it is also the duty of a good old general, I said respectfully. In fact, I could tell from the old man's demeanor that he had been on the battlefield before, which is why he was willing to step in to help, but I didn't expect that the other party was actually a surrendering lord. The medicinal herbs you wanted, master, I have already prepared for you. At this moment, Du Gaoming brought over a bag of medicinal herbs. Seeing the herbs, I nodded in satisfaction. I originally thought that the medicinal herb Du Gaoming on the prescription could not be matched, but even if I can't afford it, I am still very confident that I can cure Ningxin. Du Gaoming actually brought all the herbs, which saved me a lot of trouble. I found the medicinal herbs, and I immediately rushed towards the Ning family without stopping, determined to restore Ning Xian's eyesight. On the other side, sitting in the position of the head of the Shin family, is an old man with gray hair. He has an ethereal demeanor and looks like a transcendent being. This person is Hong Tao's master, Gao Yuanshan, a transcendent strongman. Has the person been found? Upon learning that his disciple has been killed, a thick red aura appeared in his eyes. Not yet, that kid seems to have disappeared, but I know there is a place where I can definitely find him. Shen Wanguo's face showed a fierce expression. Very soon I arrived at the rental house of the Ning family, knocked on the door, and the one who opened the door was Ning Fugue. Seeing the visitor, his expression was very indifferent. What are you here for? Uncle, I came to treat Sister Xing's eyes. No need, someone is already treating Xiao Xing, Ning Fugue said lightly. I was startled by the words and looked inside. Since the rental room was not big, I could see the scene inside. At that moment, a young man was pouring wine for Ning Xing. Be careful not to blame me for disappearing without a word for these 3 years. During these 3 years, I traveled the world just to find a way to cure your eyes. I will definitely be able to heal you, with a touch of tenderness in the young man's eyes. I can see now. After a moment, a look of excitement appeared on the star's face. For the past 3 years, he has been living in darkness. Today finally, the light is restored. Daughter, you can see it. Great Qin Xiaoning and Fu Gue are also extremely excited. Duan Yu had a smile on his face. After all, Uncle Ning has already agreed to marry you to me. You will be my wife in the future. It is my duty to heal you. At this moment, I finally walked into the house. Yi Feng saw my star, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. After 3 years, he finally saw the other person's appearance again. Who let you in? Ning Fugue's face looks bad. My daughter's eyes have already recovered, and I have decided to marry her to Duan Yu. Don't come to ruin Xiao Xian's happiness. You should leave quickly. Chen Xiu wants to push me out while doing things, but she can't push me away. No, she hasn't resolved her heart's knot, I said. Xiaoxin, marry me, let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Duan Yu half knelt towards Ning Xian, then took out a diamond ring, preparing to seize the opportunity to win over the star. After the next second, my eyes hurt so much, the star let out a cry of pain. It was all over at this moment. Duan Yu also had a face of despair. He actually didn't have absolute confidence in curing Ningxing. Although he obtained a set of magical acupuncture techniques that are said to cure all ailments, it is not complete, and there is only a 10% chance of curing Ningxing. And his acupuncture technique is quite domineering, called Yama's true needle, meaning to borrow life from Yama. Borrowing the successful stubbornness to be cured, failure means death. Obviously, the king of hell really couldn't cure Ningxing. Xiao Xian, what's wrong with you? Don't be like mom. Chen Xiu supported the swaying Ningxing, her face pale with fright. Aunt Chen, please don't get agitated. I will resolve the emotional knot. I took out the 9-turn golden needle, ready to treat Ningxin, but Ning Fugue is still unfortunate and firmly refuses to let me touch Ningxin. By the way, there is a person who might be able to cure Ning Xian. At this moment, Duan Yu, who was in despair, suddenly had a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and then he took out his phone and dialed out. Is this Mr. Du? I am Duan Yu. I have encountered a bit of a situation, could you please come over? Yi Feng, get out of here, don't be a nuisance, even if I die carefully like this, I won't let you know. Ning Fugue first kicked me out. After about 20 minutes, an old man arrived at the rented room. You are Du Gaoming, Mr. Du, seeing the visitor. Ning Fugue's face suddenly showed a look of ecstasy, because he was also in the medical field and naturally recognized this towering figure in the medical community. He once wanted to ask Du Gaoming to take action to treat Ningxing's eyes. Unfortunately, Du Gaoming's consultation fee is extremely high, and he simply can't afford it. I didn't expect Duan Yu to actually be able to invite Du Gaoming, this time it should be secure. Sure enough, after a few needles from Du Gaoming, the star's condition stabilized. Mr. Du, the star, can your eyes be cured? Please help, I will cover all expenses, said Duan Yu. Du Gaoming pondered for a moment. It's not a matter of money, but the one who can cure your daughter is not me. Could it be the president of the Jiangdu branch of the Longwei Traditional Chinese Medicine Association? Duan Yu opened his mouth to ask. Du Gaoming shook his head. No, not to mention that the president is not even in Jiangdu right now. Even if he were, he might not be able to cure this girl. Only my master is here now, and he is the only one with assurance. Everyone was stunned by your master. Du Gaoming's medical skills are absolutely top-notch in Jiangdu, and they have never heard that he has a master. Where is the old man? I will go to ask him to treat my daughter right now. A look of ecstatic joy appeared in Ning Fugui's eyes. However, Du Gaoming showed a difficult expression. I also don't know that when he got the prescription I gave him, Du Gaoming was so happy at that time that he even forgot to leave the other party's phone number. Thank you, Mr. Du. Please tell me what your master's name is. We will definitely find him. I hope it's better than nothing. Du Gaoming let out a cold snort. Even if you find my master, will my master treat you? And why should I tell you to disturb him? The old man, I will come over today. It is because I owe Duan Yu a favor. Duan Yu's favor owed to you has been repaid by me. After finishing his farewell, he directly left the rental apartment. Everyone looked dejected and didn't know what to do. Du Gaoming was right. Even if they found that divine doctor, what reason would the other party have to treat Ningxin? Just when everyone was in despair, I returned again and walked into the rental house. Seeing the newcomer Ning Fugui, I couldn't help but feel angry and said fiercely, "Why are you still here?" The only one who can truly help Xiaoxin now is Master Du. If you really care about Xiaoxin, find a way to locate Master Du within 12 hours. I casually said in classical Chinese, am I Du Gaoming's master? Then there's no need to look for him, I am his master. Ha, I just didn't hear wrong. You said you are a miraculous healer, Du Gaoming's master, Duan Yu. Wen Yan seemed to have heard some huge joke. At this moment Ningxing's body had another issue. I know I can't delay any longer. Du Gaoming said Ningxing can still live for 12 hours, but he actually underestimated the true backlash power of the King of Hell. In fact, if Ning Xin is not treated soon, he will die in at most an hour. I immediately took out 9 gold needles to treat Ningxin. Get lost, I won't let you carelessly treat him, Duan Yu wants to stop me. Just at that moment, a figure hurriedly walked into the rental house, looking at me with surprise and said, Master, it really is you. This person who suddenly entered the rental house was none other than Du Gaoming, who had come and gone. It seemed that he saw the master before he left, so he walked back and found that it was true. What do you call him? Duan Yu and the parents of the stars are the same, looking at Du Gaoming with a horrified expression. Duan Yu, this is the true divine doctor I told you about, my master. Du Gaoming replied. Old Du, are you out of your mind? He's just a live-in son-in-law. How could he possibly be your master? Duan Yu said incredulously. Old Du, you can't be mistaking him for someone else, can you? Ning Fugui also didn't believe it. After all, he thought that to be Du Gaoming's master, one would have to be at least in their 70s or 80s, which is why he had referred to him as old man before. Yi Feng was only a few years old, yet he could be Du Gaoming's master. Hearing this, Du Gaoming's expression darkened. If you continue to disrespect my master, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he turned to Yi Feng with a fawning expression and asked, Master, what are you doing here? I'm here to treat Sister Ning's eyes, Yi Feng replied. I told you, don't call me master. Yes, master, Du Gaoming said respectfully. Seeing this scene, Duan Yu was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that Yi Feng was telling the truth. He really was Du Gaoming's master. Moreover, he hadn't even acknowledged Du Gaoming as his disciple. Uncle Ning, can I treat Sister Ning now? Yi Feng looked at Ning Fugui. Why yes. Ning Fugui was still in shock. Yi Feng shook his head, stopped talking, and began to administer acupuncture to Ning Xin. After about 10 minutes, Yi Feng finished the acupuncture and wrapped gauze around Ning Xin's eyes. The gauze contained his specially formulated medicine. Yi Feng, are you sure that Xiao Xin's eyes will get better? Ning Fugui couldn't help but ask. Don't doubt my master's medical skills. If my master says it will get better, it definitely will. Du Gaoming said first. Yi Feng nodded. You just need to change the gauze 3 times a day, and after 3 days, Sister Xin's eyes will be able to see light again. Since Du Gaoming had said so, Ning Fugui naturally wouldn't doubt it anymore. His attitude towards Yi Feng improved significantly. After all, their daughter being able to see again was something they had never even dared to dream of. Uncle Ling, Aunt Chen, I know I harmed Sister Xin and you both, but please believe me, I will make it up to you, Yi Feng said to the elderly couple. Yi Feng, I'm not an unreasonable person. Although you caused us so much suffering, if you cure Xiao Xin's eyes, we will be even, Ning Fugui sighed. Although he had lost his previous wealth, at least his daughter's eyes could see again. Therefore, he didn't hate Yi Feng as much anymore. Oh, it's quite lively today. At that moment, a man with shifty eyes walked into the rental apartment. It was the landlord, Joe Lipey. Seeing Joe Lipey arrive, the elderly couple's expressions immediately changed, becoming stiff. It was obvious what Joe Lipey was here for. He ignored everyone else and kept his gaze on Chen Xiu's voluptuous body, saying with a smirk, "Ning Fugue, have you prepared the rent? Just give me a few more days. I will definitely pay in a few days," Ning Fugue said, feeling extremely aggrieved at the thought of Joe Lipey previously suggesting that Chen Xiu sleep with him to offset the rent, but he still had to force a smile. "A few more days? Weren't you quite tough yesterday?" Joe Lipey sneered. Ning Fugue was too frustrated to speak. Chen Xiu also bit her lip and remained silent. "Ning Fugue, I know your family is struggling, so I'm trying to help lighten your burden. Just think about it, if your wife opens her legs, you can waive 3 months' rent. How many bottles would you have to collect to make up for that?" Joe Lipey seemed to have Ning Fugue in his grasp. "Joe Lipey, go to hell." Ning Fugue could no longer hold back and cursed. "Oh, still cursing? Do you believe I can kick you out right now?" Joe Lipey said coldly. As soon as he heard that he might be kicked out, Ning Fugue felt a bit intimidated. Ning Xin was currently in a critical treatment period and couldn't be driven away. Seeing Ning Fugue no longer speak, Joe Lipey grinned and said, "Chen Xiu, you're so beautiful, I've wanted to have you for a long time. How about this? Let me have you just once, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. This way, not only can you improve your life but you'll also have extra money to treat your daughter's eyes." Joe Lipey, what nonsense are you talking? I won't agree to that. Chen Xiu didn't expect Joe Lipey to voice his thoughts in front of so many people. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Not agreeing? Then fine, please move out of my house. Also, while you were living here, you damaged my property, so you owe me compensation 100,000 yuan, not a penny less," Joe Lipey said coldly. "What? 100,000? Aren't you being too unreasonable?" Ning Xin's face turned ugly. Hee, it's my house. I can charge whatever I want." At this moment, Yi Feng began to understand the situation. He looked at Ning Fugue with confusion and said, "Uncle Ning, didn't I give you a bank card? Didn't you withdraw the money?" "I did. Then why is there still rent owed? Isn't there only 5,000 yuan in your card?" Ning Fugue said softly. Seeing this, Duan Yu knew his chance to show off had come. He immediately said, "Uncle Ning, I'll cover this money for you." Saying this, he took out his phone and directly transferred 100,000 to Joe Lipey. Although Joe Lipey was reluctant, since the money was given, and such a large amount at that, he couldn't say much more. It was just a pity he couldn't have a moment with Chen Xiu. "Thank you, Duan Yu," Ning Fugue said, genuinely grateful to Duan Yu. After all, as a man, he felt ashamed that his wife had to endure such humiliation. Sometimes, even a small amount of money could bring a hero to his knees. If he couldn't come up with the money today, who knows what might have happened? Ning Fugue didn't dare to think further. "By the way, I just bought a villa, over 300 square meters. You can take Xiao Xin there to live, and I'll hire a maid to help take care of her," Duan Yu said, seizing the opportunity. After saying this, he glanced at Yi Feng, thinking, what good is it to cure Ning Xin? He's still just a poor guy. In this society, without money, one can hardly move an inch. Yi Feng was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't his master said that card had no limit? How could there only be 5,000 yuan? "Sister Xin, I also have a house. I've already prepared a room for you. You can move in today," Yi Feng said. "Yi Feng, you have a house? Where is it? It wouldn't be in Jiangdu's 20th ring, would it?" "I have a villa. A better environment would be more helpful for Xiao Xin's recovery." "No, it's in the 3rd ring," Yi Feng replied. "The 3rd ring? Is that even a house?" Duan Yu laughed upon hearing this. In fact, the 3rd ring was already relatively close to the city center, and the housing prices weren't cheap. But clearly, it couldn't compare to Duan Yu's villa. "Master, I have a 100 square meter apartment in the city. How about I give it to you to live in?" At this moment, Du Gaoming offered his goodwill. "No need, I have a house." Yi Feng shook his head. Seeing Yi Feng still being stubborn, Duan Yu continued, "How big is your house? It wouldn't be just a few dozen square meters, would it? You wouldn't let Xiao Xin's family squeeze into a small house, would you?" "Don't worry, it's definitely enough space," Yi Feng said lightly. "Uncle Ning, trust me, go to my villa. You've suffered a lot over the years, it's time you enjoy some comfort." Duan Yu believed Ning Fugue wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. After all, even the old Ning Fugue couldn't afford a villa before. Indeed, Ning Fugue felt a bit tempted. These past 3 years had been worse than living like a dog. Although he had been kicked out of the house 3 years ago, he still encountered some relatives from time to time. Every time he saw those relatives, he felt he couldn't hold his head up high. If he could move into a villa, he could finally hold his head high in the future. "Wife, what do you think? Although Ning Fugui leaned more towards Duan Yu's villa, he still sought Chen Xiu's opinion. Chen Xiu was silent for a moment before saying to Yifeng, don't blame Auntie for being realistic. Over the past 3 years, we have indeed suffered quite a bit. We don't mind, but we can't let Xiao Xian suffer anymore. Yifeng naturally understood Chen Xiu's meaning and immediately replied, Auntie, don't worry, my house is no worse than a villa, and it's more suitable for recuperation. Seeing that Yifeng was still insisting, Chen Xiu continued, Yifeng, I know you want to compensate Xiao Xian. If you were a normal man and Xiao Xian liked you, I wouldn't have any objections. But can you still be considered a man now? You can't give Xiao Xian happiness at all. Chen Xiu's words were not without reason. In their eyes, Yifeng had already donated a kidney to Xiaoxue. A man with only one kidney could hardly be considered a man. As someone who had been through it, Chen Xiu certainly understood the importance of such matters to a woman. Just like Ning Fugui, he wasn't very capable in that regard. Now that he was older, he could hardly manage once every year or so, and Chen Xiu was at an age where her needs were quite strong. She thought about it every day. But Ning Fugui had the desire but lacked the ability, and that feeling was unbearable. If it weren't for the past few years being focused solely on treating her daughter, Chen Xiu would probably have collapsed. Therefore, she didn't want Ning Xian and Yifeng to be together. If that aspect didn't work out, wouldn't Ning Xian be like a living widow? Chen Xiu's words were indeed very straightforward. Auntie Chen, don't worry, my health is very good, there won't be any problems, Yifeng replied. For the past 3 years, he had always thought that his master had replaced his kidney with a pig's kidney, but he only realized his mistake when he left. It turned out his master had given him a qilin kidney, not just a qilin kidney. When Yifeng fell off the cliff, most of the parts in his body were damaged. However, he was lucky. When he fell, he happened to land on an ancient qilin. At that time, the Killing Emperor and the ancient qilin had been fighting for 3 days and nights, and neither could do anything to the other. Both were at the end of their strength, relying solely on willpower to hold on. If things went poorly, they could perish together. But Yifeng just happened to land on the qilin, which had only one last breath left and was knocked unconscious. Thus, the Killing Emperor achieved final victory. It could be said that it wasn't the Killing Emperor who saved Yifeng, but rather Yifeng who saved the Killing Emperor first. To save Yifeng, the Killing Emperor transplanted most of the organs from the qilin into Yifeng's body and replaced Yifeng's blood with qilin blood. He didn't know if it would bring Yifeng back to life. It was a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. But unexpectedly, after Yifeng received the ancient qilin's organs, there was no rejection reaction at all. They perfectly integrated. At the same time, the Killing Emperor discovered that Yifeng had undergone a complete transformation. His physical quality and talent had changed dramatically. Thus, the Killing Emperor decided to pass on all his lifelong knowledge to Yifeng. Indeed, in just 3 years, Yifeng's martial arts and medical skills had surpassed his teachers. Of course, there were side effects. Yifeng's energy had become unprecedentedly vigorous. So the Killing Emperor let Yifeng go down the mountain. After all, he was just an old man and couldn't help Yifeng bring down the qilin fire. This was why Yifeng felt embarrassed when he saw the red leaves. For 3 years, Yifeng had thought he was incapable, focusing all his thoughts on cultivation and revenge, so he felt nothing. But since yesterday, after seeing the red leaves, he felt as if a flame was burning in his heart even while cultivating. He knew he had completely recovered. Although Yifeng spoke very confidently, it was clear that Chen Xiu would not believe him. After all, which man would admit he was incapable? Even Ning Fugui, who was clearly a useless person, would not admit to being incapable. He would even claim to outsiders that he was very impressive. Yifeng, Auntie has been through this, you can't fool me. A man's kidney is more important than anything else. Having one less kidney is probably not acceptable, right? Chen Xiu squinted her eyes and said, Mom, what are you talking about? Ning Xian's face turned red. How did they end up on this topic? Yifeng felt extremely awkward. He couldn't just say he could he? Such matters couldn't be proven to Chen Xiu. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Mom, I truly love Yifeng. No matter if he can or can't, I love him. At this moment, Ning Xian said shyly, What do you know? You say that now because you don't understand the good of such things. Once you experience it, you'll know that a day without a man is unbearable. I, your mother, have deep experience. Chen Xiu realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly shut her mouth. After all, in front of outsiders, she still had to give her man some face. Indeed, Ning Fugui's old face turned red with embarrassment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. As for Yifeng, he didn't know what to say. How about this, Yifeng? As long as you can prove you're a man, I'll let Xiao Xian come live with you. Chen Xiu said this knowing Yi Feng couldn't prove it. Having suffered greatly, Chen Xiu had to strictly oversee her daughter in such matters. She absolutely couldn't let her daughter repeat her own mistakes, especially since she feared Yi Feng might be even less capable than Ning Fu Gui. Of course, more importantly, she didn't want Ning Xian to be with Yi Feng. Then, Auntie, how do you want me to prove it? Yi Feng asked awkwardly. How could one prove such a thing? It wasn't like, how about this, come with me, and we'll have a private chat. Chen Xiu said to Yi Feng. A show? What are you going to do? Ning Fu Gui asked, puzzled. Do I need to report to you about what I'm doing? Chen Xiu shot Ning Fu Gui a glance. Ning Fu Gui felt so embarrassed that his face turned red. She was giving him no face at all. Mom, please don't make things difficult for Yi Feng, okay? Ning Xian said pleadingly. What do you mean by making things difficult? You haven't even married Yi Feng yet, and you're already speaking up for him. Are you going to forget about me as your mother in the future? Chen Xiu shot Ning Xian a glance and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Yi Feng, come with me. Chen Xiu led the way into the house. Yi Feng followed her inside. Once inside, Chen Xiu directly closed the door. Yi Feng, I know Xiao Xian really likes you, otherwise, she wouldn't go against Chineo Shui for you. Xiao Xian has suffered so much for you, and you wouldn't want her to be unhappy in the future, right? Chen Xiu said to Yi Feng. Don't worry, Auntie, I will make Xiao Xian happy. Chen Xiu snorted coldly and said, You will? How will you do that? Just because you're missing a kidney, you can't give Xiao Xian happiness. Think about it. A man missing a kidney is like losing half his life. He basically can't do any heavy work. You can't expect Xiao Xian to support you, can you? Even if Xiao Xian is willing to support you, you still have to be able to let her be a normal woman, right? Why doesn't Shin Ao Shui see you as a person? Isn't it because you're missing a kidney and can't give her what she wants? Chen Xiu knew Yifeng's life in the Shin family wasn't easy. After all, who would care about a useless son-in-law? He wasn't even qualified to sit at the table for meals. Auntie, I know that whatever I say now is useless, but please believe me, give me some time, and I will prove to you that I have that ability. Yi Feng said solemnly. Seeing that Yi Feng was still unwilling to give up, Chen Xiu shook her head and said, You saw Duan Yu, right? He knows medicine, is wealthy, handsome, and tall. Why should I choose him and waste time on you? I don't ask for anything else, but at the very least, you have to be a normal man. Here, take this. Chen Xiu said as she handed Yi Feng a tablet that was already cracked. She also made Yi Feng put on headphones. Yi Feng was very confused, not knowing what Chen Xiu was up to, but in order to get Chen Xiu to accept him, he could only comply. Watch everything inside, Chen Xiu said. Yi Feng had no doubts about him and opened the door directly. Then he froze. Aunt Shen. Yi Feng felt extremely awkward. Don't speak, just watch, turn the volume up to the max, Chen Xiu said sharply. Seeing Chen Xiu's serious expression, Yi Feng could only swallow hard and reluctantly began to watch. Yi Feng had lived as a wild man on the mountain for 3 years, and with the influence of the ancient Qilin, his temper was quite explosive now. The key was that the volume was turned all the way up. Instantly, it made his heart race. He had already felt very embarrassed in front of Hong Yi, but Hong Yi was his maid, so it didn't matter. Chen Xiu was different. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu's gaze was fixed on Yi Feng, scrutinizing him. After a moment, a look of understanding appeared on her face. Sure enough, it was exactly as she had thought. Fortunately, she was clever. Otherwise, if Ning Xian and Yi Feng were to be together, it would ruin Ning Xian's happiness for the rest of her life. Even if Ning Xian's eyesight could be restored, she would not allow Ning Xian to marry a useless man. She didn't want Ning Xian to suffer as she had. However, she didn't rush to interrupt Yi Feng, planning to wait a little longer to see if a miracle would happen. Outside the door, everyone was anxiously waiting, especially Ning Fu Gui, who was extremely anxious. The two had been inside for so long, and he had no idea what was going on. Alright, that's enough. It seems my guess was correct. After another 10 minutes, Chen Xiu directly took the tablet from Yi Feng's hands and said, So much time had passed, it was impossible for a miracle to happen, and there was no need to waste time. Yi Feng, I will not agree to you being with Xiao Xian, so just give up on that, Chen Xiu said coldly. Then, she turned to open the door. But at that moment, Yi Feng moved. Yi Feng, what are you doing? Chen Xiu exclaimed in anger. Then she noticed Yi Feng looking at her with bloodshot eyes. Chen Xiu was shocked. Wasn't this guy supposed to be useless? How could he have such a gaze? The ancient Qilin was a divine beast of utmost yang. Now, most of the organs in Yi Yang's body had been replaced with those of the ancient Qilin. His body was flowing with Qilin blood. The overwhelming yang energy he exuded could drive any woman crazy. It must be said that although Chen Xiu was over 40 and had endured a lot, she still retained her charm. She was extremely beautiful, and her figure was well maintained. Only her skin had become slightly rough due to long-term exposure to the elements, but with some proper care, she would definitely be a beauty. Her appearance was about 70 to 80% similar to Ning Xian's, but unlike Ning Xian, who was still innocent, she was a fully ripened woman. Such a woman often had a fatal attraction for men. No wonder Joe Lipey couldn't forget her since he moved in. He offered free rent and money just to taste this delicacy. At this moment, Yifeng had already lost some of his rationality and actually mistook Chen Xiu for Ning Xian. Originally, Chen Xiu and Ning Xian looked very much alike, and under the influence of the Qilin blood, he could no longer distinguish between them. Yifeng! Chen Xiu shouted loudly at Yifeng, trying to bring him back to his senses. She wanted to push Yifeng away but found she couldn't budge him at all. Yifeng was too strong. Chen Xiu felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have done this. Outside, Ning Fu Gui heard Chen Xiu's voice and felt a bit flustered, quickly starting to knock on the door. Yifeng, open the door, hurry up. The sound of Ning Fu Gui knocking finally brought Yifeng back to a bit of his senses. Once he regained consciousness, he was shocked by his own actions. What am I doing? Are you still human? Yifeng cursed himself inwardly. Yifeng, if you don't open the door now, I'm going to break it down. Ning Fu Gui shouted from outside. As he spoke, he had already started to slam against the door, making a loud banging sound. Yifeng, you better get out of the way. If your Uncle Ning sees this, he will kill you. Chen Xiu listened to the urgent knocking on the door, her face full of pleading as she spoke to Yifeng. Bang! Just then, the door was directly smashed open by Ning Fu Gui. It's over. Chen Xiu painfully closed her eyes. There's no way to live now. However, after waiting for a moment, nothing happened. She opened her eyes and saw that Yifeng was not on her but had already retreated to a distance. Wife, are you okay? What did you do to my wife? I'll kill you. Ning Fu Gui saw Chen Xiu lying motionless on the couch and was about to rush at Yifeng. He didn't do anything to me. Chen Xiu sat up and stopped Ning Fu Gui. Reflecting on everything that had just happened, her heart raced violently. She had just felt it. Yifeng was not just normal, he was incredibly powerful. It was a colossal force she had never experienced before, as solid as a rock. If he really attacked her, it could cost her life. Aunt Chen, Uncle Ning, please believe me, I will take good care of Ning Xian and you. Yifeng's mood finally calmed down. Yifeng, whether you can do it or not, I still choose Duan Yu. Duan Yu, from now on, our family will trouble you. Ning Fu Gui said. No trouble, no trouble, this is what I should do, Duan Yu said excitedly upon hearing this. He even felt a bit grateful to Yifeng. After all, he didn't want to marry a blind person. I think we should still listen to Xiao Xian's opinion, however, Chen Xiu said. Ning Fu Gui's brows immediately furrowed. Because Ning Xian would definitely choose Yifeng. Kid, what exactly did you do to my wife? Ning Fu Gui asked angrily. Yifeng found it hard to answer. He couldn't just say he did nothing but had just pressed your wife down on the couch. Old Ning, we are getting older, it doesn't matter as long as Xiao Xian is happy, Chen Xiu said. After all, regardless of whether Yifeng had money, in some aspects, Ning Xian would definitely be very happy. Thank you, Mom, Ning Xian said happily. Since both mother and daughter chose Yifeng, Ning Fu Gui had no choice. At that moment, Duan Yu suddenly received a phone call. What did you say? Duan Yu's face turned pale. Uncle Ning, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Duan Yu quickly left the rental apartment. He had just received a call from a friend, who told him a huge piece of news. That is, Yifeng dug out Shen Aoshua's kidney at her wedding, and now both the Shen and Su families were looking for him. It was said that a moon-level expert had even been dispatched. Moon-level experts were few even in the entire Jiangdu. Such big shots, even the Su family, worth hundreds of billions, would not dare to provoke. Moreover, Ning Xian had caused a scene at the wedding, so the Shin and Su families would definitely not let her go. Fortunately, if they really take Ning Xian back, I would be doomed. Duan Yu swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. In the rental apartment, the elderly couple began to pack their things. Yifeng, get out here. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from downstairs. The sound was like thunder, making people's ears ache. Clearly, it was a powerful martial artist. Gao Yuanshan had arrived. Following Gao Yuanshan were people from the Shun and Su families. Even Shen Aoshue was pushed over in a wheelchair. Moreover, several doctors in white coats were waiting nearby. Clearly, they were prepared to replace Shen Aoshue's kidney with Yifeng's on the spot. Ning Fu Gui glanced downstairs and was immediately startled. He naturally recognized Shen Aoshue's family. Clearly, the visitors were not friendly. Yifeng, why did Shen Aoshue come to find you? Chen Xiu also frowned and asked. It's nothing, uncle and aunt, you guys leave first, I'll handle it, Yifeng said with a calm expression. The elderly couple quickly supported Ning Xian, too lazy to even pack their things. You should leave too, Yifeng said to Du Gaoming. Master, I already know about your situation. In this Jiangdu, I still have some use. Du Gaoming had no intention of leaving. Soon, a group of people arrived downstairs. The person you are looking for is me, let the others go first. Yifeng glanced around and found that there were actually over 100 people, but he paid no attention to them, his gaze landing on an elderly man with graying hair, hands clasped behind his back. The one who had just shouted for him to get down should be this old man. Leave? Today, no one is leaving, Shen Wanguo said with a fierce expression. Let them go. Yifeng coldly commanded. Let them go, I only want to kill Yifeng. The others, I don't care about, Gao Yuanshan said indifferently. Since Gao Yuanshan had said so, Shen Wanguo naturally had to relent. Moreover, as long as Yifeng was dead, he could easily deal with Ning Xian's family, right? Yifeng dared to dig out his daughter's kidney and even blinded her. He wanted to kill everyone related to Yifeng. Yifeng. Ning Xian was unwilling to leave. Don't worry, Sister Xian. You all go out. I've sent someone to pick you up. Just wait for me at home, Yifeng reassured Ning Xian. In the end, Ning Xian was pulled away by the elderly couple. Yifeng, today, I will personally dig out your kidney, Shenao Xue shouted at Yifeng. With Gao Yuanshan present today, Yifeng was undoubtedly going to die. Yifeng looked at the fierce Shenao Xue, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Shenao Xue, are you so sure he can handle me? Yifeng, I know you become a formidable martial artist, but do you know who he is? He is a moon-level expert. Are you still a moon-level expert? Shenao Xue scoffed. Of course, I am not a moon-level expert, Yifeng replied. Hee, since you know you're not my match, kneel down and beg me now. Immediately hand over your kidney, and I'll let Mr. Gao give you a quick end. Shenao Xue regained her arrogance. Just then, Du Gaoming suddenly walked over to Gao Yuanshan. Mr. Gao, I am Du Gaoming from the Rejuvenation Hall. I hope you can consider my face. Slap. However, before Du Gaoming could finish his words, Gao Yuanshan slapped him to the ground. His face became swollen, and blood flowed from his mouth. What Rejuvenation Hall? What Du Gaoming? I've never even heard of it, Gao Yuanshan said disdainfully. However, he had actually held back, otherwise, that slap could have scared Du Gaoming to death. The attack of a moon-level expert, even at 1/10 of its strength, was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Du Gaoming slowly got up and continued, Mr. Gao, as long as you can spare my master, I can. Slap. Du Gaoming was once again slapped down by Gao Yuanshan. What are you? You think you deserve my consideration? Get lost, or next time, whether you can still live is uncertain, Gao Yuanshan said with an extremely cold expression. But Du Gaoming still stood up and walked back to Gao Yuanshan. Mr. Gao, damn it, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Gao Yuanshan was also enraged. A moon-level expert in Jiangdu, apart from a few he dared not provoke, everyone else was like ants to him. He could kill them at will. Gao Yuanshan slapped Du Gaoming again. This time, he used 30% of his strength. 30% of his strength was enough to turn Du Gaoming's head into mush. However, this time, he did not hit Du Gaoming. His hand was caught by Yifeng. One should still look at the owner when hitting a dog. Although he did not acknowledge Du Gaoming as his disciple, Du Gaoming's actions still moved him somewhat. Du Gaoming, step back, Yifeng said lightly. Master, I am incompetent. Du Gaoming sighed and slowly retreated. He had thought that with his reputation in Jiangdu, Gao Yuanshan might give him some face, but unexpectedly, Gao Yuanshan truly gave him no face at all. There was no way around it. Although the doctor was highly respected, he was nothing in front of a powerful martial artist. Seeing that Yifeng had actually caught his attack with 3/10 of his strength, Gao Yuanshan was slightly taken aback. To be able to withstand 3/10 of my power, you must at least be a high-level star martial artist. I heard you have only been training for 3 years. You must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity. Yifeng, have you obtained some remarkable technique? If you present your cultivation method to me, I might consider sparing your life. Gao Yuanshan squinted his eyes. 3 years, from an ordinary person to a high-level star martial artist, was simply unbelievable. It took him over 30 years to reach the high-level star rank, and another 30 years to reach the moon level. Yet Yifeng had achieved in 3 years what had taken him over 30 years, which clearly indicated that Yifeng had encountered some fortuitous event. Mr. Gao, why waste words with him? Just cripple him first, then torture him thoroughly. No matter how good his cultivation method is, he will have to hand it over obediently, right? Upon hearing Gao Yuanshan's words, Shenao Xue became anxious. If Gao Yuanshan let Yifeng go, she would be in trouble. That's true, Gao Yuanshan nodded. In his eyes, Yi Feng was nothing more than meat on the chopping block. Although his cultivation was only at the initial moon level, even that was far stronger than a high-level star martial artist. Shinaoxue, originally, I had retrieved my belongings and avenged Xiao Xian, so our grievances should have been settled. Yet you insist on provoking me. If he can't take me down today, then I will take one of your arms, Yi Feng said indifferently. Yi Feng, you're still stubborn even when death is imminent. Mr. Gao, please take action and cripple this arrogant fool, Shinaoxue huffed. Yi Feng shook his head upon hearing this. Shinaoxue, I hope you won't regret it. I will never regret it in my life. Yi Feng, you are a waste. Even if you become a martial artist, you will still be a waste. I will always be the woman you can never have. Shinaoxue screamed in anger. Her hatred for Yi Feng had reached its peak, as even if she dug out Yi Feng's kidney and transplanted it back, he would still be forever blind. Kid, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, just obediently let me cripple you. Gao Yuanshan stepped forward and instantly appeared a few meters in front of Yi Feng, raising his hand to grab Yi Feng's arm, intending to twist it off. With the strength of a moon-level expert, he could easily tear off Yi Feng's arm. However, after several attempts to twist it, Yi Feng's arm remained completely still. At that moment, Gao Yuanshan finally realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Yi Feng grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. The next moment, a palm struck his chest. Gao Yuanshan immediately felt as if he had been hit by a train, stumbling back several steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud, dead on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes. A powerful moon-level expert was killed by Yi Feng just like that? Was it real or fake? To be able to kill a moon-level expert in 3 years was simply terrifying. However, upon hearing the sound of Gao Yuanshan falling, Shinaoxue thought it was Yi Feng who had been knocked down. She immediately burst into laughter. Ha, Yi Feng, now you know how powerful Mr. Gao is, right? But it's too late for you to beg for mercy now. Seeing Shinaoxue's arrogant expression, Yi Feng smiled wickedly and said, he is indeed quite powerful. He didn't even manage to land a single blow. Of course, Mr. Gao is a moon-level expert. How could you possibly withstand his strike? Just as Shinaoxue finished speaking, she suddenly realized something was off because Yi Feng's tone didn't sound like someone who had been injured. Moreover, the sound wasn't coming from the ground. So, could it be that the one who was knocked down was not Yi Feng? What on earth is going on? Shinaoxue couldn't see and could only ask others. Mr. Gao, he was killed by Yi Feng. Shenhuangwu said, trembling all over. What? Shinaoxue was instantly stunned. Gao Yuanshan was a moon-level expert. Just now, she hadn't even heard the sounds of fighting before he was killed. Does that mean he was killed by Yi Feng in an instant? Shinaoxue, I just said, if he can't take you down today, I want one of your arms. Are you ready? Yi Feng walked towards Shinaoxue. Shinaoxue never expected that even Gao Yuanshan wasn't Yi Feng's opponent, and she panicked immediately. Quick, protect me. She wanted her bodyguards to protect her. Unfortunately, if even Gao Yuanshan was killed, who would dare to step up? Tiangu, save me. Shinaoxue could only call for Su Tiancheng. Su Tiancheng didn't dare to speak. Although his brother was definitely stronger than Yi Feng, his brother wasn't back yet. Yi Feng arrived in front of Shinaoxue and grabbed one of her arms. It might hurt a bit, bear with it. Yi Feng began to exert force, preparing to crush Shinaoxue's arm directly. Yi Feng, let me go. I don't actually want your second kidney. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you who wants your kidney. Shinaoxue felt her bones were about to be crushed and hurriedly said. Hearing Shinaoxue's words, Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. He thought his second kidney hadn't survived in Shinaoxue's body, but now it seemed there might be more to it. Aoxue, you can't say that. If you do, our Shin family is finished. Shenhuangwu shouted anxiously at Shinaoxue. Shinaoxue was taken aback and quickly shut her mouth. Indeed, Yi Feng was very terrifying now. But the person who wanted Yi Feng's kidney was even more terrifying. Speak! Yi Feng increased the pressure in his grip, making Shinaoxue's bones crack, as if they could shatter at any moment. I won't say. This time, Shinaoxue was somewhat defiant. Despite sweating from the pain, she still refused to speak, because if she didn't say anything, Yi Feng might just dislocate her arm. But if she did, the Shin family would cease to exist. In front of that colossal figure, even the already billion-scale Shin family was nothing but ants. Ah, it hurts so much, help! Yi Feng, spare me! Shinaoxue pleaded in agony. Spare you? If I were the one defeated today, would you spare me? Looking at this woman who once treated him like a dog, Yi Feng felt no pity. If he weren't Gao Yuanshan's opponent today, he would probably end up having his kidney forcibly taken out just like 3 years ago. However, he didn't plan to torture Shen Aoxue any longer. With a swift motion, Yifeng severed one of Shen Aoxue's arms. He kept his word. If he said he wanted one of Shen Aoxue's arms, he would take it. Ah! Shen Aoxue screamed and fainted. Yifeng no longer paid attention to Shen Aoxue. Instead, he grabbed Shen Wangue by the collar and lifted him up. Speaking in a chilling tone, Shen Wangue, tell me, where did my other kidney go? Yifeng, even if you kill me, I won't tell you, Shen Wangue said, though he was terrified inside. Kill you? That would be too easy for you. I want you and Shen Aoxue to experience what Xinjie has gone through these past 3 years. Yifeng carelessly threw Shen Wangue to the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Tiancheng quickly took his people and fled. The current Yifeng was clearly not someone he could deal with. It was better to wait for his brother to return before confronting Yifeng. Yifeng didn't stop him. Su Tiancheng better not provoke him, otherwise, he wouldn't mind eliminating Su Tiancheng as well. As for the Shen family, they would definitely seek help from the forces behind them. He would find out sooner or later who took his second kidney. No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. Yifeng walked towards the exit of the community. As he walked, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Yifeng? Yifeng turned around and immediately saw a figure as thin as a bamboo pole, staring at him. Do we know each other? Although Yifeng felt that the person in front of him seemed somewhat familiar, he couldn't recognize him. Yifeng, it's really you. You're still alive. It's me, Fatty. The thin man, upon seeing Yifeng's face, rushed over with excitement. Perhaps because he ran too fast, he started coughing violently as soon as he reached Yifeng. You're Fatty? Yifeng looked him up and down and finally recognized who he was. It was his best friend Li Taizhu from his time at Aoxue Group. They lived in the same dormitory, commuted to work together, ate in the cafeteria together, watched movies together, practiced traditional crafts together, and secretly had crushes on Shen Aoxue. They were so close they could share the same pair of pants. However, after Yifeng married into the Shen family, they saw each other less frequently. Yifeng looked at Li Taizhu with a puzzled expression. In the past, Li Taizhu had been as strong as an ox, standing at 185 meters tall and weighing over 100 kilograms, with a robust physique. But now, he was as thin as a reed, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Moreover, after running just a few meters, he was already panting, and one of his legs was slightly lame. I thought I heard someone calling Yifeng, so I came out to take a look. I didn't expect it to really be you. I knew you wouldn't be dead. Cough cough. Seeing Yifeng, Li Taizhu was visibly excited, but after just a couple of sentences, he started coughing again. Yifeng gently patted Li Taizhu's back a couple of times, and his coughing finally stopped. What happened to you? Yifeng asked, puzzled. It's all for you, you brat. I heard from Sister Xin that it was Shen Aoxue who harmed you, so I wanted to catch that woman and see if she had 2 kidneys in her body. But I ran into Hong Tao, and I didn't expect that old guy to be so tough. He slapped me, and I still haven't recovered. Damn it, now it seems you're fine, and my slap was for nothing, Li Taizhu said casually. He spoke casually, but Yifeng felt a pang in his heart. Li Taizhu was very strong, usually keeping 3 to 5 people at bay, but Hong Tao was a level 3 martial artist, so Li Taizhu was naturally no match for him. When Yifeng was patting Li Taizhu's back just now, he had already secretly checked Li Taizhu's body. Li Taizhu's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all had varying degrees of damage, and he was limping on one leg. Even his lungs only had half their function left. It was a miracle he was still alive. Clearly, it was not as simple as he claimed, just being slapped by Hong Tao. I'm sorry, Fatty, it's all my fault, Yifeng said, choking up. What are you talking about, brother? If it weren't for me not being a match for that dog Hong Tao, I would have definitely sent Shen Aoxue to the hospital. If she really has 2 kidneys, I would have dug them out and burned them for you, Li Taizhu said fiercely. Good brother, I won't let your injury be in vain. Yifeng gritted his teeth. Little did he know, upon hearing this, Li Taizhu's expression changed, and he said, you better not act recklessly. That dog Hong Tao is really powerful, I'm no match for him. I know Shen Aoxue has remarried Su Tiancheng, and you must be unhappy about it, but the Shen family now is not what it used to be, and they have the Su family backing them. Crushing us would be as easy as squashing an ant. It's better not to provoke them. Right now, crushing the Shen family is as easy as crushing an ant for me. Yifeng said, you better stop bragging. Crushing the Shen family is as easy as crushing an ant? Who do you think you are, the god of war? But speaking of which, during the 3 years you were married to Shen Aoxue, did you ever touch that woman? How was it? Li Taizhu suddenly asked with a lewd expression. After all, both Li Taizhu and Yifeng had secretly had crushes on Shen Aoxue back then. Yifeng shook his head. Damn, what a huge loss. This woman has no conscience at all. You donated a kidney to her, and she won't even let you touch her," Li Taizhu said angrily. Then he winked at Yifeng and said, "How about it, Yifeng? Let's find a chance to kidnap Xiaoshui and teach her how to be a woman." Yifeng's mouth twitched. This guy was still the same despite everything. He helplessly shook his head and said, "Even if you see her now, you might not want to sleep with her." "Li Taizhu, you bastard, hiding here, I've finally caught you." While the two were chatting, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Then, a dozen people rushed over and surrounded Li Taizhu. The leader was a bald man with a fierce expression. "Changgu, I wasn't hiding from you. I'm just busy making money to pay you back." Seeing the bald man, Li Taizhu seemed a bit scared and said with a flattering face, "Li Taizhu, stop pretending. What's the matter? Last time I broke one of your legs, didn't it teach you a lesson? If you don't pay me back today, I'll break your other leg too." Changgu said coldly, "Did you break Fatty's leg?" Yifeng frowned upon hearing this. He thought Li Taizhu's leg was broken by Hong Tao, but it turned out it was this Changgu who did it. "Ah, that's right. I broke it because he didn't pay me back. So, what? Are you going to pay for him?" Changgu glanced at Yifeng and snorted coldly. "Changgu, it has nothing to do with him. I will definitely pay you back." Li Taizhu quickly limped over and stood in front of Yifeng. "I've heard you say that hundreds of times. Today, I won't let you pay me back. I'll just break your hands and feet," Changgu said as he prepared to make a move. But the next moment, Yifeng kicked him down to the ground. "Damn it, how dare you hit me? You're looking for death. Get him," Changgu shouted. Instantly, a dozen people charged at Yifeng. "Yi Zi, I'll hold them off. You run," Li Taizhu shouted to Yifeng. Seeing this scene, Yifeng felt a pang in his heart. In the past, when they fought, it was always Li Taizhu who stood in front to let him escape. Back then, Li Taizhu was as strong as an ox. Just standing there gave a sense of security. But now, he was weak and still stood in front of Yifeng. "Fatty, this time, I'll protect you." Yifeng patted Li Taizhu's shoulder, and the next moment, he moved. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few seconds, all the people Changgu brought were knocked down by Yifeng. "Damn, when did you become so fierce?" Li Taizhu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. After knocking down Chang Ji's men, Yifeng approached Changgu and stepped on his leg, preparing to crush it. "Do you know whose man I am?" Changgu said, sweating from the pain. "I don't care who you are." Yifeng didn't waste words. With a crunch, he directly crushed Chang Ji's leg at the knee. "Ah, you bastard, you're dead." Changgu cursed loudly. In response to his curse, Yifeng crushed Chang Ji's other knee as well. From then on, Changgu would have to spend his life in a wheelchair. Still cursing? Yifeng squinted his eyes. Changgu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage as if they could spit fire. But he didn't dare to curse Yifeng anymore. "How much does he owe you? I'll pay it back. Come to the Imperial Mansion to find me," Yifeng said coldly. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, everyone thought he meant for them to go to the underworld to find him, and they were instantly terrified. They hurriedly carried Changgu away, fearing that if they were late, Yifeng would really send them to the underworld. After Chang Ji's men left, Li Taizhu's face looked very grim. He didn't speak, seemingly lost in thought. "Yi Zi, come with me." Li Taizhu pulled Yifeng and walked upstairs. In the end, they were taken to a dilapidated rental house. Li Taizhu pulled out a plastic bag from under the bedboard, opened it, and inside was filled with money. But it was all small change, mostly 1 and 5 yuan bills, with very few over 10 yuan. However, combined, it should amount to over 1,000 yuan. "Yezi, take this money and leave Jiangdu quickly," Li Taizhu said with a serious expression. "Why should I leave?" Yifeng asked, puzzled. "Yezi, do you know who you just crippled?" "Who?" "His name is Changgu, and he is one of the 4 great thugs." "4 great thugs? What the hell is that?" "Hey, don't worry about it, just listen to your brother. Buy a ticket and leave now, there's still time. Once the 4 great thugs find out you crippled one of their own, you won't be able to run," Li Taizhu urged. Seeing the worried look on Li Taizhu's face, Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, "Fatty, from today on, we only bully others, no one can bully us." "Yezi, I'm not joking with you. Don't think the money is little. I have no labor capacity right now and can only get this much. Take the money and leave quickly," Li Taizhu said anxiously. Although Yifeng had defeated Changgu, the 4 great thugs were not to be trifled with. "Yezi, can't you just listen to your brother? Damn it, what are you shouting about? Can't a person sleep?" At that moment, a woman in pajamas, somewhat attractive but around 40 years old, walked in and immediately scolded, "Li Taizhu, you damn cripple, are you calling for your soul?" Then, seeing the money in Li Taizhu's hand, her eyes lit up, and she immediately tried to snatch it. Li Taiju, so you actually have money. You dare to owe me money. Lily, this money is for my brother's travel expenses, don't snatch it, Li Taiju said, a bit anxious. The woman named Lily didn't care and insisted on grabbing it. Yi Feng caught her arm. What are you doing stealing Fatty's money? Yi Feng frowned. What do you mean stealing? This is what he owes me. I served him for a whole night, and he actually says he wants to owe me. In all these years, it's the first time I've encountered someone who owes for a night's stay. If it weren't for feeling sorry for him, I would have crippled him myself. Lily shouted. It turned out that Lily was a woman of the night. No, she should be called an older sister. After hearing Lily's words, Yi Feng awkwardly let go. Lily snatched the money from Li Tieju's hand. Then, she was about to leave but ultimately took a few 10 yuan bills from the pile and handed them back to Li Taiju, saying, keep a few bucks for food, don't starve to death. After saying that, she swayed her hips and left. Seeing Lily leave with the money, Li Taiju felt a pang of heartache. Fatty, how come you even owe money to a woman of the night? Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. Hey, ever since that dog Hong Tao beat me up, my body has been getting worse day by day, and I can't do heavy work at all. That money was what I got back from the overpass, Li Taiju said with a gloomy expression. He used to be tall and strong, and although he didn't make much money, he was quite popular with women. But now, he can only turn to a 40-year-old woman of the night to solve his problems. The key was, he didn't even have money to pay her. Hearing that Li Taiju got that money back from the overpass, Yi Feng felt both heartbroken and touched. Li Taiju was clearly suffering, yet he was still willing to give him the money he had gotten. That was a true brother. Fatty, we will be brothers for life, Yi Feng said emphatically. Of course, we are brothers for life. However, you crippled Chang'o, and the 4 great thugs won't let you go. You should escape quickly. I can't escape anymore. Li Taiju sighed. Tell me, what do the 4 great thugs do? Yi Feng asked. The 4 great thugs, there are 4 of them, are the kings of the underground forces in Jiangdu. The Black Society? No. Although they are underground forces, they are completely different from the gangs you imagine. They even have their own legal team. You could say they operate in both the legal and illegal realms. Brother Chang is in charge of the gray industry, specifically loan sharking. I borrowed tens of thousands from them, and they want me to pay back over $1 million. The most critical part is that they not only have a lot of people, but each one is a master, especially the 4 notorious female bandits, who are incredibly powerful. In Jiangdu, very few dare to provoke them, Li Taiju explained. As he spoke, there was a hint of admiration in his voice. After all, at least half of the men in Jiangdu dream of becoming subordinates of the 4 notorious bandits. It's simply because all 4 of them are women, and each one is stunningly beautiful. It is said that their leader is a breathtaking beauty, capable of captivating an entire nation. No matter how tough a man is, he softens in her presence. Yezi, now you know how formidable they are, right? Li Taiju swallowed hard. I know, but I'm not running, Yi Feng replied. Why won't you listen to your brother? Li Taiju said, a bit anxious. Fatty, let me see your leg first, Yi Feng said, preparing to treat Li Tieju's injuries. No need to look, my leg is completely ruined, Li Taiju shook his head. His leg could have been treated, but due to a lack of money, the treatment was delayed, and he ended up limping. Now, even if he were sent to the best hospital, recovery was out of the question. But Yi Feng ignored Li Taiju and took out the 9 turns golden needle. Yezi, you know medicine? Li Taiju asked, curious. I know a lot more, I'll tell you slowly later, Yi Feng said, not elaborating. Some things, even if he explained, Li Taiju wouldn't believe. No matter how powerful the 4 notorious bandits are, can they compare to the 3,000 beautiful angels under Yesha? Under the influence of the 9 turns golden needle and Yi Feng's internal energy, not only was Li Tieju's limp leg treated, but all his other hidden injuries were healed as well. Yezi, I'm really better. Li Taiju could hardly believe that Yi Feng had truly healed him. Yi Feng, we should still run, he said, but soon his expression fell. He was still worried about retaliation from the 4 notorious bandits. Yi Feng knew that if he didn't show his skills, Li Taiju wouldn't feel at ease. So, he walked to the security door and closed it. Then, he gently slapped the door. With a muffled sound, the security door fell down. Damn! This scene left Li Taiju dumbfounded. Oh no, my door. After a moment, Li Taiju let out a painful cry. Now you believe me, right? The 4 notorious bandits better not come looking for trouble. If they dare to come, I'll bring them to be your wives, Yi Feng said with a smile. Have the 4 notorious bandits be his wives? Li Taiju couldn't help but swallow hard. He had only seen the 4 bandits from a distance, never closer than 10 meters. But their looks, their figures, their aura indeed made one itch with desire. If he could bring one home as a wife, wouldn't that be a dream come true? Li Tieju's eyes were already filled with visions. Alright, Yezi, I'll trust you this once. At worst, we'll both be exposed by the 4 notorious bandits, Li Taiju said cheerfully. His personality was inherently fearless. The only reason he wanted Yifeng to leave was that he didn't want him to get hurt. Don't worry, they can't expose us. We can expose them instead, Yifeng said as he took Li Taiju out of the rental apartment, planning to bring him to his courtyard, where there were plenty of rooms. Jiangdu Hospital. Shen Aoshui entered. Without a kidney, her body was already very weak, and after Yifeng had cut off one of her arms, she was even weaker. Shen Wanguo hesitated for a long time before finally taking out his phone and dialing a number. This was a number he dared not call lightly. The first time he dialed this number, the Shen family's fortune skyrocketed from 1 billion to 100 billion. This was his second time calling. Clearly, Yifeng had become an extremely powerful martial artist. Even the moon-level expert Gao Yuanshan was killed in an instant. This was no longer something the Shen family or the Su family could handle. Only the one who took Yifeng's kidney might be able to resolve it. Is it Black Old? After the call connected, Shen Wanguo said respectfully, "Who are you?" An elderly voice came from the other end of the line, clearly indicating that the other party no longer remembered Shen Wanguo. "I am Shen Wanguo. Back then, you promised to help our Shen family with 2 matters. Now, I would like to ask for your assistance." "Alright, I will send someone," the old man said before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, the old man turned to a young man in front of him who was practicing breathing exercises and said, "Xiao Wu, the Shen family is in trouble. You go and take care of it." "Yes, master." The young man opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in them. Although he was only in his 20s, his aura was incredibly strong. He was actually a martial arts master. A martial arts master is a practitioner above the sun level, a true martial arts expert. After the young man left, a young girl came running in. Grandpa hey, I'm here. Are you there?" the girl shouted as she ran. "Meow meow, Grandpa Hey is here." The old man in the black robe looked at the girl with a doting expression. "Grandpa Hey, did you call me for something?" The girl's delicate voice was like silver bells. She was very beautiful, with skin whiter than snow, a slim figure, and long legs, dressed in casual wear and tight jeans, looking quite alluring. "It's nothing, I just haven't seen you in a long time and wanted to see you," the old man in the black robe replied with a smile. However, at that moment, the girl suddenly felt weak and almost fell to the ground, but was caught by the old man in the black robe. "Meow meow, are you alright?" the old man asked with concern. "Grandpa Hey, I'm fine, just feeling a bit fatigued. I should be okay after a rest." "Well then, Grandpa Hey, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back now." The old man in the black robe nodded. After the girl left, a burly old man walked out from the inner hall. He looked at the old man in the black robe and frowned, asking, "How is Meow Meow's condition?" The old man in the black robe frowned even more tightly and said, "Not very optimistic. At most, in half a year, that kidney will fail." The burly old man pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I remember, that girl from the Shin family also had a kidney back then. It's been 3 years. Every day I've dreamed of leaving this place, and now that I'm really about to go, I find I'm a bit reluctant." As he was leaving, Li Taiju stood at the door of the rental room, feeling a sense of reluctance. Yifeng glanced at the window covered by a bedsheet next to him, which belonged to the brothel girl Lily, and smiled. "You must be reluctant to part with Sister Lily." Li Tieju's face instantly turned red. No way, no way. "How about I give you 5 minutes to say goodbye?" Yifeng had an expression that said he understood. "Damn it, Yi, you really underestimate me. I need at least half an hour," Li Taiju said, then rummaged through his empty pockets, ultimately shaking his head and saying, "Forget it. Why must we meet again if we never knew each other?" Li Taiju still had some feelings for Lily. After all, he and Sister Lily were not well regarded in the eyes of others. Some even insulted them, calling them a brothel girl and a beggar, a match made in heaven. Yifeng naturally knew that Li Taiju didn't want to say goodbye, but perhaps he was just short on money. He immediately walked over and knocked on Sister Lily's door. "Who is it?" A relatively pleasant voice came through. It was Sister Lily's, but it was deliberately mixed with the tone of a 40-year-old woman, which was quite off-putting. Sister Lily opened the door and, upon seeing Yifeng and Li Taiju, immediately became furious. "Li Taiju, are you trying to die? Don't you know I work late at night and need to sleep during the day? Why are you knocking?" Sister Lily scolded angrily. Sister Lily, I'm leaving," Li Taiju said softly. "Just go then, don't make a fuss," Sister Lily said as she slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Li Taiju felt a bit lost. After all, they had been neighbors for 2 years. In their lowest moments, they had embraced each other for warmth and helped each other heal their wounds. It seemed the old saying was true, actors are heartless, and whores are ungrateful. Perhaps, in Sister Lily's eyes, Lee Taiju was just a guest, and a non-paying one at that. Let's go, Yezi. After standing at Sister Lily's door for a long time, Lee Taiju finally shook his head and turned away, his face full of disappointment. Just then, Sister Lily's door suddenly opened. Her head popped out. At that moment, Sister Lily had already put on her makeup. Although it was just light makeup, she looked much better. Lee Taiju, Sister Lily called out. Sister Lily, what's the matter? Lee Taiju turned back, somewhat confused. Come in, Sister Lily said to him. Lee Taiju seemed to understand something, but ultimately shook his head and said, I don't have any money. You don't need to pay this time. Upon hearing Sister Lily's words, a look of wild joy appeared on Lee Taiju's face. Yezi, wait for me for half an hour. He then excitedly rushed towards Sister Lily. Bang! The rental room was slammed shut. Seeing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He thought of Shinao Shui. That woman seemed virtuous on the surface, with a face that could bring disaster to the nation. But inside, she was so cold and heartless that she could even kill her own husband. Yet Sister Lily, just an aging escort, was much more affectionate and loyal than Shinao Shui. Perhaps, in her youth, she had also been glamorous. Although Lee Taiju boasted that Yifeng should wait for him for half an hour, he knew he would be back in at most 5 minutes. Ever since he got injured, his abilities had declined significantly. However, what he didn't know was that all the injuries on his body had healed. Time suddenly flew by. An hour later. Why are you so strong today? Sister Lily asked, panting. When have I not been strong? Lee Taiju replied, a bit cocky. Keep bragging. I know you too well, and I noticed your leg seems to be fine now. Sister Lily asked curiously. That's all thanks to my brother Yifeng, Lee Taiju said with a silly grin. Are you coming back? Sister Lily asked. Probably not. Sister Lily crawled out of bed, revealing her relatively smooth back. Her figure was quite nice, and it was clear that young Sister Lily must have been a beauty. She pulled out an iron box from under the bed, opened it, and handed the money she had taken from Lee Taiju back to him. This won't do. You didn't even take my money today. Lee Taiju felt embarrassed to accept the money. Take it. Your brother doesn't look like an ordinary person. Following him will definitely lead to success. Consider it my investment. If you get rich in the future, don't forget your Sister Lily. Sister Lily kissed Lee Taiju on the cheek and said, looking at the hint of affection in Sister Lily's eyes, Lee Taiju was suddenly moved and said, how about this, Sister Lily, why don't you come with me? I can support you now that I'm better and can work. Why would I go with you? You haven't even made a name for yourself yet. Sister Lily smiled lightly, but her eyes were filled with tears. Sister Lily, get lost. Lee Taiju wanted to say something more, but Sister Lily kicked him off the bed. He had no choice but to silently get dressed and leave. My name is Yen Li. As Lee Taiju was closing the door, Sister Lily's voice came through. This was the first time Lee Taiju learned Sister Lily's name. Sister Yen Li, wait for me to make a name for myself, and I will definitely come back to get you, Lee Taiju silently vowed in his heart. The two left the dilapidated neighborhood together. If you can't bear to part with her, just marry her, Yifeng joked, seeing Lee Taiju's dejected face. That's impossible, Lee Taiju shook his head. What's wrong? Do you find her unworthy? Some people have clean bodies, but their hearts are unknown to be so dirty, while others may have dirty bodies, yet their souls are very pure, Yifeng said. Yi, it's not that I look down on her for being a courtesan. It's mainly the age difference between us. She could be my aunt. Lee Taiju scratched his head. Actually, she isn't that old. She might have suffered from some illness that caused her to age prematurely, Yifeng replied. Really? Lee Taiju's face lit up at the words. Yifeng said, you still have time to go back and pick her up. Lee Taiju felt a stir in his heart but ultimately gave up. After all, he hadn't made a name for himself yet. Especially since Yifeng had taken down Brother Chang's men, he didn't even know if he could get past the 4 notorious bandits. I'll talk about it when I've made a name for myself, Lee Taiju sighed. Yifeng didn't say much more. After all, matters of the heart were not something he could interfere with. Perhaps Lee Taiju didn't really like Yanli. It was just that they had both fallen on hard times and found some solace in each other. If Lee Taiju became successful in the future and still remembered Yanli, it would mean he truly liked her. At that time, he would help Yanli heal her illness and restore her youthful appearance. After leaving the community, Yifeng saw the waiting Hongya from a distance. Yi, run. If we're late, it will be too late. Lee Taiju suddenly grabbed him and ran. Yifeng was bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Do you know who I just saw? I saw the Rakshasa. If she catches us, we're done for, Lee Taiju said as they ran. What Rakshasa? The Rakshasa, one of the 4 notorious bandits. The 4 are Rakshasa, Azura, Widow, and Demonis. I didn't expect her to come so quickly, she must know you took down Brother Chang, Li Taiju said, still shaken. After saying that, he couldn't help but look back, only to see a fiery red figure chasing after them. Instantly, he was terrified. It's over, Yi Zi, she's coming after us. We can't escape, Li Taiju said as he ran. Yi Feng glanced back at the approaching Hong Ye and said, is the Rakshasa you mentioned the woman in the red qipao behind us? That's right, it's her. I've seen her before. One of my underlings accidentally got her skirt dirty. She said it was fine, to be careful, looking all kind and gentle, but in the blink of an eye, she killed that guy. When she said be careful, she meant for him to be careful in his next life. It's over, it's over. We're doomed. Li Taiju was scared out of his wits. Then there's no need to run, Yi Feng said, directly grabbing Li Taiju. Yi Zi, are you crazy? Run. If we don't run now, it will be too late. That's the Rakshasa, a female demon who kills without blinking, Li Taiju shouted. But Yi Feng refused to move. Seeing Yi Feng stand still, Li Taiju had no choice but to watch as the woman in the red qipao drew closer. The woman was incredibly fast. Despite wearing high heels and a qipao, her speed was not hindered at all, and in an instant, she was right in front of them. Rakshasa, if you have a grudge, come at me. It has nothing to do with my brother. Even though Li Taiju was trembling in fear, he still stood in front of Yi Feng, wanting to protect him. The woman in the red qipao approached closer. Her face showed no expression, as if in her eyes, Li Taiju was already a dead man. Finally, when she was only a few meters away, Li Taiju fell to his knees in front of the woman and bowed his head. Sister Rakshasa, please spare us, you have a big heart. However, the Rakshasa didn't even glance at Li Taiju. She walked straight up to Yi Feng and knelt on one knee. Young master, I have already instructed someone to send the young mistress back to the imperial mansion. Is there anything else you would like to command? Li Taiju was so scared that he lost his wits, hearing only the words imperial mansion, thinking it was the underworld, and he began to bang his head on the ground. Alright, fatty, we're on the same side. Stop kneeling, you'll wear out the road. Yi Feng said, speechless. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Li Taiju finally lifted his head. Then, he saw Luocha half kneeling in front of Yi Feng. His eyes widened instantly. Yi Zi, what's going on? Li Taiju couldn't understand the situation before him. Yi Feng looked at Hong Ye and asked, Hong Ye, you are one of the 4 great bandits? Replying to the young master, Hong Ye is one of the 4 great bandits, Luocha, Hong Ye said respectfully. Yi Zi, I didn't hear wrong just now, did I? The bandit Luocha actually calls you young master? Li Taiju swallowed hard, thinking he was dreaming. You didn't hear wrong, she is my maid. Get up, don't embarrass me. Yi Feng said irritably. Yi Feng's words shocked Li Taiju to the core. Yi Feng actually said that the terrifying Luocha was his maid. Is this a joke? The truth proved that Yi Feng was not joking. At this moment, Yi Feng finally understood that his maid seemed to be quite extraordinary, having such an identity in Jiangdu. Hong Ye, you are at least someone of status, so don't call me young master in the future, just call me Yi Feng, and don't kneel down all the time. Yi Feng said, young master, this is an order. Yes, young master. Still calling me young master? Yes, Yi Feng. Hong Ye finally uttered Yi Feng's name, but it sounded a bit awkward. After all, as a maid, how could she directly call her master's name? But she also dared not disobey Yi Feng's order. Seeing this scene, Li Taiju felt as if he were watching a sci-fi movie. He had been scared before, fearing the revenge of the 4 great bandits. But unexpectedly, the 4 great bandits turned out to be Yi Feng's maids. Wouldn't that mean they could walk sideways in Jiangdu from now on? Especially working under the 4 great bandits was a dream for many men. But now, the 4 great bandits had actually become Yi Feng's subordinates. This twist was hard for Li Taiju to accept for a moment. Hong Ye, this is my brother, Li Taiju, Yi Feng introduced. Mr. Li, hello. Hong Ye immediately greeted Li Taiju politely. No need to be so polite to him, just call him fatty, Yi Feng said. Of course, Hong Ye didn't dare, and was once again forced by Yi Feng's command. Fat. Tai, hello, my name is Hong Ye. Hong Ye greeted again. Hey, Yi Zi, I'm not fat anymore. Can you stop calling me fatty? Li Taiju said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at Hong Ye's stunning face. Hong Ye, let's go back. The 3 of them took a car back to the imperial residence. At the imperial residence, at this time, Ning Xin and the others had already moved in. This environment is quite nice, but this house is too old, isn't it? It's actually made of wood. Yeah, if I had known Yi Feng was going to make us live in such a rundown place, I should have chosen Duanyu. His place is a villa, and it's in the city center. Once Xiao Xian's eyes are better, we'll go ask the old man to let us return to the Ning family. Ning Fugue and Chen Xiu supported Ning Xian as they wandered around the imperial residence, feeling quite dissatisfied with the place. Although the area was quite large, the house was made of wood, and it looked quite old, definitely not worth much. Meanwhile, Ning Xian had a worried expression on her face. She didn't know if Yi Feng could get past the Shin family. After all, the Shin and Su families were very powerful in Jiandu. Oh, by the way, the woman who just took us back seemed a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Ning Fugue suddenly recalled having seen Hongye before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. I know who she is. She's President Hong. President Hong? The one from the cosmetics company? Chen Xiu asked. That's right, she used to collaborate with the Ning family. Ning Fugue nodded. How does Yi Feng know her? What else could it be? He must be President Hong's toy boy. After all, that kid is quite handsome. Ning Fugue curled his lips. No wonder he dares to challenge the Shin family. Xiaoxin, now you know what kind of person Yi Feng is, right? He's just a man who likes to rely on women. Don't be fooled by him. Once your eyes are better, we'll move away. Chen Xiu said in a deep voice. Mom, Yi Feng isn't that kind of person. Ning Xian naturally didn't want to believe it. If he isn't that kind of person, then why did he donate a kidney to Xiaoshui? To become a son-in-law, he can even donate a kidney. What else wouldn't he do? If he isn't living off Hong Yi, then tell me, why would Hong Yi help him? Ning Fugue snorted. Ning Xian lowered her head, unsure of what to say. Don't worry, Xiaoxin, we won't expose him. We'll even teach him how to please Hong Yi. After all, we are currently living under someone else's roof, and if we have this connection with Hong Yi, who knows, we might have a chance to make a comeback. At that time, returning to the Ning family will be within reach. Although they had been kicked out of the Ning family, they still wanted to return. After all, the old man had no choice back then. If he hadn't expelled them from the family, it might not just be Ning Fugue who fell, but the entire Ning family. Not long after, Yi Feng returned. Uncle Ning, Aunt Chen, how do you feel about this place? Yi Feng asked. It's okay, although it's a bit shabby, it's livable, Chen Xiu replied casually. If you need anything, you can talk to Hong Yi. Hong Yi, if Uncle and Aunt need anything, try to meet their needs, Yi Feng said to Hong Yi beside him. Yi Feng, how can you talk to President Hong like that? Hong Yi was about to agree when Chen Xiu's voice rang out. In Chen Xiu's eyes, Yi Feng was just living off Hong Yi. Living off someone and still daring to speak to them like that? Then how should I speak? Yi Feng looked at Chen Xiu with a puzzled expression. Is this your attitude when asking someone for a favor? If you want President Hong to help you, you have to say please, understand? After saying this, Chen Xiu smiled obsequiously at Hong Yi. President Hong, this child Yi Feng is young and doesn't understand. Please don't take it to heart. I'll teach him well. Hong Yi was left bewildered by Chen Xiu's words. But after all, she was Yi Feng's mother-in-law, so she didn't dare to say anything for fear of saying the wrong thing. Yi Feng, you must be more polite to President Hong in the future, understand? Chen Xiu took on a senior's demeanor. Got it, Aunt, Yi Feng nodded. Seeing Yi Feng so obedient, Chen Xiu nodded in satisfaction. President Hong, if Yi Feng treats you poorly in the future, you can give him a good beating. Aunt will back you up. Hong Ye's mouth twitched, thinking, how could I dare to discipline him? He would discipline me instead. However, it seemed that the young master wasn't very interested in her and didn't even want to discipline her. Alright, Yi Feng, go cook. President Hong has been busy all day and must be hungry. Chen Xiu commanded. I'll go cook right away, Yi Feng said immediately. President Hong, you don't need to go. Just let Yi Feng do it. He's quite good at it. Chen Xiu knew that Yi Feng was responsible for the daily life of the Shin family and was very good at cooking. He had even cooked at her house before, and the taste was quite good. The saying goes, to win a woman's heart, you must first win her stomach. This was the best way to please Hong Yi. Yi Feng. Hong Yi didn't dare to let Yi Feng cook and could only look to him for help. It's fine, Hong Yi, I'll do it. It's been a while since Xin Jia has eaten my cooking, Yi Feng said nonchalantly. Now that's more like it. Seeing Yi Feng so agreeable, Chen Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Then, I'll go help. Hong Yi was completely thrown off by Chen Xiu's maneuvering. Yi Feng and Hong Yi went to cook together, while Ning Xian appeared somewhat unhappy. Although she didn't believe in her heart that Yi Feng was living off others, was there really no other possibility? If it weren't for Hong Yi's help, how would Ye Feng have escaped from the Shin family today? If the two had no relationship, why would Hong Ye help Ye Feng? Moreover, Ye Feng had a history of being a son-in-law. I have to say, this kid has quite the luck, being Hong Ye's little white face, Ning Fugue remarked, looking at Hong Ye's graceful figure with admiration. A woman like Hong Ye, with peak beauty and figure, and her own strength, is simply the fantasy of all men. The key is, she also seems very gentle, unlike Xiaoshui, who always has a domineering demeanor. Although Ning Fugue had actually seen Xiaoshui today, she was in a wheelchair, her eyes covered with bandages, so he didn't recognize her. What's so good about it? Do you think being a little white face is a good thing? When they like you, you can do whatever you want, but when they get bored, they'll kick you away, and you'll realize you're nothing. It seems Shinaoshua's lesson for Yefeng wasn't deep enough. Chen Xiu coldly snorted. You're right, dear, Ning Fugui agreed with Chen Xiu's words. Meanwhile, Li Taiju shook his head. He just realized that Ning Fugui's family had taken Yefeng as Hongye's little white face. But that was normal. If he hadn't seen Hongye's respectful attitude towards Yefeng, even kneeling before him, he would have thought the same. How can you be so sure that Yefeng is Hongye's little white face? What if he isn't? Li Taiju spoke up. If Yefeng isn't Hongye's little white face, then I might as well write my name backward. Exactly, if it weren't for Hongye, he wouldn't have escaped from the Shin family today. The old couple firmly believed in Yefeng's identity as a little white face. If you think so, then it must be true. Li Taiju didn't explain further. The truth would eventually come to light. When that time comes, it would surely shock Chen Xiu and the others. The two continued their discussion. Dear, you said Yefeng is missing a kidney. He shouldn't be able to do it, right? How can he still be Hongye's little white face? Ning Fugui couldn't help but ask. How would I know? Maybe Hongye just likes it that way. Chen Xiu's cheeks flushed slightly. Remembering what had happened in the rental house before, her heart raced a bit. She was also quite puzzled. Yefeng was clearly missing a kidney. How could he still be like that? However, she didn't dare to tell Ning Fugui. Ning Fugui was sensitive about that aspect, and she didn't want to hurt his pride. Soon, with Hongye's help, Yefeng prepared a table full of dishes. After dinner, everyone rested. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Yefeng followed Li Taiju out. They planned to buy some daily necessities. Although other items could be handled by Hongye, clothes and personal items still needed to be personally selected. The two arrived at a high-end men's clothing store. Ning Fugui thought Yefeng's black card only had 5,000 yuan, so he returned the card to Yefeng. Yefeng also wanted to see if there was any money on the card. Soon, they began selecting clothes. Just as Li Taiju was about to try on a piece he liked, a mocking voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Li Taiju? We sell high-end men's clothing here. Can you afford it? If you can't, don't touch it. If you dirty it, you won't be able to pay. Li Taiju turned around to see a somewhat attractive female sales clerk looking at them with a mocking expression. This sales clerk was none other than Li Tieju's ex-girlfriend. Chen Ting, Li Tieju's ex-girlfriend. They had been together since middle school, and 3 years ago, they were almost at the point of discussing marriage. But Chen Ting insisted that Li Taiju pay an 188,000 yuan betrothal gift and buy her a house before she would marry him. Li Taiju was just a worker, and he usually saved every penny, barely managing to scrape together the down payment for a house. Naturally, he couldn't come up with the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift. The key point is that Chen Ting is usually lazy and vain, relying on Li Taiju to pay for her indulgences, which means Li Taiju can never save money. In the end, she ran off with a rich man. Chen Ting, long time no see. Li Taiju didn't expect to encounter his ex-girlfriend here. What long time no see? Li Taiju, don't think I don't know. You came here on purpose to find me, right? But I already told you, we are no longer from the same world. Chen Ting finished speaking and pointed at the brand of her clothing, saying, Do you know what this is called? This is Prada, something you, a loser, can't afford. Her words made Li Tieju's expression somewhat unpleasant. After all, they had been together since their student days, so despite the 3 years that had passed, Li Taiju still felt a sense of unresolved feelings for Chen Ting. He really couldn't understand why the once so innocent girl had turned into this. However, he didn't blame Chen Ting. He could only blame himself for not being capable. How about we change to another place? Li Taiju said to Yi Feng. Why change? This is the place, Yi Feng replied, squinting his eyes. Chen Ting was just a luxury store employee, yet she really considered herself to be of a higher class? But this was quite normal, after all. Prada is a top luxury brand, and Chen Ting usually saw wealthy bosses, so her standards naturally rose. This is a common issue among many women. Because of good luck, they once dated a boyfriend who drove a Porsche, and then they start to think that only those who drive Porsches are worthy of them. Oh, isn't this the live-in son-in-law Yi Feng? You're still alive? And you're at this place, can you afford it? Do you even know what Prada is? Top luxury goods. I bet you can't even afford a pair of socks. Chen Ting mocked. Chen Ting, you can't talk to Yi like that. Li Taiju didn't care about being scolded by Chen Ting, but he wouldn't allow her to insult Yi Feng. How else should I talk to him? 3 years ago, he was just a dog of the Shin family, and now the Shin family doesn't want him anymore. He's a cursed dog. Li Taiju, I told you 3 years ago not to hang out with this waste. Look at you, aren't you getting worse? Chen Ting sneered. Slap. Li Taiju slapped Chen Ting across the face. Li Taiju, you dare hit me. Chen Ting looked at Li Taiju in disbelief. It should be noted that the old Li Taiju treated her like a queen. He wouldn't even dare to raise his voice at her, and today, he actually slapped her. If you dare to insult Yi again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Taizhu said coldly. He knew that the current Chen Ting was no longer the Chen Ting he once knew, so there was no need to be polite. Although Li Taizhu had lost weight, he was still tall, and in front of him, Chen Ting looked like a little chick, no longer daring to be mouthy. She also knew that Li Taizhu was most protective of his brother. She immediately said coldly, "Please leave. We came to buy clothes. Why should we leave?" Yi Feng replied, "In my store, there are no clothes under 10,000. I heard that Xiaoshui used to give you only 500 pocket money a month. Can you afford it?" Chen Ting snorted coldly. "Are you so sure I can't afford it?" Yi Feng squinted his eyes. "Sister Ting, what happened? Why are you chasing away customers?" At that moment, another female employee walked in from outside. She and Chen Ting were both employees here, and she had just gone to the restroom. "It's nothing, just ran into two poor losers, and I told them to leave so they wouldn't dirty our clothes," Chen Ting said with disdain. "As long as they enter the store, they are customers. How can you chase them away? You too, if you want to see any clothes, you can try them on," the female employee said gently to Yi Feng and Li Taizhu, even giving them a slight bow. This girl had a pretty good personality and was more attractive than Chen Ting. However, it should be a bit later than Chen Ting's arrival, with the word intern written on the name tag. "You have no sense at all, with your attitude, don't even think about getting a permanent position. If you want to host, then go ahead." Chen Ting sneered and ignored everyone else. The young lady began to carefully introduce the two of them. She even took down the clothes they liked for them to try on. "Aren't you afraid we won't buy anything?" Yi Feng smiled at the salesgirl. "It's fine, there's no rule that says you have to buy something when you come into the store," the salesgirl replied with a sweet smile. Yi Feng nodded and said, "All right then, wrap these few items up." "Ha!" The salesgirl was clearly taken aback, not expecting Yi Feng to actually want to buy. "What? Was I not clear enough? Well, that will cost quite a bit." The salesgirl seemed to doubt Yi Feng's purchasing power. "What? Are you afraid I don't have money?" Yi Feng frowned. "Of course not. Then, I really will wrap them up. Go ahead. Don't say I didn't warn you. If these clothes get dirty, you'll have to buy them yourself, and you won't be able to sell them for what they're worth." At this moment, Chen Ting coldly huffed. The salesgirl immediately felt a bit scared. After all, she was just an intern. If she really had to pay, she definitely couldn't afford it. "Then let's swipe the card first." To ease the salesgirl's worries, Yi Feng took out his bank card and asked her to ring up the purchase. "It's all right, sir, I believe you." The salesgirl began to pack the clothes for Yi Feng. She packed them very carefully, afraid of accidentally wrinkling or dirtying them. Seeing this scene, a cold smile appeared on Chen Ting's face. She held a cup of coffee and walked over to the salesgirl, who was focused on packing, and then patted her shoulder. At that moment, the salesgirl, already highly concentrated, was startled by Chen Ting's touch. In a reflex, she knocked over the coffee in Chen Ting's hand. Instantly, the coffee spilled onto the clothes being packed. It even stained several items that Yi Feng didn't want. This scene left the salesgirl dumbfounded, because even if Yi Feng didn't buy any of these clothes, she could still sell them again. But now, with coffee spilled on them, they were essentially ruined. "Oh no, I'm so sorry. I saw you working hard packing and thought you might want a drink." Chen Ting feigned an innocent expression. Then, with a mischievous smile, she said, "Oh dear, all these clothes are dirty now. What should we do? Looks like you'll have to buy them all yourself." Hearing that she had to buy all the clothes, the salesgirl was on the verge of tears, not knowing what to do. Her monthly salary was only around 5 to 6,000 yuan, while the clothes that had just been stained were worth at least over 100,000. This was an astronomical figure for her. "Chen Ting, are you even human? You did that on purpose." Li Taizhu cursed, not expecting Chen Ting to have turned into this. "What? Feeling sorry for her? If you feel sorry for her, then help her buy all the clothes." Chen Ting sneered, thinking, an intern dares to oppose her. The intern stood there helplessly, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Just then, Yi Feng spoke up. "I'll take all these clothes, and also, any clothes in the store that fit me and Juzi. I want those too." "Ha, Yi Feng, why don't you just say you want the moon? You want all the clothes here? Do you know how much that costs? At least 1 million. Chen Ting laughed heartily. "Isn't it just 1 million? Swipe the card." Yi Feng directly handed his black card to the salesgirl. "Yi Zi, do you really have that much money in your card?" Li Taizhu felt a bit anxious. "I don't know," Yi Feng whispered. After all, Master Shadi said this card had no limit, but Ning Fugue only withdrew 5,000, leaving Yi Feng a bit uncertain. But he trusted Master Shadi more. Damn! Li Taizhu rolled his eyes. If Yi Feng's card couldn't cover the bill, it would be a huge embarrassment. Soon, the salesgirl took out the machine and swiped for 1 million. With a ding, the payment was successful. Yi Feng's card actually had 1 million. Chen Ting's body trembled. She never expected this poor guy to be so wealthy now. If she had known, she wouldn't have treated them like that. But now, it was too late to say anything. Asking her to flatter them again, she couldn't bring herself to do it. So what if you have $1 million? I said those clothes cost at least $1 million. $1 million isn't enough, Chen Ting said stubbornly. Oh, how much for all the clothes in your store? Yi Feng asked. About 5 to 6 million, Chen Ting replied, pouting. She didn't believe Yi Feng had 5 to 6 million in his card. Swipe the card. Sir, please don't make impulsive purchases. Yi Feng intervened for the female intern, who was extremely touched but didn't want Yi Feng to spend too much. I can't help it. I'm just a naturally impulsive person. Swipe the card, Yi Feng said. But with so many clothes, you can't wear them all, and some won't even fit you, the female intern pointed out. That's true. Yi Feng pondered for a moment and then said, then just pack up the ones that fit me. As for the ones that don't, I saw a donation box for old clothes over there in the square. You can send them there. Consider it a donation to the people in the mountains. Sir, are you serious? The female intern swallowed hard. To know, the clothes that fit Yi Feng's size were at most 1/5 of the total. That would be over $1 million. The rest, Yi Feng actually wanted to donate to the mountains. Wouldn't that mean donating several million? This was too extravagant, right? Usually, donations were just for unwanted old clothes. But Yi Feng was donating brand new ones, and from Prada. The female intern even doubted if she was dreaming. But when she pinched her thigh, it hurt. This was real, not a dream. Of course I'm serious. After all, I am a person with a sense of social responsibility, Yi Feng said as he took the machine and directly swiped 6 million. Alright, the money has been swiped. Please help me pack the clothes. Okay, sir. The female intern knew she had encountered a wealthy patron today and happily went to pack the clothes. Oh, by the way, all the sales from these clothes count as yours, Yi Feng added. At that moment, the expression on Chen Ting's face was quite something. Her face changed several times. Finally, with a flattering smile, she said to Yi Feng, Brother Chen, I was just joking with you. I knew you would succeed. You weren't saying that just now, Yi Feng sneered. Really? I've always told Juzi to learn more from you. If you don't believe me, ask Juzi. Chen Ting walked up to Li Taiju and even hooked her arm around his. However, Li Taiju pulled his arm away, his face cold as he said, Chen Ting, how can you be so shameless? Juzi, I am shameless, I am cheap. As long as you forgive me, you can scold me however you want. Chen Ting threw caution to the wind. Unfortunately, Li Taiju had already seen through Chen Ting's true colors and could never trust her again. Sister, please send the clothes to this address. Yi Feng left the address and then left with Li Taiju. Watching Li Taiju's indifferent back, Chen Ting gritted her teeth and said, What are you so proud of? Yi Feng has money, but it's not you, Li Taiju, who has money. Not long after Yi Feng and Li Taiju left, a man dressed very lavishly, wearing a Patek Philippe and sunglasses, walked into the store. Sir, how can I help you? Chen Ting went to attend to him. The man looked at Chen Ting, first sizing her up, then took off his sunglasses, his face filled with surprise as he said, Chen Ting, it's me, Wu Yuliang. Wu Yuliang, long time no see. You're doing well now. Chen Ting assessed Wu Yuliang's outfit, knowing that his attire cost at least over 100,000. Wu Yuliang and Chen Ting were high school classmates, and he had pursued her before, but in the end, Chen Ting chose the tall Li Taiju. She just didn't expect Wu Yuliang to be so wealthy now. Not bad, I started a small company and make about 100 million a year, Wu Yuliang said, seemingly modest. 100 million is just not bad? Chen Ting's eyes widened. Ting, I didn't expect that after all these years, you're still so beautiful. Wu Yuliang's gaze roamed over Chen Ting. To be fair, Chen Ting's looks no longer met Wu Yuliang's standards. After all, he was rich now, and he had long grown tired of beautiful women. But Chen Ting was his goddess from school days. He had to have her for a few rounds to make up for past regrets. Am I beautiful? Chen Ting asked, a bit unsure, as wealthy men like Wu Yuliang were never short of beautiful women. Of course, Ting, you know I've liked you since high school. Do you have a boyfriend now? Wu Yuliang asked. And no, not yet, Chen Ting replied, though she actually did have a boyfriend. Then will you be my girlfriend? Wu Yuliang's eyes lit up. In fact, now that he saw Chen Ting again, regardless of whether she had a boyfriend, he intended to have some fun with her. Isn't that a bit too fast? Chen Ting almost wanted to agree immediately but pretended to be reserved. True, alright, a few old classmates are gathering at Prince Hotel tonight. Come with me. Okay. Chen Ting happily agreed. Yi Feng and Li Taiju had been shopping until evening, finally buying everything they needed. Suddenly, Li Taiju's phone rang. It was class monitor Jiang Pan calling, inviting him to the class reunion. Yi Feng also received an invitation. He and Li Taiju were classmates. During their school days, they were best buddies. After graduation, they both worked at Aoshue Group and shared a dorm, which deepened their bond. Yezi, are you going? Li Taiju looked at Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng's reputation wasn't great. To marry into a wealthy family, he even donated a kidney. Why not go? Yi Feng replied casually. At Prince Hotel, many people had already arrived. Class monitor Jiang Pan was a stunning beauty. She was the class flower back in middle school and had now matured, exuding charm that made a group of men drool. Even Wu Yuliang swallowed hard. If he had known Jiang Pan would come, he wouldn't have flirted with Chen Ting. Although Chen Ting was also beautiful, she couldn't compare to Jiang Pan. But it didn't matter, he had already added Jiang Pan's contact information, so there would be plenty of opportunities. He would have his fun with Chen Ting first. Moreover, besides Jiang Pan, there were several other beautiful female classmates he intended to play with. Even a female companion brought by a male classmate wouldn't escape his grasp. This was the allure of money. As long as he set his sights on a woman, there was nothing he couldn't have. Class monitor, you're getting more and more beautiful. Where? You're also very handsome. What good is being handsome? It's still Wu Yuliang who's impressive, running a company worth over 100 million. When old classmates meet, boasting is inevitable, along with some reminiscing. Class monitor, are you married now? I remember back in school, almost every guy wrote you love letters, especially Li Taizhu and Yi Feng. Those two pests not only wrote you love letters but insisted on walking you home every day. They were like toads wanting to eat swan meat. Exactly, luckily you held your ground back then. If you had ended up with either of them, it would have been a disaster. Let's not talk about Li Taizhu, but Yi Feng even donated a kidney to marry into a wealthy family. I can't believe he did that. Alright, let's not dwell on the past. Jiang Pan seemed reluctant for everyone to continue. After all, she had once had feelings for Yi Feng, but now, they were from two different worlds. Although Jiang Pan wasn't married, her career was thriving. She ran a sizable pharmaceutical company and had a net worth of several tens of millions. Chen Ting, I remember you were with Li Taizhu, right? How come you're with Wu Yuliang now? Someone seemed to have noticed that Chen Ting and Wu Yuliang's relationship was unusual and asked, who said I was with Li Taizhu? He has been pursuing me, but I never agreed. Chen Ting hurriedly replied. She didn't want Wu Yuliang to know about her relationship with Li Taizhu. Li Taizhu and Yi Feng are coming soon, so you all better watch your words, especially about Yi Feng being the son-in-law. Don't mention it at all, Jiang Pan frowned and said. Class monitor, you defend Yi Feng so much. You don't really like him, do you? Someone teased. Of course not. This should be the private room. At that moment, Yi Feng and Li Taizhu finally arrived. Yi Feng, just as he was about to push the door open, a pleasant voice called out to him. Yi Feng turned around, and a pretty face came into view. It was actually Lin Ruoshi. What are you doing here? Yi Feng frowned. This hotel is run by my family. Is it strange for me to be here? But Yi Feng, what are you doing here? Here for a meal? I can give you a discount, Lin Ruoshi said, blinking her beautiful big eyes. No need, Yi Feng said without elaborating, directly pushing the door open and walking in. Do you have to be so aloof? Lin Ruoshi felt a bit defeated. After all, in Jiangdu, besides Shinaoxua, which woman could compete with her? There were countless people who wanted to drink her bathwater. But this guy Yi Feng didn't even spare her a glance. Could it be that this guy has lost his interest in women? Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but think. What are they doing in there? Lin Ruoshi called a waiter to ask. Back to Lin's zone. It seems they are having a class reunion, the waiter replied. A class reunion? That sounds interesting. Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes narrowed. Inside the private room. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic, Li Taizhu said apologetically to everyone. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Yi Feng, long time no see. Jiang Pan nodded at Yi Feng. Long time no see. Yi Feng nodded back, but his gaze didn't linger on Jiang Pan. The two took their seats. Seeing Li Taizhu arrive, Wu Yuliang deliberately placed his hand on Chen Ting's shoulder, as if declaring his territory. After all, he had never been able to compete with Li Taizhu before, and now he had to regain some face. Moreover, he had just promised Chen Ting that he would make Li Taizhu and Yi Feng look bad today. Chen Ting didn't refuse. In her eyes, there was even a hint of smugness. Aren't you Li Taizhu so arrogant? I've found someone better now. How does that feel? As if to provoke Li Taizhu, Chen Ting even deliberately fed an oyster to Wu Yuliang. Men eating oysters, those who understand know. Seeing this scene, Li Taizhu's expression was somewhat unpleasant. After all, it was the woman he had loved for 7 or 8 years. And now she was not only being held by another man but also being fed oysters. Taizhu, don't be unhappy. After all, Yuliang now runs a big company worth billions, so it's understandable that Chen Ting chose him, a female classmate said. By the way, Li Taizhu, I heard you borrowed high-interest loans to gather the betrothal gifts. Have you paid them off? If not, you can borrow from Yuliang. With Yuliang's current worth, he could pay it off in no time. Otherwise, you might end up with a broken leg, and you won't be able to attend the next class reunion, a male classmate named Zhang Gu said. No need for you to worry, Yi has already helped me pay it off, Li Taizhu said with a dark face. Clearly, this guy was bringing up old wounds. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Gui's words, everyone erupted. Is it true, Taizhu, you actually borrowed high-interest loans for the betrothal gifts? Luckily, Chen Ting didn't end up with you, or it would have been a disaster. Exactly, if you really needed money, you could have told us old classmates, we would definitely help you. At this point, Li Taizhu was on the verge of exploding. Because of the matter of borrowing high-interest loans to gather a betrothal gift, only Chen Ting knew about it, not even Yi Feng was aware. Clearly, it was Chen Ting who told everyone. Chen Ting, do you still have any shame? If it weren't for you being lazy and vain, and getting into debt with online loans, would Zhuzi need to borrow high-interest loans? Yi Feng said with a grim expression. In fact, if it were just for the betrothal gift, Li Taizhu would never have borrowed high-interest loans. It was because he learned that Chen Ting had borrowed a lot of online loans due to excessive spending and was being violently pressured for repayment that he resolutely decided to borrow high-interest loans to help Chen Ting pay off her debts. Li Taizhu helped Chen Ting pay off her online loans, thinking she would marry him, but unexpectedly, when Chen Ting found out he borrowed high-interest loans, she immediately broke up with him. In the end, she ran off with a wealthy man. One could say that Li Taizhu getting his legs broken was all thanks to Chen Ting. I didn't make him borrow, it's just a few tens of thousands. If he needs to borrow high-interest loans, it only shows he has no ability. It seems breaking up with him was the right choice, Chen Ting said without feeling any guilt, rather, she said it with such confidence. Chen Ting is right, it's just a few tens of thousands. Li Taizhu, I'll pay you back for her. Wu Yuliang directly took out tens of thousands in cash from his bag and threw it at Li Taizhu. The feeling of throwing money at someone was simply wonderful, especially since he had stolen Li Taizhu's woman. Knowing that Chen Ting had been with Li Taizhu before, Wu Yuliang still felt a bit uncomfortable. However, Chen Ting had just told him that she had never slept with Li Taizhu. What a fool! After being a sycophant for so many years, he hadn't even kissed Chen Ting, and tonight, he could do whatever he wanted with her. I don't want your filthy money. Li Taizhu threw the money back. Li Taizhu, I know you have your pride, but what good is pride alone? You need money. With money, you don't even have to chase women, they will come to you like dogs, while the women you can't get will be within my reach, Wu Yuliang said, holding Chen Ting with a proud expression. Although Wu Yuliang's words made the female classmates present, especially Chen Ting, feel uncomfortable, who could argue with someone rich? For the wealthy, even a fart smells good. Li Taizhu clenched his fists tightly, seemingly on the verge of exploding, but Yi Feng patted his shoulder, signaling him not to act impulsively. He then shot a glance at Wu Yuliang and said, Are you really that rich? I'm just a small-time businessman, making about 100 million a year, Wu Yuliang said proudly, his hands roaming over Chen Ting. Is 100 million a lot? Yi Feng sneered. Haha, is 100 million a lot? That's a number you could never even dream of. A male classmate named Zhang Gui chimed in. It was obvious he was trying to curry favor with Wu Yuliang. Seeing Yi Feng's disdainful expression, Wu Yuliang shook his head and said, Yi Feng, I heard Tingting say you bought all the clothes in their store yesterday, spending a few million. That must be the breakup fee from Shinaoxue, right? Someone like you, with a bit of money, should buy a house and find an ordinary woman to marry, instead of wasting it all to show off. Yeah, Yi Feng, you donated a kidney, and with a few million, you might barely find an ordinary woman to marry. If you spend all that money, it might be hard to find a wife in the future. Why bother finding a wife after donating a kidney? Just let someone keep a living widow, right? True, ha ha ha. A group of people burst into laughter. Yi Feng, tell us, what's it like to be missing a kidney? Is it like having the heart but no strength? Call your mother over, Yezi can make her cry for 3 days and nights. Seeing Yi Feng being insulted like this, Li Taizhu finally couldn't hold back. Damn, Li Taizhu, are you looking for death? The atmosphere instantly became tense. Enough! Just as the situation was about to escalate, the class monitor Zhang Pan let out a soft shout. During her student days, Zhang Pan was already quite respected, and now as a beautiful CEO, her presence is even more commanding. A light reprimand finally silenced everyone. It's been so many years since we've seen each other, can we at least have a proper meal? Zhang Pan's beautiful eyes swept over the crowd as she said coldly. Listen to the class monitor, let's eat. Wu Yuliang quickly chimed in. After all, the goal of putting pressure on Yi Feng and Li Taizhu had been achieved, and he was still hoping for something to happen with the beautiful class monitor Zhang Pan later. It wouldn't be good to push things too far. At that moment, Zhang Pan's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a hint of panic appeared in her beautiful eyes. You all eat first, I need to take a call. Zhang Pan stood up and left. After she left, the male classmates eagerly began discussing her again. Our class monitor is getting more and more beautiful, especially that figure. Back in school, she didn't show much, but now she's developed so impressively. Yeah, and now she runs a big company. The more you look, the more charming she becomes. A beauty like our class monitor, I'm afraid only Yuliang can match her. While everyone praised Zhang Pan, they didn't forget to flatter Wu Yuliang. This made Chen Ting a bit uncomfortable, but she also knew she couldn't compare to Zhang Pan at all. To put it bluntly, she was just Wu Yuliang's pet dog now. However, being Wu Yuliang's dog was still better than being with the poor Li Taizhu. I'm stepping out for a bit, Yifeng said to Li Taizhu as he watched Zhang Pan's departing figure. The others seemed to see what Yifeng was up to and immediately said, Yifeng, you're not thinking of getting the class monitor's contact information, are you? I advise you not to waste your effort. Don't say you're just a poor guy. Even if you weren't, you've lost a kidney. Do you think the class monitor would want a man with a flaw like you? Their words were undeniably vicious, but Yifeng acted as if he hadn't heard and left the private room directly. After 3 years of cultivation on the mountain, his state of mind had reached a very high level. After Zhang Pan left the private room, she went to a corner to answer the call. Brother Long, can you give me a few more days? I promise I'll pay you back in a few days. Zhang Pan said sweetly into the phone. How many times have I heard you ask for an extension? Zhang Pan, I don't want to waste time with you. Tell me where you are, I'm coming to find you. When you borrowed the money, didn't you use your body as collateral? Now I don't want you to pay me back. Just let me sleep with you for a year, and our debt will be wiped clean. Brother Long's words made Zhang Pan's body tremble. She dared to sign that agreement because she was confident she could repay the money within the stipulated time. But unexpectedly, her partner ran off with the funds. Although she managed to keep the company, she couldn't repay Brother Long's money for the time being. Brother Long. Zhang Pan wanted to say something more, but the other side had already hung up. Class monitor? Just after Zhang Pan hung up, Yifeng's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Yifeng, when did you arrive? Zhang Pan was startled by Yifeng's sudden appearance, her pretty face showing a bit of panic. I just got here. You didn't hear anything, did you? Zhang Pan looked at Yifeng nervously. As the class monitor, she had always been the best, and even though she was in trouble now, she didn't want her old classmates to know, especially Yifeng, whom she had once liked. The reason Zhang Pan liked Yifeng was not complicated. As the saying goes, a good girl fears a persistent suitor. At that time, Yifeng and Li Taizhu would escort Zhang Pan home every day. At first, Zhang Pan found it a bit annoying, but over time, she actually got used to it. If one day Yifeng and Li Taizhu didn't walk her home, she would feel a bit uncomfortable. As for why she liked Yifeng instead of Li Taizhu, it can only be said to be a matter of taste. Li Taizhu had developed very quickly. At that time, he was already over 1.7 meters tall and quite chubby, not Zhang Pan's type. But Yifeng was different. Not only was his body proportionate, but he also had a bit of a handsome look. Although Zhang Pan didn't know if it could be called love. Time passed, and on the surface, she seemed to be doing well, but in reality, she had her own difficulties. At that time, the company needed to grow, and she borrowed a high-interest loan. Given the company's operations, she was fully capable of repaying it. However, after her partner embezzled most of the company's cash flow, repaying Long Ji's high-interest loan became very difficult. To secure this loan, Zhang Pan had even used her body as collateral. In other words, if she couldn't repay the money, she would have to be Long Ji's woman for a year. Yifeng saw Zhang Pan's stubbornness and shook his head, saying, I didn't hear anything. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Zhang Pan's expression finally improved a bit. No matter how embarrassing it was, she couldn't lose face in front of her old classmates. Class monitor, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me, I can help you. Although Zhang Pan hadn't put the call on speaker, Yifeng had remarkable hearing and still caught the content of the call. I'm a big CEO. Do I still need your help? Come on, let's go back to eat. Zhang Pan forced a smile. Yifeng didn't say much and followed Zhang Pan back to the private room. After returning, Zhang Pan was absent-minded. Listening to her classmates' praises, she felt a deep sorrow she couldn't express. If she had known it would turn out like this, she shouldn't have stubbornly borrowed the high-interest loan. It would have been better to be an ordinary person. Now, even if she wanted to cry, she didn't dare to. Clearly feeling very sad inside, she still had to pretend to smile. Finally, she managed to hold on until the gathering ended. However, just as everyone was preparing to leave, the door to the private room was kicked open. Then, more than a dozen people streamed in. At the forefront was a man with a dragon tattooed on his neck. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Pan's face instantly turned pale. She didn't expect Long Gu to find her so quickly. Zhang Pan, I finally found you, Long Gu said excitedly. Who are you? Who let you in? Zhang Gui seemed to still be unclear about the situation and shouted loudly. As a result, Long Gu slapped him across the face, knocking him to the ground. I'm here to collect money from Jiang Pan. You either help her pay back the money, or shut the hell up. Otherwise, my knife doesn't recognize people. Long Gu directly stabbed a sharp knife into the table. Long Gu, today is my class reunion. Give me some face. Can we talk about this later? Jiang Pan pleaded. Jiang Pan, we agreed that if you couldn't repay the money, you would have to be with me for a year. Don't say I lack compassion. I've already given you a 3-month extension, Long Gu said coldly. Long Ji's words made Jiang Pan's face turn ashen. The way others looked at Jiang Pan also changed. I thought she was so impressive. Turns out she borrowed a high-interest loan. Yeah, she really knows how to put on a show. Someone even whispered, after all, she's our class monitor. How about we all chip in? A female classmate who had a decent relationship with Jiang Pan spoke up. Class monitor, how much do you owe him? Including principal and interest, 10 million. Long Gu said, holding a cigarette. 10 million. That was no small amount. Even for Wu Yuliang, it wasn't easy to come up with. He boasted that his company could earn 100 million a year, but that was gross profit. The actual net profit was only around 20 to 30 million. 10 million was nearly equivalent to half a year's profit. Upon hearing the figure of 10 million, everyone fell silent. Why not borrow from Yuliang? Right now, he's probably the only one who can come up with that much money, the female classmate sighed. If Jiang Pan's debt wasn't too much, everyone could pitch in. But 10 million was a different story. Only Wu Yuliang could manage that. Hearing this, Wu Yuliang frowned. To be honest, I can come up with 10 million, but that's not a small amount. Class monitor, I can help you repay this money, but I can't do it for free. Wu Yuliang, once I recover, I can give you a 10% interest. Jiang Pan immediately said. Wu Yuliang shook his head. I don't want interest. Then what do you want? Company shares? I can give you those too. I don't want shares either. So what do you want? I want you to be my girlfriend. Wu Yuliang got straight to the point. After all, this was 10 million. He was a businessman, and without sufficient benefits, he wouldn't make a losing deal. Wu Yuliang's words instantly shattered the hope that had just ignited in Jiang Pan. What was the difference between being Wu Yuliang's girlfriend and being Long Ji's girlfriend? If she had to choose between the two, she might as well choose Long Gu. After all, she had no ties with Long Gu, but Wu Yuliang was her classmate. If she spent all her time with him, she would feel very embarrassed. Yuliang, didn't you already ask me to be your girlfriend? At that moment, Chen Ting finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Chen Ting, you should take a look at yourself. A broken shoe, and you want to be my Wu Yuliang's woman? I'm just playing with you, Wu Yuliang said bluntly. Although it was offensive to Wu Yuliang, they were just a bunch of poor classmates. If he offended them, so be it. The only one present who could catch his attention was Jiang Pan. Chen Ting trembled with anger but didn't dare to explode. After all, she couldn't afford to provoke Wu Yuliang. How about it, class monitor? Just agree. After all, Yuliang is young and promising. You two would be a perfect match. Someone advised. Have you all discussed this? If not, I might have to take action. Long Gu said, blowing a smoke ring. Jiang Pan bit her lip tightly, unsure of what to do. Finally, Jiang Pan made a decision. Although she didn't want to choose Wu Yuliang, being with him at least felt upright. But Long Gu was already married. That would mean being a mistress, a concubine. I'll help her pay it back. However, just as Jiang Pan was about to speak, a voice rang out. It was Yi Feng. Yi Feng, do you know how much 10 million is? Yi Feng didn't waste words. He directly tossed a supreme black card to Long Gu and said, no password, take it and swipe it yourself. Long Gu initially looked indifferent, but when he saw the black card Yi Feng threw over, his expression changed instantly. Others couldn't understand. He was the one responsible for letting things slide. How could he not recognize it? This card was clearly extraordinary. Definitely not an ordinary bank card. Alright, I'll send it over to you later. Long Gu left with his men. Thank you, Yi Feng. Jiang Pan never expected that in the end, it would be Yi Feng who helped her out. As for Wu Yuliang, his expression was very displeased. He had thought he could get the goddess he had dreamed of since school, but Yi Feng had cut in. Yi Feng, I didn't expect you to be so rich. At that moment, everyone's attitude towards Yi Feng changed. Previously, when Yi Feng spent a few million to buy clothes from Chen Ting's store, it didn't prove he was wealthy. But now, Yi Feng had taken out 10 million to help Jiang Pan pay back, which indicated that he might really be very rich. Do you really think he has that much money in his card? If Long Gu finds out there's no money in it, he'll definitely come back to cause trouble. At that moment, Zhang Gui suddenly spoke up. Everyone then realized, yes, what money could Yifeng have? Could Xianao Xue give him 10 million as a breakup fee? Even if Xianao Xue was worth billions now, she wouldn't be that generous. Moreover, the richer people were, the stingier they often became. And do you know who Long Gu is? He is one of the 4 notorious bandits' subordinates. Even the Shin family wouldn't want to provoke him. Zhang Gui continued. Then we should leave quickly. After hearing Zhang Gui's words, everyone became a bit anxious. Upon learning that Long Gu was actually a subordinate of the bandits, Wu Yuliang also started to panic. He had heard of the 4 notorious bandits. They were known for killing without blinking. Yifeng, if you have no ability, don't pretend to be impressive. Doing this will get the class monitor killed. Exactly. Why not let Brother Liang help the class leader pay back the money? The crowd pointed and whispered about Yifeng. Jiang Pan also looked worried and said to Yifeng, Yifeng, I know you want to help me, but this isn't something you can solve. You should leave quickly. Why should I leave? I still have to wait for him to bring the card over, Yifeng replied. Yifeng, even at this point, you're still pretending. Do you know who the widow is? She's the underground queen of Jiangdu. Even the Shin family wouldn't dare to provoke her. If I were you, I'd hurry and leave, or soon you won't be able to leave at all. Just then, Brother Long personally returned with the card. Jiang Pan, consider yourself lucky. Our accounts are settled, Brother Long said as he left with his men. The crowd was left in shock. Brother Long actually left. Could it be that Yifeng really had that much money in his card? It seems that Xianao Xue is quite generous. To give you such a breakup fee, Wu Yuliang said, somewhat unwilling. It's time to settle the bill. As the gathering ended, everyone prepared to pay. Your bill has already been taken care of, the waiter said. The crowd was confused. They hadn't seen anyone pay the bill. I know. It must have been Brother Liang who paid it quietly, right? It was supposed to be today, but unexpectedly, Brother Liang secretly took care of it. Truly a big boss worth over 100 million. Impressive, Zhang Gui continued to flatter. I was planning to pay, but I haven't done so yet. Wu Yuliang shook his head. It's like this, our boss instructed that all the expenses for your table today are waived, the waiter explained. The crowd was even more puzzled. Why would the boss waive their bill? Brother Yuliang, do you know the owner of this place? Zhang Gui asked Wu Yuliang. I don't know him. Wu Yuliang shook his head. Zhang Gui thought for a moment and said, is it possible that you don't know the owner, but the owner knows you and wants to collaborate with you long-term, so he intentionally waived today's bill? Is that so? Wu Yuliang felt a bit suspicious. This was the Prince Hotel, a 6-star establishment. In front of the owner, his worth of over 100 million was just a small fry. There was no need for the owner to give him face. It must be like that. Zhang Gui said confidently, it's still better to hang out with Brother Liang. Thank you, Brother Yuliang. The old classmates all expressed their gratitude. After all, the cost of this meal was not low. Even if it was just for each person, it would be over 1,000. Then tell your boss thank you. I'll come often in the future, Wu Yuliang said in a leadership manner to the waiter. However, the waiter frowned and said, our boss didn't waive your bill. So what are you thanking for? Wu Yuliang's expression froze. If it wasn't for him, then who was it for? Jiang Pan? Even he didn't qualify for a waiver. What right did Jiang Pan have? It couldn't be Yifeng, could it? Yifeng, how is it? Our food is not bad, right? At that moment, Yifeng felt a tap on his shoulder. Behind him stood a stunning beauty. It was none other than Lin Ruoshi. Hello, boss. The waiter immediately bowed to the beauty. You are General Manager Lin? At this moment, Wu Yuliang recognized Lin Ruoshi. Although Lin Ruoshi wasn't as famous as Xianao Xue, she was also a prominent figure in Jiangdu, managing over 100 hotels and worth over 5 billion. In front of a big shot like Lin Ruoshi, Wu Yuliang was just a nobody. Lin Ruoshi glanced at Wu Yuliang coldly and said, do I know you? General Manager Lin, you don't know me, but I've seen you. My name is Wu Yuliang. I do. Nice to meet you, Wu Yuliang said as he tried to hand over his business card. Stop, I'm not interested in knowing you. However, Lin Ruoshi directly interrupted Wu Yuliang, who was trying to introduce himself. Her gaze then completely fell on Yifeng. Yifeng, in the future, if you're coming over, let me know in advance, and I'll reserve the best private room for you. At first, everyone looked puzzled, but soon it seemed they understood. Lin Ruoshi was not giving Wu Yuliang a free meal, she was giving it to Yifeng. What kind of ability did Yifeng have? Was it just because he was the son-in-law of the Shin family? Not to mention that Xianao Xue was already married to Su Tiancheng. Even if Yifeng was still the son-in-law of the Shin family, Lin Ruoshi wouldn't give him a free meal. After all, even if Xianao Xue came in person, Lin Ruoshi might not give her face. At this moment, even the slowest among them realized what was happening. Yi Feng was the hidden big shot. Yi Feng, so you know President Lin? Why didn't you say so earlier? Yeah, back in school, I thought you would definitely be successful in the future. A group of old classmates suddenly had a complete turnaround in their attitude towards Yi Feng. Clearly, the Yi Feng now was no longer the son-in-law without status they once knew. Yi Feng, do you have a girlfriend now? How about we add each other on WeChat? The female classmates even took the initiative to ask for his contact information. This made Wu Yuliang very awkward. Clearly, today was supposed to be his stage. These women should be surrounding him, especially the class monitor, Zhang Pan, whose gaze towards Yi Feng had changed. After all, if it weren't for Yi Feng today, she would have had to agree to be Wu Yuliang's girlfriend. Regarding the female classmates wanting to add him on WeChat, Yi Feng directly told them to add Li Taizhu instead. Although the female classmates actually wanted to add Yi Feng, they knew that Li Taizhu and Yi Feng were in the same boat. Adding Li Taizhu was equivalent to adding Yi Feng. Li Taizhu welcomed all of them. He added them all. As for Chen Ting, she seemed a bit awkward. She originally had Li Taizhu's WeChat. Unfortunately, when they broke up, she directly blocked him. Given the current situation, she had no face to add Li Taizhu again. She could only leave discreetly. A group of female classmates, although unable to add Yi Feng's WeChat, still surrounded him, unwilling to leave. Yi Feng, when you have time, come to my house for dinner. I have popping candy and jelly. One particularly fierce female classmate even directly invited Yi Feng to her house for a meal. Yi Feng, come here, I have something to say to you. Zhang Pan's voice rang out. Alright, don't argue with the class monitor, you're not as good looking as her. Everyone disperse. Yi Feng followed Zhang Pan to the stairway. Yi Feng, thank you for helping me today. Zhang Pan looked at the still handsome man in front of her, feeling an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Once, she thought she would never have any more interactions with Yi Feng in her life. Especially 3 years ago, when Yi Feng had an accident. She even thought she would never see him again. But unexpectedly, 3 years later, they met again. Moreover, Yi Feng had helped her solve her urgent problem. Oh, we're all old classmates. It's nothing, Yi Feng said nonchalantly. The master of Killing Emperor had said that for a true strong person, money is just a number. Because if he wanted money, he could have as much as he wanted. Yi Feng, I know that for you, 10 million might not mean much. But do you know? For me, it's like saving my life. These past few months, I haven't been able to sleep at all. And even when I do fall asleep, I'm scared awake by nightmares. I won't take your money for nothing. If you have any conditions, you can tell me. As long as it's not too much, I will agree. Zhang Pan lowered her head, her small hands tightly gripping her clothes, speaking softly. I don't have any conditions. Yi Feng shook his head. Time had passed, and this goddess from his school days had become more mature and charming. She wore a white off-shoulder top on her slender upper body, paired with tight white jeans below, and 7-centimeter high heels with bows, looking beautiful, elegant, and appropriate, making one's heart race. However, the current Yi Feng is no longer the hormone-fueled big boy of years past. In order to pursue his goddess, he had stubbornly insisted on sending others home for an entire semester. But that wasn't love at all. It was simply because Zhang Pan was the goddess in everyone's eyes, and he just wanted to conquer her. Alright, class monitor, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first, Yi Feng said as he prepared to leave. Well, I'll give you shares. Although my company isn't very big right now, the development prospects are great, and it will definitely make a lot of money, Zhang Pan said. That works, Yi Feng didn't refuse. After all, if he really asked for nothing, Zhang Pan might overthink things. When leaving the Prince Hotel, Li Taizhu felt quite pleased. Finally, he had a chance to show off. Especially when he saw Chen Ting's defeated expression, it felt even more satisfying. Here, Yi Zi, this is a little note they asked me to pass to you. Li Taizhu handed over a note written by the female classmates to Yi Feng. Throw it away, Yi Feng said casually. Yi Zi, don't you want to see what they wrote to you? Li Taizhu said with a mischievous grin. Not interested. Yi Zi, you don't know, those female classmates, once they found out you have money, they practically wanted to pounce on you immediately. Some even said to let me help them pursue you, and if I could help them get you, they'd sleep with me. I thought, if that really happened, wouldn't it mean I'd be wearing a green hat? Li Taizhu was overly excited. The two were just about to take a taxi back to the Imperial Mansion when suddenly, a large group rushed out and surrounded them. At the forefront was a woman dressed in leather, her fiery figure seemingly about to burst out of her outfit. The woman was very beautiful, but one of her eyes was covered, giving her a dangerous aura. Upon seeing her, Li Taizhu couldn't help but swallow hard, because he recognized this woman. To be precise, in Jiangdu, there were very few people who didn't know her. She was one of the 4 notorious bandits, the widow. so it was you who crippled Xiangzi? The widow squinted her eyes, assessing Yifeng, a dangerous glint flashing in her uncovered eye. It was me, Yifeng replied. Kid, do you know what the consequences are for touching my people? The widow's lips curled into a smirk. I really don't know, Yifeng said. Then it's death. Yi Zi, be careful, she's the widow. Li Taizhu couldn't help but remind him. However, the widow didn't take action herself. Instead, she spoke to the man behind her. Heilong, go test him. Heilong was the previous Long Gu. He and Shang Gu were both under the widow, specifically responsible for loan sharking. Yes, widow. Heilong immediately stepped forward. Heilong was exceptionally burly, standing a full 1.7 meters tall, his body covered in muscle, with a dragon tattooed around his neck, looking quite imposing. Just seeing Heilong's appearance would intimidate an ordinary person. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yifeng. Heilong didn't waste words and directly threw a punch at Yifeng's face. However, Yifeng effortlessly caught Heilong's fist. No matter how hard Heilong tried, he couldn't advance an inch. Widow, why don't you come personally, or you all can come at me together, Yifeng said calmly. The widow laughed upon hearing this and told Heilong, step back. Then she spat at Yifeng. Kid, you'll regret this decision. The widow stomped her foot sharply on the ground, causing the cement to crack. In the next moment, her body shot towards Yifeng like an arrow released from a bow. Clearly, the widow was a formidable martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become the queen of the underground forces in Jiangdu. Yifeng was just about to respond when a figure stepped in front of him. It was actually Hong Ye. Clearly, Hong Ye had received news that the widow intended to attack Yifeng, so she rushed over. The widow's body suddenly stopped, her expression grim as she said, Rascal, what do you mean by this? This is my master, do not be reckless, Hong Ye said in a deep voice. Your master? Rascal, you actually betrayed the eldest sister, the widow said coldly. Hong Ye replied, I did not betray the eldest sister. The widow retorted, if you did not betray the eldest sister, why do you acknowledge a new master? I have sworn that the master of the courtyard is my master, Hong Ye said. Ah, rascal, you've guarded that broken courtyard for over a decade. Has he ever looked back at you? If I were you, I would have sold the courtyard long ago and become a maid to some young brat. You're not lonely for a man, are you? If you want a man, I have plenty here. How about the black dragon? With that physique, he could definitely make you soar. The widow laughed heartily. The widow's words surprised Yifeng. He hadn't expected that Hong Ye hadn't seen the killing emperor for over a decade. This meant that the last time Hong Ye saw the killing emperor, she was just a few years old. A true upbringing. Rascal, let me help you kill her today, and give you your freedom completely, the widow said loudly. I won't let you harm him, Hong Ye frowned. Rascal, do you think you can stop me? The widow snorted lightly, then drew a whip from her leather jacket and lashed it at Hong Ye. Hong Ye drew the dagger she carried and began to fight the widow. The widow's attacks were wide and powerful. Each whip crack produced a sonic boom, striking the ground and even cracking it open. At that moment, the widow, clad in tight leather, wielding a small whip, would have been quite thrilling if they were somewhere else. However, if one were truly struck by the widow's whip, it would likely break bones into several pieces. Hong Ye, on the other hand, excelled in speed. For a time, the two fought to a standstill. The strengths of Hong Ye and the widow were nearly equal, making it almost impossible to determine a victor in a short time. Yifeng quickly discerned their strengths. 7 steps away, the widow was strong. Within 3 steps, Hong Ye was strong. As long as Hong Ye could close the distance to within 3 steps of the widow, she could defeat her. But clearly, Hong Ye could not get within 3 steps, or even 5. Yifeng narrowed his eyes and said to Hong Ye, focus your energy, left 2 right 3, retreat 1 advance 2, 3 forward 4 back. Hong Ye understood that what Yifeng was saying was a form of footwork. Immediately, she followed Yifeng's instructions. In an instant, she felt her speed increase significantly. Whether attacking or dodging, everything became more exquisite. The saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. With the widow wielding a long whip, Hong Ye couldn't get close. Her dagger couldn't exert much effect. But with the footwork Yifeng taught her, she surprisingly began to close the distance. Soon, she was within 3 steps of the widow. Swish, swish. With a few swift movements of her dagger, she instantly cut several slits in the widow's leather outfit. This was still Hong Ye holding back, otherwise, it wouldn't have been just cutting the leather. Because the widow's figure was incredibly alluring, the leather was already stretched to the brink of tearing, and with Hong Ye's dagger slicing through, it immediately burst open, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. The widow quickly crossed her arms to prevent any exposure. You win! The widow had no choice but to concede. Su Tianyu has returned, along with the forces behind the Shin family. Rascal, you cannot protect him, the widow said coldly, then left with her people. Although the Shin and Su families tried to keep the news under wraps, the widow, as one of the 4 great bandits, had eyes everywhere in Jiangdu, so she was aware of Ye Feng's recent actions. Hong Ye certainly knew as well. But no matter how strong the opponent was, she would not retreat. After hearing the widow's words, Ye Feng looked at Hong Ye and asked, Hong Ye, do you know who the forces behind the Shin family are? The force behind the Shin family is the one who took Ye Feng's other kidney. Hong Ye shook her head and said, I don't know either. I just know that it's a very terrifying existence. I've had people investigate in the past 2 days, but those who might know about that force are all unwilling to speak, even at the cost of their lives. So for now, I have no leads, but I will continue to have people look into it. It's okay, I believe it won't be long before Shin Wangui can't help but contact them. Yi Feng squinted and said, By the way, Yi Feng, what was that step you just taught me? Hong Yi looked at Yi Feng with excitement. This was her first time defeating the widow head-on. In fact, the relationship between the 4 notorious bandits was not good. It could even be said to be tense. There were often frictions among the 4, and they even wanted to swallow each other's territories. For example, the courtyard of Hong Yi had long been coveted by the widow, who wanted to take it over, but unfortunately, she had never succeeded. 7 steps to kill. If practiced to the extreme, combined with your close combat killing ability, you can at least fight 2 small levels above your own, Yi Feng said. Hong Ye's strength was at the mid-level of the moon rank, even stronger than Hong Tao's master. This meant that if she practiced the 7 steps to kill to the extreme, her strength could reach invincibility at the moon rank. Let's go back. Su family. Su Tianyu finally returned. Brother, you're finally back. You have to avenge me. Upon seeing Su Tianyu return, Su Tiancheng's face was filled with ecstatic joy. Su Tianyu said lightly, Don't worry, anyone who dares to harm my sister-in-law will definitely pay the price. At this moment, Su Tianyu exuded a powerful aura that even the Su family's worshipper, Chen Koan, felt a pang of fear. Is this the disciple of the war god? Stronger than Hong Tao's master by an unknown number of times. Brother, what level of strength have you reached now? Although his brother was the disciple of the war god, Su Tiancheng still felt a bit uncertain, especially since Chen Koan had been slapped away by Yi Feng. Currently at the peak of the sun rank. My master said that within a year at most, I will enter the ranks of the grandmasters. Su Tianyu said proudly. The peak of the sun rank. Although he had already guessed, Chen Koan realized he had still underestimated Su Tianyu's strength. He thought Su Tianyu was at most at the initial level of the sun rank. Having a master like the war god is indeed beneficial. Bring them up! Su Tiancheng clapped his hands. In the next moment, more than a dozen men and women were brought up by the Su family's bodyguards. They were from the Ning family. Old Master Ning Kaishan and the main members of the Ning family, of course, also included Ning Xan and Ning Fugui, all captured by Su Tiancheng. Su Tianyu was not like Gao Yuanshan, who had to personally find Yi Feng. He directly had Su Tiancheng capture all the people from the Ning family, so that Yi Feng would obediently come to his death. This also prevented Yi Feng from getting news and hiding. Of course, Yi Feng could still hide, but if that happened, all the people from the Ning family would have to die. Facing the Shin family, the Ning family did not dare to resist in the slightest. Su Xiao, 3 years ago, we severed ties with Ning Fugui's family. It really has nothing to do with us. Ning Fugui's older brother, Ning Yugui, said with a face full of fear, kneeling before Su Tiancheng without any backbone. Yes, Mr. Shin, please let us go. As long as you let us go, we will definitely deliver that bastard Yi Feng to you, allowing you to deal with him as you wish. Yi Feng only cares about Ning Xian. You can just capture Ning Xian. There's no need to capture us. A group of Ning family members cursed Yi Feng while begging Su Tiancheng for mercy. There was no way the Su family could crush the Ning family as easily as crushing an ant. Moreover, the current Su family had produced a future war god. Let them all go. They have nothing to do with me. I am no longer a member of the Ning family. Listening to the cold words and curses from the Ning family, Ning Xian gritted her silver teeth and said, Woman, make a call and bring Yi Feng over. Su Tianyu smiled slyly. Does young Master Su just need us to call Yi Feng over, and you will let us go? Ning Kaishan looked at Su Tianyu with eager anticipation. Of course not. Today, if Yi Feng comes, you all must die. If Yi Feng doesn't come, you will still die. A cruel smile appeared on Su Tianyu's face. Becoming the disciple of a war god is not an easy task. What does it mean to be a war god? It's not just about having high martial skills. It requires fighting on the real battlefield. Although Su Tianyu is not yet a war god, the heavenly blue war god has already begun to let him fight on the battlefield to train him. This has led to Su Tianyu being filled with a sense of hostility. Therefore, offending Su Tianyu means certain death. Moreover, with the war god backing him, he can basically kill anyone he wants. Su Tianyu's words turned the faces of everyone from the Ning family pale. Yi Feng, you bastard. Yi Feng, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. It's all your fault, you wretched person, you ruined the Ning family. A group of Ning family members cursed loudly. Even if Su Tianyu wanted to kill them, they didn't dare to curse him, only venting their resentment on Yifeng and Ning Xin. Ning Xin, call Yifeng and tell him to come over quickly to die. Ning Tiancheng said to Ning Xin. I won't call. Ning Xin stubbornly shook her head. Anyway, whether Yifeng comes or not, Su Tianyu won't let the Ning family go, so why let Yifeng come to his death? Although Ning Xin knew that Yifeng was no longer the same as 3 years ago, Su Tianyu was the disciple of a war god. Yifeng is definitely not his match. Call Yifeng over. Although you will die, I will make your deaths quick. But if Yifeng doesn't come, you will know what terror is. Su Tianyu stood up from his seat. He casually grabbed a member of the Ning family. Then, he pulled out a butterfly knife. Poo. With Su Tianyu's movements, the tendons in that Ning family member's hands and feet were all severed. Ah! The person screamed in agony. Ning Xin, damn it, hurry up and call. Su Tianyu, if you have something against me, come at me, don't hurt others. Ning Xin shouted. The other Ning family members, seeing this scene, didn't dare to make a sound. I'll say it again, call Yifeng. Su Tianyu snorted coldly. Ning Xin bit her lip tightly. Although she didn't want Yifeng to come to his death, she also didn't want to implicate the Ning family. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. You don't care about him, right? Then what about your father? You can't just ignore him, can you? Su Tianyu walked in front of Ning Fuqian and lifted him up. Then, he took out the butterfly knife and was about to sever Ning Fuqian's tendons. Ning Fuqian was so scared that he was paralyzed. Young Master Su, I know how to find Yifeng. Oh, Su Tianyu grinned and said, speak. That kid has become Hongya's boy toy. As long as we find Hongya, we should be able to find that kid. Ning Fuqian said, looking at the butterfly knife less than a centimeter from his neck, swallowing hard. Hongye, who is that? Su Tianyu squinted and asked Su Tiancheng. She is the president of Hongye Group, and she has another identity, one of the 4 fierce bandits of Jiangdu, the Rakshasa. Su Tiancheng said. Under normal circumstances, even the Su family would never dare to provoke the 4 fierce bandits, but with Su Tianyu around, it was different. In my territory, you dare to call yourself a gang? Su Tianyu sneered, then said to Su Tiancheng, immediately have that person called Hongya bring Yifeng over to me. Su Tiancheng didn't have Yifeng's contact information, but Hongya's was still easy to find. He immediately had his subordinates find Hongya's phone number and then dialed it. This is Hongya, may I ask who you are? A cold voice came from the phone after a moment. I am Su Tiancheng, bring Yifeng to the Su family immediately. Su Tiancheng said in a commanding tone. You're sick, Hongya coldly replied and then hung up the phone. Clearly, as one of the 4 notorious bandits, she didn't take Su Tiancheng seriously at all. Brother, she hung up on me, Su Tiancheng said awkwardly, looking at Su Tianyu. Oh, interesting, call her again, Su Tianyu said coldly. The phone was dialed again, this time in Su Tianyu's hand, and he only said one sentence. I am Su Tianyu. Upon hearing the name Su Tianyu, Hongya's brows furrowed slightly. Today, the widow had said that Su Tianyu was back, and she couldn't protect Yifeng. She didn't expect him to come knocking so soon. Young Master Su, what do you want? After a moment of silence, Hongya asked. She could disregard Su Tiancheng, but Su Tianyu was different. You have half an hour to bring Yifeng to the Su family, otherwise, whether it's the Hongye group or whatever Rakshasa, it will cease to exist tomorrow, Su Tianyu said coldly. Oh, by the way, the Ning family is all in my hands, including the one called Ning Xin, Su Tianyu added. Su Tianyu, as a disciple of the god of war, how can you use such despicable means? Are you even a man? Upon hearing that Ning Xin was in Su Tianyu's hands, Hongya's expression changed, and she shouted into the phone, Am I not a man? Why don't you ask that woman called Ning Xin later? Sister Hong, what happened? Li Taiju, who was eating a hot dog, looked at the pale-faced Hongya and asked. Ning Xin has been captured, Hongya said in a deep voice. What? Then I'll notify Yi Zi immediately. Li Taiju was so scared that he dropped his hot dog on the ground and quickly took out his phone to call Yifeng. After all, he knew that Ning Xin was Yifeng's Achilles heel. Oh no, Yifeng's phone is off. No worries, I have other ways to contact him. Li Taiju quickly opened WeChat. Just now, Yifeng was with them, but not long after, he was called back by the beautiful class monitor Jiang Pan, who said she needed to sign a share transfer agreement with him. Li Taiju had basically added all the female classmates' contacts, but he hadn't added Jiang Pan's, so he could only ask other female classmates if they had Jiang Pan's contact information. Brother Taiju, are you thinking about her so soon? The voice of the fierce female classmate Wan Mei rang out. Thinking about you? Do you have the class monitor's contact information? Quickly give it to me, Li Taiju said. Jiang Pan's? I don't have it either, the fierce female classmate said, though she actually did have it but didn't want to give it to Li Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, why are you looking for Jiangpan? Am I not pretty enough? The fierce female classmate's voice became increasingly enticing. Hearing that the other party didn't have it, Li Taizhu directly hung up the WeChat voice call and called another female classmate. But the result was the same. They said they didn't have Jiang Pan's contact information. Clearly, they had it but didn't want to share. This made Li Taizhu anxious. Fortunately, Hongye was resourceful and found Jiang Pan's phone number through company information. But Jiang Pan's phone was also off. Why are both of them off? Li Taizhu was like an ant on a hot pan. No worries, I'll send someone directly to Jiang Pan's company. I'll go to the Su family first. If you're scared, don't follow, Hongye said in a deep voice. Scared of what? Li Taizhu immediately replied. Didn't you say we were signing the share transfer agreement? Yi Feng looked at Jiang Pan in confusion. Jiang Pan clearly said they were signing the share transfer agreement, but she brought Yi Feng to the school. The share agreement is at the company. The secretary will bring it to me later. Can you accompany me for a walk around the school? Jiang Pan stood at the school gate, hands behind her back, tilting her head to look at Yi Feng. Her pretty cheeks looked exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight. She had already taken off her high heels and changed into a pair of white sneakers, her hair tied up in a ponytail. This scene made Yi Feng feel as if he had returned to the age of 17 or 18 for a moment. Back then, everyone was so innocent. Unlike now, everything was for profit. Sometimes, for the sake of profit, even a partner by your side could be betrayed. Back then, holding hands for just a moment felt like a lifetime. Jiang Pan was still beautiful, and the school was still the same school, just renovated a bit. Not much had changed. But youth was forever lost. Yi Feng nodded and followed Jiang Pan as they walked towards the school. However, they were not allowed in at all. The security guard stopped them. Uncle, we are both students of the school and want to go in and take a look, Yi Feng said to the guard. Students? Show me your student IDs. The guard squinted at them. We are former students. No student ID, no entry. The guard's attitude was firm. How about this? You go tell the school leaders that I want to donate $1 million to our school, Yi Feng suggested after thinking. He thought, surely a donation would allow them in, right? Even if you want to donate 10 million, it has nothing to do with me. The same rule applies. If you want to enter the school, show me your student ID or teacher's ID. The guard closed his eyes after speaking, seemingly unwilling to engage with them any further. It's okay, I have a way, Jiang Pan said, pulling Yi Feng away. She led him to a spot under a wall and then turned to him, saying, Yi Feng, let's climb over the wall. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yi Feng swallowed hard. Now you think it's inappropriate? Back in school, you and Li Taizhu used to climb over the wall to skip class, and no matter how I scolded you, you never listened. Jiang Pan laughed playfully. We were young and didn't know better back then. Yi Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Yi Feng, come here. Jiang Pan patted the wall and said to him, What for? Of course, you have to lift me up. I'm a girl, how can I climb over such a high wall? Jiang Pan seemed quite excited. Since her student days, she had been a good girl, excelling in both character and studies, never doing anything wrong. But once she entered society, she realized that the world was not as simple as she had thought. Just like that partner, someone she had trusted deeply, ultimately betrayed her. Class monitor, are you really going to climb? Seeing Jiang Pan eager to try, Yi Feng was a bit stunned. Yes, Yi Feng, hurry up and help me. So, Yi Feng squatted down, allowing Jiang Pan to step on his shoulders. Higher, a bit higher. Okay, I'm going up. Yi Feng, I'm up. You come up too. Okay. Just as Yi Feng climbed over the wall, he saw the security guard running towards them with a rubber baton. What are you doing? Oh no, the guard is coming. Run. Jiang Pan grabbed Yi Feng's hand, and they sprinted away. Familiar sights flooded back, filled with memories. After running for a while, they hid under a ping-pong table. Jiang Pan, who had less stamina, was panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on her beautiful face. Yet, her expression was filled with joy. This was the first time she had done something wrong in her life. She didn't expect it to be so thrilling. Yi Feng, do you remember? Back then, every day after school, you and Li Taizhu would come to see me, saying I was your girl, and anyone who dared to have ideas about me would get beaten up. I thought you two were joking. I didn't expect you really did beat someone up, and got a demerit from the school for it. But after that, not many boys wrote me love letters anymore, which made things a lot quieter for me. You and Li Taizhu had a good relationship, but Yi Feng, tell me, if I had really agreed to be one of your girlfriends back then, would you two have turned against each other? Well, at that time, we were just playing around, never thought about what it would be like if we actually dated. Yi Feng scratched his head. So, you two were just playing around and didn't really like me? Jiang Pan pretended to be angry. Like? Of course we liked you, almost all the boys liked you back then, Yi Feng replied. Then what about now? Zhang Pan turned her head, looking at Yifeng with her beautiful big eyes. At that moment, they were only a few centimeters apart, and Yifeng could clearly smell the fragrance of the perfume on Zhang Pan. It wasn't a strong scent, just a light one, reminiscent of jasmine. Every man during his school years harbors an unattainable crush on the class beauty. Yifeng was no exception. Moreover, Zhang Pan was not just the class beauty, she was also the school beauty. Yifeng, do you actually know? Back then, even though I said I hated you all and told you not to come see me, deep down, I really wanted to see you. Both of you. If one day you two didn't come, it felt like something was missing. Originally, Zhang Pan wanted to say she really wanted to see Yifeng, but in the end, she said she wanted to see both of them. Staring at Zhang Pan's stunning face, Yifeng momentarily lost his focus. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. The distance between them grew closer. They are over there. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The two were found by the annoying security guard. They had no choice but to run again. Uncle Security, we really came to donate. Please don't chase us. If you keep chasing, I might just donate to the school next door, Yifeng said, somewhat speechless. However, the security guard didn't listen at all. Su family. Su Tianyu pinched Ning Xian's chin, examining her face. Although she's blind, she looks pretty good. What do you want? Ning Xian forcibly pulled her face away from Su Tianyu's hand. Your man bullied my sister-in-law, so I bully you. Seems fair, right? Su Tianyu said with a wicked smile. Then, he turned to Su Tancheng and said, take her to my room. I'll enjoy her first, and when Yifeng arrives, I'll kill his woman right in front of him. He'll definitely be heartbroken. Su Tiancheng immediately told his subordinates, did you hear what the young master said? Take her to the young master's room. Yes, second young master. Su Tancheng, Su Tianyu, you won't have a good end. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed, Ning Xian said, preparing to bite her tongue to end her life. However, Su Tianyu seemed to have anticipated this and directly released Ning Xian's chin. Let my daughter go, please. Ning Fuqian and Chen Xiu begged desperately. Unfortunately, Su Tianyu was completely unmoved. This woman is pretty good too, send her to my room. Su Tianyu looked at Chen Xiu's still charming face, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Tianyu, you beast, I'll fight you. Ning Fuqian could no longer hold back as his wife and daughter were about to be humiliated, charging at Su Tianyu. However, Su Tianyu casually grabbed Ning Fuqian's neck. With a cold smile, he said, since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that. He was about to snap Ning Fuqian's neck. Seeing this scene, no one in the Ning family dared to say a word. Stop. Just as Ning Fuqian's neck was about to be broken, a cold voice rang out. Then, dozens of figures rushed into the hall. Hong Yi had arrived, accompanied by dozens of capable subordinates, all of whom were her trusted aides with formidable strength. Normally, such a large number of people acting together could even wipe out a family like the Shin family. But at this moment, Hong Ye's expression was extremely serious, because she was facing Su Tianyu. Upon seeing Hong Yi, Su Tianyu, who was ready to enjoy himself, showed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Hong Yi was extremely beautiful, with a very hot figure, wearing a fiery red split cheongsam, looking uniquely charming. You are the Rakshasa? Su Tianyu assessed Hong Yi and asked. I am. Let them go, Hong Yi replied. Who is Yifeng? Su Tianyu scanned the crowd and spoke. Brother, it seems Yifeng hasn't come, Su Tiancheng said. Su Tianyu's brows immediately furrowed. I remember I said to bring Yifeng over. Did you take my words as nonsense? Hong Yi didn't waste words and told her subordinates, I'll hold Su Tianyu off for a while, you go save them. Saying this, she charged towards Su Tianyu. Stop me? Ah, you really think highly of yourself, Su Tianyu scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Hong Ye gripped her dagger, her feet moving in the 7 kill steps. Although she had not yet mastered the 7 kill steps to perfection, it still provided her with significant enhancement. Her current strength could barely match that of a high-level Moon-tier fighter. The others had also engaged in battle with the Su family's guards. Swish, swish, swish. Knowing that Su Tianyu was very strong, she did not hold back. She launched a series of lethal attacks right from the start. Each strike aimed directly at Su Tianyu's vital points. However, Su Tianyu kept his hands behind his back and moved within 3 steps, and Hong Ye's dagger couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. He casually slapped out a palm, and Hong Ye's body was immediately sent flying, crashing into the wall. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Underground Queen, I thought you were strong, but it seems you're nothing special, Su Tianyu said arrogantly. Hong Ye slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Although she knew Su Tianyu was strong, she didn't expect him to be this powerful. She couldn't withstand even a single move. Clearly, Su Tianyu's strength was far beyond hers, he was a Sun-tier powerhouse. Meanwhile, the others brought by Hongye were being held back by Chen Koan. Chen Koan's strength had reached the mid-level star tier, and he single-handedly blocked several people, gaining the upper hand. In just a few minutes, he had knocked all of Hongye's companions to the ground. Your strength as a Rakshasa is considered top tier in Jiangdu, but unfortunately, in front of me, it's insignificant. I'll give you a chance to live, pledge your loyalty to me and be my dog, Su Tianyu said, still with his hands behind his back. You must be dreaming, Hongye retorted coldly. Don't rush to answer, I'll give you time to think, Su Tianyu said, and then his body vanished. He appeared directly in front of Hongye's top henchwoman, Lulu. He grabbed Lulu's head. This woman should be your number one subordinate, right? Su Tianyu grinned. Then, he suddenly squeezed. Bang! Lulu's head exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. The headless corpse fell weakly to the ground. This scene stunned everyone. This was Su Tianyu, powerful and ruthless. Lulu. Seeing her subordinate's head crushed, Hongye's body trembled violently. So, how are you considering it now? Su Tianyu sneered. However, the response he received was Hongye's dagger. Seeing that Hongye dared to attack him, Su Tianyu snorted coldly. Then, his body transformed into a streak of light. Bang, bang, bang. His fist struck fiercely against Hongye's body. With each punch, Hongye spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Hongye realized she had underestimated Su Tianyu's strength. This Su Tianyu was not just a Sun-tier powerhouse, he might even be a high-level Sun-tier. Su Tianyu lifted Hongye high into the air with both hands. Then he slammed her down onto his knee. This is 20% of our company's original shares. This is all I can offer you, Zhang Pan said, handing over the signed share transfer agreement to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded and took it. He pulled out his phone to check the time, only to find it had shut down. He must have forgotten to charge it last night. Zhang Pan had two phones, one for work and one for personal use, and very few people knew her personal number. The work phone had also run out of battery. She used her personal phone to scan a shared power bank for Yi Feng. Once it was charged, as soon as Yi Feng turned on his phone, it vibrated violently. A series of text messages bombarded him. He opened one to check and his expression changed drastically. It was a message from Li Taizhu, saying that Ning Xian had been captured by Su Tianyu, and Hongye had already taken people to rescue her from the Su family, even sending Yi Feng a location. Yi Zi, that bastard Su Tianyu is really powerful. If you don't come soon, Sister Hongye will be done for. This was the last message from Li Taizhu. Class monitor, I have urgent business, I have to go. Yi Feng didn't have time to explain and left directly. He didn't even call for a car, just ran towards the location that Li Taizhu had sent him. Hongye, hold on. At that moment, he was running faster than a car. Watching the direction Yi Feng disappeared, Zhang Pan murmured to herself, Yi Feng, what have you experienced in these 3 years? Crack! The sound of a bone breaking echoed. Hongye's back was violently slammed against Su Tianyu's knee. Her spine shattered instantly. Although Hongye didn't die immediately, she was already close to death. Moreover, even if she miraculously survived, she would become a vegetable. Young master, Hongye tried her best. Hongye slowly closed her eyes. Boring. Su Tianyu casually tossed Hongye's body onto the ground. Hongye was only at the mid-level of the moon rank. With the 7 kill steps that Yi Feng taught her, she could barely fight against high-level moon rank opponents. Su Tianyu, however, had reached the peak of the sun rank, and the power gap between them was too great. Su Tianyu was even left unsatisfied. Take these 2 women to my room, and kill the rest, Su Tianyu said somewhat disinterestedly, preparing to vent his frustration in another way. Okay, brother, Su Tiancheng responded. Chen Koan, wielding a machete, walked towards the Ning family, ready for a massacre. With Su Tianyu backing him up, even if he killed the entire Ning family, there would be no problem. The Ning family members cried out in despair. Some were even so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Su Tianyu. However, just as Chen Koan's machete was about to strike a Ning family member, a loud shout rang out. Yi Feng had finally arrived. Seeing Hongye's tragic state, Yi Feng was filled with rage. Although he hadn't known Hongye for long, she regarded him as her master and had no reservations towards him. Even knowing she was no match for Su Tianyu, she still chose to come and save him. Yi Feng would not forget this kindness. You are Yi Feng? Su Tianyu, who was about to turn and leave, squinted his eyes at the approaching Yi Feng. Yi Feng ignored Su Tianyu and picked up Hongye. Hongye, are you okay? I'm sorry, young master, I tried my best. Hongye forced a smile at Yi Feng before fainting. Yi Feng's palm gently brushed over Hongye's body, feeling her injuries. From the wounds Hongye had suffered, Yi Feng could tell what she had just gone through. Su Tianyu had nearly broken all her bones and even fractured her spine. After assessing her injuries, Yifeng took a deep breath and pulled out the 9 turns golden needle, beginning to treat Hongye. At this moment, Hongye was severely injured and needed immediate treatment. Su Tianyu, seeing this scene, had a grim expression. He shouted at Yifeng, "Yifeng, do you dare to ignore me?" Yifeng still ignored Su Tianyu, quickly inserting the 9 turns golden needle into Hongye's body. Seeking death, Su Tianyu's body transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Yifeng. His palm came crashing down towards the back of Yifeng's head. A strike from a peak Sun rank expert was enough to shatter hard granite. If it hit a person's head, the result would be the same as what happened to Hongye's subordinate, Lulu, who was turned into a mist of blood. Facing Su Tianyu's powerful strike, Yifeng seemed oblivious. He remained focused on treating Hongye. "Yezi, be careful." Li Taiju couldn't help but shout at Yifeng. Boom! Su Tianyu's palm struck down with a loud bang. The entire hall seemed to tremble. However, this palm did not hit Yifeng. Instead, it stopped just a few centimeters away from Yifeng's body. No, it should be said that it was blocked by an invisible wall of energy. Protective Qi. Seeing this scene, an expression of disbelief appeared on Su Tianyu's face. One must know that protective Qi was a technique possessed only by martial arts masters. Once unleashed, he was nearly impervious to blades and spears. Yifeng was actually a martial arts master. This must be a joke, right? Su Tianyu, at 28 years old, had reached the peak of the sun level and was already hailed as a once-in-a-century genius by the war god of Tianqing. In fact, the war god had even asserted that Su Tianyu could enter the realm of masters before the age of 30. Although this kind of talent was still far from the super prodigies of those hidden families, for an ordinary family in the secular world, it was already at the ceiling level. However, at this moment, he discovered that Yifeng was actually a martial arts master. It was said that, according to Su Tiancheng, Yifeng was only 23 or 24 years old. How could this be possible? Su Tianyu's body staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with fear. Although he had reached the peak of the sun level, he knew that the combat power of a sun-level expert was worlds apart from that of a martial arts master. It was possible that even with all his strength, he couldn't break through Yifeng's protective aura. Soon, Yifeng's healing was complete. The broken spine of Hongye had been reconnected, and with some time to recuperate, she would recover as good as new. Juzi, take them away. The scene that follows is not suitable for you to watch, Yifeng said in a calm tone. Yi, can you handle this alone? Li Taiju asked with some concern. After all, Su Tianyu was the disciple of the war god. Yifeng did not answer but instead swept his gaze over the Su family members, including Su Tianyu, and slowly said, "You can start running now." How arrogant! Clearly, Yifeng was prepared to unleash a massacre. The Su family dared to touch Ning Xin, so they should be ready to face death. Li Taiju immediately took Ning Xin and Hongye's people away. Yet, the Su family members surprisingly did not dare to leave. Are you waiting to die by not leaving? Li Taiju shouted at the Ning family members, and they finally reacted, quickly fleeing the scene. Facing Yifeng's gaze, Su Tianyu trembled violently. He wanted to escape, but could he? Yifeng was a master. Finally, after a brief internal struggle, Su Tianyu actually knelt before Yifeng with a thud. "Brother Tianyu, I'm here. Did you catch Yifeng?" At the same time Su Tianyu knelt, a voice rang out. It was Shenhao Shui. She was pushed by Shen Wanguo in a wheelchair. She had heard that Su Tiancheng's brother Su Tianyu had returned and captured Ning Xian's family, so she immediately had her father bring her over. She wanted to see with her own eyes the scene of Yifeng being tortured to death by Su Tianyu. No, she couldn't see it, so she would feel it herself. But no one answered her. The entire scene was unusually quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. "Dad, is Yifeng here?" Shenhao Shui asked, somewhat puzzled, but because she couldn't see, she didn't know what was happening and could only ask Shen Wanguo. Shen Wanguo looked at Su Tianyu, who was kneeling before Yifeng, his eyes filled with disbelief. He swallowed hard and said, "Yes, great. Yifeng, with brother Tianyu here, let's see where you can run." Shenhao Shui sneered. "Why should I run?" Yifeng glanced at Shenhao Shui and replied indifferently. Do you know how powerful brother Tianyu is? He is the disciple of the war god. Do you understand what the war god is? That's a height you will never reach in your lifetime." Shenhao Shui said proudly. She was going to marry Su Tiancheng, largely because Su Tianyu had become a disciple of the war god. Once Su Tianyu became the war god, the Shen family would have another super strong backing. "Yifeng, considering we were once husband and wife, come over now, lick my feet, and immediately dig out your kidneys to return to me. I can let brother Tianyu give you a quick end," Shenhao Shui said excitedly. Hearing Shenhao Shui's words, Su Tianyu nearly wet himself. Asking a martial arts master to lick your feet? Who gave you the courage? Even Liang Jingru wasn't this bold. At this moment, Su Tianyu truly wished he could slap Shinaoxue to death. But Shinaoxue had no idea what was happening. She continued, Yifeng, weren't you very arrogant? Why are you silent now? Hurry up and beg for mercy. Seeing Shinaoxue's smug expression, Yifeng felt both angry and amused. Why don't you ask them about the current situation? Yifeng snorted lightly. Do I even need to ask? It must be that Brother Tianyu has beaten you to the ground begging for mercy. Yifeng, when a person is under a roof, they have to bow their head. After all, 3 years ago, weren't you the same, kneeling and licking my feet? Isn't this what you've always dreamed of? Shinaoxue laughed. Yifeng shook his head, too lazy to deal with this self-righteous woman. His gaze fell on Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu was trembling in fear. It's over, he had angered a martial arts master, and probably only his master could save him. Brother Tianyu, why aren't you saying anything? Finally, Shinaoxue seemed to sense that the atmosphere was off and asked, Shinaoxue, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Su Tianyu finally cursed. Does he want him to die even faster? Brother Tianyu, why are you cursing me? Shinaoxue looked confused. Su Tianyu, he's kneeling in front of Yifeng. At this moment, Shenhuangguo finally spoke up. Dad, you're really joking. How could Brother Tianyu kneel in front of Yifeng? Shinaoxue obviously didn't believe it. Shenhuangguo also hoped he was joking, but this was no joke. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. I'm not joking, Shenhuangguo said with difficulty. Su Tianyu, do you have any last words? Yifeng's tone was icy. Yifeng, don't kill me. It's just a woman, right? As long as you let me go, I can get you any woman you want. How about the 4 great fierce women? I'll bring them all to you. Su Tianyu knew that fighting back would only lead to death. Begging for mercy was the way to go. However, Yifeng remained silent. I know, it's all this woman Shinaoxue's fault. If not, I would help you kill her right now. Su Tianyu thought Yifeng was dissatisfied and continued. Hearing Su Tianyu's words, Shinaoxue was stunned. Su Tianyu, what are you saying? Su Tianyu, do you think you can still live today? Yifeng's gaze was like lightning. He dared to harm Ning Xian and beat Hongyi like that. He would not let Su Tianyu go. I am the disciple of the war god. Su Tianyu tried to use his war god master to intimidate Yifeng. Not to mention the war god isn't here. Even if he were, I would still kill you today. Off you go. Yifeng stopped wasting words. Wait, my master's on the phone. He has something to say to you. At that moment, Su Tianyu handed his phone to Yifeng. Just now, he sensed Yifeng's killing intent, so he dialed his master's number in advance. A master wants to kill me, Su Tianyu said into the phone. Now, only his master could save him. Yifeng took the phone from Su Tianyu and put it on speaker. He asked, who are you? I am the heavenly blue war god. A domineering voice came from the receiver. Dear master, if my disciple has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf and hope you will let him go, the heavenly blue war god said. He was quite satisfied with Su Tianyu as a disciple. Very talented, with proper training, he would surely become a war god within 10 years. Sorry, I don't accept your apology, Yifeng said coldly. Yifeng's words instantly enraged the heavenly blue war god. Kid, don't be ungrateful. If you dare to harm a single hair on your, I will have your entire family buried with him, the heavenly blue war god shouted angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng pointed a finger at Su Tianyu's forehead. A blood hole immediately appeared on Su Tianyu's forehead. Then, he collapsed to the ground. This scene stunned everyone present. Yifeng actually pointed a finger and killed Su Tianyu, showing no respect for the god of war, Tiancheng. Dad, what did the god of war just say? He said Yifeng is a master? How is that possible? Shinaoxue exclaimed as if she had heard the biggest joke. Shenhuangguo looked at the lifeless Su Tianyu, trembling all over, and said, he really is a master. He just killed Su Tianyu. At that moment, the god of war, Tiancheng, finally realized what had happened. You killed my son? What else could I do? Yifeng replied nonchalantly. Good, very good, kid. Prepare to face the wrath of a god of war. Tiancheng roared, and then there was a sharp sound from the phone, followed by silence. He probably smashed the phone in anger. Anyone leaving the Su family now, I will spare your lives, otherwise, you will die. Yifeng coldly scanned the Su family members. I declare my departure from the Su family. Chen Koan was the first to speak. He was merely a martial artist serving the Su family. They paid him, and he solved their problems. He wouldn't risk his life for them. I also leave the Su family. Following Chen Koan, the Su family's guards all dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Only Su Tiancheng remained. Yifeng's gaze fell on Su Tiancheng, and he smiled, asking, aren't you leaving the Su family? See, can I? Su Tiancheng was in a state of shock. Of course not. Yi Feng struck Su Tiancheng on the forehead with his palm. Su Tiancheng immediately bled from his mouth and nose, dying an untimely death. The deaths of Su Tiancheng and Su Tianyu signified the complete destruction of the Su family. Originally, if Su Tianyu had become a disciple of the god of war and later became a god of war himself, the Su family could have grown into a powerful force. Unfortunately, they no longer had that chance. Dad, don't joke around, this isn't funny at all. Shenao Shue swallowed hard. I'm not joking, Su Tiancheng was also killed by him. Shen Wanguo was already numb. I don't believe it, you must be lying to me. How could Yi Feng be a master? Shenao Shue refused to accept this outcome. 3 years ago, Yi Feng was just a man who served women. 3 years later, he had become a martial arts master. Shenao Shue understood what it meant to have a martial arts master. If there was a martial arts master in charge, even the smallest family could easily grow into a billion-dollar entity. If she had known Yi Feng had such strong martial arts talent, why bother with anything else? She should have just served Yi Feng well. At that moment, Shenao Shue felt a sense of urgency. No, 3 years ago, Yi Feng was just an ordinary person. Clearly, Yi Feng had gained a fortuitous encounter after falling into the abyss. Yi Feng, so what if you became a master? You killed Su Tianyu, the god of war Tianqing won't let you go. Shenao Shue shouted desperately. Yi Feng glanced indifferently at Shenao Shue and then walked straight out of the Su family. His hatred for Shenao Shue had long since vanished. As soon as Yi Feng stepped out of the Shen family, he saw Hong Ye, Li Taizhu, Ning Xan, and others waiting at the door, their faces filled with anxiety. They relaxed only when they saw Yi Feng come out. Yezi! They all rushed over. Did you kill Su Tiancheng and Su Tianyu? Li Taizhu couldn't help but ask. He had just heard from those who escaped the Su family that Yi Feng had killed Su Tianyu and Su Tiancheng, and that Yi Feng was also a martial arts master. Yi Feng nodded. Awesome! I never expected my Li Taizhu would have a master brother. Li Taizhu exclaimed excitedly. Yi Feng! Ning Xian's voice rang out, and she looked at him with affectionate eyes. Her eyes sparkled like two beautiful gems. Sister Xian, can you see now? Yi Feng asked in surprise. Yes, Xiao Chen, I can see. Ning Xian's eyes were filled with happy tears. The two embraced each other. Xiao Xian, come back to the Ning family with me. At that moment, Ning Fuqian's voice sounded. Back to the Ning family? Ning Xian was still a bit stunned. Your grandfather has already allowed us to return to the Ning family, Ning Fuguei said excitedly. In truth, old Master Ning did not want to expel Ning Fuguei's family from the Ning family. At that time, it was only to protect the Ning family that he had to do so. But now, the Shin and Su families have been destroyed, and there are no more concerns. Really? Ning Xian exclaimed with joy. She knew her father had always wanted to return to the family. Ning Fuguei's expulsion was also her fault, so hearing that her father could return to the family made her very happy. However, your grandfather has one condition, you absolutely cannot be with Yi Feng. Ning Fuguei said solemnly. Ning Xian trembled at his words. Unable to help herself, she asked, why? Although he destroyed the Shin and Su families, you should also know that Su Tianyu was a disciple of the heavenly blue war god. Yi Feng killed Su Tianyu, and the heavenly blue war god will not let this go easily. Ning Fuguei sighed. If Yi Feng had not killed Su Tianyu, with Yi Feng's status as a martial arts master, he would never have stopped Yi Feng and Ning Xian from being together, because with such a master providing protection, it would be easy for the Ning family to surpass the former Shin family. Unfortunately, Yi Feng killed Su Tianyu and offended the heavenly blue war god. The wrath of the heavenly blue war god is not something a mere martial arts master can withstand. However, Yi Feng, I can see that you truly love Xiao Xian, and Xiao Xian loves you too. So, I won't stop you, but you must survive the wrath of the heavenly blue war god. As long as you can get through this, I will allow you to be together, Ning Fuguei said. Although he did not believe Yi Feng could withstand the wrath of the heavenly blue war god, Yi Feng had given him too many surprises in recent days. What if Yi Feng really was not afraid of the heavenly blue war god? Alright, Yi Feng said without saying much more. Yi Feng. Ning Xian was somewhat reluctant to leave. Moreover, she was also very worried that Yi Feng could not withstand the wrath of the heavenly blue war god. Sister Xian, trust me, I will be fine, Yi Feng signaled for Ning Xian not to worry. In the Su family's villa, Shen Wan was seen to age 10 years in an instant. Originally, the marriage between the Shin and Su families might have helped the Shin family rise to a new level, but now, they had gained nothing. The Su family was destroyed. The Shin family should not be far behind. Yi Feng did not kill him and Shenao Shue, perhaps wanting to leave them alive to live in regret and fear. Sure enough, not long after Yi Feng left, the Shin family received notice that all companies cooperating with the Shin family had suspended their partnerships. This is the terror of a martial arts master. Just a single word caused the massive Shin family to collapse. Yi Feng did not take Shenao Shue and Shen Wanguo's lives, naturally wanting them to experience what Ning Xian had suffered. Shen Aoshue's mental state was somewhat unstable. One moment she said she didn't believe it, the next she wanted to ask Yifeng for forgiveness. "Dad, do you think if I go to plead with Yifeng to come back to me, he would return? He liked me so much back then." Yifeng had indeed liked Shen Aoshue a lot back then. Otherwise, how could he have donated a kidney to her? Unfortunately, she had pushed Yifeng into the abyss herself. Yifeng could never forgive her. The villa where the father and daughter lived was reclaimed, and the company's bank cards were frozen. To survive, they could only beg on the streets. "Dad, I don't want to live anymore, let me die." Because she had no money for dialysis treatment, Shen Aoshue's body had started to swell. "Child, we haven't lost yet, we still have hope." Shen Wanguo tried to persuade her. With the Shen family gone and his only daughter reduced to this, Shen Wanguo wished he could die. But he was unwilling. He still had one last hope. That is, the D family, an unimaginably terrifying existence. It was precisely with the help of the D family that the Shen family was able to grow from a small group with a scale of less than 1 billion to a top financial conglomerate in Jiangdu worth over 100 billion in just 3 years. In fact, the other party didn't even provide any substantial assistance. It was merely a casual remark made by the old man as he was leaving. That terrifying old man was said to be just a servant of the D family, a servant whose single word could elevate a family. This shows the terror of the D family. As long as the D family sends someone over, Yifeng, even as a martial arts master, would be like an ant before them. The people of the D family would surely help him reclaim everything he had lost. Of course, the premise was that Yifeng could withstand the wrath of the Azure War God. The Azure War God was indeed a war god, not only possessing immense strength but also having extensive connections. If he wanted to kill Yifeng, it might just take a single word. "Daughter, even if we have to die, we must ensure Yifeng dies first." Shen Wanguo gritted his teeth. Even if the Azure War God couldn't deal with Yifeng, there were still the people of the D family. "Yes, I can't die yet. I want to live." Upon hearing Shen Wanguo's words, a glimmer of determination appeared in Shen Aoshue's eyes again. She picked up a bun that a passerby had just thrown to her and began to devour it frantically. In Yuzhou, inside an incredibly luxurious villa, a tall and imposing middle-aged man smashed everything in sight to pieces. He was the Azure War God. Just moments ago, his prized disciple had been killed by someone. Although it hadn't happened in front of him, he had already informed the other party of his identity over the phone. Yet, the other party showed no respect for this war god at all. They directly killed Su Tianyu. He wished he could immediately go to Jiangdu and kill Yifeng, but now he was tied up with important matters and couldn't leave. "Send out the order. Anyone who kills Yifeng will be rewarded. Capturing him alive will earn a great reward." The power of a war god was immense. Once the news spread, the entire Yuzhou became turbulent. In no time, countless powerful individuals gathered and surged into Jiangdu, wanting to capture or kill Yifeng. Among them, the most eye-catching were a pair of siblings. This brother and sister were known for their ruthless methods. The brother preferred to wear black, while the sister favored white, earning them the title of the Black and White Impermanents. Both possessed master-level strength. Individually, they could contend with masters, and together, their combat power would double. Ordinary masters would undoubtedly perish when facing the impermanent siblings. Moreover, these two were extremely cruel. Those killed by them didn't just die. Before dying, they would endure extreme and brutal torture. It was said that not long ago, they had killed a master. That master had been tortured for 3 days and nights before finally passing away. By the time the body was discovered, it was unrecognizable as a human. Regarding the death order issued by the Azure War God, Yifeng didn't take it seriously at all. After leaving the Su family, he didn't return to the D residence. Instead, he arrived in front of a dilapidated community. However, he hesitated to go in, because his godmother, Yi Qi, lived here. Yifeng had no parents, it was his godmother who raised him. "Godmother, even though I'm not your biological son, you treat me like one. 5 years ago, I disappointed you, but from now on, I won't let you down again." Yifeng took a deep breath. It seemed he had finally made a decision and walked towards the memory of Yi Qi's home. It had been 5 years since he last came here. 5 years ago, he didn't want to come, but he felt ashamed to do so. At that time, when he donated a kidney to Shen Aoshue, Yi Qi was firmly opposed, as a kidney was too important for a man. Without a kidney, one could still live, but certain aspects would be greatly affected. To prevent Yifeng from donating a kidney to Shen Aoshue, she even made a harsh statement: if Yifeng dared to donate a kidney to Shen Aoshue, then she would no longer consider him her son. Yet, in the end, Yifeng still donated the kidney to Shen Aoshue. One reason was that he liked Shen Aoshue, and the other was that it was a matter of saving a life. He knew he owed Yi Qi and didn't dare to come back to find her. He could only quietly send the pocket money Shanaoshua had given him anonymously to her. Later, when something happened, he couldn't come back at all. I wonder if my godmother still lives here, if she's doing well, and if Suyu has grown taller. Yi Feng recalled Yi Qi's gentle face and her biological daughter Suyu, and his longing intensified. However, just as he reached the door, he saw several fierce-looking men smashing the door of his godmother's house. "What are you doing?" Yi Feng scolded coldly. The men glanced at Yi Feng and then cursed. "What business is it of yours? If you don't want to die, get lost and mind your own business." "Boss, could this kid be a relative of that bitch Suyu?" One of the thugs with dyed yellow hair sized up Yi Feng and said, "Hey, what's your relationship with Suyu?" The leader of the thugs walked over to Yi Feng and asked, "She's my sister. What do you want with her?" Yi Feng replied, "Your sister? She hurt our boss. So, what do you say we do about it?" The leader snorted coldly. "I'm a doctor. I can help your boss heal," Yi Feng responded. "Kid, do you know where Suyu hurt our boss? You dare to say you can help him heal? No matter where he's hurt, I can treat it," Yi Feng said confidently. "Heh, our boss got hurt in the balls. What, are you going to give him a pair of balls?" The thugs laughed loudly. Yi Feng was taken aback and then said, "If the balls are still there, they can be treated. It's useless, they've already been surgically removed and are now soaking in formaldehyde." Yi Feng's mouth twitched. Although his medical skills were superb, they hadn't reached the level of creating something out of nothing. If he could truly create something out of nothing, he wouldn't be called a doctor, he'd be called a deity. "Alright, enough talk. Get your sister out here. Our boss said he can't use it anymore. He won't be able to marry anyone in this life, so he can only have Suyu as his wife. Don't think about hiding. Our boss is not someone you can mess with." The thug's expressions gradually turned fierce. "I can pay you money." "Damn, does our boss want money? He wants balls." "Forget it. If we can't find that bitch Suyu, just grab her brother first. Otherwise, we can't report back to the boss," a few thugs said as they approached to grab Yi Feng. However, at that moment, a delicate voice rang out. "Don't hurt him. I'll go with you." A tall figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. Yi Feng looked over. It was a girl of striking beauty, but her outfit was quite bold. She wore super short black leather pants, a black vest, and underneath was just a bra, exposing her flat stomach, with a rhinestone embedded in her navel. Her long, snow-white legs stood out particularly in the night. Who else could it be but Suyu? 5 years ago, Suyu was only 14 or 15. Back then, she was well-behaved, studious, and a good girl in the eyes of adults. But now, Suyu wore smoky makeup, her hair styled in big waves, and dyed red. She looked like a princess or a bar girl. "Suyu, so you were at home." The thug's eyes lit up upon seeing Suyu. It must be said that even in nightlife, a beauty like Suyu was extremely rare, especially those long legs full of youthful vitality. They were simply breathtaking. "Little you," Yi Feng called out. Suyu shot him an annoyed glare. "Why did you come back at this time of all times?" Clearly, Suyu had returned long ago. It was just that she hadn't dared to show herself because she saw thugs lurking at the door. As a result, Yi Feng ran over. Although she had a lot of resentment towards this brother who had disappeared for 5 years, she couldn't just watch him get taken away by Long Ji's men. "Yi Feng, I'll hold them off for a bit. You find a chance to run?" Suyu whispered to Yi Feng as she passed by him. She remembered how close their relationship used to be, like a little shadow following him every day, calling him brother, brother. She even said once that she would marry him and be his wife. But now, she simply called him by his name. "Suyu, come back with us." The thugs surrounded Suyu. However, Yi Feng stood in front of her. "Yi Feng, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to run?" Suyu frowned. "It's okay, Xiaoyu, I won't let them take you," Yi Feng said in a deep voice. "Oh, kid, are you looking for death?" The thugs lost their patience. One strong thug grabbed Yi Feng by the collar, intending to throw him away. However, despite the thug's immense strength, Yi Feng remained completely still. "He's a tough one, everyone, go for it." Several thugs attacked at once. One even pulled out a folding knife and lunged at Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, be careful," Suyu exclaimed. Facing the thug's assault, Yi Feng showed no fear. To him, these thugs were no different from newborn babies. He seized the wrist of the thug with the knife and twisted it gently. Crack! The thug's wrist was broken. Then, with a few casual kicks, he knocked the other thugs to the ground. "This guy's too tough, retreat." The thugs realized they had met their match and quickly withdrew. "Kid, you're something else. Suyu, you can run, but the monk can't escape the temple. Long Gu already knows where your mom works." The thugs dared to threaten Yi Feng and Suyu only after they had distanced themselves. "If you dare touch my mom, I'll fight you to the death." Suyu gritted her teeth. "Xiaoyu, what's going on?" Yi Feng asked Suyu. Suyu took out a key from her tiny shorts pocket and opened the door, and they both entered the house. Suyu poured herself a glass of water, took a big gulp, and then handed it to Yifeng. Do you want some? Seeing this, Yifeng knew that the girl still cared about him. He took the cup. His gaze wandered around the room. The house hadn't changed much compared to 5 years ago. The only difference was that there was much less furniture. Suyu quickly removed her heavy makeup. Then she took out some clothes from the wardrobe and was about to change in front of Yifeng. Yifeng quickly turned around. Although Suyu used to change clothes in front of him often, even asking him to help with zippers, she was still young back then. But now, Suyu had grown up, becoming a tall and graceful young woman. It was better to avoid any awkwardness. Soon, Suyu finished changing. She wore a t-shirt on top and tight jeans below. In an instant, she transformed from a nightclub girl into a sweet and sensible neighbor girl. Weren't you supposed to be dead from the fall? How are you still alive? Suyu stared at Yifeng with her beautiful big eyes. It was clear that she still cared about him. I was saved by someone and managed to survive, Yifeng replied. Oh, Suyu casually responded. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Where's your godmother? Yifeng asked. She's at work. Why are you dressed like that? Yifeng finally asked. What's it to you? Yifeng, I'm telling you, not a word of what you just saw to my mom, or I'll make you regret it, Suyu said, waving her little fist and making a fierce expression. But she looked so cute doing it. The old Suyu was very pretty. Now that she had grown up, she was even more charming, especially her once small hills, which had now become quite prominent, stretching the Pikachu design on her shirt. Have you eaten? Suyu asked. Not yet, Yifeng shook his head. I'll go make dinner. After Suyu finished speaking, she tied on her apron and walked into the kitchen to start cooking. Watching Suyu's graceful figure, memories seemed to flash back to 5 years ago. Back then, Suyu couldn't cook at all. It was Yifeng who made meals for her. Unexpectedly, she had learned to cook now. However, Yifeng was overthinking it. About 10 minutes later, a scream came from the kitchen. Yifeng hurried inside and found Suyu had burned herself. Her small hands were tightly clutching her earlobes, tears streaming from her eyes. On the cutting board lay a dish that looked like noodles. Let me do it. Yifeng shook his head with a smile, then opened the fridge to see what food was available. To his dismay, aside from a handful of noodles and a few green onions, there was hardly anything else. He couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. It was known that although the Yi family wasn't wealthy, they were certainly not poor. At least they had enough to eat, with meat on the table every day. Back then, their fridge was always stuffed to the brim. Fortunately, there was a small bowl of lard. This way, Yifeng could make a simple noodle dish. Yifeng started boiling the noodles, and Suyu took off her apron to help him tie it back on. Soon, 2 bowls of simple noodles were ready. A splash of soy sauce, a spoonful of lard, and a sprinkle of green onions, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It smells so good. Suyu's cute little nose sniffed, and then she began to eat heartily. Slow down, be careful not to burn yourself. It's delicious. I haven't had such tasty noodles in a long time, Suyu said with a satisfied expression. After eating the noodles, Suyu took the bowls and chopsticks to wash them in the kitchen. Alright, Yifeng, you can go now. Suyu opened the door. I haven't even seen my godmother yet. Yifeng didn't expect Suyu would want him to leave. To my mom, you are already dead, Suyu said coldly. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I was wrong to you all before. I will take good care of you and your godmother from now on, Yifeng said solemnly. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Suyu could no longer hold back and began to cry. Wiping her tears, she said, Yifeng, are you really willing to abandon your own mother for a woman? It's not that I don't acknowledge my godmother, but she said if I dared to donate a kidney to Shinaoshue, she would sever ties with me. I couldn't face coming back. Yifeng gritted his teeth. Couldn't face coming back? Then why didn't you see my mom when she came to the Shin family to find you? Suyu said sadly. What? My godmother came to the Shin family to find me? Yifeng was taken aback. Not seeing you is one thing, but why did you let the bodyguards throw my mom out? Do you know how heartbroken she was when she came back that day, telling everyone that her son was dead? But even so, my mom didn't really disown you. She tried every possible way to see you, even disguising herself as a maid of the Shin family just to catch a glimpse of you from afar. She knew you had no status in the Shin family and didn't dare to acknowledge you, so she quietly made your favorite dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Yifeng was completely stunned. He recalled that once, the maid of the Shin family made chicken stewed with mushrooms, and the taste was exactly the same as what his godmother made. He wanted to meet that maid, but after that meal, she resigned. It turned out that his godmother had secretly come to see him. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Tears finally slipped from Yifeng's eyes. He had not shed a single tear when he was forced to donate a kidney by Hong Tao, pushed into the abyss by Shinaoshue, or trained in a nearly cruel manner by the killing emperor. But now, he finally couldn't hold back, shedding the first hair in 5 years. Later, Shinaoshua said you died from falling off a cliff. My mom didn't believe it and went to the Shin family to demand an explanation, but she ended up having her arm broken by the Shin family's bodyguards. Suyu was already in tears. You know, my mom does handicrafts. With her hand injured, she can no longer do her work. The company fired her, and she could only take on some private jobs to make money. Sometimes I really want to stop studying, that way, mom wouldn't have to work so hard. But my mom would rather die than let me drop out, so I secretly went to work at a bar. I lied to her, saying I got a scholarship. My mom praised me, saying her daughter finally had a future, that her suffering wasn't in vain. You know, at that time, how much my heart hurt. Yifeng said that Suyu had always been a good girl. How could she possibly work in a nightclub? It was all forced by life. If he hadn't donated a kidney to Shinaoshua back then, none of this would have happened. His godmother wouldn't have had her hand broken, and the three of them would still be living happily together. It was him who let his godmother down, who let Suyu down. No wonder Suyu didn't call him brother. Yifeng, my mom has gotten used to life without you. Why are you coming back? To hurt her again? Suyu questioned loudly. Xiaoyu, this time, I won't let my godmother down, and I won't let you down either. Yifeng said softly. Hearing his words, Suyu cried even harder. Actually, I'm really happy to see you alive, but your timing couldn't be worse. I took down Longu, and he won't let me go. Tell me, what exactly happened? Yifeng gently wiped away Suyu's tears with his hand, asking tenderly. Even though I work at the bar, I'm in the atmosphere group. A few days ago, Longu took a liking to me and insisted I accompany him. I didn't want to go, so his subordinates forcibly took me. When he wasn't paying attention, I kicked him with my high heel, but unexpectedly, that kick landed on. I've heard he's been crippled now. It's not just Longu, the bar side is also blocking me. I don't know what to do. I'm not afraid of him, but I'm afraid he'll hurt my mom. After learning the details, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Suyu's phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and hesitated to answer. It's fine, answer it. I'm here, Yifeng signaled her not to worry. Only then did Suyu pick up the call. Suyu, you really are something, actually taking down Longu. Do you know what the consequences will be? You better get your ass to Han Langman right now, or I'll chop your whole family. As soon as the call connected, a furious voice came from the receiver. It was Zhang Jian, the manager of Han Langman. Longu had gotten into trouble in his establishment, so he couldn't escape responsibility. Longu had already made it clear that if Suyu wasn't brought to him within 3 days, he would shut down Han Langman. But Zhang Jian had called Suyu dozens of times, and she hadn't answered. Suyu looked at Yifeng, unsure of what to do. Tell him you're coming right away, Yifeng whispered. Suyu was a bit worried. Going to Han Langman was like walking into a tiger's den, wasn't it? Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I'm really strong now. Suyu recalled how easily Yifeng had taken down those thugs earlier, and finally gained a bit of confidence, gritting her teeth and saying, I'll be there right away. She actually didn't want to take Yifeng into danger, but the other party already knew her home address, and she needed to resolve this before Yichi found out. That's the spirit. Longu is a reasonable person, he won't eat you alive. Hearing Suyu say she was going, Zhang Jian's tone softened immediately. He was scared too. If Suyu hid, Longu would definitely come after him. After hanging up, Zhang Jian felt something was off. Logically, Suyu shouldn't have the guts to come. After thinking for a moment, he said to his subordinates, gather the brothers. Half an hour later, Yifeng and Suyu arrived at the entrance of Han Langman. Yifeng, should we not go in? Suyu felt a bit scared. She had seen the fate of those disobedient girls a few times. Let's go in. Don't you want to keep this from your godmother? Yifeng patted Suyu's shoulder. As soon as they walked into the bar, they bumped into a heavily made-up woman. She saw Suyu, and a hint of hostility flickered in her eyes. Then she coldly laughed. Suyu, do you still dare to come here and seek death? Whether I seek death or not has nothing to do with you, Lu Jia. Suyu gritted her teeth. Lu Jia was also part of the bar's atmosphere team. She was originally the queen of the atmosphere group, but after Suyu arrived, she snatched that position away from her. This caused Lu Jia to lose quite a bit of face, so she was very displeased with Suyu, especially since the manager of the Red Romance, Zhang Jian, who had originally been close to her, had become very indifferent towards her and instead turned into Suyu's sycophant. This made her even more unhappy. Upon learning that Suyu had offended Brother Long, she was naturally the happiest. Suyu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Jingu has called everyone in the venue over. If you're not afraid of death, just go in. Hearing Lu Jia say that Zhang Jian had called everyone over, Suyu's delicate body trembled slightly. Yifeng held Suyu's small hand and said, go in, Xiaoyu, I'm here for you. With Yifeng holding her hand, Suyu instinctively resisted a little. It wasn't that she disliked Yifeng holding her hand, but she still hadn't completely forgiven him. However, she only resisted slightly and then allowed Yifeng to hold her hand. The two walked towards the red romance together. Seeing this scene, a smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Jie's mouth. After today, she would once again become the queen of the red romance. As for Suyu, whether she could leave the red romance alive was another matter. It was said that Suyu's kick was fierce enough to make Brother Long lose face. As long as Brother Long wasn't a fool, he wouldn't easily let Suyu go. Originally, Suyu was quite scared, but for some reason, the warmth coming from Yifeng's hand made her feel a wave of reassurance. It was like when she was a child. No matter what mistakes she made, Yifeng would always stand in front of her and say, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The phrase "I'm here" made Suyu feel as if she had returned to that innocent time when she could unconditionally trust Yifeng. It was still not business hours, so there were no customers inside. However, the hall was packed with people. Lu Jie did not lie to Suyu. Zhang Jian had indeed called everyone in the venue over. This scene was clearly not prepared for Suyu. After all, Suyu was just a part-time college student and did not deserve such a grand setup. Zhang Jian had called everyone over to deal with Brother Long. Yes, he wanted to cover for Suyu. Of course, it was under certain conditions. After all, not everyone had the courage to challenge Brother Long's authority. Zhang Jian had originally been smiling, but when he saw Suyu being led in by a man, the smile on his face instantly froze. "Kid, who the hell are you? Who told you to hold Suyu's hand?" Zhang Jian spat, cigarette in his mouth, cursing. "I'm her brother," Yifeng replied. Upon hearing Yifeng's answer, Zhang Jian's face turned full of smiles again. "Oh, so you're the big uncle. So you're Suyu's brother, please, take a seat." Zhang Jian almost let slip his true thoughts. It was clear that Zhang Jian had feelings for Suyu and wanted her to be his girlfriend. Although he was the bar manager and had seen countless women, it was definitely not less than 1,000. Moreover, each one was beautiful and had a hot figure. For example, that Lu Jia was sexy and fiery, and crucially, she knew how to have fun. Every time, she made him feel good about being a man. However, Zhang Jian always felt that something was missing between him and Lu Jia. They could sleep together, but he seemed reluctant to have Lu Jia as his girlfriend. But ever since Suyu arrived, Zhang Jian finally understood what was missing in Lu Jia. Although Lu Jia was also beautiful, she had a price. A woman with a price, no matter how beautiful, would find it hard to ignite a man's desire to conquer. After all, he knew that as long as he spent money, this woman would obediently open her legs and let him explore to his heart's content. Of course, others were the same, but Suyu was priceless. Faced with a priceless woman, a man is often willing to give everything for her. Just like this time, Zhang Jian knew very well that going against Longguo was not a wise choice. But for Suyu, he decided to fight. "Brother Long, what happened?" After they settled into the chairs Zhang Jian had brought, Suyu couldn't help but ask. After all, she roughly knew where Brother Long was injured, but she still found it hard to believe that a casual kick from her could incapacitate him. "Ah, Xiaoyu, your kick was perfectly placed, especially since you were wearing 10cm stiletto heels that night. It was practically like a nail, and Brother Long was done for on the spot," Zhang Jian sighed. Although he was mentally prepared, hearing Zhang Jian's words made Suyu worry even more. Brother Long gave you two choices. 1. Be caught by him and sink into the river. 2. Marry him and spend a lifetime making up for your mistakes. Suyu lowered her head. Clearly, she didn't want to choose either option. "I'll give you a third choice," Zhang Jian suddenly said. Suyu's eyes lit up as she looked up at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian gazed at Suyu's stunning face, feeling a surge of heat in his heart. He swore that as long as Suyu was willing to be his girlfriend, even if Brother Long was formidable, he would still confront him. "Be my girlfriend," Zhang Jian declared. "Xiaoyu, you know that Brother Long has a lot of power in Jiangdu. If I want to confront him, I have to show all my cards. If you were just an employee in our atmosphere group, I wouldn't need to do that. But if you are my girlfriend, it's a different story." Yifeng assessed Zhang Jian, realizing that he had this idea in mind. He immediately said, "No need for your help. I can handle Brother Long myself." "Ha, brother, you probably don't know Brother Long's background. In Jiangdu, there are not many who dare to say they can deal with him," Zhang Jiao laughed. Of course, there was some exaggeration in his words, but it wasn't too far off. Brother Long wasn't scary, it was mainly the power behind him that was terrifying. Once that force set its sights on someone, even a family worth billions would have a headache. If it weren't for his deep feelings for Suyu, Zhang Jian really wouldn't want to wade into this murky water. Clearly, Suyu would not agree to Zhang Jian's conditions, but if she didn't agree, what could she do? "Xiaoyu, think about it. If you don't be my girlfriend, you'll have to marry Brother Long. I'm still better than being with a cripple, right?" Zhang Jian persuaded. "Damn it, who dares to say I'm a cripple?" Just as Zhang Jian finished speaking, a loud shout rang out. Brother Long's men had arrived. Not just Brother Long, but he brought several hundred people. When Zhang Jian saw Brother Long storming in, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He didn't expect them to come so quickly. Moreover, he had quite a few of his own thugs outside. How did Brother Long get in? Of course, he broke in. Brother Long wasn't stupid. Seeing that Zhang Jian had gathered so many people, he probably guessed that Zhang Jian wanted to protect Su Yu. His gaze was sharp as he coldly stared at Zhang Jian and said, "Zhang Jian, do you really think you can protect Su Yu? Heiga, I will compensate for your losses. But Su Yu, you can't take her away today." Zhang Jian gritted his teeth. Even now, he hadn't given up hope. Compensate for my losses? I've lost a testicle. How do you compensate for that? Should I ruin yours too? Brother Long cursed loudly. Then he declared, "Don't think that just because you're a little Zhang Jian, even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't stop me from taking Su Yu." As Brother Long spoke, he scanned the crowd with a disdainful gaze. However, his eyes suddenly landed on one person. Instantly, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. That person was none other than Yifeng. How did this scourge end up here? When Brother Long saw Yifeng, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. The first time he met Yifeng, he only knew that Yifeng was quite formidable. But now, he realized that Yifeng was not just formidable, he was simply invincible. A master in his 20s, he could even kill Su Tianyu with a single finger. One of the 4 notorious bandits, Luocha, had been made his maid. At that time, he was still puzzled. Luocha had always been proud and never bowed to anyone except for her elder sister. Even if someone was much stronger than her, she would rather perish than submit. Yet, she had submitted to Yifeng, and it was an unconditional submission. Brother. The appearance of Long Gu made Su Yu feel a bit scared. She instinctively grabbed Yifeng's hand and called out brother again, a word she hadn't uttered in 5 years. Hearing Su Yu call him brother, Yifeng felt a sense of gratitude towards Long Gu. If it weren't for Long Ji's situation, perhaps Su Yu would have found it hard to accept him again. Everyone come out. At that moment, Zhang Jian called out all the people he had arranged. A dark crowd gathered, no less than Long Ji's men. To protect Su Yu, Zhang Jian had really put in a lot of effort. Upon hearing Su Yu's address to Yifeng, Long Gu was immediately taken aback. Su Yu was the sister of this devil? He couldn't help but swallow hard. If Yifeng was Su Yu's brother, then he wouldn't dare seek revenge, even if he lost something trivial. Since Yifeng was Su Yu's brother, Long Gu could only consider himself unlucky. Retreat! Long Gu did not hesitate at all and directly led his men away. Facing Yifeng, not even his elder sister would dare to stand against him. What a stroke of bad luck. Seeing Long Gu actually leave, Zhang Jian's face showed a hint of joy. He thought it was his men who had scared Long Gu away. He deliberately put on a big boss demeanor and said, "Hey Long, take care." It seemed that the 4 notorious bandits were nothing much after all. He had long heard that the 4 notorious bandits were tyrants in Jiangdu, but seeing them today, they were just a bunch of cowards. Of course, Zhang Jian was still a bit anxious. Achieving this without bloodshed was the best outcome. Xiao Yu, although I have temporarily scared off Heilong, you know that Heilong is someone who will retaliate. Without my protection, it will be hard for you to stand in Jiangdu, Zhang Jian said confidently to Su Yu. Thank you, Jiangu, Su Yu said with a note of gratitude. Xiao Yu, you know, what I want is not just to thank you, Zhang Jian replied. Su Yu lowered her head and said nothing. She came to the bar to work part-time purely out of necessity. She didn't want to have too much interaction with the people at the bar, especially Zhang Jian, who had been involved with many of the pretty girls there. For instance, Lu Jia, who became the leader of the Atmosphere Group, was only able to do so because Zhang Jian was backing her up. However, to be fair, Zhang Jian was quite good to Su Yu. He took care of her a lot in daily life. I'm sorry, Jiangu, I just see you as an older brother, Su Yu finally said, biting her lip. When she said this, she seemed a bit afraid that Yifeng would be angry, stealing a glance at him. She was adorable. However, Yifeng didn't mind. The reason he was still sitting there listening to Zhang Jian was that Su Yu had mentioned that Zhang Jian took good care of her. Zhang Jian would treat Su Yu well, of course, with intentions behind it. Moreover, with his strength, he could easily force Su Yu, but that would be meaningless. What he wanted was for Su Yu to be willing, but it seemed that Su Yu was not willing at the moment. Xiao Yu, I offended Long Gu for you, and you plan to thank me like this? Finally, Zhang Jian began to lose his patience. Especially with Yifeng's presence, he felt a sense of crisis. Although Yifeng claimed to be Su Yu's brother, he could see from the way Su Yu looked at Yifeng that their relationship was likely not simple. Yifeng and Su Yu indeed called each other siblings, but they had no blood relation whatsoever. In fact, when they were younger, Su Yu had even said that when she grew up, she wanted to be Yifeng's wife. Then, what do you want? Su Yu gritted her teeth and asked. Su Yu, you really disappoint me. Zhang Jian's eyes narrowed. He then signaled to his subordinates. They understood immediately and surrounded Yifeng and Suyu. Being surrounded by over 100 people, it was impossible not to feel scared. Suyu could only hold Yifeng's hand tightly. She couldn't help but glance at Yifeng. Surely, her brother would be scared too, right? Did I make a mistake by involving him? At that moment, Suyu even felt a bit regretful for bringing Yifeng along. However, Yifeng's expression was calm and unbothered, showing no signs of fear. Kid, are you really Suyu's brother? Zhang Jian finally couldn't help but ask. He always felt that the way Suyu looked at Yifeng was not like a sister looking at her brother. No, Yifeng replied. Damn it, I've noticed something was off with you two for a long time. Suyu, the reason you don't want to be my girlfriend is because of him, right? Zhang Jian's face showed a fierce expression. His words made Suyu's cheeks flush slightly, but she defended herself. Zhang Jian, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't want to be your girlfriend because I don't like you at all. Don't like me? Ask around in Hong Romance, how many women don't like me? Zhang Jian seemed unable to accept this outcome. Indeed, Zhang Jian was quite good-looking, tall, and he was the manager of Hong Romance. So many women in the establishment had shown interest in him. For example, Lu Jia had relied on Zhang Jian to rise from a tea-serving girl to the top position in the atmosphere group. Their liking you is their business. I just don't like you. Now that the words were out, Suyu was no longer being subtle. Suyu, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. If it weren't for Brother Jian, you wouldn't know how many men would have had their way with you in Hong Romance. Lu Jia finally couldn't hold back and cursed. She had desperately tried to curry favor with Zhang Jian, only to be rejected by Suyu like this. However, as soon as Lu Jia finished speaking, she received several hard slaps to the face, instantly swelling her cheeks. Even her newly done nose was knocked askew. If you dare to speak disrespectfully to my sister again, you'll die. Yifeng said coldly. Ah, my nose, my nose. Brother Jian, he hit me. You must avenge me. Kid, even Longo wouldn't dare to act recklessly in my Hong Romance. What do you think you are? Get him. Kill this kid. And as for Suyu, send her to my room. Zhang Jian was ready to use force. Although a forced relationship isn't sweet, it can quench thirst. Suddenly, a dark mass of people charged towards Yifeng and Suyu. Xiaoyu, close your eyes, Yifeng said to Suyu. Suyu had always listened to Yifeng, so she obediently closed her eyes. In fact, this scene made her instinctively want to shut her eyes. Bang bang bang. One by one, Zhang Jian's men were knocked to the ground by Yifeng. In less than a minute, all of Zhang Jian's men were lying on the ground. This scene left Zhang Jian dumbfounded. Do you think it's possible that Black Dragon left because he was afraid of me? Yifeng grinned at Zhang Jian. Black Dragon left because he was afraid of me. Yifeng's words completely stunned Zhang Jian. Deep down, he was also somewhat doubtful. After all, Black Dragon was known for his ferocity on the streets. Even if he wasn't a match, he would still fight first. Moreover, the number of people Black Dragon brought today was not less than his own. Yet, Black Dragon had left obediently, and when he left, his eyes clearly showed fear. So, was Black Dragon afraid not of Zhang Jian, but of this man in front of him? Who are you? Zhang Jian swallowed hard and asked. My name is Yifeng. My name is Yifeng. These two words struck Zhang Jian like a bolt of lightning. The name Yifeng was now well known in Jiangdu. Zhang Jian could hardly believe his ears. Suyu was actually the sister of the little tyrant Yifeng? That's right, because of Yifeng's various actions since his return, he had already earned a reputation. Little overlord, overbearing, unparalleled. The disciple of the god of war, kills at will. I ask, in the entire Jiangdu city, how many can do this? Don't mention Jiangdu, even in Yuzhou, few dare to lay a hand on the disciple of the god of war. After all, a god of war represents the king of a state. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I didn't know that Xiaoyu is your sister, little overlord. If I had known, even with 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about her. Zhang Jian knelt down with a thud. Little overlord? What the hell? Yifeng looked confused. That's the nickname everyone gave you. If you don't like it, I won't call you that anymore, Zhang Jian said, swallowing hard. I don't like it. Yifeng frowned. This name sounds really stupid. Little overlord? Why not call me Little Turtle? Then, I'll call you Young Master Yi, and I hope Young Master Yi can spare me. Yifeng nodded and said, considering you've treated my sister well, I won't hold it against you today. But if I find out again that anyone dares to have ideas about my sister, don't blame me. Don't worry, Young Master Yi, Xiaoyu is your woman. Who would dare to have ideas about her? That would be like digging a hole on the head of the Tai Sui, Zhang Jian flattered. What nonsense! Xiaoyu is my sister, Yifeng glared at Zhang Jian. I understand, she's your sister. Zhang Jian had no choice but to agree. Just like that, a crisis was easily resolved. The girl shook off her previous gloom and bounced out of the red romance. Brother, I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time, so you took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of freedom. In the past, she was always on edge, afraid of being bullied at work, afraid of being discovered by Yi Chi after work. At the bar, she was also afraid of being recognized by acquaintances, especially after hurting Brother Long, so you felt she was definitely doomed. But unexpectedly, Yifeng, who had disappeared for 5 years, returned. He was still the same, standing in front of her, protecting her. Xiaoyu, don't come to work here anymore. I can support you, Yifeng said to Suyu. Suyu hugged Yifeng's arm and nodded vigorously. But, brother, what did you mean by what you just said to Zhang Jian? Suyu suddenly pouted and asked, what did I say? Yifeng had already forgotten what he said to Zhang Jian. You said if you found out someone had ideas about me, you would. Does that mean you don't allow me to find a boyfriend? Of course not. I was just talking about the people in the bar. After all, there aren't many good people there, Yifeng explained. Then can people outside the bar pursue me? Suyu tilted her head, looking at Yifeng with her beautiful big eyes. I think you should focus on your studies first. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, brother, you didn't allow me to date before, but now I'm already in college, Suyu said unhappily. You can find a boyfriend, but you must bring him back to me for approval. Okay, brother, but you can't beat him up anymore. Suyu chuckled. She still remembered that when she was in school, a few male classmates always approached her, only to be beaten up by Yifeng. As long as he doesn't bully you, I won't hit him, Yifeng said. Brother, it's so good to have you, Suyu said softly, resting her head on Yifeng's arm. Yifeng knew that in the years he was gone, Suyu had suffered a lot. He immediately rubbed her head and said, from now on, I will always be here. Brother, let's go home. If Mom sees you, she will be so happy, Suyu said excitedly. The two took a taxi, preparing to go home. However, at that moment, Suyu's phone suddenly rang. Hello, is this Suyu, the daughter of Yi Chi? A voice came from the receiver. Yes, who are you? Suyu suddenly had a bad feeling. You need to hurry over, Yi Chi is going to jump off the building. The voice on the phone sounded urgent. What? Tell me, where? A crowd had gathered in front of a villa. On the balcony of the villa stood a woman, Yi Chi, Yifeng's godmother. Yi Chi used to do exquisite embroidery, but after her hand was broken, she was dismissed from the factory. To support her daughter's college education, she took up cleaning jobs. Today, she was called to clean the villa. The villa was large, and cleaning it was quite a task. However, the thought of earning 300 yuan once the cleaning was done made Yi Chi very happy. But when the villa's owner came to inspect, he claimed that a gemstone necklace was missing and insisted that Yi Chi had hidden it. I didn't. I really didn't. Tears streaked down Yi Chi's face. Although she was poor, she had never engaged in petty theft. Even if she found money on the street, she would return it to its owner. Heh, you're the only one who came to our house today, who else could it be? That gemstone necklace is worth 500,000. You'd better hand it over now, or you'll be sitting in jail for a long time. A heavily made-up woman said coldly. Madam Chi, I really didn't take your necklace. I only took the things you said you didn't want. Yi Chi cried. Heh, I felt sorry for you, a single woman cleaning such a big villa, so I gave you some unwanted things from my home. I didn't expect you to steal from me and still have the nerve. Madam Chi shouted. What a heartless person. Someone kindly gave her unwanted things, and she still steals. Exactly. We need to keep an eye on cleaners in the future. You never know when a thief might be invited in. Look at her, so pretty yet working as a cleaner. It's obvious something's off. She must be trying to hook up with a wealthy benefactor. The people downstairs pointed and whispered about Yi Chi upstairs. Yi Chi had never faced such humiliation. She knew that even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she couldn't clear her name today. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. The insults from the crowd drove Yi Chi to the brink of collapse. She closed her eyes, released her grip on the railing, and her body fell towards the ground. Yi Chi was an honest person. How could she endure such humiliation? She even contemplated ending her life to make a statement. In reality, this would be futile and would only solidify the fact that she was a thief. The other party might, out of humanitarianism, compensate her family with tens of thousands of yuan, or perhaps not even need to compensate at all. Although Yi Chi stood on the third-floor windowsill of the villa, the height was about 6 meters, making the third floor 12 meters high. Falling from such a height could lead to disability at best, or death at worst. When the crowd saw Yi Chi actually jump, they were stunned. They never expected her to leap from the building. The faces of several officers who had been trying to persuade her to come down changed dramatically. Call 120 for rescue. Fortunately, they had called for help in advance. If her injuries weren't severe, there was still a chance for treatment. However, disability was almost certain. Just then, a figure shot out from the crowd and caught Yi Chi before she could fall. It was Yi Feng. He and Su Yu had finally arrived at the critical moment. Bang! There was a dull thud. Yi Feng caught his godmother, and they both landed on the concrete ground. The concrete beneath them cracked like a spider web, demonstrating the force of the impact. But Yi Chi didn't feel much of it because Yi Feng absorbed all the shock into the ground. The crowd couldn't help but applaud at this scene. Although they had just insulted Yi Chi, it was only out of their disdain for thieves. They didn't want her life. The paramedics carrying the stretcher looked bewildered, unsure whether to step forward to provide treatment. Did this count as a fall or not? Thank you, my godmother is fine, Yi Feng said to the paramedics. They exchanged confused glances before returning to their ambulance, still in shock. The officers were equally dumbfounded. Just now, they only saw a figure rush out, and then Yi Chi was saved. From the way the other party addressed him, it should be his godson. Looking at the countless cracks on the ground, the constables couldn't help but swallow hard. This woman's godson, could he be a superhero? Xiao Chen, is it really you? Yi Chi looked at Yi Feng, her face filled with ecstasy. It's me, Yi Feng nodded. This must be heaven. If I had known that dying would let me see you, Mom should have come down to accompany you earlier. Yi Chi was still in shock, and when she came to her senses, she thought she had already arrived in heaven. After all, Xiaoxue said that Yi Feng had fallen into a bottomless abyss, with no bones left. It was impossible for him to still be alive. If he were alive, then why hadn't Yi Feng come back to find her in 3 years? This isn't heaven, godmother, I'm back. Feeling the almost non-existent weight in his arms, Yi Feng felt a pang in his nose. He remembered that the old Yi Chi was slightly plump. She had curves in all the right places, practically the queen of the slightly plump category. Back then, Yi Chi was young and beautiful, with countless admirers. But because Yi Chi had Yi Feng, who was picked up, many men couldn't accept it and remain single. Yet Yi Chi had never thought of giving up on Yi Feng. If she couldn't find a partner, she simply wouldn't. With her skills, she could easily support a family. But looking at the current Yi Chi, her face was haggard, her skin yellowed, and her weight was probably only a little over 80 pounds. Clearly, these past 5 years had not been kind to Yi Chi. And all of this could be said to be caused by Yi Feng. That despicable Xiaoxue actually had someone break godmother's arm. Originally, Yi Feng thought the grievances between him and Xiaoxue had dissipated. But at this moment, a deep hatred surged in his heart once again. It must be that Xiaoxue despised Yi Chi's identity, which was why she deliberately kept Yi Chi from seeing him. In other words, in Xiaoxue's heart, she had never accepted him. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Chi pinched her leg hard. It hurts, this isn't a dream. Yi Chi hugged Yi Feng tightly. It's my son isn't dead, look, my son is still alive. Yi Chi was so excited that she was almost incoherent. Yi Feng let Yi Chi hold him, as she told the onlookers, who were strangers, that he was her son. Seeing Yi Chi's almost frenzied appearance, Yi Feng realized just how important he was to her. Godmother, I'm sorry, I thought you didn't want me anymore. That's why I didn't dare to come home, Yi Feng said softly. What nonsense, you are my son, how could I not want you? Yi Chi said, wiping her tears. When Yi Chi had calmed down a bit, Yi Feng said to her, Godmother, I don't want to call you godmother anymore. Yi Chi was taken aback by his words. From now on, I won't call you godmother, I will call you mom, you are my real mom. Yi Feng said, enunciating each word. Okay, from now on you are my real son. Yi Chi hugged Yi Feng, extremely happy. At that moment, it felt as if everything they had suffered before was insignificant. So, have you finished reminiscing? What do you have to say about your mom stealing my gemstone necklace? At that moment, the cold voice of the villa's mistress, Shi Shanglun, rang out. Slap. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she received a slap across her face. It was Yi Feng who hit her. You dare to hit me. The woman looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. A cleaner's son actually dared to hit her? My mom didn't take your necklace, yet you wronged her. Don't you deserve to be hit? Yi Feng said coldly, holding Yi Chi tightly. Yi Feng, do you believe me? Yi Chi looked at Yi Feng. Of course I believe you, Mom. I remember, you taught us from a young age that we must be upright, and even if we have to beg, we must never do anything disgraceful. So, Mom, you could never steal a necklace. Yi Feng said firmly. At that moment, Yi Chi couldn't help but let her tears fall again, because she just said she didn't steal the necklace. No one believed her at all. They even called the constable. The constable didn't believe her either and told her to hand over the necklace quickly. She hadn't stolen the necklace, so how could she hand it over? The constable said he would forcibly take her back for questioning. At her age, Yi Chi valued her reputation above all else, so she climbed onto the balcony. Ultimately, driven to desperation, she chose to die to make a statement. Today, she is the only one at home. Who else could it be? Everyone come and judge for yourselves. They not only stole my necklace but also hit me, Shi Shanglan said, covering her swollen face that Yi Feng had struck, looking aggrieved. At that moment, the constable also approached. Frowning, he said to Yi Feng, young man, regardless of whether she stole the necklace or not, you shouldn't hit people. Yi Feng laughed upon hearing this. So you mean my mom deserves to be wronged? Deserves to jump off a building? If I hadn't arrived in time just now, my mom might have died. Yi Feng's words left the constable speechless. After a moment, he said, how can you be sure your mom didn't steal the necklace? It's said the necklace is worth over 500,000. Your mom is just a cleaner, earning only 200 to 300 a day. 500,000 is enough for her to earn in half a lifetime. Wanting to keep it for herself is understandable. You're talking nonsense. Even if it's worth $1 million, my mom wouldn't steal it. Su Yu shouted loudly. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and said, so you have no evidence to prove my mom stole your necklace, and just because my mom is a cleaner, you assume she took it? That's right, we indeed have no evidence, but the possibility is very high, so we plan to take her back for investigation, the constable said. Hearing this, Yi Chi felt a bit scared. It is well known that the common people in Longwa have an innate fear of constables. Yi Chi was no exception. Although she hadn't taken the necklace, she had seen many cases on TV where people were forced to confess. Once you're caught, it doesn't matter if you did it or not, they beat you first and ask questions later. And there are all sorts of torture devices. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Of course, this was mainly because Yi Chi watched too much TV. In reality, it was relatively humane, and such things shouldn't happen again. However, because the amount of money involved was quite large this time, the constable decided to take Yi Chi back first. As a constable, you can't just arrest someone based on a high possibility without evidence? Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Isn't it simple to find evidence? The evidence is that you are poor, and because you are poor, you become thieves. For example, if I drop 10,000 in front of you, I wouldn't even bother to pick it up, Shi Shanglan said coldly, arms crossed. Oh, Yi Feng looked Shi Shanglan up and down. Although this woman was dressed lavishly and lived in a villa, it wasn't a standalone one, and the location was average, so its value wasn't too high. At most, it was worth over 10 million. Constable, I think you should arrest them all. Who knows, they might all be accomplices, Shi Shanglan said with a condescending expression. The constable was also in a difficult position. There was indeed no evidence to arrest anyone, but if he didn't arrest them, she was quite troublesome. Old Wei, you should know who our old man is, right? Just because he isn't in charge now, you shouldn't look down on him. At this moment, Shi Shanglan narrowed her eyes. Hearing her words, Constable Wei had no choice but to harden his resolve and say to Yi Feng, young brother, we are also following the rules, and we hope you won't obstruct us. Yi Feng shook his head and then said, so you mean that because we are poor, we will become thieves? What if we aren't poor? Ha, not poor? Just look at you, you're just a step away from having poor written on your forehead. Shi Shanglan laughed. In fact, Yi Feng's clothes weren't cheap. After all, he had specifically gone shopping with Li Fugue for a whole outfit. It's just that Shi Shanglan was a country bumpkin and couldn't recognize a few brand names. But Su Yu and Yi Chi were dressed very ordinarily. Especially Yi Chi, who was still wearing the apron from her cleaning job. Together, their outfits probably didn't even cost 300 yuan. Do you see that car? It's something you will never be able to afford in your lifetime. Shi Shanglan pointed to a Porsche 911 in the garage, proudly declaring, the Porsche 911 costs at least 1.5 million yuan. Indeed, it's something many people could never hope to own in their lifetime. Brother, we can't just go through the motions. If there's really no evidence, we will definitely let your mother go. But Shi Shanglan is not someone to be trifled with. The constable couldn't help but whisper to Yi Feng. Yi Feng was, of course, unwilling. The reason was simple. The elderly care about their reputation. With so many people present, if Yi Chi were taken away, it would likely leave her with a lifelong shadow. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved on the spot. You want to compare wealth? Let's see who has more, Yi Feng said as he took out his phone and called Hong Yi. He asked, Hong Yi, how much cash does the company have? The company has a cash flow of 1.5 billion, but in the short term, we can only produce 100 million, Hong Yi replied respectfully. Since she was under Yi Feng, her money naturally belonged to him as well. 100 million is enough, Yi Feng nodded. He then continued to ask, what about cars? How many do we have, and how luxurious? For cars, 1 over 10 million, 1 over 5 million, and 7 over 3 million. Good, I'll send you a location. Bring all the cars worth over 3 million here, and also bring 100 million in cash, Yi Feng commanded. Hong Yi never disobeyed Yi Feng's orders. If before she obeyed him merely because he was the master of the courtyard, after Yi Feng entered the Su family to treat her and killed Su Tianyu, her obedience transformed into something deeper. Ha, kid, you must have read too many novels, right? 100 million in cash, like it's just a game? Qi Shanglan laughed heartily. You can think what you want. If I can prove that I have more money than you, can I prove that my mom didn't steal your necklace? Yi Feng squinted and asked. Fine, if you can bring a car better than my 911 and a million, then I'll believe your mom isn't a thief. Qi Shanglan said proudly. Just wait, Yi Feng replied calmly. Yi Feng was composed, but Yi Qi and Su Yu were not, especially Yi Qi, who nervously said to Yi Feng, Xiaochun, why do you have to boast? If it really doesn't work out, I can let them take me away. After all, I didn't steal anything. If you keep boasting like this, how will it end? Brother, quickly say you're just bragging. If you're just bragging, I can run away early. I really don't want to completely embarrass myself. So you waved her small fist. Although it was already embarrassing enough for their mother to be misunderstood, misunderstandings could always be cleared up. She believed Yi Qi could never steal anything, but if Yi Feng had just made such a big claim and couldn't back it up, that would truly be embarrassing. Don't worry, Yi Feng signaled for the mother and daughter not to be concerned. He had come back this time to repay debts and avenge grievances. Therefore, he would not hide anything from these two people he trusted the most. Time passed second by second, and at this moment, more and more people gathered to watch. They all wanted to know if this cleaning lady's son was really that impressive, able to produce 1 million in cash. If he could really do that, it would definitely be the biggest scoop of the year. As people who love to watch the excitement, who wouldn't want to get a taste of a good story? Soon, half an hour passed, but no one came. Ha, kid, where's your car? Where's your money? I see you're just stalling for time. Constable, hurry up and arrest him. You can't really think that a cleaning worker's son can come up with that much money, right? Qi Shanglan laughed. What's wrong with the son of a cleaner? Can't the son of a cleaner be wealthy? The other party kept calling him a cleaner, which made Yi Feng's expression not very pleasant. He didn't care if others insulted him, but he absolutely would not allow anyone to insult his mother. What's wrong with being a cleaner? Can't a cleaner be wealthy? Let me tell you, don't underestimate cleaners. Just recently, I heard that a cleaning ladies company was going bankrupt due to a funding crisis and that cleaning lady directly took out 6 million to revive the company. Exactly, cleaners don't steal or rob. They earn money through their own efforts. What's wrong with that? At this moment, someone finally spoke up for Yi Qi. The key is that she did steal. Qi Shanglan huffed. Slap. Qi Shanglan received another slap on her face. From now on, if you say my mom stole something just once, I'll slap you once. Yi Feng said coldly. Old Wei, why don't you arrest this lawless person? Qi Shanglan's face was swollen on both sides, looking very much like a pig's head. Meanwhile, the constable Old Wei was sweating profusely. Although he didn't believe that the son of a cleaner could come up with 1 million, what if it was true? This was a situation where neither side could afford to offend. Seeing Old Wei not moving, Qi Shanglan kicked him a few times. You useless thing. After kicking, she didn't forget to scold him a few times. What are you doing? This is an attack on a constable. We can arrest you for this. A young female constable frowned and said. Just now, she had found Su Yu's phone number through the system and asked her to come quickly. Because at that time, Yi Qi's emotions were very unstable, so she wanted Su Yu to come and stabilize her emotions. However, as soon as the female constable finished speaking, Qi Shanglan directly slapped her. What do you think you are? You have no say here. The female constable was furious and immediately took out her handcuffs, ready to cuff Qi Shanglan, but she was stopped by Old Wei. Xiaomeng, step back. Don't be fooled by the fact that Qi Shanglan lived in a villa worth over 10 million. Her background was not small. If she were really cuffed, the consequences would be serious, something that an ordinary constable captain like him could not bear. Captain, but she attacked a constable. Xiaomeng gritted her teeth, looking unwilling. According to normal procedures, attacking a constable could lead to immediate arrest. If the situation was severe, it could even lead to being shot on the spot. But that was only under normal circumstances. Clearly, Qi Shanglan was not in the normal category. Xiaomeng was extremely angry, but unfortunately, she was just an ordinary constable and could only listen to the captain, putting away her handcuffs and obediently stepping back. Hee, you still look unconvinced. Don't say that this slap was for you. Even if it was for Old Wei or your chief constable, it's still just a slap. Qi Shanglan was being extremely arrogant. Old Wei, this kid slapped me twice, Look at what he's done to me. If you don't arrest him soon, I'm going to call my old man. Qi Shanglan seemed to have lost her patience. Wei Guangming's expression changed several times. In the end, he had no choice but to take out the handcuffs and walk towards Yifeng. Clearly, today's incident was no longer just about stealing a necklace. Yifeng should never have hit Qi Shanglan. However, just at that moment, the unique roar of an engine came. Everyone couldn't help but look over. They saw a Bugatti speeding over. Following the Bugatti were several other models: Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Wraith, Bentley, limited edition Maybach. In short, all were top luxury cars. These cars were rare to see even one at a time, but now, they appeared in large numbers here. Although this was a villa area, it was evident that the residents here could not afford such top luxury cars. After all, one of these cars could almost equal the price of a house here. Soon, the Bugatti stopped in front of Yifeng. Then, a man and a woman got out of the Bugatti. The woman was tall and elegant, dressed in a fiery red qipao, her beauty striking. The man, on the other hand, was rather pretentious, wearing a pair of frog-eye sunglasses. It was none other than Hongye and Li Taizhu. At this moment, Li Taizhu was incredibly smug. After all, this was a Bugatti, worth tens of millions. Previously, he could only see such cars on television, and now, not only had he seen one, but he had also driven it. 16 pistons, incredibly powerful. Anyone who encountered it would surely be weak in the knees. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Could it be that the cleaning lady's son really had such great capabilities? Qi Shanglan's expression also changed slightly, but soon, she burst into laughter. Kid, is this a rented car? Did you spend your entire year's salary to rent it just to clear your mother's name? You almost had me fooled. At this moment, people began to react. After all, the combined price of these luxury cars exceeded 100 million. A boss worth over 100 million had a mother working as a cleaner. Was that even possible? But if it was a rental, these cars would only cost tens of thousands a day, at most 100,000 in rent, which even an ordinary person could afford. However, just then, a small delivery truck drove over. The crowd was somewhat puzzled, thinking, this isn't your turn to show up. After all, the cars in front were all worth millions. What was a small delivery truck doing here? Just as everyone was confused, the tarp on the delivery truck was lifted. Then, the most beloved man in Longhua appeared before everyone. Inside the truck bed were stacks of 100 yuan Longhua currency. The entire truck was definitely worth more than 100 million. Shock, immense shock. Such a scene could only be seen on television. It was impossible to witness in reality. I got a bit from the widow and brought over 200 million. Young Master Yi, what are your orders? Hongye bowed to Yifeng and said respectfully, you don't need to do anything, just show them, Yifeng replied casually. At this moment, even Qi Shanglan couldn't help but swallow hard. If Yifeng's car was rented, could this money also be rented? It's props, it must be props. Qi Shanglan still refused to believe what she was seeing. You can go up and take a look, Yifeng said confidently. He believed that Hongye would never use counterfeit money to fool him. Even Qi Shanglan was seeing so much money for the first time. Trembling, she walked up to the truck full of Longhua currency. She casually took a bundle out to check. It was all real cash. Qi Shanglan couldn't believe it. She took another bundle out to inspect. Without a doubt, it was all real cash. Had they moved a bank? No, even a bank wouldn't have that much cash. And Yifeng had managed to gather it in less than an hour. How terrifying was that? This meant that if given time, Yifeng could possibly acquire even more money. Perhaps several times the 200 million, even a dozen times. Looking at Qi Shanglan, who was almost dumbfounded, Yifeng said indifferently, so now, am I considered a wealthy person? Everyone swallowed hard. If this didn't count as being wealthy, then who could be called wealthy? The comments section on Douyin wouldn't dare to be this bold. If Yifeng had so much money, it was indeed impossible for him to have any thoughts about her mere 500,000 necklace. But how could he be so rich and still let his mother work as a cleaner? At this moment, Yi Qi was also shocked beyond measure. Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money? You didn't rob a bank, did you? This was a mother, always putting her child first. Seeing Yifeng bring in so much money and so many luxury cars, her first reaction was not relief from suspicion but to question Yifeng about the legitimacy of this money. Cough, Mom, do you think you can rob a bank and get this much? Which bank has that much money? Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head. Generally, a bank branch's reserve cash is only a few 100,000. Larger banks might have a few million. 200 million in cash. It seems only the headquarters of the Dragon Country Bank could come up with that. Even if Yifeng wanted to rob the headquarters of the Dragon Country Bank, it wasn't in Jiangdu. That's true, Yi Qi thought for a moment. Then how do you have so much money? Yi Qi still wanted to know the source of the money. Yifeng had no choice but to say, actually, this money isn't mine, it's hers. Yifeng pointed at Hong Yi. President Hong? Yi Qi was surprised to find out she actually knew Hong Yi. Auntie, do you know me? Hong Yi was a bit taken aback. I went to your company to do cleaning. President Hong's company is quite big. We sent over a dozen people and cleaned for a whole day, Yi Qi said. Hong Yi was startled by this. She quickly said, I'm sorry, Auntie, I didn't know you were Yifeng's mother. Yifeng also signaled to Hong Yi not to mind. After all, at that time, he and Hong Yi didn't know each other. President Hong, you mustn't say sorry. I should thank you for helping me and our little Chen, Yi Qi said gratefully. Then she pulled Yifeng aside and said, You brat, how come you're living off President Hong again? Are you addicted to it? But this President Hong is much better than that heartless Shinaoxua. Just look at her, beautiful and kind-hearted. Yifeng's mouth twitched at her words. Beautiful and kind-hearted? That's because you haven't seen her when she kills. From Hong Ye's codename, Ruthless, it's clear she's not some kind-hearted saint. An ordinary person like Yi Qi naturally couldn't know so much. She just felt that Hong Yi respected her, even calling her auntie and apologizing. Meanwhile, Shinaoxua wouldn't even let her see Yifeng, even having her subordinates break her arm. Mom, I'm not living off anyone, Yifeng said, feeling incredibly awkward. Because of Shinaoxua, he feared he would wear the label of living off others for the rest of his life. Oh, it's fine, Mom doesn't have any power or right to say anything. But since President Hong is helping you so much, you should treat her well, Yi Qi said earnestly. Auntie, you don't need to worry, Yifeng treats me very well. Hong Yi came over and directly took Yi Qi's hand. Oh dear, you can't do this, my hands are so dirty. Yi Qi's calloused hand shrank back, trying to pull away from Hong Ye's hand. After all, Hong Ye's hand was snow-white and delicate, with a rosy tint, while hers was covered in cracks and calluses, forming a stark contrast. Auntie's hands are not dirty at all. These are the cleanest hands in the world. Some people may look clean, but you have no idea how dirty they really are. Hong Yi glanced at Qi Shanglan and huffed. What do you mean by that? Qi Shanglan no longer had her previous arrogance. Clearly, Yifeng's background was significant. This woman named Hong Yi was not an ordinary person. What do you mean by that? Do I need to say it out loud? I advise you to say it yourself. Hong Ye's gaze turned cold. What should I say? Just because you have money doesn't prove that the necklace isn't stolen by you. I've heard that some rich people, just for excitement, specifically steal things. Otherwise, if you're so rich, why would you let your mom come out to clean? Although Yifeng had a big background, Qi Shanglan's background was also considerable, and with so many people present, as long as she was reasonable, she had nothing to fear. Moreover, such incidents were not unheard of. There was once a wealthy man who, seeking excitement, went to steal an electric bike. Yifeng chuckled, but you didn't say that just now. You said as long as I have money, it proves my mom didn't steal your necklace. So, are you backing out now? Qi Shanglan was momentarily at a loss for words, but as she looked at the bright red bills on the truck, she couldn't help but swallow hard and said, whether your mom stole the necklace or not, the necklace went missing while she was cleaning, so she has a responsibility. How about this? Since you're so rich, you pay me 500,000, and I won't pursue this matter any further. All right. Hong Ye immediately walked to the side of the truck, grabbed 5 bundles of 100,000, and threw them to Qi Shanglan. Hong Ye. Yifeng frowned slightly. If money was paid, wouldn't that confirm Yi Qi's guilt in stealing the necklace? Don't worry, I'll give Auntie a fair deal. Hong Ye signaled to Yifeng not to be concerned. Qi Shanglan didn't expect Hong Ye to actually give money, and happily hugged the cash to her chest. All right, since you've compensated, let's leave it at that for today. Qi Shanglan, holding the money, was about to head back to the villa. Wait. However, Hong Ye called out to her. Bring the person over. Hong Ye clapped her hands, and soon, a few people brought over a sly-looking man. It turned out to be the manager of the golden pawn shop. Upon seeing the manager, Qi Shanglan's expression changed instantly. Speak, Hong Ye said to the manager. I say, it was her. She pawned a necklace at our place yesterday, and I gave her 350,000 at the time. She said she lost too much money playing mahjong and couldn't explain it to her family. The manager stammered. You're talking nonsense, I don't even know you. Qi Shanglan swallowed hard. He, and you still want to argue? Look at this. Hong Ye threw a pawn agreement over. It had Qi Shanglan's signature and fingerprint in black and white. That's right, Qi Shanglan's necklace hadn't gone missing at all. Instead, she had pawned it. She had lost too much money playing mahjong recently and was afraid of being troubled by her family. So she came up with this scheme. first, she pawned the necklace, then claimed it was stolen by the cleaning lady. A cleaning lady with no power or influence. Wasn't she easy to manipulate? She just didn't expect to hit a solid wall this time. And a super solid wall at that. Qi Shanglan, do you have anything to say? Hong Ye looked coldly at Qi Shanglan. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged her. Qi Shanglan finally became afraid. Clearly, the other party was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to even bring in the manager of the Golden Pawnshop. You must know, the manager of the Golden Pawnshop had some power. Moreover, he always kept customer information confidential. Pawning items there was absolutely safe and reliable. But now, the manager was being treated like a dead dog, trampled on the ground by Hong Ye's people. It was evident that Hong Ye was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, the truth finally came to light. Tears couldn't help but flow from Yi Qi's eyes. The elderly could not bear injustice the most. Now that her grievances were cleared, she was naturally very happy. Moreover, she didn't expect her son to still be alive, which made her even more overjoyed. Sister, how do we deal with her? A subordinate looked at Hong Ye. Chop her up to feed the fish. Hong Ye instinctively said. Then she saw Yi Qi looking at her in shock. She immediately softened and took Yi Qi's hand again, saying, Auntie, I'm hungry, let me take you to eat fish. Okay. The more Yi Qi looked at Hong Ye, the more she liked her. She could see that this woman was full of Yi Feng. If it were Hong Ye, she would be willing to let Yi Feng live off her. Seeing her sister leave, the subordinate looked confused. So, sister, chop or not chop? Hong Ye turned back and glared at the clueless subordinate, mouthing, chop your head. Sister, I was wrong. Please don't chop my head. The subordinate was terrified. As for Qi Shanglan, she was already scared silly, because she could see that the other party was serious about chopping her, and it didn't seem like a joke. The matter is over, everyone disperse. Hong Ye's subordinates began to disperse the crowd. There was nothing to see, and Hong Ye's people clearly weren't to be trifled with, so everyone had to leave. A few subordinates surrounded Qi Shanglan, looking troubled, because they had not yet received accurate instructions from Hong Ye. I say, just chop her up and feed her to the fish, didn't the elder sister say so? Then the elder sister also said she would chop off your head, should we chop it? The few of them didn't know what to do. They ultimately decided to break Qi Shanglan's hands and feet, and then pull out all her teeth. Let's see if she dares to slander anyone again. Looking at Qi Shanglan lying on the ground like a dead dog, they finally left satisfied, completely unaware of the trouble they had caused. After everyone left, a Maybach drove into the villa area. A man got out of the Maybach. Seeing Qi Shanglan in such a disfigured state, he immediately let out an angry roar. Who is it? Who beat my mother like this? He then took out his phone and dialed. Grandpa, my mom has had her hands and feet broken, and all her teeth pulled out. What? Is that true? Who did it? My mom said it was someone named Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Never heard of him. How dare he touch my daughter-in-law? Does he think I'm Chi Weigua too old and useless? Chi Weigua raged. Immediately contact the city lord's mansion, the Jiangdu War Department. Alright, call General Chen too. Just tell him Chi Weigua has business with them. With Chi Weigua's phone call, the entire Jiangdu was immediately in an uproar. Countless armed soldiers gathered. Armored vehicles rolled onto the streets. Armed helicopters circled in the sky. It seemed like something big was about to happen. On the other side, Hong Ye really took Yi Qi to eat fish. The four of them arrived at a hot pot fish restaurant. Auntie, do you prefer spicy soup or clear soup? Spicy soup, of course. If you're eating fish, you have to have spicy soup. What's so good about clear soup fish? Before Yi Qi could speak, Suyu quickly chimed in. You girl, do you have any manners? Let President Hong order. Yi Qi shot Suyu a glare. Suyu, feeling wronged, pouted her little lips, looking extremely cute. Then let's have spicy soup, Hong Ye said with a smile. Soon, the hot pot fish was served. The four of them started eating. After finishing the fish, they all went for a walk by the river. Brother, I want to eat candied hawthorn. Suyu bounced around, holding a grilled sausage, and seeing the candied hawthorn, she wanted to eat it too. I'll go buy it. Hong Ye hurried off to buy the candied hawthorn. You girl, how can you trouble President Hong? Really, no respect. Yi Qi rolled her eyes at Suyu again. Then she sighed and said, I can tell this girl really loves you, Xiao-chun, you must not let her down. Mom, you misunderstood, Hong Ye and I are not in the kind of relationship you think. Yi Feng explained. Not that kind of relationship? Do you think mom's eyes are blind? If she didn't like you, Would a big president like her listen to you and think of everything for you? Just now with the hot pot fish, she clearly couldn't handle spicy food, yet she forced herself to eat, sweating all over. Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head, not expecting Yi Qi to observe so closely. Yi Qi certainly observed closely because she was looking at Hongye with the eyes of a future daughter-in-law. However, if Yifeng and Hongye got together, it would inevitably lead to him becoming a son-in-law. Every mother wants her son to avoid being a son-in-law. She remembered clearly how humble Yifeng was at Shen Aoshue's house back then. He didn't even have the qualification to sit at the table for a meal. But Hongye should be much better than Shen Aoshue. She shouldn't bully Yifeng too much. After all, just by looking at her face, one could tell she was beautiful and kind-hearted. However, at that moment, Hongye got into a fight with someone. A dozen people surrounded Hongye. Each of those people looked fierce, exuding a chilling murderous aura. They wielded sharp blades, slashing at Hongye. Hongye pulled out a dagger and fought against the dozen people. These people's strength was not too strong, and with Hongye having practiced the 7 kill steps, even though she was still injured and not fully healed, she could still handle them easily. The battle lasted for more than a minute, and over a dozen people lay in pools of blood, their tendons severed by Hongye's dagger. She had deliberately held back, otherwise, she would have simply slit their throats. After all, it didn't seem appropriate to be too brutal in front of Yi Qi, but this was already brutal enough. At that moment, Yifeng wanted to say to Yi Qi, "Mom, is this what you call beauty with a kind heart? Speak, who sent you here?" Hongye pressed her dagger against a killer's neck. "Ha, we are just the vanguard, you are dead today," the killer said before he actually poisoned himself to death. "What happened?" Yifeng walked over and asked. "I couldn't get any information, they all committed suicide by poison." Hongye shook her head. Seeing Yi Qi, she quickly put away her dagger. "Auntie, I didn't scare you, did I?" Hongye transformed back into a gentle demeanor, a stark contrast to her earlier cold ruthlessness. Yifeng had heard that a woman's mood could change faster than flipping a book, and today he finally witnessed it. Yi Qi shook her head but was still very worried and scared. After all, so many people had died at once. In Longhua, murder was a serious crime. "Mom, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, they attacked first." Hongye was just acting in self-defense, Yifeng said to Yi Qi. When he died, he said they were just the vanguard. "I suspect there are more killers coming. Yifeng, you should take Auntie back to the imperial residence first," Hongye said to Yifeng. "Okay," Yifeng nodded. He took Suyu and Yi Qi away. Along the way, Yi Qi was deep in thought. "Xiao Chun, why would someone want to kill Hongye? You just let her handle it alone, can she manage?" Clearly, Yi Qi had already regarded Hongye as a daughter-in-law and was worried about her safety. "It's probably those people called by that Lady Qi just now. It seems this Lady Qi is not simple," Yifeng squinted. "No, we should report to the police station." Yi Qi's face was somewhat pale. "You saw the constable's reaction to that Lady Qi. Reporting to the police station would probably be useless." Yifeng shook his head. "Then what should we do?" "Xiao Chun, I'm telling you, Hongye is a good girl, you must not let anything happen to her, and of course, you can't be in danger either," Yi Qi said anxiously. "I'll take you back first." Yifeng squinted. "No, Xiao Chun, we can't just go back like this. We can't leave Hongye alone there." Yi Qi shook Yifeng's shoulder, her eyes filled with determination. "Xiaoyu, what about you?" "Of course I want to help Sister Hongye." Suyu also nodded firmly. "All right, then we'll go back," Yifeng said, immediately instructing the driver to turn around. He believed that with him around, no one could harm Yi Qi and Suyu. Instead, it would be better to send them back and then return himself. Otherwise, if the other side sent someone to deal with Yi Qi and Suyu, it would be problematic. By the river, Hongye was once again surrounded by dozens of people. The strength of these dozens was clearly much stronger than the previous group. If she hadn't been injured, Hongye would definitely have been able to handle them. But she had been severely hurt by Su Tianyu. Although Yifeng had treated her, she had not fully recovered. After going through another fierce battle, facing dozens of martial artists at the peak of the Chen level was overwhelming. Bang! After stabbing down a dozen people, she was finally kicked in the back. This kick sent Hongye flying several meters away, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze turned even colder. She got up and instead charged towards the dozens of people. They did not expect Hongye to be so powerful. After being injured, she became even more ferocious. Stab! 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 The dagger moved like a venomous snake among the group of martial artists, leaving bloody wounds in its wake. If she hadn't been injured, she could have taken them down one by one. The battle lasted for several minutes, and finally, all the dozens of people on the field were cut down by Hongye. Of course, Hongye was not unscathed either. Her right hand was broken, blood trickling from her mouth. But that did not mean she had one, because she saw more men in black closing in on her. At that moment, she noticed that there were no ordinary pedestrians within several miles along the riverbank. Clearly, they had been quietly evacuated. It seemed the other side had significant backing. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to disperse the crowd in such a short time. Facing the swarm of black-clad men, Hongye did not show fear. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and charged forward again. She was like a blood-soaked azura. Her red chipao was stained black with blood. However, there were too many of them, at least 100. Finally, Hongye's strength gave out, and she was knocked to the ground by one of them. Then, more blades came slashing toward her. Hongye's expression was calm. Over the years, she had long since come to terms with life and death. Moreover, today she had already experienced one brush with death. A woman like her, who had killed countless people in her lifetime, being cut down by a chaotic mob of blades, was perhaps her retribution. However, just as those blades were about to strike her, a figure descended from the sky, blocking her above. It was Yi Feng. Yi Feng had actually returned. As a subordinate, it was her duty to hold the line for her master, even if it meant dying. But Yi Feng had come back. Clang! Countless blades struck against Yi Feng's protective aura, unable to penetrate. Get back! Yi Feng shouted. In the next moment, the group surrounding Hongye was all sent flying. Yi Feng's fingers moved quickly, pressing on several points on Hongye's body to help stop the bleeding. At that moment, Hongye had dozens of horrifying wounds on her body. Her chipao was nearly shredded. Why didn't you leave? What about Auntie and the others? Hongye asked softly. I came to save you. I've put them in a safe place, Yi Feng replied. At that moment, Suyu and Yi Chi were standing on the rooftop of a building over 300 meters tall, watching everything below. Of course, they could only see a group of tiny figures. It's all my fault. I brought trouble to Xiao Chen, Yi Chi said, filled with self-reproach. Mom, trust brother, he's not an ordinary person now, Suyu reassured Yi Chi. After all, even someone like Long Gu had been scared off by Yi Feng. The scene shifted back to Yi Feng. He and Hongye were already surrounded by hundreds of people, and more were continuously closing in. Unexpectedly, that Madame Qi had such great power. Damn it, how arrogant can you be? At that moment, an extremely angry but muffled voice rang out. Yi Feng turned around and saw a person completely wrapped up like a dumpling, being pushed over in a wheelchair. From the general shape, Yi Feng recognized it as Madame Qi. At that moment, her hands and feet were all in plaster. She had no teeth in her mouth, but her face was filled with endless rage. Seeing the pitiful appearance of Madame Qi, Hongye naturally knew this was the work of her subordinates, and her subordinates had already been captured, each one beaten to a pulp and thrown in front of Hongye. Sorry, big sister, we didn't know she was the daughter of General Qi. A few of the beaten-up lackeys cried out to Hongye. They felt they had implicated their big sister. However, Hongye merely coldly replied, a bunch of useless fools, who told you to let her live. This was the true Rakshasa. Since she had determined you were the enemy, then no matter who you were, you would be killed. She did not think her subordinates had done wrong by beating Madame Qi, rather, she felt it was a mistake to let her live. Rakshasa, do you really think no one in Jiangdu can deal with you? The young man pushing the wheelchair said coldly. Son, don't waste words with them. Kill them all, kill them all. Shi Shanglan said, her voice leaking through gaps in her mouth. In Jiangdu, anyone who dares to bully my He family hasn't even been born yet. Kill them, the young man immediately ordered. In the next moment, over 100 people charged toward Yi Feng and Hongye. Red Leaf, can we still fight? Yi Feng asked, tilting his head. We can, Red Leaf replied succinctly. Yi Feng bent down to pick up the fallen blade from the ground and charged directly into the crowd. Pooh. Yi Feng cut through them as if chopping vegetables, leaving no survivors in his wake. Since they wanted to kill him, he naturally had no reason to hold back. At first, the young man's face wore a mocking smile, but slowly, his brows furrowed. In the end, his expression turned extremely grim. In just under 3 minutes, Yi Feng and Red Leaf had killed over 100 people. The two of them, stained with blood, walked step by step towards him. At that moment, fear finally appeared on the young man's face. What do you want from us? Just now, you said you wanted us dead? Yi Feng asked, squinting his eyes while holding the blade. The young man swallowed hard. I am the grandson of General Qi. You can't kill me? Oh, so you mean, because you have a background, you can kill, but others can't kill you? How is that fair? Yi Feng said with a playful expression. Then, he prepared to finish him off with a single strike. Stop! At that moment, a loud shout rang out. A large group of people rushed over. I am the Deputy City Lord of Jiangdu. I command you to put down your weapon. If you dare to harm young Master He, I will make sure you die without a burial. Pooh! Blood splattered, and before the words were finished, a head flew up. Shi Shanglan screamed in terror as she watched her son's head soar into the air. She never expected that even the deputy city lord of Jiangdu had arrived, yet Yifeng still dared to act. Sorry, you were too slow. At this moment, Yifeng turned around and grinned at the middle-aged bald man, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Deputy City Lord Zhang Jianmen never expected Yifeng to be so bold, daring to kill in front of him and the Jiangbei army. My grandson! Shi Weiguo's eyes widened in fury. Originally, he had brought so many people to kill Yifeng. As a result, Yifeng was unharmed, but his grandson was dead instead. Yifeng, I want you dead. Shi Weiguo roared. If you want me dead, then I'll die. How would that be any face for me? Yifeng scoffed. Good, very good. All Jiangbei army, listen up. This person has no regard for the law and has killed in the streets. His crimes are unforgivable. I command you to immediately execute him. Shi Weiguo ordered the Jiangbei army. This time, the Jiangbei army was not the same as the last time at Shinaoshua's wedding. This time, there were over 10,000 of them. Everyone was armed to the teeth. The lineup was incredibly luxurious. It was practically enough to wage a small battle. I killed in the streets, but it was clearly you who called them to kill me. I was just acting in self-defense, Yifeng said calmly. Alright, Hao Feng, take him down. The deputy city lord lost his patience and gave a direct order. Hao Feng glanced at Yifeng and finally steeled himself, saying, Yifeng, although you have the god of killing's ring, you can't just kill innocents like this. Take him down. The Jiangbei army was about to act. The deputy city lord seemed to have heard something. He asked Hao Feng, what did you say he has? Replying to the deputy city lord, he has the god of killing's ring. Hao Feng replied, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? It should be correct. After all, in Longhua, no one dares to force the god of killing's ring. Hao Feng answered, why didn't you say so earlier? Stop. Everyone, immediately return with me. The deputy city lord ordered directly. This scene left Hao Feng completely bewildered. Although he knew the god of killing's ring was powerful, he never expected even the deputy city lord would be afraid. He has the god of killing's ring. Only the Dragon Empress can judge him. Until he sees the Dragon Empress, he can kill whoever he wants. I don't want to die, the deputy city lord muttered softly, then directly got into his Hummer. Seeing the city lord retreat, Hao Feng naturally had to order the Jiangbei army to withdraw. This scene even surprised Yifeng. Although Master Shadi had told him that possessing the god of killing's ring allowed for execution before reporting, he never expected that even the deputy city lord would be afraid. Zhou Jianmen was certainly scared. What does execution before reporting mean? It means killing you first and then reporting to the empress, who would determine whether you were guilty. But once a person is dead, even if the empress rules you innocent, what use is it? Zhou Jianmen did not want to risk his life to prove that Yifeng was guilty. Had he known that Yifeng possessed the god of killing's ring, he wouldn't have come at all. In an instant, over 10,000 troops from Jiangbei vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene, Shi Weiguo was filled with immense anger. However, he never expected that Yifeng actually possessed the god of killing's ring. But that didn't mean he was afraid of Yifeng. The god of killing's ring merely granted Yifeng the power of execution before reporting. It didn't mean he couldn't kill him. Dad, he killed my son, we can't let him go. Shi Shanglan shouted. Don't worry, he will definitely die today. Shi Weiguo said confidently. The next moment, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and countless soldiers appeared. They were from the Jiangdu battle zone. Shi Weiguo was a one-star general. Although he was retired, his influence was not small. With a single word, he had the deputy city lord bring over 10,000 troops from Jiangbei. However, Zhou Jianmen's grandson learned that Yifeng had the god of killing's ring and slipped away. Fortunately, he had prepared a backup plan. He called in the troops from the Jiangdu battle zone. The people from the Jiangdu battle zone were much more ruthless than those from Jiangbei. Their weaponry was also far more advanced. Snipers, rockets, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, everything was available. Such firepower was enough to annihilate a group of elite fighters, even ordinary masters. Colonel Guqian greets General Qi. A strong man saluted Shi Weiguo. Guqian, you're a colonel now, not bad, keep it up. You'll definitely become a general in the future. Shi Weiguo patted Guqian on the shoulder. After the pleasantries, Shi Weiguo's face darkened as he said, Guqian, this person named Yifeng broke my daughter-in-law's hands and feet and killed my grandson. Today, you must avenge me. Rest assured, General, I will definitely eliminate such a brutal person. Guqian nodded. But he has the god of killing's ring, you won't be afraid, will you? Shi Weiguo asked. Upon hearing about the god of killing's ring, Guqian clearly paused. He obviously understood the power of the god of killing's ring. It was a legal killing certificate personally issued by the Empress. Regardless of whether you were guilty or not, he could kill you first and then determine your guilt. Generally speaking, the dead have no voice. This means that if you are killed by someone who possesses the God of Killing's ring, you are likely to die in vain. Because once you are dead, even if you have grievances, others will not oppose the person with the God of Killing's ring for the sake of a dead person. However, he had already made his statement. The God of Killing's ring was powerful, but the premise was that you had enough strength. Without strength, you could still be killed. Looking at Yifeng, he seemed to be only in his 20s. Even if he came from an ancient martial arts family, he couldn't be that strong. Although it would still attract some trouble, after all, Yifeng had killed first. It was reasonable for him to kill Yifeng. After all, Yifeng hadn't revealed the God of Killing's ring yet. Even if he did, everyone here was his people, who would see it. Kid, it's time for you to go. Gu Chen was about to give the order to kill, instructing his men to turn Yifeng into a sieve. Hong Ye's expression was serious, but there was no fear. Dying in such a situation could be considered quite honorable. After all, this was a war machine capable of annihilating a group of elite fighters. However, Yifeng's expression remained calm. It seemed he did not regard this army at all. Stop! Just as Gu Qian's men were about to act, an old but powerful voice rang out. Then, an old man and a young man walked over. Filong, you're here, that's great. Chi Weigua's face showed a hint of joy. Just moments ago, he was worried that Gu Qian would hesitate to act because Yifeng had the God of Killing's ring. Now there are two retired generals in charge. Even if Yifeng brings out the God of Death's ring, Gu Qian has no reason to be afraid. Indeed, this old and young pair are the Flying Dragon General Chen Filong and his granddaughter Chen Shanshan. But as soon as Chen Filong opened his mouth, Chi Weigua's expression turned ugly. Chen Filong said to Chi Weigua, "Old Chi, for my sake, how about letting Yifeng go?" "Chen Filong, are you crazy? I called you here to kill Yifeng, and you want me to let him go? Do you know what he has done? He killed my grandson." Chi Weigua shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, Chen Filong was also taken aback. He had heard that someone had crippled Chi Weigua's daughter-in-law, which led to this conflict. But seeing it was Yifeng, he immediately wanted to protect him. After all, Yifeng had saved his life. However, he did not expect Chi Weigua to say that Yifeng killed his grandson. This was a big problem. "Yifeng, how could you be so reckless, even daring to kill old Chi's grandson?" Chen Filong said with a grim expression. "What's the big deal? Didn't he kill Su Tianyu?" Chen Shanshan, the young girl beside Chen Filong, pouted. As a young person herself, Chen Shanshan actually admired Yifeng. After all, there were very few people in the entire dragon country who dared to kill the disciple of the war god. If Yifeng didn't already have someone he cared for, she might have really had something happen with this man. Yifeng looked at Chen Filong and said lightly, "Old General Chen, if someone were to insult your granddaughter, would you let it go?" "Of course not," Chen Filong replied immediately. Chen Shanshan was his precious granddaughter. Anyone who dared to touch a hair on her head would have to face him. "Then she bullied my mother first. Is it wrong for me to seek justice for my mother?" Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Chen Filong replied, "There is nothing wrong with that." Yifeng continued, "If he can send someone to kill me, why can't I kill him?" For a moment, Yifeng had truly put Chen Filong at a loss for words. "Old Chi, listen to my advice. Anyway, he has killed Su Tianyu. The war god of the azure sky will not let him go. You don't need to sacrifice yourself as well." After a long silence, Chen Filong patted Chi Weigua's shoulder. "Impossible. No matter what, I must kill him today." Chi Weigua insisted. Although Yifeng had provoked the war god of the azure sky and was undoubtedly doomed, he couldn't wait for the war god anymore. It was said that the war god had urgent matters and would not have time to kill Yifeng in the short term. "Then let's see whether Gu Qian gives face to you, old Chi, or to me, the old man," Chen Filong said in a deep voice. Clearly, he was prepared to protect Yifeng, even if it meant tearing his relationship with Chi Weigua apart. This was something he owed to Yifeng and had to repay. This put Gu Qian in a difficult position. Although Chen Filong had previously been one star higher than Chi Weigua, both of them were no longer in charge now. He had come only to pay respect to the old senior. He could have chosen not to come. Now, one wanted to kill Yifeng, and the other wanted to protect him. He didn't know what to do. Seeing Gu Qian hesitating, Chi Weigua realized that it would be difficult to take down Yifeng today. His expression changed several times before he finally said, "All right, Yifeng can live, but that girl beside him must die because it was she who ordered to cripple Shanglan." Ultimately, it was because Hong Ye's subordinate had crippled Qi Shanglan that she sought revenge. His grandson had been killed. Now, if he couldn't touch Yifeng, then let Hong Ye die. Moreover, Chen Filong was right. In a month, when the war god of the azure sky returned, Yifeng would undoubtedly die. The goal would still be achieved, but if he didn't kill someone today, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. So, let it be Hongye. Chen Feilong frowned and remained silent. He had asked Guchen not to kill Yifeng, and Guchen should agree. After all, Yifeng possessed the god of death's ring. If Qi Weigui insisted on killing Hongye, then Guchen had no need to hold back. In the end, Chen Feilong sighed and turned away. He was willing to use his own reputation to protect Yifeng, but clearly, he would not protect Hongye. Guchen, you don't dare to kill Yifeng, so killing a small underground bandit should be no problem, right? Qi Weigui looked at Guchen. Clearly, Qi Weigui had already investigated Hongye's background. He knew she was one of the underground queens of Jiangdu, a Rakshasa. To others, Rakshasa was a name that struck fear into their hearts, but to Qi Weigui, it was nothing. Guchen nodded and said, "Rest assured, old general, today, this woman will definitely not survive." In the next moment, all the weapons brought by Guchen were aimed at Hongye. The Gatling gun on the armed helicopter, the sniper on the rooftop, even rockets were aimed at Hongye. Seeing this scene, Hongye's expression did not change much. She had almost died today. It was Yifeng who saved her. Now, she was ready to die for Yifeng, and she had no regrets. Hongye closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. However, at that moment, Yifeng stood in front of her. Coldly, he said, "Whoever touches her will die." Hongye's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. She looked at the man standing in front of her with disbelief. She never expected Yifeng would say such words. "Whoever touches her will die." At that moment, tears filled Hongye's eyes. She regarded Yifeng as her master, but she had promised that person that no matter when, the master of the imperial residence would be her master. At just 13 years old, she had sold her life to that man. He told her she was just a maid. Her mission was to serve her master and obey all her master's arrangements. Even if her master ordered her to die, she could not have the slightest hesitation. Hongye kept her promise. She used her life to protect Yifeng. But at this moment, it was Yifeng standing in front of her, protecting her. Protecting a insignificant maid. Yifeng's words also left the others present in disbelief, because everyone thought that if Yifeng wanted to survive today, he had to sacrifice Hongye. After all, the old general's face had to be given. The old general's daughter had been crippled, and his grandson had been killed. Today, if one person was not killed, it would be impossible to quell the old general's anger. "Yifeng, what are you doing? This is the biggest chance for you to survive that my grandfather can help you get." Chen Shanshan frowned at Yifeng. She completely did not understand what Yifeng was doing. This was tantamount to seeking death. "Yifeng, don't act impulsively. It's just a thug from an underground force. There's no need to risk your life for her." Chen Feilong also said in a deep voice. "Yifeng, I must kill her today. This is my final bottom line. If you dare to stop me, then you will die too." Qi Weigui said with a grim expression. "Yifeng, you don't need to do this. I'm just your maid." Everyone was trying to persuade Yifeng, even Hongye herself, with tears in her eyes. However, Yifeng's answer remained unchanged. "Whoever touches her will die. Yifeng, you're seeking death. Guchen, get rid of him for me. I will take all the responsibility." Qi Weigui roared. At that moment, a soldier came to report. "Old general, someone wants to come over." "Who is it?" "I'll say it here today. It won't matter who comes to plead for mercy." Qi Weigui said coldly. "It seems they are not here to plead for mercy. They said they have a grudge against Yifeng and want to see him die a miserable death." The soldier replied. "Oh, let them come." A playful look appeared on Qi Weigui's face. Soon, two people were brought over. A middle-aged man and a swollen blind man. It was none other than Shen Wanghua and his daughter. At this moment, Shenao Xue could no longer be recognized. Her whole body was swollen like a bun. Her face was filled with intense hatred. "I heard you have a grudge against Yifeng?" Qi Weigui looked at the father and daughter. "That's right, old General Qi. We have an irreconcilable feud with Yifeng." Shen Weigui replied. "Good, then you can watch here. Today, I will turn him into meat paste." Qi Weigui said sternly. "Old General Qi, please make sure to tear Yifeng into pieces." Shenao Xue roared in a certain direction, but because she couldn't see, she had no idea that she was facing away from Yifeng. "Daughter, you're facing the wrong way." Shen Wanhua quickly turned Shenao Xue to face Yifeng. "Ha ha, Yifeng, that's right. I'm here to see your miserable state." Shenao Xue roared again. "Is she really Shenao Xue? How did she end up like this? I remember, she was hailed as the most beautiful female CEO in Jiangdu. I heard she lost a kidney to Yifeng, and her company went bankrupt. She probably can't afford dialysis, so she's all swollen up. She probably doesn't have many days left to live. I saw her before, she was indeed very beautiful. What a pity for such a beauty." Around them, those who knew Shenao Xue all sighed. A generation's stunning beauty, yet her fate was so tragic. One couldn't help but wonder how Yifeng could have done this. Actually, you can't blame Yifeng for this. I investigated what happened back then. Xiaoxue had a severe kidney disease, and without a transplant, she would undoubtedly die. Moreover, she had an extremely rare blood type, making it impossible to find a match. It just so happened that Yifeng was compatible, so he donated a kidney to her. To repay Yifeng, she married him, but shortly after their marriage, Xiaoxue dug out Yifeng's other kidney and then pushed him off a cliff. Yifeng was lucky to survive, so he came back for revenge. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out. It was Qin Shanshan. After Yifeng saved her grandfather that day, she had investigated Yifeng's situation. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Xiaoxue, who did charity everywhere and kept vigil for Yifeng for 3 years before marrying, was all just an act. People suddenly realized. If someone else had said this, it might not have been convincing. But since it was said by the granddaughter of the old General Chen, it carried weight. What do you know? What do you mean I dug out Yifeng's second kidney? Did I want to do that? Someone had their eyes on his kidney, and if I didn't do it, I would die. At that moment, Xiaoxue roared. Xiaoxue, tell me who that person is, and I will cure you. Yifeng's voice rang out. After all, she was a woman he had once loved deeply. She had received the punishment she deserved. But the one who truly wanted his kidney must die. You can cure me? Xiaoxue looked at Yifeng with some disbelief. Of course, I've already cured Xanjie's eyes, Yifeng said lightly, but my kidney is gone. Are you willing to give me yours again? Xiaoxue naturally didn't want to believe that Yifeng would give her his kidney again. Of course, I won't give you my kidney. I can give you a pair of pig kidneys. At least they can keep you alive for 20 years. Impossible, pig kidneys can't survive in the human body. Shenhuangwu shook his head. Others can't, but I can. Yifeng said confidently. I said, will you really cure me? Xiaoxue was somewhat skeptical. After all, she hadn't treated Yifeng well. Even without digging out his kidney, she hadn't looked at him properly in 2 years. Aoxue, do you really want to say that? Shenhuangwu began to worry. Dad, what's the difference between this and being dead? Xiaoxue said. That's true, but Yifeng, today, you're in a dire situation. How can you cure Aoxue? Shenhuangwu looked around at the luxurious array and frowned. This lineup was such that even if Yifeng were a master, he would likely be killed. They can't kill me, Yifeng said expressionlessly. Kid, where do you get your confidence from, thinking I can't kill you? Gu Qian said, clearly displeased. As a colonel leading thousands of soldiers with such good equipment, he couldn't kill a mere master? Even the Xian sect wouldn't dare to boast like that. I said you can't kill me, so you can't. Yifeng snorted coldly, then turned to Xiaoxue and said, Xiaoxue, think about my proposal. Xiaoxue hesitated for a moment and said, all right, I agree. I have one more condition, which is that you and Shenhuangwu must kneel in front of me and slap yourselves 100 times. Yifeng said again, all right, I agree too. This time, it was actually Shenhuangwu who spoke. Provided you can survive. You just need to do it. Yifeng remained expressionless. Good, Yifeng, since you are seeking death yourself, don't blame me. Gu Qian said angrily. He then shouted at the sniper, fire. All along, Xiaoxue had been hoping for Yifeng's death, but at this moment, she wished for him to live. Bang! The next moment, a sniper bullet shot towards Yifeng at a speed exceeding 3 times the speed of sound. However, Yifeng merely tilted his head slightly and dodged it. What? He actually dodged the sniper bullet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It should be known that this sniper bullet was coming at several times the speed of sound, and the sniper was 500 meters away from Yifeng. After firing, it would take at least half a second to hear the sound. How could Yifeng dodge it? Luck, it must be luck. Keep firing. Gu Qian continued to give orders. Bang bang bang. 3 shots rang out. Yifeng's head moved left and right 3 times. All 3 shots missed. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Was this still a human? Machine gun, fire. Gu Qian ordered the machine gun to open fire. Da-da-day. The machine gun spat out flames. Then, they saw Yifeng's hands seemingly transform into 1,000. When the gunfire stopped, Yifeng's hands returned to 2. In his 2 hands, he held 2 bullets. He had actually caught all the bullets barehanded. Seeing this scene, Gu Qian finally couldn't help but swallow hard. He was also a martial artist and understood what level of skill was needed to achieve such a feat. Gu Qian looked at the armored vehicle and the rocket launcher operator, but he didn't dare to give orders anymore. After all, if Yifeng could dodge a sniper rifle, it was likely that only a supersonic missile could take him down. But using such a national treasure to help Chi Weigui take revenge didn't seem worth it. After a long time, Gu Qian turned to Chi Weigui and said, I'm sorry, Shi Lao, you should find someone else. Saying this, he ordered his soldiers to retreat. Clearly, Yi Feng's strength was beyond imagination. He was far more than just an ordinary master. However, in Chen Feilong's eyes, there was a glimmer of light. Yi Feng's medical skill shocked him, but Yi Feng's strength shocked him even more. Although Yi Feng's strength might not yet reach the top level, he was only in his 20s and could very well become a giant in the future. However, Yi Feng also had obvious shortcomings. His brilliance was too overwhelming. He acted without considering the consequences. It was likely he wouldn't go far. Yi Feng, young friend, I haven't been of much help, so I'll take my leave. Chen Feilong cupped his hands towards Yi Feng. Although he didn't know if Yi Feng would ever take off, he thought it best not to make an enemy. Moreover, Yi Feng had saved him. Thank you, old general, for your assistance. I will remember it and never forget. Yi Feng nodded. Gu Qian left, and so did Chen Feilong. Only Qi Weiguo was left in a state of confusion. After all, he was old and no longer the general who could command thousands of troops. Yi Feng, I can't kill you, but there are others who can. Just wait and see. In the end, Qi Weiguo also left. He had just received news that a large number of assassins were heading to Jiangdu, all to kill Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng survived these assassins, the Sky Blue War God would not let him live. The only ones left were Shen Aoxue and Shen Wanhua. Yi Feng, I didn't expect even Gu Qian couldn't do anything to you. I, Shen Aoxue, was truly blind. If I had known you were this powerful, I definitely wouldn't have treated you like I did before. At this moment, Shen Aoxue's heart was extremely complicated. She hated herself for not seeing Yi Feng as a person back then. Hating herself, she wondered why she had listened to that person and allowed Yi Feng's kidney to be taken. But it's too late to say anything now. Shen Aoxue knew that Yi Feng would never forgive her. But you must keep your word. If you cure me, I can tell you that the person who wanted your kidney is surnamed He. He is a servant of the D family. I can't say more. I don't know. The D family. Knowing this was enough. Bring 2 pig kidneys, about a year old, to the D residence tomorrow to find me, Yi Feng said, then turned and left. Daughter, what we've done has no turning back. Shen Wanhua swallowed hard. Dad, I once chose the D family over Yi Feng, but this time, I want to choose Yi Feng. Shen Aoxue gritted her teeth. In the past, Shen Aoxue had never looked at Yi Feng properly. She thought he was just a worker. Even if he donated a kidney to her, he didn't deserve her. So, she refused to let Yi Feng touch her body. After marriage, they slept in separate rooms. But now, she suddenly felt that Yi Feng had changed. He had become an incredibly powerful man. He spoke little, but every word was filled with extreme dominance, which had a fatal attraction for Shen Aoxue. Despite being hurt so badly by Yi Feng, she found herself somewhat liking him. After all, Yi Feng's treatment of her was also her own doing. Sigh. Shen Wanhua sighed. The D family was a deep abyss. Yi Feng now was also an abyss. However, there was no worse outcome than this. At worst, it would be death. Yi Feng brought Suyu and Yi Qi down from the rooftop. Girl, you're okay? That's great. Seeing that both Yi Feng and Hongye were safe, Yi Qi happily hugged Hongye. They could see below from the rooftop but had no idea what had happened, worrying for the worst, and now they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, why don't you hug me? Yi Feng felt a bit jealous. You're a big man. What's there to hug? Yi Qi said disdainfully. Brother, I'll hug you. Suyu ran over, wrapping her 2 chubby white arms around Yi Feng's waist. Suyu, let go of your brother. This isn't childhood anymore. Be mindful of the impact. Yi Qi scolded. We're not even related. Suyu pouted, refusing to let go of Yi Feng. The 4 of them headed towards the D residence like a family. Just then, Yi Feng suddenly turned his body, and Suyu was flung away. Brother, what are you doing? Suyu fell to the ground, rubbing her sore bottom, dissatisfied. There are assassins, Hongye said in a low voice, pulling out a dagger and taking a defensive stance. On the ground behind Yi Feng, 3 flying darts were embedded deep into the concrete. Yi Feng snorted lightly, took out a few silver needles, and threw them in one direction. Put, put, put. A few screams followed, and several people fell in response. Yi Feng knew that the people from the Sky Blue War God had arrived. However, if they wanted to kill him, they would have to see if they had the strength. These small fry posed no threat to him at all. The Sky Blue War God himself would be a different story. Yi Feng found the few assassins he had killed and checked them. They were all pierced through the forehead by silver needles. These people were not strong. They were likely cannon fodder. The real main force was probably still behind. He hailed a car, and soon it started moving. But when they reached the bridge, the driver suddenly showed a hint of madness in his eyes and drove the car towards the edge of the bridge. Yi Feng's expression darkened. He directly tore off the driver's seatbelt and threw him out of the window. Ah! The man screamed as he rolled on the ground. The next moment, he was crushed by a truck. Meanwhile, Yi Feng's car was about to crash into the guardrail. However, at that moment, Yifeng had already jumped into the driver's seat, and the taxi drifted. The rear of the car brushed against the guardrail, narrowly passing through. Yifeng drove the taxi, preparing to drive back himself. Suddenly, he saw two sports cars chasing after him. One was a Ferrari, the other a Porsche 911. They came barreling straight into the taxi. The powerful horsepower nearly sent the taxi flying. Fortunately, Yifeng stomped his foot on the floor, stabilizing the car. "Buckle up!" Yifeng shouted, then began to speed away. Yifeng's driving skills were exceptional. He weaved through the traffic, appearing perilous, yet he always managed to slip through the gaps. However, the two cars behind him were top-tier supercars. Their performance was far beyond that of his two Jetta taxis. Shaking off the two cars was extremely difficult. But this was, after all, city roads. There were many cars, and despite their strong performance, the two cars were often left behind by Yifeng. This scene stunned the onlookers. A Jetta taxi was actually evading two supercars? "Hongya, you drive, I'll take them out," Yifeng said to Hongya. Hongya immediately moved from the back seat to the front passenger seat. Then, they switched places. The Jetta was a compact car, and the interior space was quite cramped. Both Yifeng and Hongya were tall, so when they switched, their bodies inevitably pressed against each other. Especially when they suddenly hit a bump, Hongya ended up sitting directly on Yifeng's lap, but she was quick-witted and soon took the driver's seat. Once Hongya took control of the car, Yifeng climbed from the passenger seat onto the roof of the Jetta. He coldly gazed at the drivers of the two supercars. In the next moment, he threw out two silver needles. Whoosh! The silver needles sliced through the air, piercing the windows of the sports cars and then shooting into the drivers' foreheads. The two supercars instantly lost control, crashing through the guardrails and plunging into the Jiangdu River. Yifeng returned to the driver's seat. Although he was not afraid of these assassins, they were a persistent nuisance. Moreover, he wasn't worried about himself, but Ji Qi and Suyu were just ordinary people. He couldn't always stay by their side. It seemed it was time to call for some help. So, he took out the Angel's Order from his bag. The Angel's Order had a phone number on it, known only to its owner. Yifeng dialed the number. In a massive castle, a stunning Western beauty was reclining on a luxurious bed that was 2 meters wide. The entire room was resplendent, even the bed seemed to be made of gold. She stood at a height of nearly 1.8 meters, her figure incredibly alluring. Most strikingly, she had a pair of pure white wings on her back. Wearing a crown, she exuded an ethereal grace, resembling an angelic queen. She was resting with her eyes closed, while two equally exquisite winged maids were massaging her legs and shoulders. A hint of laziness and boredom graced her face. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the phone on the bedside table rang. Hearing the phone, the angelic queen abruptly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as blue and clear as the ocean. Her expression shifted to one of excitement and solemnity as she gently picked up the phone. "Your servant, Yesha, may I ask, my lord, what is your command?" The angelic queen said respectfully into the phone. "Is this the angel queen? I'm in a bit of trouble, send a few people to help me, preferably those with strong abilities," Yifeng replied directly. "From the sound of your voice, you don't seem to be my master. Who are you?" Yesha asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, the Angel's Order had been given to an elder, not a young brat. "Right now, I am your master, just follow the orders," Yifeng said. "Yes, my lord, Yesha will send someone over immediately," the angelic queen replied respectfully. If this scene were witnessed by the Dark Knight, the Church, or that group of fallen beings, they would surely be left speechless. The Western sovereign Yesha actually spoke in such a tone to someone. It was truly unbelievable. "I'll give you the address shortly, just look for someone named Yifeng when you arrive," Yifeng said before hanging up the phone. This was his first time using the Angel Order, and he wasn't sure if it was as effective as his master had said. For 3 days, beautiful angels were at his command. "Relay my orders, Angel Guardian Longxin, Angel Yan. Hurry to this address and obey the instructions of someone named Yifeng." The Angel Queen issued the command. Yes, Angel Queen. The two female angels, each about 1.7 meters tall, knelt before the Angel Queen. After the two angels left, the Angel Queen lazily stretched. "So boring, why don't I go have some fun?" Meanwhile, on the steel cable of a bridge, stood a man and a woman. The man was dressed in black, the woman in white, both wearing pointed hats. They looked a bit like the black and white impermanents from the television. The woman leaned against the man's chest and said seductively, "Brother, it seems that guy has some skills." "He does have some skills, but unfortunately, he ran into us siblings, haha." In the next moment, the two jumped off the steel cable. Bang! Bang! 2 small craters appeared on the concrete ground. "What kind of person are you, looking for death?" A Land Rover screeched to a halt in front of them, cursing loudly. The woman in white had an excellent figure, twisting her slim waist as she walked to the driver's side door. She flashed a charming smile at the irate Land Rover driver. "You're quite good-looking. Damn, you just scared my brother. So, what do you want to do?" The Land Rover driver seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation, his gaze greedily sweeping over the woman's impressive body. Upon hearing this, the woman in white revealed a playful expression, leaning directly against the window. A pair of enormous objects were pressed into a distorted shape. Because she was wearing a revealing outfit, the large expanse of Snow White almost blinded the Land Rover driver. She continued seductively, "Big brother, what do you want me to do?" While speaking, she gently bit her cherry-red lips, exuding even more allure. The Land Rover driver was drooling. "What to do? Play a game that all men like, and I won't hold it against you." The Land Rover driver chuckled. He was also a big brother, with many younger brothers under him. He had done plenty of bullying men and women. Just like now, there was a female college student he had forcibly captured, being held down in the seat by two fierce subordinates. She was crying like a flower in the rain, constantly pleading for the Land Rover driver to let her go. Unfortunately, at that moment, the Land Rover driver's attention was entirely on the stunning woman leaning against the car window. "All right, I'm going to start now." The woman in white smiled even more seductively. In the next moment, her hand passed directly through the car door. Then, it penetrated the Land Rover driver's chest. The driver looked down and saw a fair little hand thrusting into his chest. He was instantly terrified. In the next moment, the woman in white directly pulled the Land Rover driver's heart out of his chest. The driver wanted to scream, but the woman in white yanked his body out of the Land Rover and threw it into the river. The two younger brothers behind were so scared that they drew out their daggers. But before they could act, their throats were slit, and blood sprayed everywhere, splattering the female college student. She was almost too scared to think. Suddenly, a man dressed entirely in black had somehow already sat inside the Land Rover. The black impermanence had arrived. Soon, the two younger brothers slumped down in their seats. Although the female college student was very frightened, she still trembled and said, "Thank you for saving me." The black impermanence reached out and pinched the woman's chin, pulling her face close to his. With a wicked smile, he said, "So, how do you plan to thank me? What do you want as a thank you?" The female college student swallowed hard. The black impermanence leaned in directly, pressing against the female college student's face. She immediately began to struggle, even biting the black impermanence. Finally, the black impermanence pulled away from the female college student. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his expression showed even more excitement. Puff! Suddenly, two daggers pierced the collarbone of the female college student, pinning her to her seat. "Ah!" She screamed in pain, her body frozen in fear. The dark figure of Hei Wuchang smiled wickedly, then spread the female student's legs apart. "Sister, drive," Hei Wuchang said to Bai Wuchang, who was already seated in the driver's seat. "Okay, brother, let's go." The Land Rover roared to life. The female student looked at the man before her, who resembled a devil, and beside her were two lifeless bodies of men with their throats slit. Her vision darkened, and she fainted. The Land Rover sped through the bustling streets. After about 10 minutes, the two men with slit throats were thrown out of the car window. Then, the female student was also tossed out. She had long since breathed her last, her clothes in tatters. Blood was splattered across her legs. Her eyes were wide open, unblinking in death. The body rolled several meters on the ground, coming to rest in front of a woman who was buying pancakes. The woman was startled at first, then her eyes widened as she recognized what lay on the ground. She quickly pulled out her walkie-talkie. "A murder and body dumping case has occurred on Shuanha Street. The methods are extremely brutal, requesting backup." After speaking, she disregarded the pancake in her hand, leaped onto a nearby motorcycle, and sped off in pursuit of the Land Rover. If Yi Feng were there, he would recognize this woman as Yi Xiaomeng, the female constable who had been slapped by Qi Shanglan earlier. Back at the villa, she had been struck by Qi Shanglan, and later, Hongya had appeared. Lao Wei had taken her away, advising her to stay out of these people's affairs. But she was a constable. It was her duty. Lao Wei had simply said that the world was vast, and not everything was within their control. She was patrolling the streets on her motorcycle, hungry for a pancake, when a female corpse was thrown right in front of her. "There's a major case." Although Yi Xiaomeng knew she should wait for backup from her colleagues, she still pursued them. "Land Rover ahead, pull over immediately," Yi Xiaomeng shouted, balancing her motorcycle with one hand while holding a megaphone in the other. "Brother, there's a constable." Bai Wuchang saw Yi Xiaomeng in the rearview mirror. Don't mind her, she's just an intern constable," Hei Wuchang replied, glancing back with a slight smirk. Especially upon seeing the constable's delicate face and her impressively developed curves, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Having just been released, he seemed to regain interest. Yi Xiaomeng noticed that the other party had no intention of stopping, so she accelerated to catch up, completely unaware of how terrifying the people she was pursuing were. The Land Rover continued to ram through traffic, chasing a taxi ahead. "Yi-Fong, it seems someone is chasing us again," Hong Ye said, spotting the approaching Land Rover. The Land Rover made no effort to conceal itself. It was hard not to notice. Yi-Fong glanced back and saw a motorcycle following the Land Rover, with another constable on it. Ahead, a long straight road appeared, showcasing the Land Rover's powerful engine. "Got you!" Bai Wuchang slammed the accelerator down, the engine roaring as they sped toward the taxi. "No way, we can't shake them." Hong Ye frowned. After all, it was just a Jetta taxi, and on a straight road, it could never outrun a Land Rover. Just as Yi-Fong was about to take action, a motorcycle suddenly surged ahead. "Stop! Pull over now!" He Xiaoming shouted, banging on the Land Rover's window. Bai Wuchang glanced at her but ignored her, continuing the chase. Seeing that they had no reaction, He Xiaoming finally drew her service pistol, shouting, "Stop, pull over, or I will shoot." Just then, a large hand suddenly reached out from the Land Rover's window, breaking through the glass and grabbing He Xiaoming's shoulder. In the next moment, a tremendous force struck. He Xiaoming's body was unexpectedly dragged through the car window into the Land Rover. She felt the world spin around her, and then realized she was inside the vehicle. The back seat of the Land Rover was soaked with blood. A man, pale as a corpse, was looking at her with a playful expression. Who are you?" He Xiaoming quickly raised her gun, aiming it at the man. "Little girl constable, don't play with guns in front of me. My gun is much more powerful than yours." He Wuchang chuckled. "Stop the car immediately, or I will shoot." Although He Xiaoming was terrified, she forced herself to remain calm. She told herself that she was a constable and must not show fear at this moment. Seeing that the other party completely ignored her, He Xiaoming steeled her heart and fired a shot at the roof of the car. This shot served as a warning. When He Wuchang saw that she really dared to shoot, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, He Xiaoming didn't even see what the other party did. The gun in her hand was suddenly in his grasp. Then, He Wuchang squeezed it hard a few times, and the gun was crushed into a lump of scrap metal. This scene made He Xiaoming swallow hard. He Wuchang threw the mangled gun out of the window and then pulled out a dagger, pressing it against He Xiaoming's throat. "I've seen your gun, now it's time for you to see mine." A sinister smile appeared on He Wuchang's pale face. As he waved the dagger, the first button of her shirt was popped off. He Xiaoming's body stiffened, but she didn't dare to move. The dagger was incredibly sharp, glinting coldly. With another flick, the second button was also popped off. Instantly, the massive garment was no longer restrained and fell away. He Xiaoming was extremely nervous but didn't know what to do. The man before her had surpassed her understanding. Pop! Another button was released. Soon, all the buttons were undone, revealing her white undershirt. It must be said, the white did make her look larger. At this moment, He Xiaoming regretted it immensely. She shouldn't have acted impulsively, she should have waited for backup. But now, it was too late to say anything. "A female constable, huh? I haven't played with one before." He Wuchang leaned closer to He Xiaoming. "Seems like you're in a good mood." Just when He Xiaoming thought she was about to be bullied, a calm voice rang out. "Who?" He Wuchang was startled and then realized that someone was sitting in the back seat. He hadn't even noticed. "I'm Yi-Fong, you must be here for me," Yi-Fong said indifferently. Earlier, he had seen the female constable being dragged into the Land Rover. Yi-Fong, the two recognized him, as they had already obtained his information. "To be able to kill the war god's disciple, you really have some skills." He Wuchang squinted. "She's just an ordinary person, let her go," Yi-Fong said, glancing at He Xiaoming, whose pants had been pulled down to her knees. At this moment, He Xiaoming was tense all over. The sharp dagger was pressed against her stomach. She didn't dare to move, only allowing the other party to do as they pleased. Fortunately, Yi-Fong suddenly appeared. "When did he get in the car?" Sizzle, a harsh sound rang out. The Land Rover finally came to a stop. "What are you waiting for? Get out," Yi-Fong said to He Xiaoming. "Oh." He Xiaoming finally reacted, quickly pulling up her pants, then opened the car door and got out. The Land Rover started up again. He Xiaoming stood on the road, dazed and at a loss. Thankfully, Yi-Fong had come, otherwise, she would have been in big trouble. Inside the Land Rover, the atmosphere became somewhat silent. "The war god sent you?" Yi-Fong asked. "Who sent us isn't important. What matters is that today is your day to die." He Wuchang raised the dagger, pressing his lips against the blade, excitement flickering in his eyes. "It seems the war god is quite powerful to be able to summon He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang." Yi-Fong squinted and said. Clearly, he had already discerned the identities of the two. They were enveloped in a strong smell of blood. They were definitely ruthless killers. Moreover, their strength had already reached the advanced level of the Huang sect. Although the Huang sect was the lowest level of master, with both of them being advanced Huang sect members, their combined power should rival that of the Xian sect. From their attire, Yifeng recognized their identities. Over the past 3 years, although he had spent most of his time cultivating on the mountain, his master occasionally sent him down to carry out tasks. Therefore, he was aware of some matters in the martial world. For instance, the black and white impermanents were a pair of siblings. Whether they were blood-related, he did not know. Both possessed the strength of Huang-level masters. Together, they could even kill a Xian-level master. There had once been a Xian-level master who was killed by the siblings due to underestimating them. Ha! You actually know our names? Bai Wuchang observed Yifeng through the rearview mirror and found that he was exceptionally handsome. Bai Wuchang had always had no resistance to handsome men, just as beautiful women had an extraordinary attraction to He Wuchang. I've heard of you, after all, killers as despicable as you are quite rare, Yifeng replied indifferently. The black and white impermanence siblings were notorious. He Wuchang liked beautiful women and would never let one go if he encountered one, he would definitely kill. Bai Wuchang liked handsome men and was the same. She would enjoy them first and then personally kill them. He, since you know us, you must know our preferences. Little brother, I think you're quite handsome. How about we find a place to have some fun together? Bai Wuchang giggled. Sorry, I'm not interested, Yifeng said coldly. Oh, am I not pretty? Bai Wuchang asked, one hand on the wheel and the other playing with her hair, looking incredibly charming. Yifeng replied, not pretty. Bai Wuchang retorted, little brother, are your eyes blind? Am I not pretty? Indeed, not pretty, Yifeng reiterated. Even if I'm not the most beautiful woman in the world, I am definitely the woman who understands men the best. Don't you want to give it a try? Bai Wuchang bit her lip and said, not interested, I have no interest in public transport, Yifeng said bluntly. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Bai Wuchang surprisingly did not get angry. She laughed, what's wrong with public transport? Although it carries many people, its skills are good. No matter how good the skills, if the condition of the vehicle is poor, it won't be interesting to drive. Kid, if my information is correct, you seem to have donated a kidney to someone. With your condition, how dare you look down on my sister? He Wuchang frowned, a murderous intent rising in his eyes. As the saying goes, to die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. Little brother, don't be ungrateful. Bai Wuchang's gaze turned cold. Although she was quite interested in Yifeng, he was too ungrateful, actually insulting her by calling her public transport. Sorry, you don't qualify as a peony, Yifeng said. Then what do I qualify as? You are a shameless slut. Yifeng thought Bai Wuchang would be furious upon hearing this, but she was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled even more charmingly. Little brother, go ahead and insult me. The more you insult me, the better. I am the worst woman in the world, but this worst woman will soon let you know what true pleasure is for a man. Little sister, he's missing a kidney, he probably can't satisfy you. He Wuchang laughed as well. Clearly, they had long since abandoned any moral boundaries, doing as they pleased based on their strength. Just a kidney doesn't matter. It's not like the whole body is useless, Bai Wuchang giggled. Little sister, then I'll leave him with one more hand later, He Wuchang said. Then, his dagger suddenly lunged toward Yifeng. Yifeng tilted his head to dodge directly, then struck with a palm to He Wuchang's chest. Bang! He Wuchang's body trembled violently. Then, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with shock. He never expected Yifeng to be so powerful, injuring him with just one palm. I didn't expect you to be a Xianzong. He Wuchang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Die! Yifeng wasted no words and struck again. However, at that moment, Bai Wuchang suddenly jerked the steering wheel. Yifeng's palm hit nothing but the terrifying force still blew the car door off. Due to the high speed, Bai Wuchang's sharp turn caused the car to flip over. It rolled over several times before finally crashing into a wheat field and coming to a stop. Boom! The next moment, the Land Rover exploded. Then, the three bodies were thrown out. Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang stood side by side, while Yifeng faced them. At this moment, both He and Bai Wuchang had blood at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they had underestimated Yifeng's strength. They thought he was just a Huangzong, but he turned out to be a Xianzong. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so young yet possess such terrifying strength. Bai Wuchang's breath quickened. Just as the car flipped, Yifeng launched another attack on the two. Despite their combined efforts, they were still injured. It should be noted that together, they could unleash the combat power of a beginner Xianzong. This meant that Yifeng's strength was not just that of a Xianzong, but a mid-level Xianzong or even stronger. Sister, he is a mid-level Xianzong. We are no match for him. He Wuchang swallowed a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. Bai Wuchang fell silent for a moment, surprisingly abandoning her aggressive stance. Instead, she twisted her slim waist and walked towards Yifeng. "Little brother, don't be so fierce, As she spoke, her delicate hand reached towards Yifeng's chest. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was sent flying. "Wow!" Bai Wuchang spat out a mouthful of blood, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Yifeng. Although Yifeng called her a bus, even if she were a bus, she was a luxury bus. Any man would find it impossible not to feel something for her. "Sister, brother, I estimate that he has lost a kidney and is no longer interested in women. Today, it seems we are going to die here." Bai Wuchang struggled to stand up. "It seems we have no choice but to use that move." A fierce glint appeared in Bai Wuchang's eyes. "No, if you use that move, you will die." Bai Wuchang's beautiful eyes showed panic. "But if we don't use that move, we will die anyway. Using it might give us a glimmer of hope." Bai Wuchang let out a sharp shout. Then, he took out several silver needles and inserted them into key acupoints on his body. Golden needle acupuncture. Yifeng recognized their intention. Golden needle acupuncture, like the king of hell needle, is a type of forbidden acupuncture technique. After use, it can greatly enhance a person's cultivation for a short time, but the side effects are severe. One would either die or become a cripple afterward. "Ha!" Bai Wuchang exhaled a breath of turbid air. "I feel so powerful." Bai Wuchang moved his neck, and suddenly his figure burst forth like popping beans. The aura around him became incredibly strong, having reached the peak of Shenzone, with a faint trend of touching the threshold of the earth-level sect. "Kid, you actually forced me to use golden needle acupuncture. Today, even if you are a Shenzone, you must die." Bai Wuchang roared. Now, he could completely rival a peak Shenzone, and with a peak Huan-level master added, killing Yifeng would be as easy as flipping a hand. "Die!" Bai Wuchang stomped his foot on the ground, his body shooting towards Yifeng like an arrow released from a bow, moving at an incredible speed, as if the air was left behind. Bang! A muffled sound. Then a figure shot out, crashing heavily to the ground. It was not Yifeng, but Bai Wuchang. "How is this possible?" Bai Wuchang lay on the ground, disbelief filling his eyes. He couldn't believe that despite using the golden needles to seal his acupoints and having raised his cultivation to the peak of the Shenzone level, he was still no match for Yifeng. Moreover, he had been defeated in a single move. Just how strong was the opponent? Could he be a D-Zone? The information indicated that Yifeng was only in his 20s. A D-Zone in his 20s? It was laughable. But the reality told him this was no joke. "Brother!" Bai Wuchang cried out in a hoarse voice. "I'm going to fight you to the death." Although the two had committed countless evils, their sibling bond was very strong. At this moment, Bai Wuchang's fierce demeanor had crumbled, and he used the golden needles to seal his acupoints again, clearly not long for this world. Just as Bai Wuchang was preparing to fight Yifeng desperately, Bai Wuchang grabbed her wrist and shook his head. "Sister, we are no match for him, we must escape." In truth, Bai Wuchang knew that if Yifeng was a D-Zone, Bai Wuchang would have no chance of escaping. Moreover, in the face of Bai Wuchang's beauty, Yifeng was completely unmoved. Although Bai Wuchang was quite flirtatious, her beauty was undeniable. Her figure was incredibly slender and delicate. The wildness about her drove men crazy. In the past, when men saw her, a single glance was enough to make them fall at her feet, but today, she encountered Yifeng. This man completely ignored her charm. "Brother, even if we die, we must die together." Bai Wuchang did not run away because she knew that fleeing was meaningless in front of a D-Zone. She turned to Yifeng, unwilling to accept her fate, and said, "What does it matter how strong you are? You're not even a man, a real-life Dongfang booby. In this lifetime, you'll never understand the mysteries of women." Haha. Yifeng, who had originally planned to end the lives of the siblings, suddenly stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. Ever since losing a kidney, Yifeng's needs in that regard had indeed changed. The allure of women had sharply declined for him. In his heart, he really wanted to see if he was still capable with Shanaoxue, but unfortunately, Shanaoxue looked down on him and never regarded him as worthy, not giving him a chance at all. As a result, he often doubted whether he was a normal man. During the years he spent learning on the mountain, his heart was filled with hatred, and he had no thoughts of such matters. When he descended the mountain, the killing emperor told him that he was not just a normal man, but a man with a Qilin kidney. This made him unable to resist seeking out his beautiful senior sisters. It had been some time since he came down the mountain, and his relationship with Ning Xian had not progressed smoothly. Therefore, he had not been with any women. He had suffered too much doubt, having been suspected multiple times of being useless. Although Yichi and Suyu took great care of his feelings and never mentioned this matter, he still had questions in his heart. Was he really capable? Of course, when he first saw Hong Yi, he had a slight reaction. But after all, he had never engaged in a real fight. He couldn't determine whether his functions were intact. Bai Lingjiao saw Yifeng frozen in place. She looked at her brother Bai Yulong in her arms, whose life force was gradually fading. She continued to curse, "Ha, Yifeng, do you really want to kill me? Come on, come kill me. Even if you kill me, you still won't become a man." At this moment, Bai Lingjiao was clearly seeking death, which was why she kept stabbing at Yifeng's sore spots. Sister. Bai Yulong certainly understood Bai Lingjiao's thoughts. Although they called each other siblings, many people believed they were not related by blood, but in reality, they were indeed biological siblings. Bai Wuchang's name was Bai Lingjiao, while He Wuchang's name was Bai Yulong. Yifeng, let me tell you, the taste of a woman is truly wonderful, especially for a woman like me. Don't think that just because I've had many men, I don't specialize in the art of love. Every man who has been with me has willingly sought death, just to experience joy with me. They would even be willing to trade their lives for just one moment of pleasure. Out there, I can't even count how many men want me, but if I don't fancy them, it doesn't matter how powerful or wealthy they are. What a pity, Yifeng, you're useless. Even if I am the most exquisite woman in the world, you won't be able to enjoy me. Are you very angry, very frustrated? Ha ha, you can kill me, but so what? I've already experienced the ultimate joy in this world, while you are destined to be a eunuch for life. Bai Lingjiao became more and more spirited in her insults. After all, she had no other way to vent. Shut up! Yifeng finally lost his temper. He charged at Bai Lingjiao, knocking her several meters away and pinning her down in the wheat field. He gripped Bai Wuchang's neck, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, red scales began to grow on Yifeng's back. The pattern of a qilin appeared, spreading continuously across his body. I must say, Bai Lingjiao was incredibly beautiful. Her figure was stunning. She wore a tight outfit, and her slender legs were clad in white skinny pants, looking like two chopsticks, perfect chopstick legs. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to be able to ensnare souls. Her long eyelashes fluttered like mischievous sprites. Her skin was as smooth as cream, radiant and dripping with allure, like a ripe peach. It made the wicked fire in Yifeng's heart surge instantly. He wished he could immediately meld this extraordinary beauty into his body, but he still retained a shred of rationality, forcibly suppressing the wicked fire within him. He could only stare at Bai Wuchang with his piercing red eyes. He wanted to snap this woman's neck directly, but his body seemed unwilling to comply. It felt as if his body was slipping from his control. Little sister. He Wuchang struggled to turn over, trying to crawl over. Unfortunately, the sound of explosions erupted from his acupuncture points, causing him to collapse to the ground. The side effects of the golden needle acupuncture had taken effect. His meridians felt nearly severed. However, his powerful cultivation prevented him from dying immediately. He could only watch helplessly as Yifeng approached. Come on, kill me, you useless waste. Bai Lingjiao seemed oblivious to the changes in Yifeng and continued to insult him loudly. Yifeng, I say you're not a man, and you're not a man. After all, if it were another man pinning me down, it would have been. What a pity, you can't appreciate my skills. Bai Lingjiao alternated between insults and lamentations. In truth, Yifeng was very handsome, not inferior to any star. Otherwise, Shenao Xue would never have allowed him to marry into the Shin family. After all, Shenao Xue was a very proud person. Although she looked down on Yifeng, his face still gave her a sense of pride. That's why Bai Lingjiao initially wanted to discuss the ultimate mysteries of life with Yifeng. She just didn't expect Yifeng to be so ridiculously strong, reaching the level of Earth Sovereign. Such talent, even among those hidden families, was 1 in a million. Shut up! Yifeng quickly realized he was about to lose control. He slapped Bai Lingjiao's delicate face. Ha ha, Yifeng, what's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? You waste! But Bai Lingjiao wouldn't stop. After all, she was going to die anyway. Why not indulge in some verbal pleasure? Yifeng, look at you with such a good appearance. Why did you foolishly donate your kidney? The kidney is the most precious thing for a man. I heard that Shenao Xue never let you touch her even once. Shenao Xue is indeed very beautiful, but what a pity, you saved her life, and she put a big green hat on you. Shut up. Yifeng kept slapping Bai Lingjiao across the face. However, Bai Lingjiao wouldn't stop. Instead, she became even more spirited. Honestly, what's the point of a man living if he can't touch a woman? If I were you, I would have found a rock to smash my head in by now. Yifeng wished he could find something to stuff Bai Wuchang's mouth. Come on, hurry up and kill me. I have no regrets in this life, ha ha ha. Seeing Yifeng's expression, Bai Lingjiao knew her words had provoked him, and she burst into laughter. Any man who can subdue me, Bai Lingjiao, will definitely. And you can only rage impotently. Watching you get angry makes me feel so good. With the thought of not being able to kill Yifeng but wanting to infuriate him, Bai Lingjiao kept provoking him. Her words finally drove Yi Feng completely out of his mind. He grabbed Bai Lingjiao's collar and suddenly, when their bodies touched, Bai Lingjiao was instantly stunned. She had always thought Yi Feng was disabled. The information indicated that his body was flawed, but at that moment, she couldn't see any flaws in him. He seemed even more normal than an average person. Bai Lingjiao looked at the handsome, powerful, fierce man before her and for a moment, she actually forgot to insult him. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had completely lost his reason. The fire of the Qilin erupted completely. Xiaoming found her broken motorcycle. She felt very conflicted. She knew she shouldn't have followed. Reason told her that it was a situation she couldn't handle. She should wait for backup to arrive. But she couldn't help but follow. She felt a strong curiosity about Yi Feng. That man seemed even more powerful than the two criminals. Everything she had seen and heard today had completely exceeded Xiaoming's understanding. No wonder Old Wei had told her that the world was vast and there were some things he couldn't control. In the face of such terrifying martial power, her position as a small constable indeed limited her actions, but her duty told her that she couldn't retreat in the face of trouble. Finally, Xiaoming saw a Land Rover in a wheat field. No, to be precise, it should be the broken pieces of a Land Rover. She stopped her motorcycle and began to search. Soon, she found He Wuchang lying in the nearby wheat field, bleeding all over. He was already close to death. As she had guessed, Yi Feng was much stronger than those two criminals. He had already defeated He Wuchang. What about the other person? Xiaoming began to look for the woman who had been driving. Soon, she witnessed a shocking scene. A man was bullying a woman. Judging by the man's clothes, it should be Yi Feng, and the woman was the driver of the Land Rover from before. Although neither of those two were good people, Yi Feng shouldn't bully a girl like this. Yi Feng, stop it. You can't do this. Xiaoming shouted at Yi Feng. Unfortunately, Yi Feng couldn't hear her at all. He had become a demon. Stop right now. If you don't stop, I'm going to shoot. Seeing that Yi Feng ignored her completely, Xiaoming wanted to draw her sidearm but suddenly remembered that her gun had been turned into scrap metal by that man. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment. Finally, she mustered her courage and walked over. Yi Feng, what you're doing is illegal. Xiaoming grabbed Yi Feng's shoulder, trying to stop him. When her hand grasped his shoulder, Yi Feng finally turned his head. When Xiaoming saw Yi Feng's appearance, she was startled. At that moment, Yi Feng was covered in red scales, looking nothing like a human. At this time, Bai Lingjiao finally opened her eyes and saw Yi Feng's current appearance, instantly frightened. What kind of monster are you? But there was no answer. No matter what kind of monster you are, I love you to death, Bai Lingjiao said happily. This scene left Xiaoming in a daze. Even Bai Lingjiao unexpectedly said to Xiaoming, "Little constable, don't disturb me." Xiaoming was instantly flustered. At that moment, she didn't even know what to do. Capture Yi Feng? But Bai Lingjiao was there willingly. Capture Bai Lingjiao. But she was currently unavailable. Seeing Xiaoming staring blankly at the two of them, Bai Lingjiao glared at her and said, "Hey, is it polite for you to look at us like that?" Oh. Xiaoming awkwardly turned her head away. However, her mind was filled with the images she had just seen. How could this woman be like that? So shameless. And Yi Feng, how did he turn into a monster? Forget it. Let's go catch He Wuchang first. Xiaoming approached He Wuchang, wanting to handcuff him. "Little constable, if you dare to touch me, I'll kill you." He Wuchang had no strength to resist and could only glare angrily at Xiaoming. Xiaoming was so frightened that she sat down in the field, but soon, she mustered her courage and took out the handcuffs. I am not afraid of you." Although she said she wasn't afraid, her trembling hands revealed just how terrified she was. At that moment, He Wuchang also realized, this female constable might be their chance for survival. "Why are you the only one here, little constable? Hurry, call your backup," He Wuchang said to Xiaoming. "Oh, okay." Xiaoming finally reacted. She quickly took out her phone, reported the situation, and sent her location. Seeing this, He Wuchang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, hold on." He hoped the constables would arrive in time to stop Yi Feng. Falling into the hands of the constables was better than falling into Yi Feng's hands. In the hands of the constables, they might still have a chance to survive. But in Yi Feng's hands, it was certain death. At this moment, Bai Lingjiao truly felt like she was about to die. A trace of fear rose in her heart. She was a high-level yellow-grade master, with physical strength far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Normally, she could take on 10 at once, but now, a single Yi Feng had her at a loss. She felt like she was about to fall apart. This was no man, he was clearly a beast. Unfortunately, the beast couldn't hear her words. "Yi Feng, I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. please spare me. Bai Lingjiao actually began to plead for mercy. Unfortunately, pleading was useless. At this point, she regretted provoking Yifeng. The fiercer she had scolded him before, the more miserable she was now. Finally, unable to bear the pressure, Bai Lingjiao fainted. Where are your people? Why haven't they arrived yet? Seeing his sister unconscious, He Wuchang's face was filled with despair. If this continued, his sister might lose her life. Unfortunately, all his meridians were severed, and he couldn't even help. How would I know? Xiaomeng was also extremely anxious. Although Bai Wuchang was a bad person, at this moment, Yifeng's actions also violated the law. Finally, after another 20 minutes, the sound of police sirens rang out. Soon, the constables arrived in front of Xiaomeng and surrounded Yifeng. The scene before them stunned everyone. The constables shouted at Yifeng. Unfortunately, Yifeng completely ignored them. Let that girl go, the constable shouted, firing a warning shot into the sky. Unfortunately, Yifeng paid no attention. After firing 2 warning shots into the sky, the constable finally aimed his gun at Yifeng and pulled the trigger. No! Xiaomeng wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. The bullet flew towards Yifeng. Xiaomeng closed her eyes, as if she couldn't bear to see what was about to happen. Bang! The bullet hit Yifeng's back, but to everyone's surprise, the bullet did not penetrate. Instead, it was deflected away. This was not Yifeng's protective energy. At that moment, Yifeng had not even mobilized his true energy. It was just the scales on his body that blocked the bullet. Was this still human? Keep shooting! The constables launched an attack together. The bullet struck Yifeng, sparking a shower of sparks and producing a clanging sound, as if he had steel bones. Until the gun was emptied, not a single injury was inflicted upon Yifeng. Everyone gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Someone could actually block bullets with their body. For a moment, the constables were at a loss for what to do. Time passed second by second. The constables had been there for over 10 minutes. Xiaomeng, what's going on? The captain of the constables approached to ask. Xiaomeng didn't know how to respond. Finally, gritting her teeth, she said, half an hour ago. Upon hearing her words, everyone was stunned. At that moment, some even felt sympathy for Bai Wuchang. However, Xiaomeng did not mention that the fiery monster was actually Yifeng. Perhaps it was due to a bit of her own selfishness. The constables dared not approach the monster, merely watching from a distance. After all, the creature's body could withstand bullets. Who knew what would happen if they got closer? Finally, another half hour passed. Yifeng's eyes finally regained clarity. He looked at Bai Wuchang, who had already fallen unconscious, with a face full of disbelief. At this moment, Bai Wuchang had fainted. Hands on your head, raise your hands immediately. At this time, the constables raised their guns again. Yifeng looked around and realized he had been surrounded by the constables. Looking at his own situation, he felt like a monster. Without hesitation, he got up and ran. His speed was like lightning. In less than a few seconds, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The constables wanted to chase after him, but they probably wouldn't catch up. They had no choice but to give up. Everyone looked at Bai Wuchang, who lay motionless in the wheat field, and finally, the captain spoke. Ladies, go take a look. Soon, Xiaomeng and 2 female constables walked over. When they saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but swallow hard. There was a large pit where Bai Wuchang lay, and her appearance was truly tragic. How is my sister? He Wuchang shouted at the constables. Xiaomeng then squatted down to check. With a face full of surprise, she said, She's still alive, quick, call an ambulance. After all, she was a female master and wouldn't die so easily. Xiaomeng quickly took off her coat and covered Bai Wuchang with it. Soon, both Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang were in the ambulance. Xiaomeng, what kind of monster was that? The captain recalled the scene he had seen earlier, feeling a wave of unease. It looked like a person. But how could a person have scales? Why do I feel like the clothes on him are somewhat familiar? Constable Lao Wei frowned. He felt that the clothes the monster wore seemed oddly familiar. Xiaomeng immediately looked at Lao Wei nervously. Fortunately, Lao Wei only felt it was familiar and didn't recall where he had seen it before. A few minutes later, Yifeng had returned to normal. The scales on his body had completely disappeared. This was the first time Yifeng had encountered such a situation. In the past, he had also grown scales, but only in small patches. Yet today, he was completely covered in scales. Thankfully, at that time, he was entirely covered, so the constables didn't recognize him. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. However, the female constable named Xiaomeng should know it was him. But so what? As long as he didn't admit it, the constables had no way to deal with him. What he hadn't expected was that he had actually harmed Bai Wuchang. Although he had lost control at that time, there was still a shred of rationality left. He knew what had happened. Wu Chang was indeed as outstanding as she had said. Yi Feng had done such things before, but compared to this time, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Yi Feng looked at the time and realized it had been 2 hours since he had gotten into Bai Wu Chang's car. It seems I am normal, and very powerful. Although by chance he was provoked by the white impermanence and lost his sanity, this at least proved that he was not ill. And what about his scales? Could it be that they would only grow at that moment? Then he would lose control. If that were the case, the opponent, unless they were a high-level master, would definitely not be able to withstand it. Wouldn't that mean he couldn't deal with? Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Yi Feng adjusted his clothes and then hailed a cab, preparing to rush back to the Imperial Mansion. After all, the assassins were certainly not just the black and white impermanents. There must be others. Hong Yi might not be able to handle them. Yi Feng's guess was not wrong. At that moment, many assassins already knew Yi Feng's address and were heading to the Imperial Mansion. Although Hong Yi had already summoned everyone from the Rakshasa Hall, she still felt uneasy. After all, the enemies this time were formidable. She had to hold on until Yi Feng returned. The entire Imperial Mansion was filled with a sense of impending storm, as if a mountain rain was about to come. In the ambulance, God, what on earth has she suffered? A female paramedic was treating Bai Lingjiao. When she saw the injuries, she was completely stunned. Based on her experience, she could tell that Bai Lingjiao's injuries were inflicted by a man. But how could that be possible? What kind of man in this world could be so powerful? Bai Lingjiao's body looked as if it had been mauled by a beast. This was not something a human could inflict. As for Bai Lingjiao's condition, it was quite exaggerated. Multiple fractures and broken bones all over her body. She had lost a lot of blood. Yet, she had not died. After all, she was a female master. Her endurance was still very strong. With the doctor's treatment and after such a long time, Bai Lingjiao's strength finally recovered a bit. However, at that moment, her eyes had completely changed. Previously, her gaze was filled with ferocity, brutality, and ruthlessness. But now, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Yes, it was terrifying. Even when she actively used her top techniques, she couldn't defeat Yi Feng. It was known that Bai Lingjiao specialized in combat. Under normal circumstances, she could take on 10 opponents without any problem. But today, she had actually been defeated by Yi Feng. She lost terribly. No matter how strong her skills were, the opponent could overpower her with sheer strength. And then there was Yi Feng's state, as if he had turned into a beast. It was extremely frightening. It's okay, you'll be fine. The female doctor noticed the fear in Bai Lingjiao's eyes and gently comforted her. But suddenly, Bai Lingjiao sat up, grabbing the doctor and pinning her down. She seized a pair of scissors, ready to stab them into the doctor's neck. Just then, images from the wheat field flooded into her mind, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The battle with Yi Feng had inflicted a tremendous psychological trauma on her. It was known that in the past, she had always treated others that way. So this was what it felt like. Bai Lingjiao's scissors ultimately plunged into the bedboard. The next moment, she kicked the ambulance's window, shattering it, and jumped out. The female doctor was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body, thinking she was going to die. She was utterly astonished. This woman, who had just seemed on the verge of death, actually had such strength. However, at that moment, Bai Lingjiao was indeed too weak. After jumping from the vehicle, she rolled several times before coming to a stop. She wanted to save her brother, but ultimately gave up. First, she didn't have the strength to rescue Bai Yulong. Second, Bai Yulong was so severely injured that even if she managed to get him out, he might still die. If he fell into the hands of the constables, given Bai Yulong's actions, he would definitely face severe punishment. However, before that, the constables would surely treat Bai Yulong first, so there was no need to worry. She had to recover quickly so that she could rescue Bai Yulong. With the capture of the black and white impermanents, He Xiaoming naturally became the biggest beneficiary, finally becoming a formal constable. In the Imperial Mansion, the people from the Rakshasa Hall were all on high alert. They would not let any slight movement go unnoticed. Auntie, Suyu, you two hide well in the basement for a while, and absolutely do not come out. Hong Yi directly led Yi Qi and Suyu to the basement. No matter what, she had to ensure their safety. Girl, you must protect yourself too. Yi Qi looked at Hong Yi, her heart filled with complexity. Clearly, Hong Yi was not as simple as she had thought. She had initially believed that Hong Yi was a gentle female CEO, but now she realized that Hong Yi's subordinates all feared her. In front of her, she also displayed a very domineering and strong demeanor, especially when she lectured the thousands of people from the Rakshasa Hall. She resembled a queen. Yet, such a queen-like woman was willing to show a gentle side in front of an ordinary woman like her. It was evident that this was all because she loved Ji Feng deeply. One couldn't help but wonder what Yifeng had experienced over the past 3 years. Her godson seemed to have become more complicated. Don't worry, Auntie, I will. Hong Yi smiled gently at the two. Then, she closed the basement door. Sister Hong Yi is so cool. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, if only I could be half as cool as Sister Hong Yi. When Hong Yi returned upstairs, the people from the Rakshasa Hall were already engaged in battle with the intruders. Although there were many from the Rakshasa Hall, there were even more attackers. This was the power of the heavenly blue war god. With a single word, he had mobilized nearly half of Yojo's forces. One couldn't help but wonder how strong the heavenly blue war god himself was. The name of the war god was known to almost everyone, but few understood just how powerful he was. However, from the assassins vying for the war god's rewards, one could see just how great the power of a war god was. Clearly, the Rakshasa Hall was utterly unable to resist. The most terrifying part was that, in addition to the assassins from all over Yuzhou, there were also many other underground forces from Jiangdu. They had long been displeased with the Rakshasa Hall. However, due to the strength of the Rakshasa Hall, they did not dare to act against it. But now, it was evident that when the walls fall, everyone pushes. Those forces had also joined in, clearly wanting to wipe out the Rakshasa Hall in one fell swoop. Soon, thousands of people gathered outside the imperial residence. If it weren't for the fact that most people wanted to take advantage of the chaos, the Rakshasa Hall would not have lasted even 10 minutes. Yet even so, the opposing forces were overwhelming. The Rakshasa Hall was in a precarious situation. Rakshasa, come out and die. A burly man shouted as he wielded a steel knife, continuously hacking at the people of the Rakshasa Hall. This man was named Hong Chi, formerly the leader of the Hong Gang. His strength was on par with Hong Ye's. He had fought against the Rakshasa Hall before, but unfortunately, he had been defeated by them. Today, he seized the opportunity to attack. Hong Yi faced off against Hong Chi. Although her strength had significantly increased after learning the 7 kill steps, her injuries had not yet healed, and she was unable to defeat Hong Chi. Moreover, besides Hong Chi, there were several other forces, all of whom had grievances against the Rakshasa Hall. Hyena, Mad Wolf, why don't we join forces and take down this woman together? Hong Chi shouted to the leaders of the other forces. Instantly, several leaders rushed over, surrounding Hong Yi. Hong Yi quickly fell into a disadvantage. Soon, she was slashed on the back by Hong Chi. She was also kicked in the abdomen, blood spilling from her mouth. At this moment, the other members of the Rakshasa Hall were also continuously injured and falling under the assault of countless strong opponents. Blood stained the ground red. Hong Yi, weren't you very strong? Where's the arrogance you had when you wiped out my Hong Gang back then? Hong Chi taunted mercilessly, wildly swinging his steel knife. One slash struck Hong Ye's shoulder, the blade sinking in over an inch. Bang! Bang! Hong Ye's body was sent flying by several powerful opponents working together. She crashed heavily to the ground. She had been stabbed multiple times, her cheepa torn, revealing ghastly wounds and large patches of pale skin. Blood flowed profusely from her mouth. Especially her back, struck by the Mad Wolf's mace, was pierced by the spikes on the mace, creating several rows of bloody holes. Blood gushed out. Damn, Hong Chi, you really went too hard, said the leader of the wolf gang beside them. Mad Wolf, how can you still have the nerve to say that? Your kicks just now weren't any better. Mad Wolf chuckled. Rascal, surrender. If you keep fighting, you will definitely die, said the man with a dog-like face. He was the leader of the hyena gang, Dogface. Hong Yi didn't waste words. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly stood up. Clearly, surrender was not an option. In her eyes, the word surrender did not exist. Normally, none of these three were her match. They were all beneath her. But today, with the three of them joining forces and her already injured, she surprisingly found herself at a disadvantage. Rascal, they only want Yifeng. You don't need to risk yourself. Why not consider joining my hyena gang and become my wife? The hyena leader grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, making his dog-like face all the more disgusting. Hyena, Rascal is at least a top beauty. With your looks, you might scare her away. It's better for her to join my wolf gang. Why not join my Hong gang? Hong Chi said somewhat displeased. Damn, your Hong gang only has you. What's the point of joining? The leaders, armed with their respective weapons, surrounded Hong Yi, constantly teasing her. After all, Hong Yi was the woman countless men dreamed of conquering, especially for these leaders. If they could conquer Hong Yi, it would undoubtedly be their greatest honor. Hong Yi didn't waste words and charged directly at the three. Forget it, let's not argue. The three of us will subdue her together, and each can have her for 2 days. The hyena grinned and chuckled. Good. The three launched another joint attack on Hong Yi. Hong Yi was knocked away again. This time, she could barely stand up. After a great effort, she managed to get back on her feet. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Rascal Hall were also struggling to hold on. They even began to question why their elder sister wanted them to participate in this unwinnable battle. They weren't afraid of death, but they didn't want to die for nothing, especially for someone unrelated to them. We only want to kill Yi Feng. Give up resistance, and we won't kill you. At that moment, many disciples of the Rascal Hall hesitated. After all, if it meant dying for Hong Yi, they wouldn't hesitate at all. But dying for Yi Feng, they were unwilling. Finally, someone dropped their weapon and chose to surrender. Traitor! The second elder of the Rascal Hall, Lu Hong, scolded angrily. We owe our elder sister. For her, we can risk our lives. But why should we fight for Yi Feng? Exactly, why should we fight for him? Soon, quite a few people chose to surrender. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong was frantic. Unfortunately, she had no way to stop it. In her heart, she was also very unwilling. For Yi Feng, her sister, Lu, had already died. Now, more disciples of the Rascal Hall were dying for Yi Feng. Since you have already betrayed the Rascal Hall, you can never return. Why not join us to kill Yi Feng? The war god of Tianchang will definitely reward you. Someone incited. Many from the Rascal Hall were moved. Finally, the third elder, Lan Yu, couldn't hold back any longer. Gritting her teeth, she said, "That's right. Our elder sister disregarded our lives for a man unrelated to us. She no longer deserves to be our elder sister. Kill Yi Feng, and you'll be rewarded. Kill Yi Feng, and you'll be rewarded." Soon, a large group gathered around Lan Yu and began attacking the disciples of the Rascal Hall. In an instant, the Rascal Hall found it even harder to cope. Defeat was only a matter of time. However, just when the Rascal Hall was about to collapse, Yi Feng finally returned. After seeing the situation at the imperial residence, his expression immediately turned very ugly. So many people had come. Without hesitation, he rushed in. Hong Qi raised the steel knife in his hand, while the Mad Wolf lifted his Wolf Fang Club, ready to completely take down Hong Yi. Stop! At that moment, a loud shout rang out. The three turned around to see a figure rushing over. Yi Feng. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Hong Yi finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed weakly. Yi Feng instantly reached her side and supported her. Looking at the injured Hong Yi, Yi Feng felt a deep sense of guilt. The old Hong Yi was the king of the underground in Jiangdu, basking in infinite glory. Just a word from her could make the underground forces in Jiangdu tremble. But ever since she followed him, her life had been hanging by a thread. Old wounds had not healed, and new ones had been added. Yi Feng held Hong Yi with one arm and cast a cold glance at the three, asking slowly, "Did you hurt her?" Upon seeing Yi Feng, the three leaders clearly paused. They were evidently still afraid of Yi Feng. After all, he had killed the war god's disciple. With their strength, they were clearly no match for Yi Feng. Yi Feng, we know you're strong, but no matter how strong you are, there are thousands of people here to kill you today. You will undoubtedly die. Hong Qi squinted his eyes and said, "I asked, did you hurt her?" Yi Feng repeated, "So what if we did?" The Mad Wolf raised his Wolf Fang Club proudly. However, the next moment, Yi Feng appeared in front of the Mad Wolf, snatching the club from his hand. The Wolf Fang Club struck the Mad Wolf's head hard. Bang! The Mad Wolf's head exploded like a watermelon. After taking down the Mad Wolf, Yi Feng's gaze swept to the other two. Seeing the headless corpse of the Mad Wolf fall, Hong Qi and the hyena swallowed nervously. Instinctively, they wanted to flee. Unfortunately, Yi Feng would not give them the chance. Having injured Hong Yi so severely, how could he hold back? Whoosh! Yi Feng threw the Wolf Fang Club. It flew through the air and pierced through the hyena's chest, creating a large hole in his body. Hong Qi was nearly scared silly. What terrifying combat power was this? Escape! At that moment, that was the only thought in his mind. But just as he had this thought, Yi Feng had already appeared in front of him. His gaze was extremely cold, filled with a chilling killing intent. Yi Feng is here, kill Yi Feng. At this moment, the assassins finally reacted. Their goal was not to fight the Rakshasa Hall, but to kill Yi Feng. Yi Feng kicked Hong Qi in the chest. Hong Qi's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, blood gushing from his mouth. After hitting the ground, he could no longer get up. His chest had caved in significantly, and he soon breathed his last. Yi Feng looked around. He was surrounded by thousands of people. The entire imperial residence was filled with enemies, all shouting to kill him. Some who originally belonged to the Rakshasa Hall were also shouting to kill him. Yi Feng mostly did not recognize the people from the Rakshasa Hall, but he had some impression of a few elders. For example, Lan Yu Liang, the third elder of the Rakshasa Hall, was now leading a group to attack the people of the Rakshasa Hall. Surrounded by strong opponents and having over 100 people defected by Lan Yu Liang, the Rakshasa Hall now had only about 500 left. The number of enemies was several times that of their own. Moreover, even the remaining people had unwillingness in their eyes. Yi Feng could see that they were clearly not willing to fight for him. The only reason they had persisted until now was because of Hong Yi. I, Yi Feng, will remember your kindness. Please retreat to heal your wounds, and leave the rest to me. Yi Feng cupped his fists towards the injured people of the Rakshasa Hall. Then, he turned to face those who had come to kill him. Is he going to take on everyone by himself? Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. Yi Feng was strong enough to kill Su Tianyu. However, this is a crowd of thousands upon thousands of people. Even if he is exhausted, it could kill him. Moreover, those who dare to come and kill Yi Feng are not without skill. In the face of such a sea of strong opponents, even the heavenly sect would find it hard to escape death. At this moment, Yi Feng showed no sign of fear in his eyes. Instead, he became excited. The Qilin fire that had been extinguished during his battle with Bai Wuchang ignited once more. Kid, no matter how strong you are, today, you will undoubtedly die. Clearly, no one believed that Yi Feng could challenge thousands of people alone. Yi Feng did not waste words. He picked up the steel knife that Hong Qi had dropped on the ground and charged directly into the crowd. Stab! 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 Blood splattered, and severed limbs flew. Wherever Yi Feng's steel knife passed, everything was cut in two. No one could withstand Yi Feng's second strike. One life after another became the souls under Yi Feng's blade. At this moment, the people of the Rakshasa Hall were stunned. In their line of work, they revered the strong the most. The reason they followed Hong Yi so devotedly was that she was a powerful figure. Of course, it was not only because of Hong Yi's strength but also because of her character. Although Hong Yi was cold-hearted, she was extremely protective of her subordinates. Anyone who dared to bully her would be killed by her. Therefore, everyone had great faith in her. At this moment, seeing Yi Feng slaughtering his way through, the eyes of the Rakshasa Hall members sparkled with excitement. They seemed to understand why Hong Yi was so devoted to Yi Feng. After all, not everyone has the courage to take on thousands alone. Everyone, don't be afraid. We have thousands of people. I don't believe he can kill us all. Of course, there were those who were not afraid of death. They thought that since Yi Feng had killed hundreds in an instant, he must be exhausted and wanted to take advantage of it. Unfortunately, Yi Feng's knife remained sharp. He was like a meat grinder, mercilessly reaping the lives of these intruders. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng was surrounded by corpses. Over 1,000 had been slain by him. Yet, he showed no signs of exhaustion. At this moment, the red scales reappeared, but only on his back. When blood splattered on the scales, Yi Feng surprisingly felt as if his energy had been replenished. Thus, not only was he not exhausted, but he also grew more courageous as he fought. Finally, when Yi Feng had killed 2,000 people, fear began to sprout in the hearts of those remaining. Although the rewards from the god of war were tempting, if they lost their lives, they would lose everything. At last, the assassins wanted to retreat. But just then, a large group arrived. Another several thousand people. As a result, the number of people coming to kill Yi Feng not only did not decrease but actually increased. The thousands who arrived later were brought by Qi Weigua. He was determined to avenge his grandson's death. Therefore, he used all his financial resources and connections to gather such a team. The assassin group, combined with the people brought by Qi Weigua, exceeded 10,000. Seeing this scene, a look of helplessness appeared on Hong Yi's face. Although Yi Feng had killed over 2,000, 2,000 was just a drop in the bucket. Could he really kill this 10,000? 10,000 people could drown a person with mere saliva. Sister, don't be so deluded. Today, no one can save Yi Feng. Lan Yu shouted at Hong Yi. In fact, she did not want to turn against her former sister. She just did not want her brothers to die in vain. Hong Yi glanced at Lan Yu but said nothing more. Instead, she walked directly toward the battlefield, showing her stance. Even if she had to die, she wanted to die alongside Yi Feng. Seeing this scene, the people of the Rakshasa Hall were also inspired. They picked up their weapons, wanting to join Hong Yi. No one is allowed to move. Hong Yi shouted to stop them. She could die for Yi Feng and was willing to do so. But she did not want her brothers and sisters to die like this. After all, this was an extremely unequal battle. Surviving among so many people was nearly impossible. I'm afraid it requires a strong person who can surpass the heavenly sect. Yi Feng looked at the exhausted figure of Hong Yi, who was charging towards him. A touch of emotion appeared in his eyes. Unfortunately, Hong Yi was too weak. She had just rushed into the crowd when she was struck down. Fortunately, Yi Feng arrived in time and saved her. The two stood back to back, surrounded by a sea of dark figures. Aren't you afraid of dying? Yi Feng asked softly. I am. Hong Yi replied. Then why did you come? Hong Yi said, I am your maid. Yi Feng responded, No, you are my friend. Hong Yi smiled brightly and slowly raised the dagger in her hand. Yi Feng, today is your day of death. Kill them all, leave none alive. Chi Weigwa shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, thousands of soldiers surged in from behind him. Today, he would wash the imperial residence in blood, killing everyone inside to avenge his grandson. Kill. The assassins, who had initially prepared to retreat, regained their confidence. With 10,000 men, they could exhaust Yifeng to death. If they left now, all the bloodshed before would have been in vain. However, at that moment, two figures broke through the air and landed in the crowd with a loud crash, creating two small craters in the ground. Who is Yifeng? The two sudden figures were foreign women. They were tall and well-proportioned, wearing battle armor that did not cover their entire bodies but only protected vital areas. Their arms, lower abdomen, and legs above the knees were all exposed. They were stunningly beautiful, with fair skin and a heroic demeanor, especially since they had a pair of pure white wings. They looked just like the legendary angels. Seeing this scene, Chi Weigwa's face lit up with wild joy. These two women clearly possessed extraordinary combat power. Moreover, they had come calling Yifeng's name, most likely to kill him. It seemed the face of the heavenly blue war god was indeed great, to have summoned two female angels to kill Yifeng. Yifeng, let's see if you can escape death today. Chi Weigwa sneered. However, Yifeng ignored Chi Weigwa and focused on the two female angels. Although he knew of the existence of angels, this was his first time seeing them. Who is Yifeng? The two female angels asked again. I am, Yifeng replied. In the next moment, the two female angels actually knelt halfway before Yifeng. Battle Angel Longxin, Yen, pays respects to the master. Yifeng nodded, but his expression was somewhat dissatisfied. Just the two of you? Didn't they say that the angel order could summon a legion of 3,000 beautiful angels? Only two had come. This Yesha was too stingy. At this moment, Chi Weigwa's expression turned ugly. He had thought these two female angels were here to kill Yifeng, but unexpectedly, they called him master. However, it didn't have much of an impact. In front of an army of over 10,000, having two more or two less made no difference. They could all be killed. Do you have any orders? The two female angels asked Yifeng. Yifeng's face twitched. Did they really need to ask? They want to kill me, can't you see that? Yifeng said. The two female angels stood up, their gazes sweeping around. Inside and outside the imperial residence, over 10,000 people had gathered. Yet, there was not a trace of fear on their faces. The two exchanged a slap and then flew in opposite directions. They could really fly. They flew to a distance of 20 to 30 meters apart and then rushed towards the crowd. Everyone looked at the two beautiful angels in confusion, not knowing what they were about to do. They did not draw any weapons. Were they planning to fight against tens of thousands of people barehanded? Finally, after a few seconds, people understood what was happening. As the two angels flew past the crowd, everyone caught between them was split in two. It was as if there was an invisible blade between the two angels. Wherever they passed, everything was cut in half. The two angels flew back and forth among the crowd. In an instant, thousands of people were dismembered by an invisible blade. The crowd fell like wheat being cut. Almost every second, hundreds of people died. They wanted to escape, but how could they outrun flying angels? No, they were not angels at all. They were murderous demons. This scene shocked everyone. No one dared to underestimate these two angels anymore. They no longer felt they were beautiful. They were more brutal than demons. In less than a minute, thousands lay in pools of blood, their bodies severed in two. The two angels continued to fly among the crowd, mercilessly reaping lives. Previously, Yifeng had killed 2,000 people alone, which was shocking enough. But now, the two female angels were even more astonishing and terrifying. At this moment, whether it was the people brought by Chi Weigwa or the assassins who had come on their own, they all collapsed. There was no longer any desire to fight. There's a thin thread between them. Get down. At that moment, someone finally saw clearly. It turned out that there was an extremely thin thread between the two angels. That thread was almost invisible to the naked eye but was incredibly sharp. Not only human bodies but even some weapons were severed by the thread. Clearly, this thread was made of a special material. People awoke from their stupor and hurriedly lay on the ground. Sure enough, after lying down, they were not killed when the angels flew over. However, in that brief moment, over 5,000 people had already died at the hands of the angels. The shock was immense. Even Yifeng was quite astonished. Even if these two angels were not very strong, their killing efficiency was absolutely remarkable. Seeing that everyone had finally noticed the danger and lay down, the two female angels abandoned the use of the guillotine. The guillotine was the name of this move because the height of the golden thread was just at neck level. Once the thread passed, heads would fall. Thus, they named this move the guillotine. Just like that, over 1,000 people had their heads cut off. It was thought that without the guillotine, the angels' killing efficiency would decrease significantly, but the two female angels drew swords from their backs and charged into the crowd. The combat power of the two female angels was also astonishing. Their killing efficiency was no slower than Yi Fang's. Especially with their wings, they killed even faster. In just a moment, thousands were slain. Blood stained their white feathers, their armor, and their skin, turning them into two blood-soaked angels. Yi Feng also joined in the slaughter. Since they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to be killed. The three of them were like a meat grinder, sweeping everything away. No wonder the killing Emperor Master said that a 3,000 angel legion could flatten everything. Just these two female angels were already this terrifying. The numbers were rapidly decreasing. 4,000, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. At this moment, whether it was the people brought by Chi Weigui or the assassins, they were all terrified. There was no longer any desire to continue fighting. They all wanted to escape. Leave not one behind. However, Yi Feng issued the command to the two female angels. With their wings, those people had no way to escape from them. However, the numbers were still a bit overwhelming. To avoid being killed, they chose to flee in all directions. No matter how powerful the angels were, there were only two of them. Could they really kill them all at once? Those who could survive the angels' slaughter were also the stronger ones. Once they scattered, the angels would never be able to stop them all. Soon, the fleeing people disappeared into the night. A few unfortunate souls were killed by the angels. Watching the people completely vanish, the two female angels were not anxious at all, because they had already marked everyone using a special method. Even if they escape to the ends of the earth, they will still be found. This is destined to be a bloody night. Over 10,000 lives were lost. Blood stained every corner of the imperial residence. Despite Hongya's efforts to have the Rakshasa hall thoroughly cleaned afterward, the heavy smell of blood lingered for a long time. Sister, we were wrong. Lanyue, along with the traitorous brothers of the Rakshasa hall, knelt before Hongye. Just moments ago, Yefeng had specifically instructed the two female angels to spare the lives of those who had betrayed the Rakshasa hall. Otherwise, they would have surely been slain by the angels by now. Fear was written on each of their faces. They knew the consequences of betrayal in the Rakshasa hall. They trembled as they looked at Hongye, waiting for her judgment. Hongye's gaze swept over those sisters who had once fought alongside her. Her expression was incredibly cold. She was never a kind person. These individuals dared to betray her at a critical moment. She would not let them off lightly. Kill! Hongye issued the command. Sister, spare us. Sister, for the years I've followed you, spare my life. Seeing that Hongye was actually going to execute them, everyone began to plead for mercy. Kill! However, there was not a trace of emotion on Hongye's face. At that moment, Hongye was not Hongye, she was a Rakshasa, the true Rakshasa. I'm sorry, although I really don't want to kill you, but this is the command of the sister, Lu Hong said, biting her silver teeth. She felt extremely fortunate that she had held onto her conscience and did not betray. Otherwise, it would be her facing death now. But in the end, Lu Hong still couldn't bring herself to do it. She knelt before Hongye. Sister, considering they have fought for you, please spare their lives. Lu Hong pleaded with Hongye. Please, sister, be lenient. At this moment, the other members of the Rakshasa hall also knelt down, pleading for the traitors. Hongye's expression showed no change. It was chillingly cold. Indeed, they were her brothers and sisters, but they had already betrayed her. If, in this battle, they were to win, do you think you would survive? Hongye's gaze swept over those pleading for the traitors. Everyone exchanged glances. Yes, if Hongye lost this battle, everyone would likely die. Even if the traitors spared them, the assassins and the people Chi Weigui brought would definitely not let them go. After all, Chi Weigui had said he would kill everyone in the imperial residence. Seeing that no one spoke further, Hongye issued the command again. Kill! Despair was etched on the faces of the traitors. They understood Hongye. Once she became ruthless, even her own sisters would not be spared. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of the title Rakshasa. Let them go. However, just as the Rakshasa hall members were about to strike down the traitors, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, the traitors all showed a glimmer of hope, because the one who spoke was Yefeng. They knew that Hongye listened most to Yefeng. At this moment, it seemed that only Yefeng could stop Hongye from killing them. Hongye looked at Yefeng, then let out a long sigh. She said, since young Master Yi has pleaded for you, I will spare you. Thank you, sister, for your mercy. Everyone bowed in gratitude. You should thank young Master Yi, Hongye said coldly. Thank you, young Master Yi. They bowed again to Yefeng. However, as the leader, Lanyue, you know what you must do. Hongye's indifferent gaze fell on Lanyue. Initially, upon hearing that Hongye had pardoned them, Lanyue was quite happy. But after hearing Hongye's words, her pretty face turned pale. She said dimly, I understand. In the next moment, Lanua drew a dagger and, with a soft sound, plunged it into her own abdomen. She cut herself open, and her intestines spilled out. The scene was incredibly horrifying. This was the punishment for traitors, a gut-wrenching sacrifice. Many people turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Sister, take good care of my parents. Lan Yuliang trembled all over in pain, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Don't worry, I will, Hong Yi sighed softly. As the third elder of the Rakshasa Hall, Lan Yuliang had spent a considerable amount of time with her. Their bond had long been like that of sisters, but since she was the leader of the Rakshasa Hall, she could not show mercy. The light in Lan Yuliang's eyes grew dimmer, yet a smile appeared on her face. Sister, being your subordinate is the happiest thing in my life. After saying this, Lan Yuliang's eyes slowly closed. Seeing this scene, the people of the Rakshasa Hall also showed deep sorrow. Although Lan Yuliang deserved her fate, she was still their comrade who had fought alongside them. At that moment, several shadows suddenly flew towards Lan Yuliang, piercing into her body. It was Yi Feng who had acted. Young Master Yi, what are you doing? Hong Yi looked at Yi Feng in confusion. After all, she has fought for me, so let's consider it a balance of merits and demerits, Yi Feng said lightly. He could see that while Hong Yi showed no expression on her face, her eyes revealed her reluctance to part with Lan Yuliang. In truth, Lan Yuliang had not truly betrayed Hong Yi. She simply did not want to sacrifice her life for Yi Feng. Under Yi Feng's treatment, Lan Yuliang quickly regained consciousness. She looked at Yi Feng in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Moon, it was young Master Yi who saved you, Lu Hong said to Lan Yuliang. Lan Yuliang looked at her abdomen and found that her wound had actually disappeared. This was too miraculous. Every member of the Rakshasa Hall was astonished. They never expected Yi Feng to possess such great abilities. Did this mean that no matter how severe their injuries were in the future, Yi Feng could heal them? Thank you for saving my life, young Master Yi. If you don't mind, I, Lan Yuliang, vow to follow you for the rest of my life. Lan Yuliang knelt before Yi Feng. Good. Yi Feng nodded. Moon, I'm so glad you're okay. The members of the Rakshasa Hall were also very happy that Lan Yuliang had not died. Alright, everyone, immediately clean up the battlefield. Hong Yi ordered the others to start clearing the area. Yi Feng, thank you for sparing the people of the Rakshasa Hall, and thank you for saving Moon, Hong Yi said as she approached Yi Feng after giving her orders. Yi Feng looked at Hong Yi and smiled. Actually, even if I hadn't spared them, you wouldn't have killed them, would you? Hong Yi was taken aback. She hadn't expected Yi Feng to see through her thoughts. Indeed, the reason she had to kill those traitors was to make Yi Feng plead for them. That way, they would be grateful to Yi Feng and willing to fight for him. The order to have Lan Yuliang killed was also because Hong Yi knew that Yi Feng could heal her. Hong Yi, come, let me see your wounds, Yi Feng said gently as he looked at Hong Yi, who was covered in injuries. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Hong Yi had already become one of the most important people in Yi Feng's life. He had not done much for her, yet this woman was willing to fight for him. Hong Yi's injuries were far more severe than Lan Yuliang's. Yi Feng truly did not know what had kept her going without collapsing until now. Yi Feng took Hong Yi to his bedroom. Hong Yi obediently removed her clothes, exposing all her wounds to Yi Feng. Upon seeing the injuries Hong Yi had sustained, a look of awe appeared in Yi Feng's eyes. Hong Yi had dozens of wounds, with more than 10 that were over 10 centimeters deep. Some wounds were even deep enough to see bone. Besides the new wounds from today, there were many old injuries on Hong Yi's body. Everyone thought that Hong Yi, as the underground queen, had unlimited glory, but who knew what she had sacrificed for it? Yi Feng couldn't help but gently touch those hidden wounds, knowing that Hong Yi's journey had certainly not been smooth sailing. These wounds are proof. Young Master Yi, do you think my scars are ugly? Hong Yi said through gritted teeth as she noticed Yi Feng staring blankly at the wounds on her body. She still remembered the first time she wanted to bathe with Yi Feng. He had refused her. Perhaps he found her unsightly because of her scars. Yi Feng shook his head. These scars not only did not make him think less of Hong Yi, instead, he admired this woman even more. Hong Yi, do you want to get rid of these scars? Yi Feng asked. See, can we? Hong Yi looked at Yi Feng with eager anticipation. She was a woman, and like any woman, she cared about her body. Although she appeared beautiful on the outside, only she knew how unsightly her body was once she took off her clothes, and getting rid of these scars seemed impossible. Hong Yi herself ran a cosmetics company that produced scar removal products. While they were effective, they could only remove smaller scars. She had over 20 scars longer than 5 centimeters on her body. No matter how powerful the scar removal products were, they could not repair them. Yi Feng nodded, of course, but it requires. Although Yi Feng's medical skills were extraordinary, he couldn't make those scars disappear quickly. The only way to remove them quickly was to reopen the wounds and then heal them again. Upon learning of Yifeng's treatment method, Hongye said directly, "Come on, young Master Yi, I'm not afraid of pain." After saying that, she grabbed a pillow nearby and bit down on it. Seeing this, Yifeng felt that Hongye was quite adorable. "Then bear with it," Yifeng said. In fact, with Yifeng's abilities, he could completely block Hongye's pain receptors, but he didn't intend to do that, because for the wounds to heal back to their original state, the nerves needed to be involved. Once the nerves were blocked, the wounds might not heal properly. Yifeng first disinfected the dagger and then reopened Hongye's original wounds. Throughout the process, Hongye did not make a sound. Was she not feeling any pain? Of course not. Fortunately, Yifeng's movements were quick, and it wasn't that painful. A few hours later, Hongye stood in front of the full-length mirror, constantly turning her body. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ecstatic joy. In the mirror, there was a perfectly flawless body. Not a single scar remained. Her skin was fair with a rosy hue, delicate and smooth. Yifeng had truly removed all her scars. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Hongye couldn't help but hug Yifeng. For so many years, she had wanted to get rid of these unsightly scars and had failed every time. At this moment, her heart for Yifeng became even more devoted. Being embraced by Hongye, Yifeng felt an overwhelming pressure. After all, Hongye was incredibly beautiful. Her tall figure, fair skin, stunning face, and cold, noble aura. Each aspect sent shivers through Yifeng's nerves. The Qilin fire that had disappeared during the day with Bai Wuchang seemed to ignite again. When he hadn't done anything, he might not have thought about it much. But after an exhilarating battle with Bai Wuchang, his interest in such matters had increased significantly. Now, looking at Hongye in his arms, he felt a stirring desire. From the moment Hongye acknowledged Yifeng as her master, she had decided to give her body and heart to him. At that time, it was merely because of her vow, but after experiencing so much, her heart had been completely conquered by Yifeng. At this moment, no matter what Yifeng did to her, she would not refuse. The red scales reappeared on Yifeng's back, gradually spreading. Yifeng's gaze also began to redden. Things were developing in a direction that everyone loved to see. However, just then, the voice of the female angel rang out. "Master, the mission is complete." The angel's voice instantly brought Yifeng back to reality. He quickly released Hongye, feeling the scales on his body had already covered his neck. It seemed that these scales truly grew with his desires. Recalling the terrifying scene in the wheat field today, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. What if he really transformed again into that state he was in with Bai Wuchang? Hongye would never be able to endure it. After all, Hongye was not a female master. It seemed he had to control his emotions better in the future. Since Hongye was not wearing any clothes, Yifeng let her lie on the bed first. He stepped outside. The two female angels had returned. At this moment, they had completely turned red. "Did you kill them all?" Not a single one survived. The two female angels nodded. Originally, Yifeng was somewhat dissatisfied that Yesha had only sent two female angels, but now it seemed these two could match 1,000 troops. "Master, what do you need us to do next? Please instruct us," the two female angels said in unison to Yifeng. Yifeng examined the two armored yet alluring female angels, pondering whether they could withstand his Qilin fire. "Master?" Seeing Yifeng lost in thought, one of the female angels called out to him, pulling him back to reality. Yifeng shook his head vigorously. What was wrong with him? Why had he become so lecherous? It seemed Bai Wuchang's words were indeed true. After experiencing the wonders of a woman, he found himself constantly thinking about that feeling, wanting to experience it again. In fact, if it were an ordinary woman, she would not have such a significant impact on Yifeng. The strange thing was that Bai Wuchang's specialized, king-level technique made Yifeng reminisce constantly. "Thank you for your help. What are your names?" Yifeng asked the two beautiful angels. "I'm Yen." Yen was a bit taller, around 1.70 meters, with a slim figure and long straight blonde hair cascading down to her hips, looking quite cool. "I'm Longshin." Longshin was slightly shorter but also around 1.70 meters, with a fuller figure and large red wavy hair. Both female angels were very beautiful, with fair skin. "From now on, you will be responsible for the safety of the imperial residence," Yifeng commanded the two female angels. "Yes." The two beautiful angels stepped back. With two female angels guarding the imperial residence, its security level had risen several notches. After the two female angels left, Yifeng had someone bring clothes for Hongye. The clothes were sent by the second elder, Lu Hong. Seeing Hongye on Yifeng's bed, her expression was slightly downcast. Although she had mentally prepared herself, seeing it with her own eyes still made her uncomfortable. After all, Lu Hong and Hong Ye had been sisters for many years, close as can be. Now, Lu Hong felt as if Yi Feng had taken Hong Ye away from her. Yi Feng sensed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off, so he said to the two women, I'm going to pick up my mom and sister. He then left the bedroom. After Yi Feng left, Hong Ye crawled out from under the covers. Lu Hong personally helped Hong Ye change. Her hands brushed over Hong Ye's skin, her eyes filled with surprise. Lu Hong was well aware of the scars on Hong Ye's body. In fact, she could recount the origin of each scar. But now, Hong Ye had no scars left at all. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as a baby's. Elder sister, your skin? Yi Xiao healed me. By the way, Lu Hong, why don't you let Yi Xiao help you remove your scars too? Hong Ye said, holding Lu Hong's hand. Lu Hong had fought alongside Hong Ye, and naturally, she also bore many scars. In fact, very few people in the Rakshasa Hall were without scars. For men, as long as the scars weren't on their faces, it was fine. Moreover, scars were a mark of honor. The more grotesque the wound, the more it reflected their ferocity. But for women, it was different. No woman wishes for her skin to be anything less than smooth and flawless. Sister, will we always be together? Lu Hong gritted her teeth and looked at Hong Yi. Of course we will. Really, Lu Hong, Yi Xiao's medical skills are amazing. I'll have him help you get rid of your scars in a bit. Hong Yi seemed not to understand the look in Lu Hong's eyes and said happily, in the basement. Brother, I knew you were fine. Su Yu and Yi Qi were extremely worried in the basement, but there was nothing they could do but wait. It's all sorted out. Mom, sister, let's go out, Yi Feng said as he led them out. At this moment, the imperial residence had been completely cleaned up, showing no signs of battle. However, the air was still filled with a faint smell of blood, which would likely take some time to dissipate. For those injured in the battle from the Rakshasa Hall, Yi Feng provided very generous compensation. If anyone had sacrificed their life in battle, their families would be taken care of properly. Originally, these matters were handled by Hong Yi, but she specifically entrusted them to Yi Feng. This way, Yi Feng's leadership skills rose sharply once again, while Hong Yi transformed back from a queen to a gentle and mature female CEO. By the way, Yi Xiao, Lu Hong has many scars too. Can you help her out? Of course, Yi Feng nodded. Thus, Hong Yi took Yi Feng to Lu Hong's room. Lu Hong, are you there? Hong Yi knocked on the door. I'm here, sister, just come in, Lu Hong replied, already in the bath. Hearing Hong Yi's voice, she invited her in without a second thought. Hong Yi didn't think much of it and walked in with Yi Feng. However, upon seeing the scene in the room, both of them were instantly stunned. Lu Hong was sitting in the bathtub, holding a ladle, gently pouring water over her shoulder. The water flowed down her back like pearls. Although Lu Hong had many wounds on her body, her back was remarkably smooth and unscathed. Her tall figure and straight spine were very pleasing to the eye. The bathtub obscured her waist, but the delicate curves suggested that her waist must be very slim. The perfect arc of her back and her snow-white skin left Yi Feng momentarily speechless. Since Lu Hong was facing away from Hong Yi, she did not see Yi Feng. Without turning around, she said to Hong Yi, sister, come over and wash together. Although Lu Hong was Hong Yi's subordinate, they were as close as sisters in private. It was not uncommon for them to bathe and scrub each other's backs. But today, Hong Yi did not move. At that moment, Yi Feng also reacted quickly and hurriedly hid to the side. Although he really wanted to keep watching, he restrained himself. After all, our Yi classmate could be considered a gentleman. Lu Hong, I'll come back later, Hong Yi quickly said, then gave Yi Feng a glance, preparing to leave. Upon hearing Hong Yi say she would come back later, Lu Hong's disappointment was evident. In the past, if Hong Yi saw her bathing, she would have come right in. But today, Hong Yi actually said she would come back later. Lu Hong felt that Hong Yi must no longer need her because of Yi Feng. However, Hong Yi did not notice Lu Hong's unusual behavior. She turned to leave, but just as she did, a splash of water sounded. Suddenly, Hong Yi felt someone embrace her. It was Lu Hong. Sister, don't go. Lu Hong tightly hugged Hong Yi, resting her head on Hong Ye's shoulder, inhaling her scent. Hong Ye's body instantly stiffened. In the past, their actions could be considered intimate, but today, Lu Hong was clearly acting a bit out of the ordinary. The key was that Yi Feng was still there, hiding to the side. He had originally averted his gaze to avoid seeing what he shouldn't, shifting his focus from Lu Hong to Hong Yi. But Lu Hong suddenly rushed out of the bathtub and hugged Hong Yi. Suddenly, the whole person was revealed before him. Hong Ye was already considered tall, but Lu Hong was even taller, especially her long legs, which were almost exaggerated in proportion. There was not a trace of excess flesh on her body. Two large white mounds were deformed under Hong Ye's back. From Yefeng's perspective, he could just see Liu Hong's side. An exaggerated figure was perfectly displayed before him. Classmate Yi assured himself that he really didn't intend to look at Liu Hong. It was Liu Hong who presented herself to him. At this moment, Liu Hong was completely unaware that her body had been assessed by Yefeng. She tightly hugged Hongye and said softly, "Sister, please don't go." Liu Hong, you should put on your clothes first," Hongye quickly said, knowing that Yefeng was right beside them. "Sister, now that you have Yi Xiao, do you not want Liu Hong anymore?" Liu Hong, however, did not move at all. "Of course not," Hongye replied. "Then why don't you wash with me?" Liu Hong's tone was somewhat sad. "Liu Hong, I can wash with you, how about tomorrow? You let go of me first and put on your clothes." Hongye sighed. "Really, sister?" Hearing that Hongye would wash with her tomorrow, Liu Hong immediately became happy. She really let go of Hongye. Originally, their bodies were pressed together. Yefeng could at most see a side view in her back. Now that they separated, it was even better. The mountains and grasslands could be seen in full view. Yefeng was stunned. Liu Hong usually didn't show much and dressed like a tomboy, but unexpectedly, she was so well endowed. Hongye was at most a little proud, but Liu Hong, it seemed, had to have a brother. A Bozi de Ifo Gu. Seeing Liu Hong so happy, Hongye steeled her heart and directly told Liu Hong, Yi Xiao is here." "Yi Xiao? Where?" Liu Hong instinctively looked around, completely forgetting that she wasn't wearing clothes. As her body turned, the mountains and grasslands were fully exposed. Finally, Liu Hong saw Yefeng. Fortunately, Hongye was quick and swiftly brought a towel to wrap around Liu Hong's body. However, at this point, it didn't matter whether she was wrapped or not. After all, what should be seen and what shouldn't be seen, Yefeng had seen it all, especially when he saw. Yefeng finally understood why Hongye insisted on him coming to help Liu Hong with her scar. On Liu Hong's body, there was a very large scar, at least 30 to 40 centimeters long, extending from her left shoulder to her right lower rib. This wound had almost cost Liu Hong her life back then. It was said that it was only a few millimeters away from her heart. Surviving was truly a stroke of luck for her. "Why Yi Xiao, when did you arrive?" At this moment, Liu Hong finally reacted, her face turning as red as an apple. "Oh, I just arrived," Yefeng quickly said. At this point, Hongye let go anyway. After all, Yefeng had already seen it. Moreover, even if he didn't look now, he would still have to see it when helping with the scar later. Immediately, she said to Liu Hong, "I asked Yi Xiao to help you with your scar." "Sister, Liu Hong wanted to say she didn't need it, but the location of that scar was too. It made her never dare to wear revealing clothes. She always wrapped herself up tightly. She was even more afraid to have a boyfriend. She had had boyfriends before, but when they saw her scar, they were scared off immediately. Since then, Liu Hong no longer liked men. Only Hongye, who was also covered in scars, could resonate with her. Gradually, her feelings for Hongye underwent a subtle change. "Sister, can it really be removed?" Liu Hong finally said. "Of course it can, haven't you seen it already?" "I don't have any scars left on my body," Hongye said with a smile. "Will it be very troublesome?" Liu Hong was very curious. After all, such a large scar seemed impossible to remove. She had quietly looked into many dermatology clinics. Even the best hospital cannot completely eliminate this scar, mainly because this scar is too exaggerated. It is dozens of centimeters long and about a centimeter wide. Surgery cannot restore it. Perhaps Yifeng could help her recover. But if it's too troublesome, she doesn't want to bother Yifeng. "It's not troublesome, Liu Hong. Let me tell you, Yi Xiao's medical skills are amazing. I have so many scars on my body, and he just touched them a few times, and they all disappeared," Hong Yi quickly said. After she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. Indeed, Yifeng's treatment method is very simple, but Liu Hong's injury is completely different from hers. If Yifeng treats Liu Hong, wouldn't that mean, "Ahem, it's not just touching. I'm using internal energy to promote your cell regeneration." Yifeng awkwardly touched his nose. This Hong Yi is not professional at all with her words. "It's called massage, okay. Well, Liu Hong, you decide whether you want Yi Xiao to help you remove the scar." Hong Yi's cheeks turned slightly red. "You have to know, the scars on her body are almost all over. If Yifeng treats her, it's equivalent to saying, actually, it's nothing. She already considers herself Yifeng's person. It's just that it's a bit embarrassing for Liu Hong to know. As the saying goes, a patient should not avoid a doctor. Please let Yi Xiao help me remove the scar." Liu Hong quickly regained her composure and said, "That's right, in my eyes, you are just a pile of organs." Yifeng said something he didn't even believe himself. Soon, the treatment began. "Liu Hong, I need to cut open your wound first, then let it heal again. You can't have anesthesia during this process, so bear with it a bit," Yifeng said to Liu Hong. "Okay, Yi Xiao, go ahead. I definitely won't scream. Lu Hong nodded at Yi Feng. Yi Feng took out a dagger, and Lu Hong removed her towel. When he saw the wound, Yi Feng was stunned again. Previously, although he had caught a glimpse, he quickly averted his gaze, so he hadn't looked closely. But now, he saw Lu Hong's wound completely. This wound almost cut Lu Hong in half. The wound is a full centimeter wide. This can't just be a simple cut anymore. It needs to be scraped off completely. Yi Xiao, did I scare you? Lu Hong said with a slightly disappointed expression when she saw Yi Feng not moving for a long time. After all, it was like this before. It scared away her boyfriend. Yi Feng shook his head and said, Lu Hong, your situation is quite serious. I need to scrape off all the scars. It's okay, Yi Xiao, just go ahead. Yi Feng began to act. Although Lu Hong was mentally prepared, she still underestimated the pain. She often got hurt in her daily life, but those injuries were instantaneous. They didn't hurt much, but now, that feeling was really like being executed by 1,000 cuts. Even though she tried her best to endure, she still couldn't hold it in. A sound escaped her mouth that could easily be misunderstood. Those who didn't know would think she was. It took Yi Feng a full 5 minutes to clean up all the scars. Next came the treatment phase. Everyone dislikes watching the treatment phase, so it was skipped. How about that? I told you Yi Xiao is amazing. Looking at Lu Hong, who had completely returned to her original state, Hong Yi exclaimed in surprise. Lu Hong stood in front of the mirror, turning her body left and right. Indeed, that hideous scar that had accompanied her for many years had disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Lu Hong excitedly bowed to Yi Feng. Ahem, Yi Feng quickly turned his head away. The bright light was really blinding. At this moment, Lu Hong also realized it and hurried to put on her clothes. After healing Lu Hong, the news that Yi Feng could remove scars spread rapidly. Before long, everyone in the Luocha Hall knew. Yi Xiao can remove scars? Is that true? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The scars on my sister are gone, even the huge scar on Lu Hong is gone. I also want to find Yi Xiao to remove my scar. I wonder if Yi Xiao will help me. Actually, Yi Xiao is quite nice, he shouldn't refuse. However, I heard that to remove scars, you have to use your hands, so we should first see where the scar is before deciding whether to ask Yi Xiao for help. I don't care where it is, as long as that damn scar can be removed. Whether Yi Xiao uses his hands or his mouth, it's all fine. You wish. For a moment, the entire imperial residence became lively. The girls from the Rakshasa Hall came over one after another to find Yi Feng to remove their scars. After all, they were always fighting and getting hurt, inevitably leaving scars behind. For these beauty-loving girls, Yi Feng could only reluctantly agree. After all, these girls had risked their lives for him not long ago. Helping them remove their scars was the least he could do. The locations of the scars on these girls were all peculiar. Some were on their backs, some on their arms, and some on their legs. There were even some with scars from forest injuries. A long line formed at Yi Feng's door. Every girl who went in came out with a satisfied expression. Yi Feng was busy attending to them. However, Su Yu and Yi Qi, who were confused, had somewhat unpleasant expressions. Xiao Yu, go call your brother over, Yi Qi said to Su Yu with a serious face. Is that okay? Although Su Yu was excited, she pretended to be hesitant. Just go when I tell you to. Okay, Mom. Su Yu hurriedly ran over. Inside, a girl with a shell injury was preparing to ask Yi Feng to remove her scar. Upon learning where the girl was injured, Yi Feng felt uneasy. I mean, sister, isn't that a scar from childbirth? Fortunately, at that moment, Su Yu's voice rang out from outside the door. Brother, Mom wants you to come over. I need to go see Mom first. Yi Feng quickly made his escape. Yi Xiao, hurry back, I'll be waiting for you. The girl didn't forget to shout after Yi Feng. Finally free, Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and arrived at Yi Qi's room. Mom, you called for me? Seeing Yi Qi's serious expression, Yi Feng asked cautiously. Yi Qi, with a stern face, said, Xiao-chan, even though you're grown up, I shouldn't interfere, but you can't be so indulgent. I haven't been indulgent at all. Yi Feng felt somewhat baffled. Seeing that Yi Feng still wouldn't admit it, Yi Qi shot him a glare and said, Tell me, how many young girls have been to your room tonight? Can your body handle this? It's fine, I'm full of energy, I can handle it. Yi Feng thought Yi Qi was worried he might get tired from helping so many girls with their scars, and was showing concern for him. You can handle it? Have you heard the saying? When young, you don't know what's precious. When old, you regret and shed tears. Yi Qi even used a proverb to persuade Yi Feng. Moreover, what you're doing, is it fair to Hong Yi? Yi Feng finally reacted. He immediately said, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just helping them with their scars. Helping with scars? Yeah, what else? Yi Feng rolled his eyes. Even if you're helping with scars, you need to be mindful of boundaries. You can't let down that girl Hong Yi. Yi Qi knew that Yi Feng's status was no longer ordinary, and those women were practically throwing themselves at him. "Mom, I told you, I don't have that kind of relationship with Hong Yi. What I like is..." Yi Feng wanted to tell Yi Qi that he liked Ning Xin. "Alright, don't talk to me about that. If you marry, it can only be Hong Yi. I only recognize Hong Yi," Yi Qi said forcefully. Yi Feng wanted to say something else but was pushed out the door by Yi Qi. Alright, you all disperse. Do you want to exhaust Yi Xiao?" Lu Hong came out of her room as the situation got a bit out of control. Although Yi Feng didn't say anything, Lu Hong knew that he would definitely consume a lot of internal energy while treating them. These fierce women wanted Yi Feng to treat scars no matter where they were. They weren't afraid of exhausting him. "Sister Lu Hong, you can't burn the bridge after crossing it." Yes, Sister Lu Hong, my husband always says I talk too much. Just let young Master Yi help me remove the scar." A group of girlfriends surrounded Lu Hong, chattering away, making her head spin. Alright, I can let young Master Yi help you, but it must be in a prominent place. Come on, show me where your scars are. If it's not important, don't bother young Master Yi." Lu Hong decided to help Yi Feng filter through them. After all, the Rakshasa Hall was originally a place where women thrived and men dwindled, with hundreds of girlfriends. If they all sought Yi Feng's help for scars, wouldn't he be exhausted? "Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on my stomach. It really affects my appearance. I must have young Master Yi help me remove it." A girl with a heart-shaped face said to Lu Hong. "Okay, you can go in, next." "Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on my waist." "Sister Lu Hong, my scar is on my chest." "Sister Lu Hong, my injury is in a place that's not convenient to show." Despite Lu Hong's filtering, there were still dozens of people. In the end, it was only when Hong Yi appeared that the situation was brought under control. Moreover, while helping these girls with their scars, he had an idea. Surely, it wasn't just the girls from the Rakshasa Hall who wanted to remove scars. Why not develop a scar removal product directly? Although the effect wouldn't be as good as his direct treatment, with consistent use, it could help remove scars that weren't too difficult. This way, he could also make money. Although Master Shadi had given him a black card, that was still his master's money, and he couldn't rely on his master forever. Coincidentally, Hong Ye's company was a cosmetics company. It could completely handle the production. Alright, let's call it a day. Yi Feng yawned, looking outside. It was already bright. After being tormented by dozens of girls all night, even Yi Feng, with his great strength, felt a bit tired. Just as he was about to rest, Shanao Xue arrived. Upon hearing that Shanao Xue was here, Su Yu and Yi Qi's expressions turned very ugly. This was because Yi Qi's arm had been broken by Shanao Xue's people. As a result, she lost her job, and the family was struggling financially. To ease her mother's burden, Su Yu chose to work in a nightclub. Thus, both of them harbored deep resentment towards Shanao Xue. Especially Yi Qi. If it weren't for Shanao Xue, Yi Feng wouldn't have donated a kidney to her, nor would he have disappeared for 3 years. Although her hand had been treated by Yi Feng immediately, the hatred wouldn't disappear so easily. "Mom, let's go out and take a look. I believe when you see Shanao Xue again, you'll feel relieved," Yi Feng said to the two of them. When Yi Qi and Su Yu saw Shanao Xue's people, they were both stunned. At that moment, Shanao Xue had completely lost her human form, her body swollen like a bun. She hadn't undergone dialysis in a long time. If it weren't for Shen Wangue standing next to her, Yi Qi wouldn't have recognized this as Shanao Xue. Moreover, one of her arms was broken, and she was blind. It was a pitiful sight. What happened to her? Seeing Shanao Xue like this, Yi Qi's hatred diminished significantly. "I did it," Yi Feng said flatly. "Yi Feng, I'm sorry. I know no matter what I do, you won't forgive me, but please, for the sake of our past as husband and wife, save me." Shanao Xue no longer had her previous arrogance and pleaded. "Don't worry, I keep my word, but what did I say back then?" Yi Feng squinted his eyes and asked. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Shen Wangue and Shanao Xue began to slap themselves hard. They used all their strength, and soon, blood flowed from their mouths. Yi Feng watched all of this indifferently. His hatred for Shanao Xue had already dissipated when he dug out her kidney and blinded her. But when he learned that she had someone break his godmother's hand, his anger flared up again. Slap, slap, they kept slapping themselves. Their faces were swollen. Shanao Xue, already weak, fainted from the blows. "Yi Feng, Ao Shui is about to give up. Why don't you save her first? I'll take her slap for her. How about that?" Shen Wanguo pleaded. Yi Feng did not respond but looked at Yi Qi and asked, "Mom, do you feel better now?" "Alright, Xiao Chun, let's leave it at that." Yi Qi, who had a kind heart, saw Shen Ao Shui in such a miserable state, and the hatred in her heart dissipated. "Lu Hong, carry Shen Ao Shui inside." Yi Feng nodded. Thank you. Shen Wanguo was overwhelmed with gratitude. "You continue." Yi Feng said coldly to Shen Wanhua. Shen Wanhua had no choice but to continue slapping himself. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known Yi Feng could become this strong, he shouldn't have. No, even if Yi Feng was this strong, there was still no room for resistance in front of the D family. When the D family arrives, Yi Feng, let's see how you will deal with it. The Yi Feng of the past was not even comparable to a dog raised by the Shen family in front of him. But now, he could only kneel before Yi Feng, begging him to save Shen Ao Shui. He must have felt extremely displeased. However, he had no other choice. Soon, Shen Ao Shui was brought into a guest room. Looking at Shen Ao Shui's current appearance, Yi Feng felt a bit emotional. The former Shen Ao Shui was the dream lover of all men, but now, she looked extremely unappealing. Yi Feng opened the insurance box that Shen Wanhua had brought. Inside lay 2 fresh kidneys. His brows immediately furrowed, because he discovered that these were not pig kidneys, but human kidneys. He took out a 9-turn golden needle and pricked it into Shen Ao Shui. Shen Ao Shui quickly woke up. Shen Ao Shui, I told you to bring 2 pig kidneys. Why are these not pig kidneys? Yi Feng said coldly. Yi Feng, please don't be angry. These 2 kidneys were not taken by us. Recently, a female college student was murdered, and her family signed a donation agreement. Shen Ao Shui hurriedly explained, fearing Yi Feng would misunderstand. After hearing Shen Ao Shui's words, the anger on Yi Feng's face finally subsided a bit. However, Yi Feng, these kidneys don't match my body. Are you sure they can survive in me? Shen Ao Shui said with some doubt. After all, it is well known that organ transplants must be a successful match, and even if matched successfully, there will be rejection reactions, requiring medication to maintain. If an unmatched organ is transplanted into the body, it will definitely not succeed. If you don't believe me, you can choose not to let me help you with the transplant, Yi Feng said indifferently. I believe you, Yi Feng, I believe you. Please perform the transplant for me, Shen Ao Shui said quickly. Right now, Yi Feng was her only hope. However, Yi Feng hesitated to act. After all, Shen Ao Shui had caused him so much harm in the past, and now to heal her, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Feng, I know you still hate me. I'm sorry. As long as you heal me, you can do whatever you want with me, Shen Ao Shui said softly. She knew how much Yi Feng had loved her back then. She clearly remembered that even when she changed out of her dirty clothes, Yi Feng would hold them and smell them for a long time. Even if Yi Feng hated her as a person, he must still like her body. Otherwise, why would Yi Feng want to heal her? Yi Feng took a deep breath and finally decided to heal Shen Ao Shui. After all, he had promised to heal her. Shen Ao Shui, let me make it clear first. When I transplant the kidney for you, I won't give you anesthesia. If you're still willing to accept it, then I'll help you with the transplant, Yi Feng said coldly. Not giving Shen Ao Shui anesthesia during the transplant was his final bottom line. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Shen Ao Shui's body trembled. She had personally experienced the feeling of having a kidney forcibly removed. That kind of pain made her wish she could die. And not using anesthesia during the transplant would surely be more painful than having it removed, as the duration of the pain would be longer. Despite her fear, Shen Ao Shui gritted her teeth and said, I am willing. She thought to herself that if it got too painful, she might just faint. Very good. Yi Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew exactly what Shen Ao Shui was thinking. She must have believed that when a person suffers immense pain, the brain forms a protective mechanism that allows one to temporarily lose consciousness, thus numbing the pain. But how could Yi Feng give Shen Ao Shui the chance to faint? He directly took out 2 9-turn gold needles and inserted them into 2 of Shen Ao Shui's acupoints. This way, even if he broke her bones one by one, she would not faint. It wasn't that Yi Feng was cruel. After all, when Shen Ao Shui had asked Hong Tao to cut out his kidney, she hadn't given him any anesthesia either. Yi Feng didn't prepare anything. He began the operation directly. Without a scalpel, he used a dagger. He deliberately didn't cut quickly but slowly, gradually opening Shen Ao Shui's abdomen. Ah! The dagger only went in a little, and Shen Ao Shui screamed in pain. Ah! It hurts so much, Yi Feng, I can't take it anymore. Shen Ao Shui grabbed Yi Feng's arm. The pain was unbearable, many times worse than when he had taken her kidney. It is well known that the faster the action, the less the pain felt. The slower it is, the more the pain doubles. Do you want me to stop? Yi Feng asked. No, don't stop, keep going. Shen Ao Shui was sweating all over from the pain, but she knew that if he stopped, she would die. So, Yi Feng continued. Shen Ao Shui trembled all over from the pain. She wanted to faint, but why was her mind so clear? She didn't feel faint at all. However, Shen Ao Shui was strong. Even though she wanted to bang her head against the wall from the pain, she still insisted on keeping her body from moving too much, not wanting to interfere with Yi Feng's surgery. This operation, Yi Feng could have completed in just a few minutes, but he deliberately took over an hour. During that hour, Xiaoxue felt as if she had entered hell. She knew that Yifeng was definitely punishing her, so she could only endure it. This was what she owed Yifeng. She hoped that after this, Yifeng would forgive her. After replacing the 2 kidneys, Yifeng pricked his fingertip and used the 9-turn gold needle to draw out a few drops of his own Qilin blood. To ensure the survival of the foreign organs, Qilin blood was crucial. At that time, Yifeng's organs had almost been smashed to a pulp. Even with the medical skills of the killing emperor, it would be difficult to bring him back to life. To save Yifeng, the killing emperor had replaced Yifeng's organs with those of the Qilin and used Qilin blood to replace all of Yifeng's blood. Unexpectedly, Yifeng really came back to life. 2 hours later, the surgery was completely over. Xiaoxue had fully returned to normal. In fact, there were no scars left. Xiaoxue was overjoyed and cried. Yifeng had truly healed her. Moreover, she felt extremely comfortable in her body. It was known that 3 years ago, she had received Yifeng's kidney, which had saved her life. But her health had been poor, and she had to take anti-rejection medication continuously. However, this time, she felt no weakness at all. She didn't even need to take any medicine. To her surprise, after 3 years, Yifeng had not only become a martial arts master but his medical skills had also reached an extraordinary level. It would not be an exaggeration to say he could bring the dead back to life. Her eyes had not been injured for long, so Yifeng easily healed her. At this moment, Xiaoxue had completely returned to her appearance from 3 years ago. In fact, she was even healthier than before. Thank you, Yifeng. Xiaoxue looked at Yifeng's face again. This face was still handsome, but it was more than just handsome. In the past, Yifeng had seemed to her like a mere ornament, just a tool to show off. Liking Yifeng had been impossible. But at this moment, looking at Yifeng again, she felt a flutter in her heart. The proud Xiaoxue had always liked powerful men. At this moment, Yifeng was undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Xiaoxue couldn't help but want to reach out and touch Yifeng's face. However, he dodged her. Looking at Yifeng, who showed no expression, she said, Yifeng, you still like me, don't you? No, Yifeng replied. Then turn your head and look into my eyes. Why should I look at you? Yifeng said indifferently. Yifeng, I know you hate me, but you still like my body, right? Xiaoxue grabbed Yifeng's hand and placed it on her. What are you doing? Yifeng frowned. Yifeng, I was wrong before, now let me make it up to you, okay? As she spoke, Xiaoxue actually began to gently unzip her skirt. Yifeng immediately broke free from Xiaoxue's grip and stood up. Xiaoxue, don't be so self-righteous. I haven't liked you for a long time. Yifeng snorted coldly. Yifeng, are you disgusted that I was with Su Tiancheng? What era is this? How many women are still virgins? Even Ning Xin, can you guarantee she hasn't slept with other men? Xiaoxue gritted her teeth. Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, she received a hard slap across the face. Xiaoxue was about to get angry, but she quickly suppressed her fury. After all, the Yifeng now was no longer the useless man who wouldn't even refuse to drink foot-washing water. Xiaoxue, I won't allow you to speak ill of Sister Xin. Yifeng's face darkened. Xiaoxue took a deep breath and said, Yifeng, you don't have to like me as a person. Just liking my body is enough. Am I not beautiful, not sexy? As she spoke, Xiaoxue knelt down, fully revealing her curvaceous figure in front of Yifeng. It had to be said that Xiaoxue was still breathtakingly beautiful, especially her gaze, which had matured more than 3 years ago, now exuding more femininity. Yifeng certainly knew why Xiaoxue had become more feminine, and he felt even more disgusted. Xiaoxue, I've already done what I promised you. You can leave now and don't ever appear in my sight again, or I can't guarantee I won't dig out your kidney again. Yifeng said coldly. Yifeng, I have been your wife for 2 years but have never exercised a single right as your wife. Can you let me exercise that right just once? Xiaoxue actually hugged Yifeng. For some reason, the current Yifeng fascinated Xiaoxue immensely, especially his indifferent attitude, which she found very charming. In fact, it wasn't because of Yifeng's cold demeanor, but rather his powerful abilities. Therefore, for a man to make a woman like him, it's not about being nice to her. If you lack ability, even if you offer your heart to her, she won't like you. But if you are strong enough, even if you tell her to get lost or call her a slut, she will still throw herself at you. This was vividly demonstrated in Xiaoxue. After all, even at the peak of the Xin family's glory, they wouldn't dare to neglect a master. You are no longer my wife. Yifeng pried Xiaoxue's hands off him. Yifeng, as long as you say the word, I can still be your wife. Many people actually don't know about our situation. Xiaoxue hugged Yifeng again, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Yifeng, I actually have feelings for you. If I didn't love you, why would I have mourned for you for 3 years? I didn't let you touch me before because you only had one kidney. Letting you touch me would harm your body. Now, we are both fine, both normal people. Yifeng, please don't reject me, okay? Yifeng, I love you. This time, she truly fell in love with Yifeng. To be fair, Xiaoxue was still very attractive to Yifeng. Just as Xiaoxue said, Yifeng hated her as a person, but he still liked this captivating body. Xiaoxue was impressive in both looks and figure. Now that he has 2 new kidneys, he has completely shed his previous sickly demeanor. He looks even more captivating. Especially since Xiaoxue has hurt him, he feels an even stronger impulse to take revenge on her. However, in the end, Yifeng suppressed it. The grievances between him and Xiaoxue have been resolved. He does not wish to have any further entanglements with her. When Xiaoxue tried to get close to Yifeng, he avoided her. He pushed Xiaoxue away, turning his back to her, and coldly said, Xiaoxue, don't be so cheap. Yifeng, I am cheap. I am shameless. As long as you are willing to forgive me and continue to be with me, you can scold me or hit me as you like. Yifeng, don't you hate me? Then come and take revenge on me. Hit me hard. Xiaoxue whispered in Yifeng's ear. It must be said that Xiaoxue still has some skill. Her words made Yifeng's heart waver a bit. Sensing Yifeng's change, Xiaoxue continued to stoke the fire. Yifeng, think about it. You donated your kidney to me to get me, and now I am right in front of you. If you don't do something to me, how can you justify your sacrifice? How can you justify serving me like a servant in my home? You can completely see this as a form of revenge against me. Come on, take your revenge. Every word from Xiaoxue was fiercely stimulating Yifeng's nerves. Finally, he lost control and turned to embrace Xiaoxue. Looking at her enchanting face, Yifeng slapped her hard. Xiaoxue did not expect Yifeng would hit her, but seeing the intense hatred on his face, she knew her words had taken effect. She was not angry. Instead, she looked at Yifeng with seductive eyes and said, yes, just like that, hit me hard and vent your anger. Slap. Yifeng slapped Xiaoxue's face again, causing her fair skin to redden slightly. Continue, don't stop, hit me hard. Slap, slap, slap. Yifeng seemed to be possessed, slapping Xiaoxue's face repeatedly. It was incredibly satisfying. Meanwhile, blood trickled from the corner of Xiaoxue's mouth, but she was very happy. The previous Xiaoxue was a princess, a queen. Who dared to hit her? After slapping Xiaoxue dozens of times, she was almost knocked unconscious. Yifeng finally stopped. The flames within him had also extinguished. He did not make any further moves towards Xiaoxue. Seeing that Yifeng ultimately did not touch her again, a hint of disappointment appeared in Xiaoxue's eyes, but she did not dare to provoke him further. Just now, she felt like she was almost beaten to death by Yifeng. Yifeng, I know that just hitting me once won't satisfy you. In the future, whenever you get angry, just call me, and I'll come over for you to hit me, okay? Xiaoxue leaned against Yifeng's chest and said softly, okay. Yifeng did not refuse. After all, who could refuse to hit a goddess? Then, I'm leaving. Xiaoxue was very clever. She wanted to repair her relationship with Yifeng, but she also knew that some things could not be rushed. Tonight, she had already done this much. Since Yifeng did not touch her, it meant he had not yet crossed that mental barrier. However, she was sure that Yifeng's psychological defenses had been torn open a gap. She just needed to slowly widen that gap. Xiaoxue left. Yifeng let out a long sigh. Fortunately, he did not do anything out of line. He had spent 2 years with Xiaoxue. During those 2 years, Xiaoxue had always been as proud as a rooster. Not to mention touching her, just looking at her a little longer would make her angry. But today's Xiaoxue completely overturned his perception. He never expected that Xiaoxue could have such a side. Just as Xiaoxue reached the door, she bumped into someone. It was Li Taizhu. He had heard that Xiaoxue was here and immediately rushed over to see her miserable state. But when he saw Xiaoxue, he found that she was not at all miserable. Instead, she had regained her former elegance. Upon seeing Li Taizhu, Xiaoxue once again donned her icy expression. She merely glanced at Li Taizhu and walked away without a word. Li Taizhu had wanted to say something, but under Xiaoxue's glare, he surprisingly found himself unable to speak. It seemed that Xiaoxue's lingering power was still present. After Xiaoxue left, Li Taizhu walked in and said to Yifeng, Yi, did you cure Xiaoxue? Yifeng nodded. So, did you too? A look of admiration appeared on Li Taizhu's face. No. What a pity. what a pity. If I were you, I would definitely make her feel what it's like to be under the 2nd Battalion Commander's Italian cannon, Li Taizhu said with a face full of regret. After all, Shinaoxue was a goddess shared by both him and Yifeng. Yifeng clearly had the chance but let Shinaoxue go. Do you have feelings for her? Yifeng asked. Of course. In Jiangdu, which man doesn't have feelings for Shinaoxue? Li Taizhu replied casually. How about I call her back? Yifeng suggested. Really? Can you? Li Taizhu's eyes lit up. Of course not. Yifeng said irritably. Damn it, Yi, you're too stingy. If you don't use her, you won't let your brother use her either, Li Taizhu complained. Just then, Yifeng suddenly received a phone call. The phone displayed an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Yifeng? A sweet and charming voice came from the other end. Yes, who is this? Yifeng couldn't recognize the person. I am the constable He Xiaoming. We met before. Is there something you need? Yifeng frowned slightly, wondering if it was about his transformation into Qilin. Other constables might not recognize him after the change, but He Xiaoming should know. After all, she had seen him. However, even if He Xiaoming recognized him, so what? She had no evidence, he could just deny it. Sensing the indifference in Yifeng's voice, He Xiaoming quickly said, Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I haven't told anyone about that day. Yifeng's expression softened slightly as he asked, What do you need? It's like this, our constabulary captured 2 serious criminals that day, and one of them escaped, the one you dealt with, He Xiaoming said. And then? The other criminal is still in the hospital receiving treatment, but we received a message from someone named Mengpa, saying they are coming today to rescue him. He Xiaoming said solemnly. Normally, such matters should be conducted quietly, but the other party directly informed the constabulary that they were coming today to rescue the person. How arrogant! After receiving the news, the entire constabulary immediately became tense. They quickly requested reinforcements from above. Reinforcements were dispatched from the Dragon team. However, He Xiaoming still felt uneasy. She had witnessed the power of the black and white impermanence. Clearly, the person coming to rescue them would not be ordinary. Even the Dragon team might not be able to handle it. Therefore, He Xiaoming thought of Yifeng. Yifeng considered it, although this matter had nothing to do with him, he was, after all, a citizen of Longhua. Moreover, He Xiaoming had kept his secret, so he decided to help her out. Brother, where are you going? Just as Yifeng was about to leave, he was caught by Suyu. Today, Suyu had her hair in 2 high ponytails and was wearing extremely short hot pants, looking very appealing. She hugged Yifeng's arm, her 2 large white arms surprisingly strong. I have something to take care of. Yifeng affectionately ruffled Suyu's hair. Brother, you've been busy all night. Aren't you tired? Suyu's beautiful big eyes sparkled with ambiguous light. Although Yifeng said he was helping the ladies with their scars, who knew if he had done something else? After all, Yifeng now had both status and position. The young ladies of the Rakshasa Hall looked at Yifeng as if they wanted to devour him. I'm not tired, Yifeng replied. Really? Really? Then, can you help me get rid of my scar? Suyu blinked her big eyes. Where do you have a scar? Yifeng asked, puzzled. You'll know when you come with me. Suyu glanced around, saw no one, and pulled Yifeng along. Soon, Yifeng was led to her room. The girl's room was decorated primarily in pink. It exuded a fragrance similar to that of Suyu, which was very pleasant. After entering, Suyu even locked the door behind her. Seeing this, Yifeng said, It's fine, you don't need to lock the door. I can heal you quickly, just show me where the scar is. Suyu first turned off the lights in the room, then turned around, facing away from Yifeng, and said, Brother, come here and unzip it, and you'll see. Today, Suyu was wearing a dress with a zipper on the back. The zipper ran from her neck all the way down the dress, as if it were worn backward. But it wasn't that Suyu had put it on wrong, it was just the style. It looked quite unique. Yifeng hesitated a bit. Although he and Suyu had been very close before, she was clearly different now. Back then, Suyu was just a little girl of about 10, but now she had grown into a graceful young woman. However, thinking that he was helping her with her scar, Yifeng pushed aside his thoughts. He reached out and grasped the zipper pull, then slowly pulled it down. As he did, Suyu's flawless back gradually revealed itself. She surprisingly wasn't wearing a bra. Suyu's scars should be on her back, so it was normal not to wear one. Suyu's waist was very slender, with a perfect curve. To describe it in one sentence, it would be a shame not to use such a beautiful back for cupping therapy. Soon, Yifeng saw the scars on Suyu's back. There were actually several. One in the middle, one on the right side of her back, and one on her left waist. Particularly, there was a large scar near her left armpit that extended forward, and from Yifeng's angle, He couldn't see how long the wound was, but it wasn't convenient for him to look closer. He just hoped the wound wasn't too long, otherwise, it would be a bit troublesome for him to treat. Although Suyu and he had no blood relation, they had always referred to each other as siblings since childhood. Some things still needed to be avoided. After some contemplation, Yifeng began the treatment. He concentrated his internal energy at his fingertips and traced along Suyu's spine, first removing the scar in the middle. Since Suyu's scars weren't very large, there was no need to reopen the wounds. As Yifeng's fingertips glided, Suyu's body tensed up. She bit her lip, as if restraining something. She finally understood why, when Yifeng helped the young ladies with their scars, they would make such sounds. Some of the young ladies cried out so loudly that half the imperial residents could hear them. When Yifeng's fingertips glided over, it felt like a little ant crawling on her skin, both ticklish and comfortable. However, Yifeng's brow suddenly furrowed slightly. He realized he couldn't remove the scars on Suyu's back. Strange, Yifeng muttered, trying another scar. Minutes passed, but it still didn't work. Finally, Yifeng placed his hand on the scar near her armpit, wanting to see if he could remove this one. This scar was the longest and the largest. Yifeng's hand moved along the scar's position, moving forward, moving. Suddenly, his hand recoiled as if it had been shocked. Because his hand had unexpectedly touched something soft, he certainly knew what it was. It seemed Suyu had truly grown up. The little girl from before had now become a full-fledged young woman. However, what shocked Yifeng was that he couldn't remove a single scar from Suyu's back. It was simply bizarre. He tried several more times. Suyu's back was almost rubbed raw, yet not a single scar could be removed. Finally, Yifeng discovered the key to the problem. It turned out that, after careful observation, he realized he couldn't remove the scars on Suyu's back because there were no scars at all. Those scars were all drawn on by her with 3 strokes. No wonder she turned off the lights as soon as she entered the room. Yifeng, due to his relationship with Suyu, didn't dare to observe closely. He only took a quick glance before turning his head, relying solely on the sense of touch to determine the location of the scars. Thus, he didn't notice it right away. It wasn't until he scraped off a small bit of paint from Suyu's back that he realized. Suyu, Yifeng said, somewhat angrily. Suyu clearly had no scars, yet she deceived him. Suyu was completely unaware of the change in Yifeng's expression, still immersed in the pleasure of his fingertips gliding over her skin. Brother, what's wrong? Keep going, don't stop, Suyu said, her tone a bit trembling. Suyu, you don't have any scars, okay? Yifeng replied irritably. Only then did Suyu realize her cover was blown. She immediately turned around, hugged Yifeng's arm, and said with a flattering expression, Brother, I just wanted to see how you remove scars since they looked so happy when you did it for them. I didn't know it was done like this. Alright, I'm leaving. Yifeng tried to break free from Suyu's embrace, but Suyu held on tightly, then said with a hint of ambiguity, Brother, do you think my figure is good? It's alright. Yifeng feigned indifference. Then, how do I compare to those little vixens from the Rakshasa Hall? Suyu winked at Yifeng. I said I have something to do, I'm leaving. Yifeng forcibly broke free from Suyu's embrace. This girl really had too much audacity. Didn't she know to avoid suspicion? Brother, be honest, when you just saw my back, did you feel a little moved? Suyu asked from behind. Moved? You're my sister. Yifeng shot her an annoyed glare. We're not blood related, remember when we were kids? You said you'd marry me when I grew up. You haven't forgotten, have you? Suyu said wistfully. Of course I remember, but it wasn't me who said I would marry you, it was you who said you would marry me. Yifeng rolled his eyes. So, if I really want to marry you, would you? Suyu looked at Yifeng with affectionate eyes. She had liked this older brother since she was little. She was quite upset when she learned Yifeng was marrying into the Shin family. Marry you? I'm your brother, and now that you've grown up, you can't act like you did when you were a child. Yifeng said, deliberately putting on a stern face. What do you mean acting like a child? Brother, you must not love me anymore. I remember when I wanted to play with little sparrows, you would never refuse. Suyu pouted her lips high. Hearing Suyu's words, Yifeng suddenly felt a heavy pressure. This girl really dared to say anything. He decided to stop wasting words with her and directly pushed the door open to leave. Seeing Yifeng leave, Suyu pouted even higher. It seemed the saying was indeed true. Afraid of her brother's hardships, yet also afraid of him driving a Land Rover. Now that there were more women around Yifeng, he was increasingly neglecting her as a sister. Xiao-chun, are you going out again? You didn't sleep at all last night. When Yifeng was about to leave, Yichi said with some concern. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine. Yifeng signaled for Yichi not to worry, then left the imperial residence. Yichi felt somewhat helpless. Mom, you should keep an eye on him. He might be going to find some little vixen again. At that moment, Suyu also came out, her lips so pouted they could hang a soy sauce bottle. Sigh, my son has grown up. How can I control him? Yi Qi sighed. Yi Feng left the imperial residence and directly took a taxi to the hospital. After finding the ward that Xiaoming mentioned, he hadn't even entered when he heard a very arrogant voice ring out. Don't worry, with me here, no matter who comes to save the day today, I'll make sure they come and go without a trace. That's right, with Brother Dolly around, even that Mengpa wouldn't dare to show up. Brother Dolly, we're counting on you today. He Dolly, the captain of the Dragon Team. The Dragon Team is a transcendent existence that surpasses the patrol office, specifically handling tasks that the patrol office cannot manage. Every Dragon Team warrior is a martial artist, and not just any martial artist, but one with considerable strength. Dolly, being a captain, is even stronger. A group of constables surrounded Dolly, constantly flattering him. Dolly enjoyed it immensely, especially since there were a few pretty girls in the patrol office, making him want to show off even more. Particularly that female constable named Xiaoming. Her assets were like basketballs. It's surprising she chose to be a constable at such a size, not fearing inconvenience during action. For constables, the Dragon Team is an incredibly sacred place. Therefore, they all held Dolly in high regard. The few female constables looked at him with stars in their eyes. Are all of you from the Dragon Team really that impressive? How do you compare to the Jiangbei army? The Jiangbei army? Haha, do they even deserve to be compared to the Dragon Team? Let me put it this way, even an ordinary member of the Dragon Team is countless times stronger than that Hao Feng. Dolly said proudly. Wow, then Brother Dolly, as the captain of the Dragon Team, must be even more impressive. The female constable exclaimed. It's okay, I can barely rank in the top 3 of the Jiangdu Dragon Team, Dolly said without a hint of modesty. Alright, actually you all don't need to be here. The more people there are, the more it might alert the enemy. I think it's better if just me and Constable stay here. Dolly's gaze fell on Xiaoming. Although everyone respected him, having too many people around made it difficult to handle matters. Brother Dolly, we also want to stay and see your heroic demeanor. The other 2 female constables said somewhat dissatisfied. Alright then, you 2 can stay, Dolly said, pretending to be generous. The other male constables understood Dolly's intentions and felt a bit resentful. After all, they couldn't get close to these female constables on a normal day. Today, it seemed Dolly would take advantage of the situation. But who could blame him for having the ability? What woman doesn't like a strong man? The way these female constables looked at Dolly was as if they wanted to devour him. Just as the male constables were about to leave, Yifeng pushed the door and walked in. Brother Chen, you're here. Xiaoming's face lit up with joy upon seeing Yifeng. Yifeng nodded. Upon seeing Yifeng, Dolly's brow furrowed slightly. Although he was quite burly and not unattractive, he clearly paled in comparison to Yifeng. Yifeng's looks, even without much grooming, would not be inferior to those popular stars. Who is he? Dolly asked Xiaoming, somewhat displeased. Oh, his name is Yifeng, he's my friend. I specifically invited him to help, Xiaoming quickly replied. Although Dolly boasted about himself, Xiaoming had never seen him in action and didn't know how strong he really was. However, she had witnessed Yifeng's strength firsthand. Help? Do I need to find someone else to help with me around? Dolly said with an unfriendly gaze. Brother don't be angry, I just thought having one more person would be an extra assurance, Xiaoming said softly. Xiaoming, that's where you're wrong. Aren't you looking down on Brother Dolly? Exactly, dealing with that Mengpa, Brother Dolly can handle it alone. The 2 female constables, not knowing Yifeng, still respected strength above all else in their line of work. No matter how good-looking someone was, if they lacked strength, they wouldn't catch their eye. Brother Chen is very impressive, Xiaoming quickly said. Impressive? Can he compare to Brother Dolly? The female constable Chen Wen scoffed. Kid, be smart and leave on your own. What's about to happen here is not something you can meddle in. Don't end up losing your life. Another female constable named Zhang Shuang added. The flattery from the 2 female constables made Dolly quite pleased. It's fine, if he wants to stay, let him stay. But when Mengpa comes, remember to hide behind me. Don't get killed by her, Dolly said with a smile. He could clearly see that Xiaoming looked at Yifeng differently. Xiaoming was the woman he had his eye on. Yifeng wanting to stay was just right. He could intentionally lead Mengpa to Yifeng later. Then, he would let Mengpa kill Yifeng. This way, there would be one less competitor. Alright, Brother Dolly, you have to protect me later, Yifeng said with a forced smile. Don't worry, with Brother Dolly here, as long as you don't seek death yourself, Mengpa won't be able to hurt you at all, said a male constable who hadn't left yet. Xiaoming, when the fight breaks out later, make sure to stick close to me. It's best if you don't leave my side, that way I can protect you well, Dolly said, ignoring Yifeng and smiling at Xiaoming. Oh, okay. Xiaoming nodded. Brother Dolly, you can't just protect Xiaoming, I need protection too. Chen Wen pouted. Exactly, Brother Dolly, I need protection too, Jin Shuang echoed. No problem, just stick close to me later, Dolly said with a look that suggested he would take care of everything. Then, Dolly began to recount some of his great achievements, like subduing dozens of armed bandits with his bare hands and carrying out high-difficulty missions abroad. The constables listened with great interest. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was yawning. He hadn't slept at all last night. Now, listening to Dolly bragging, he felt very sleepy. Seeing Yi Feng looking drowsy, Jin Shuang immediately felt displeased. She frowned and said, "When you have the chance to listen to Brother Dolly's lecture, you should pay attention." Exactly, what Brother Dolly says is all valuable information, Chen Wen added. Brother Dolly, you're so amazing. Can you teach us a few moves? The two female constables looked at Dolly with sparkling eyes after glancing at Yi Feng. No problem, since you want to learn, I'll teach you. But I need a sparring partner. Who's up for it? Dolly's gaze swept over the three female constables. Naturally, he hoped Xiaomeng would be his opponent. That way, he could take advantage of the situation while teaching. However, it was Jin Shuang who volunteered. I'll do it. Although she wasn't Xiaomeng, Jin Shuang was not bad either. She might not be as developed as Xiaomeng, but she was taller, with long legs that looked quite powerful. Alright then. Soon, Dolly began to teach. To his surprise, Dolly actually had some skills. Just a few moves were enough for these ordinary constables to learn for a long time. Of course, while teaching, he took the opportunity to take advantage of Jin Shuang. What surprised Dolly was that Jin Shuang didn't get angry. Instead, sometimes she even deliberately catered to him. For instance, when their bodies were close, Jin Shuang would intentionally bump into Dolly, making him quite excited. Watch closely and learn well. As long as you can learn a move or two, it'll be enough for you to use for half a lifetime, Dolly said while teaching, glancing at Yi Feng a couple of times. At that moment, although Xiaomeng was also looking at him, most of the time her gaze surprisingly lingered on Yi Feng. This made Dolly very unhappy. Just a pretty boy, and he dared to compete with him for women. It was truly seeking death. Especially seeing Yi Feng's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Dolly was even more furious. He said to Yi Feng, "Kid, pay attention and learn, you might need it later." "Okay, Brother Dolly," Yi Feng replied with a smile. Xiaomeng no longer looked at Yi Feng. However, she did not think that Dolly's teachings were particularly impressive. If it had been before encountering the black and white impermanence in Yi Feng, she would have certainly thought Dolly was formidable. But now, she felt that what Dolly was teaching was merely some flashy moves. It might be useful against ordinary people, but when faced with powerful beings like the black and white impermanence, it was utterly useless. Of course, Dolly wasn't as weak as he appeared. He simply wasn't teaching seriously. After all, these constables were just ordinary people, and even if he wanted to teach real skills, they wouldn't be able to learn them. During the teaching process, he became increasingly bold. At first, he only secretly took advantage of Jin Shuang, but gradually, he became quite daring. The male constables watched with pain in their hearts. After all, she was their sister, but they were helpless. Meanwhile, Jin Shuang boldly responded to Yi Feilong, which made Yi Feilong feel quite flustered. He couldn't help but feel the flames of desire rising within him, so he stopped the lesson. I'm going to go with Constable Jin Shuang to survey the terrain. You all stay here and keep watch. If Mengpa appears, signal me immediately, and don't engage directly, Dolly said to everyone. Got it, Brother Dolly. Everyone knew what the two were up to, but it was not appropriate to point it out. After all, in matters of mutual consent, no one had the right to interfere. Soon, Dolly took Jin Shuang to an empty hospital room. Not long after Dolly left, two figures appeared outside the hospital's main entrance. One was Bai Wuchang, Bai Lingjiao, who had not fully recovered from her injuries but had regained a small portion of her strength. Standing beside her was a girl who was less than 1 meter tall. However, despite her short stature, the girl's face looked remarkably mature. With fair skin, long curled eyelashes, a high nose bridge, and rose-tinted lips, she had wavy long hair. There was even a small mole at the corner of her eye, making her look quite alluring. Yet, such a seductive face was on a petite body of less than 1 meter tall, creating a striking visual impact. She was Meng Pa. Sister Meng, please, you must save my brother, Bai Lingjiao said respectfully to the little girl. Although this little girl looked petite and harmless, Bai Lingjiao knew the terrifying power hidden within that small body. She remembered that even when she teamed up with Bai Yulong, they couldn't defeat this little girl. So, despite not knowing her age, Bai Lingjiao still addressed her as sister. Don't worry, with those useless constables, do they really think they can stop me? Meng Pa said, hands behind her back, proudly. But, big sister, we informed them in advance that we were coming. and they will definitely seek help from the dragon team. Bai Lingjiao frowned. Although the constables were nothing to a powerhouse like Bai Lingjiao, the dragon team was different. They were specifically meant to deal with martial artists like her. The dragon team, huh? Just the right opportunity to see how strong they really are, Mengpa said with a smirk. In an empty hospital room, Jin Shuang lay in Hidali's arms, her face full of happiness. She felt honored to communicate with a powerful person like Hidali. Brother Dali, do you think I have a chance to join the dragon team? Jin Shuang asked with flirtatious eyes. Well, it's not impossible. It depends on your performance, Hidali replied with a wicked smile. Don't worry, Brother Dali, I will perform well and make you proud, Jin Shuang said sweetly. However, just as Hidali was preparing to take action, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was the constabulary. Damn it! Hidali glanced at Jin Shuang, who was looking at him with eager eyes, and ultimately answered the call. It's bad, Dali Gu, Bai Wuchang is here. A panicked voice came from the phone. I'm coming right away, Hidali replied immediately. Although he was a bit displeased that his good time was interrupted, there was no need to rush. After all, Jin Shuang couldn't escape. First, he would deal with Bai Wuchang, then he could enjoy himself to the fullest. When Jin Shuang saw him take care of Bai Wuchang, she would definitely admire him even more. Despite Bai Wuchang's strength being greatly diminished, possibly not even a third of her peak, she was still not someone these constables could handle. At that moment, Bai Wuchang had a woman by the neck. The woman was none other than the female constable Chenwen. Fear was written all over her beautiful eyes. Ive already followed your orders and called, see, can you let me go? Chenwen stammered, trembling all over. She had just gone to the bathroom when this woman appeared like a ghost. She didn't even have time to draw her gun before being subdued. Although Bai Wuchang was very confident in Mengpo's strength, she still decided to assess the situation first. Sure enough, the other side had really called in the dragon team for support, so she had Chenwen call Dali to lure him over. This way, when Mengpo went to rescue Bai Wuchang, it would be much smoother. Don't worry, I keep my word, I will let you go, Bai Wuchang said as she gently sniffed at Chenwen's neck. Bai Wuchang's actions made Chenwen's whole body tingle. She had no idea what Bai Wuchang was planning. Suddenly, Bai Wuchang bit down on Chenwen's neck. Ah! Chenwen screamed in pain. She tried to break free from Bai Wuchang's grip but couldn't escape at all. Let her go, and I'll spare your life. Fortunately, at that moment, Hidali finally arrived. Bai Wuchang turned her head to glance at the tall and strong Hidali, a smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. The next moment, with a crack, she twisted Chenwen's neck. Chenwen's eyes widened in shock, her body slowly collapsing. Seeing this scene, Jin Shuang, who had come with Hidali, was almost scared silly. You're seeking death. Hidali's face was filled with rage. He had already told Bai Wuchang to let her go, but she had actually killed Chenwen. This was simply a slap in his face. Without wasting words, Hidali charged at Bai Wuchang. It had to be said that Hidali's strength was not weak either. When he ran, he was like a raging bull. Bang! The two clashed. Bai Wuchang was forced back several steps, blood spilling from her mouth. Clearly, at this moment, Hidali was much stronger than her, who was still recovering from serious injuries. But Bai Wuchang did not back down. She planned to hold Hidali off to buy time for Mengpa. However, she was too slow now. She kicked at Hidali, but he caught her ankle. Hidali smirked, and the next moment, he punched Bai Wuchang hard in the stomach. Wow! Bai Wuchang spat out a mouthful of blood, a sense of powerlessness rising in her eyes. Clearly, Hidali's strength was not actually greater than hers. Unfortunately, she was severely injured, which allowed Hidali to suppress her. Hidali grabbed Bai Wuchang's pale neck, lifting her and slamming her against the wall. Then, his fists fell on Bai Wuchang like rain. Blood flowed from her mouth, and she had no power to resist. After dozens of punches, Hidali finally stopped. Bai Wuchang was left gasping for breath, thrown to the ground like a dead dog. He scanned Bai Wuchang's frail body, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. She has lost the ability to resist. You can come over now. Hidali crossed his arms and said to the crowd. Everyone rushed over immediately. Jin Shuang took out handcuffs and cuffed Bai Wuchang. Dali Gu is amazing. Dali Gu is so handsome. The constables all applauded Hidali. Ah, I was still a step too late. I couldn't save Constable Xiaowen, Hidali said, heartbroken. In fact, Hidali didn't care at all about Chenwen's life or death. He just felt that although Chenwen couldn't compare to Yi Xiaoming or Jin Shuang in looks, she had a unique charm about her that was quite attractive to him. He had originally thought that something might happen between him and Chenwen later, but now it seemed impossible. Brother Dali, it's not your fault. You've already done your best. If it weren't for you, Brother Dali, we definitely wouldn't have been able to handle her. The crowd showered him with compliments. But what they said was true. Although the confrontation between the two was brief, it was clear that Bai Wuchang's combat power was also quite strong. The wall behind her had been cracked, yet she hadn't died. She hadn't even fainted. Hidali stepped on Bai Wuchang, arms still crossed, and coldly asked, "Where's Mengpa?" Bai Wuchang ignored Hidali. "Speak up." Hidali increased the pressure of his foot. However, Bai Wuchang still showed no sign of speaking. "Very well, I like your stubbornness." After saying that, Hidali picked up Bai Wuchang and said to the crowd, "You all keep an eye on Hei Wuchang. I'm going to interrogate her alone." "Okay, brother Dali." Seeing this, Jin Shuang felt a bit displeased. After all, she wasn't stupid. She knew why Hidali wanted to interrogate Bai Wuchang alone. After all, Bai Wuchang was incredibly alluring, especially her figure, which was simply stunning. Her waist was as slender as a water snake, and even a woman like her felt envious. Indeed, the moment Hidali saw Bai Wuchang, he was captivated by her beauty. Bai Wuchang's looks were far superior to Jin Shuang's, and her figure was much better too. Initially, Hidali had some concerns, but after easily dealing with Bai Wuchang, his confidence soared. He thought Mengpa would be just as easy to handle. So, he relaxed and prepared to interrogate Bai Wuchang thoroughly. In front of Hidali, there was no woman who wouldn't speak. "What are you doing?" Once Hidali threw Bai Wuchang onto the couch, she finally realized what he intended. "What do you think I'm going to do?" "Woman, I advise you to cooperate and speak up, or the consequences will be severe." Hidali pinched Bai Wuchang's chin, a wicked smile on his face. "Get off me!" Bai Wuchang shouted angrily. "Heh, I won't get off, but I can certainly get into bed with you." "Woman, contact Mengpa immediately and have her come to save you," Hidali said with a laugh. "In your dreams." Bai Wuchang certainly wouldn't obediently comply. "I'm not one for dreaming, I prefer to." Hidali knew that Bai Wuchang wouldn't easily speak, so he decided to interrogate her properly first. However, just as Hidali was about to tear off Bai Wuchang's skirt, a voice full of mature charm rang out. "I heard you were looking for me?" Hidali suddenly turned around and saw a little girl standing behind him. But this little girl, who was barely 1 meter tall, had a very mature face, creating a striking contrast. Hidali looked at the little girl, feeling somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this just a little girl? Could it be that Mengpa was a little girl? "Little girl, I don't have time to deal with you right now. Let me finish with her first, and then I'll take care of you." Seeing that Mengpa was just a little girl, Hidali didn't take her seriously at all. "How dare you underestimate me?" Ignored by Hidali, Mengpa immediately became furious. The next moment, her body disappeared. Hidali rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Suddenly, a tremendous force came from his waist. Then, his body was sent flying. Bang! He crashed through the hospital room door and landed in the hallway. What incredible speed! Hidali was somewhat surprised. However, he didn't take it too seriously, even though this little girl had displayed astonishing combat power. But such an attack couldn't hurt him. Hidali specialized in physical training. Therefore, his body was very resilient. At this moment, the constables heard the commotion and rushed over. Fortunately, Hidali had already gotten back up. "Brother Dali, what happened?" everyone asked. "Mengpa is here." Hidali's gaze was fixed on the hospital room. Tap tap. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed. Then, a little girl walked out of the room. It turned out that the girl was still wearing high heels. Without them, she would probably only be about 1 meter tall. But her mature face was filled with a sense of charm. "Are you Mengpa?" Hidali regarded her with a bit more seriousness. Mengpa smiled gently and said, "I am your mother." "Looking for death." Hidali was furious. "Next, don't blink. This is something you will never see in your lifetime." Hidali stretched his muscles and spoke to the constables. "Brother Dali is getting serious." "Don't worry, Brother Dali, we will watch closely and learn well." The constables widened their eyes, afraid of missing anything. After all, it was rare to see a strong member of the Dragon Team in action. The previous encounter with Bai Wuchang had been too brief. Everyone was still craving more. "Diamond Copper Man form." Hidali let out a roar. A golden light actually appeared on the surface of his body. Hidali threw a punch casually, directly creating a large hole in the cement wall beside him. At that moment, he truly felt like he had steel bones. In this instant, even He Xiaoming's gaze towards Hidali changed. Although Hidali often looked at her with strange eyes, it seemed he did have some real skills. "Die!" Hidali swung a punch at the little girl, who was less than 1 meter tall. The terrifying force seemed to tear through the air. Bang! In the next moment, Hidali's fist, as big as a sandbag, smashed into the little girl's face, causing her head to tilt to the left. However, the little girl's body didn't budge an inch. She raised the corner of her mouth in a smirk and said, "You hit me so hard." This scene stunned everyone, including Hidali. It was known that his punch could overturn a car. Yet, hitting this little girl, she seemed completely unfazed. "You just hit me, now it's my turn to hit you." After saying this, the little girl lifted her foot in high heels. She lightly kicked Hidali in the chest, but this seemingly light kick felt like something he couldn't evade. When the little girl's foot struck his chest, he immediately felt as if he had been hit by a train. Then, his body flew out like a cannonball, along the hospital corridor, until he crashed hard into the wall at the end. Suddenly, there was silence. Everyone's eyes widened. Mengpo's kick not only sent He-Filon flying over 20 meters but also dented the cement wall. A deep imprint of a high heel appeared on his chest. Thanks to his powerful physique, He-Filon didn't die, but he was already breathing heavily. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. They couldn't imagine that this seemingly harmless little girl was so terrifying. Not worth a hit, Mengpa said disdainfully, then turned to leave. Stop. At this moment, the constables were stunned, unsure of what to do. Only He Xiaoming surprisingly drew her gun and aimed it at Mengpa. This scene shocked everyone. Where did He Xiaoming get the courage to draw her gun? Clearly, with Mengpo's level of power, a gun would be of no use to her at all. Mengpa turned back and glanced at He Xiaoming. With a grin, he said, "Little constable, while I haven't lost my temper, you should put away that fire stick of yours, or else." Ha. Although He Xiaoming was also very scared at that moment, she still mustered her courage and said, "Mengpa, you can't leave." He Xiaoming, are you crazy? He Xiaoming, quickly put away the gun. Do you want to get us killed? The other constables shouted loudly upon seeing this. They thought to themselves that He Xiaoming was looking for death and shouldn't drag them into it. However, He Xiaoming was quite stubborn. She actually didn't put down the gun. She repeated, "You are not allowed to leave." "Ha, little constable, since you are looking for death, I will grant you that." Mengpa glanced at a hospital bed nearby, grabbed the steel pipe at the edge of the bed, and with a gentle tug, pulled it down. The next moment, she hurled it directly at He Xiaoming. With Mengpo's strength, this blow could easily pierce through a concrete wall. Seeing this scene, He Xiaoming was so frightened that she closed her eyes, thinking, "This time I'm definitely dead." However, after a long while, she didn't feel any pain. When she opened her eyes, she saw a figure standing in front of her. It was Yi Feng. Moreover, Yi Feng had caught the steel pipe that Mengpa had thrown. This scene left everyone stunned. They never expected Yi Feng to be so powerful. "Mengpa, is it? Surrender immediately, and I will spare your life." Yi Feng looked at Mengpa with a face full of indifference. "Oh, you think catching my attack makes you impressive?" A smirk appeared at the corner of Mengpo's mouth. The next moment, her body shot towards Yi Feng like a shadow. One had to admit, Mengpo's speed was incredibly fast. Ordinary people could only see her afterimage. By the time the afterimage disappeared, Mengpa was already in front of Yi Feng. Her small fist slammed directly towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng also threw a punch back. Bang! The large and small fists collided in mid-air, producing a deafening sound. The powerful shockwave shattered the glass around them. Staggering back in her high heels, Mengpa retreated several steps before stabilizing herself. "Who are you?" Mengpo's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, she hadn't expected Yi Feng to be so strong. It should be noted that although she looked incredibly petite, she specialized in strength. Her power was nearly invincible among her peers. Even the duo of the black and white impermanents couldn't withstand her punch. This was the first time she had suffered a disadvantage in strength during a confrontation. "Who I am is not something I need to tell you," Yi Feng replied coldly. "I am from the Xianming sect. Although you are strong, I advise you not to oppose us. The power of the Xianming sect is beyond your imagination." Mengpa gritted her teeth. "Xianming sect? Sorry, I've never even heard of it," Yi Feng said expressionlessly. Seeing that she couldn't intimidate Yi Feng, Meng Xianyuan narrowed her eyes and turned to escape. "You can't escape." Yi Feng had no intention of letting her go and chased after her. He struck her on the back. "Ah!" Mengpa let out a scream as her body flew out. Just as Yi Feng was about to subdue Mengpa, he suddenly saw a black object flying towards everyone. He saw it clearly. It was actually a grenade. If he ignored it, the grenade would land among He Xiaoming and the others. At that time, this beautiful little constable would be blown to pieces. Without thinking, Yi Feng abandoned the pursuit of Mengpa and rushed over. Just as the grenade was about to hit the ground, he caught it. But the next moment, the grenade exploded with a loud bang. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. Although the grenade exploded, the flames formed were compressed between Yi Feng's palms, creating a small fireball about 10 to 20 centimeters in size. It caused no harm to anyone. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Yi Feng had actually suppressed the exploding grenade with his bare hands. Is this still a human? Don't even mention others. Even He Xiaoming was stunned. She knew Yi Feng was formidable, but she never expected him to be this powerful. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no one would believe it. After all, even movies wouldn't dare to portray it this way, right? Of course, at this moment, the one who felt the most embarrassed was naturally Hidali. He had been putting on airs all day, only to find out that the clown was actually him. "Are you all okay?" Yifeng casually tossed the steel balls in his hands onto the ground and asked. Although he had just managed to control the explosion of the grenade, the shockwave was still present. "No, we're fine." "That's good." Yifeng nodded at the crowd and turned to leave. Although Mengpa had escaped, his earlier strike was not to be taken lightly. Even if Mengpa had incredible physical strength, after taking that hit, she wouldn't die but would definitely be severely injured. Seeing Yifeng's departing figure, Jin Shuang's eyes lit up again. "This is so cool. Xiaoming, how do you know Brother Yi? Quickly give me his contact information." Jin Shuang grabbed He Xiaoming's arm and shook it vigorously, her face full of excitement. "Yeah, Xiaoming, Brother Yi is so amazing, why didn't you tell us?" A group of detectives excitedly surrounded He Xiaoming. He Xiaoming was at a loss for words. She remembered that she had said from the beginning that Yifeng was impressive, but they didn't believe her. It wasn't until much later that everyone remembered Hidali and Chenwen. Although Hidali was seriously injured, he wasn't in danger of dying, and surprisingly, Chenwen was also alive. Clearly, Yifeng had taken the opportunity to heal Chenwen when no one was paying attention. "Chenwen, weren't you dead?" The others didn't know what was going on, but how could Chenwen not know? "It was Brother Yi, he saved me," Chenwen said. Everyone was shocked again, not expecting that Yifeng was not only powerful but also had such incredible medical skills. With the mission completed, Yifeng was about to head home when he suddenly saw a familiar figure while passing by a hospital room. It was Lin Ruoshi. Initially, Yifeng didn't plan to go in and greet her. However, when he heard what Lin Ruoshi said, his brows furrowed slightly. "Do you all have to push me to death before you're satisfied?" Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, her fists tightly clenched. So, Yifeng stopped. This was a single patient room. At least a dozen people were standing in the room. On the hospital bed lay an elderly man over 60. At this moment, everyone in the room wore a heavy expression. Almost all eyes were on Lin Ruoshi. "Ruoshi, how can you say that? We don't want this either. But you know your grandfather's condition, it can't be delayed any longer." "Yes, Ruoshi, when your grandfather is awake, the one he cares about the most is you. Now it's just a small sacrifice you need to make, and you're unwilling?" A group of people surrounded Lin Ruoshi, chattering away. "Uncle, second uncle, you all have daughters too. Why must I be the one to marry?" Lin Ruoshi bit her lip tightly. If she were the only girl in the Lin family, she would have no choice but to save her grandfather. But clearly, her uncles had daughters, and none of them were married. Why must it be her? "Ruoshi, your grandfather cares for you the most, and he specifically wanted you to be the president of the Lin Corporation. Now that he is ill, of course, you should take responsibility," her uncle Lin Gingzhou said earnestly. "Exactly, you were so glorious when you became president. Now that it's time for you to contribute, you still refuse?" Aunt Sun Yulan also chimed in. Faced with a dozen mouths, Lin Ruoshi had no room to refute. Yes, her grandfather had designated her as the president of the Lin Corporation, but that was because her grandfather knew that only she could revive the Lin Corporation. When she took over as president, no one in the Lin family was willing to take on that mess. Later, she managed to turn the Lin Corporation from a debt of billions to a scale of tens of billions. Heaven knows how much hardship she has endured. "Ruoshi, it's not that we don't want Roland to marry, but it's that Dr. Joe has specifically chosen you. We can't do anything about it." Auntie Air feigned a sigh as she spoke. "Alright, it's settled then. Dr. Joe will be here soon. Ruoshi, don't look so miserable. Being able to marry Dr. Joe is a blessing for you," Uncle Lin said in a deep voice. Just then, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit and sporting a handlebar mustache walked in. The man was around 50, with a large gold tooth and slicked back hair. He was somewhat overweight and had a big belly. "Dr. Joe, you finally arrived. Dr. Joe, Ruoshi has already agreed to marry you. Please treat the old man." The Lin family welcomed him warmly. Seeing this scene, Yifeng outside the door widened his eyes. No wonder Lin Ruoshi was unwilling to marry. If it were him, he wouldn't want to marry such a man either. Not to mention that Dr. Joe was over 20 years older than Lin Ruoshi. It was one thing to be ugly, but the way he dressed was truly off-putting. As soon as Dr. Joe entered, his gaze began to search the room. Eventually, it landed on Lin Ruoshi. When he saw her, his beady eyes instantly lit up. He had seen Lin Ruoshi before, just from a distance, and had been amazed by her beauty. Now, seeing her up close was even more breathtaking. Although Lin Ruoshi's cousin Lin Rolu and her other cousin Lin Roland were both beautiful, they paled in comparison to Lin Ruoshi. One must admit, the genes of the wealthy are indeed superior. Regardless of how they look, at least the wives they marry are definitely beautiful. Lin Rolu's mother, Chen Jinjin, and Lin Roland's mother, Sun Yulan, were also stunning. Unfortunately, they were already married. However, having Lin Ruoshi was enough. Just looking at such an exquisite beauty made Dr. Zhou feel an irresistible urge. Under the gaze of Dr. Zhou's beady eyes, Lin Ruoshi felt extremely uncomfortable. The thought of marrying such a man made her wish she could die, but for her grandfather, she still politely greeted Dr. Zhou. "Hello, Dr. Zhou." Lin Ruoshi's voice was very pleasant, which made Dr. Zhou feel elated. "Hee, Ruoshi, no need to be so formal. We will be family in the future." Dr. Zhou smiled broadly. "Dr. Zhou, the old man is running out of time, please treat him quickly." At this moment, the Lin family urged him. "Not yet, once Ruoshi signs this agreement, I will immediately treat the old man," Dr. Zhou said with a smile, taking out a document. To their surprise, the document was a marriage agreement. The content of the agreement stated that Lin Ruoshi would marry Dr. Zhou, and in return, Dr. Zhou would cure Lin's grandfather's illness. If Lin Ruoshi were to back out, the Lin family would have to compensate Dr. Zhou with 1 billion. Although the Lin family had assets of 50 billion, it would be nearly impossible to come up with 1 billion. The reason for such an agreement was to prevent Lin Ruoshi from having second thoughts. "Dr. Zhou, we don't need this agreement. Lin Ruoshi, keep my word. If you can cure my grandfather, I will definitely not back out," Lin Ruoshi said through clenched teeth. Although she didn't want to marry an old man, she couldn't just watch her grandfather die. There was no choice, her grandfather was too ill. She had already invited the famous doctor from Jiangdu, Du Gaoming, known for his miraculous healing, but he had declared himself powerless. By chance, she encountered a doctor who claimed he could cure her grandfather, but the condition was that Lin Ruoshi had to marry him. "Ruoshi, I naturally believe in your character, but having an agreement ensures protection. What if you change your mind later? Where would I go to seek justice? I'll tell you the truth, the old man's time is running out," Dr. Zhou said, squinting his eyes. Looking at Lin Jidong, who lay on the hospital bed with an extremely pale face, Lin Ruoshi let out a long sigh. Finally, she reached out to take the agreement that Dr. Zhou had handed over. Just one glance at the contents of the agreement made Lin Ruoshi's expression turn incredibly ugly. Because the agreement stated that after marriage, she must bear 5 children for the other party. She wasn't a pig. How could she give birth to so many? The thought of not only having to marry such a man but also having to bear his children made Lin Ruoshi wish she could tear the agreement to shreds. It seemed that Dr. Zhou could see Lin Ruoshi's thoughts. He chuckled. "I quite like children." Lin Ruoshi's delicate body trembled slightly, but in the end, she still picked up the pen, preparing to sign her name on the agreement. Seeing Lin Ruoshi sign, Zhou Hua appeared extremely excited. As long as Lin Ruoshi signed, what he gained was not just Lin Ruoshi. After all, besides her beauty, Lin Ruoshi's abilities were also top-notch. Back when the Lin Group was 10 billion in debt, she managed to turn it around. Wasn't that like having a money tree? The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Hua felt he had struck gold this time. Besides Zhou Hua, Lin Ruoshi's uncle, Lin Gengzhou, also slightly moved his throat. As long as Lin Ruoshi married Dr. Zhou, he could demand the board to revoke Lin Ruoshi's position as president. After all, this was the only way to ensure that the Lin family's assets would not fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Ruoshi certainly knew that signing this agreement meant losing not just herself, but also the Lin Group. But now, she had no other choice. She couldn't just watch her grandfather die. Finally, the pen tip touched the agreement. As long as Lin Ruoshi signed, everything would be settled. However, at that moment, a figure walked into the hospital room. It was a man, with his hands behind his back, who said with a playful expression, "Isn't it just a minor illness? Is it necessary to sign a contract to sell yourself?" Yi Feng was not the type to meddle in others' affairs, but this girl had helped him twice. Although he didn't actually need Lin Ruoshi to stand up for him, he believed in repaying kindness. That was his character. Seeing Yi Feng, the sadness in Lin Ruoshi's beautiful eyes deepened. At that moment, she didn't want Yi Feng to see her in such a disheveled state. "Hey, who are you? Who let you in?" Lin Gengzhou frowned at Yi Feng's impolite intrusion. Seeing that Lin Ruoshi was about to sign, he didn't want any unexpected changes. "I'm Ruoshi's friend," Yi Feng replied. "This is a family matter of the Lin family. even if you are Ruwashi's friend, you can't come in, Lin Gangjio said in a deep voice. Ruwashi, quickly get him out. Don't disturb Dr. Joe from treating the old man. Yi Feng, you should go, Lin Ruwashi said with a sad expression. Are you sure you want me to leave? Yi Feng looked at Lin Ruwashi. What are you staying here for? Do you think you can cure the old man's illness? Of course I can cure it, Yi Feng said. Ha, who do you think you are? Do you know how many renowned doctors and experts we've invited to treat the old man? None of them could do it, and you, a young punk, dare to say you can cure him? Lin Gangjio sneered. Yi Feng, are you serious? A glimmer of hope appeared in Lin Ruwashi's beautiful eyes. She knew Yi Feng was very skilled, but she didn't know he could also heal. I'm serious, if you don't believe me, I'll leave, Yi Feng said impatiently. I believe. Yi Feng, as long as you can cure my grandfather, you can make me marry you, Lin Ruwashi said with a face full of surprise. Although she had only met Yi Feng a few times, she knew he wasn't someone who talked big. If he said he could cure it, he might really be able to. Marrying Dr. Zhou, an old man, was something Lin Ruwashi strongly resisted. But if it was marrying Yi Feng, she would be willing. After all, if it weren't for Yi Feng killing those who had kidnapped her at the train station, she might have long been gone from this world. Moreover, before dying, one might suffer inhuman torment. Yi Feng glanced at Lin Ruwashi and said, Are you really willing to marry me to save your grandfather? Lin Ruwashi had only said it casually, but she didn't expect Yi Feng to take it seriously. Yet, she gritted her teeth and said, I am willing. Marrying Yi Feng was certainly better than marrying an old man. Zhou Hua was already nearly 50, whether he could still be of use was questionable. Yi Feng's gaze flicked over Lin Ruwashi as he said, You think too highly of yourself, Lin Ruwashi. Others. Yi Feng's words left everyone twitching. Where did this guy come from, being so arrogant? Lin Ruwashi was at least someone who could be compared to Xianao Xue. Now that Xianao Xue was out of the picture, Lin Ruwashi was the hottest woman in Jiangdu. Lin Ruwashi was willing to marry Yi Feng, yet Yi Feng said she thought too highly of herself. Who gave him the courage? Alright, I was just joking. I can cure your grandfather without needing any reward from you, Yi Feng shook his head and said. For others, old Master Lin's illness was basically untreatable. But for Yi Feng, it was merely a matter of raising a hand. Wait a minute. Seeing Yi Feng about to treat old Master Lin, Lin Gangjio stopped him. Who do you think you are? Why should you treat the old master? What if you make it worse? Exactly. Don't delay the old master's condition. Kid, if you have the ability to treat him, then go ahead, Zhou Hua said confidently, not caring at all. No, I absolutely disagree, Lin Gangjio said in a deep voice, naturally unwilling to let Yi Feng treat him. Not to mention whether Yi Feng could cure the old master. Even if Yi Feng could cure him, he wouldn't allow it. If Yi Feng cured the old master, how could he take the Lin group from Lin Ruwashi? Yi Feng looked at Lin Ruwashi, ultimately leaving the decision to her. I agree to let Yi Feng treat him, Lin Ruwashi said. Your agreement means nothing. Lin Gangjio narrowed his eyes and then signaled to his bodyguards. The bodyguards immediately blocked Yi Feng's path. Uncle, what do you mean? Lin Ruwashi frowned upon seeing this. What do I mean? Lin Ruwashi, I should be asking you what you mean. Now that the old master is in critical condition, the only person who can save him is right here, yet you want to let some unknown kid treat him. Are you trying to kill the old master? Lin Gangjio questioned loudly. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Lin Ruwashi decided to go all in. You take responsibility? What will you use to take responsibility? Let me tell you, Lin Ruwashi, you can't bear this responsibility. I will never let you joke with the old master's life, Lin Gangjio said coldly. You all, step aside, Lin Ruwashi said to the two bodyguards of the Lin family. However, the bodyguards, who usually listened to her, surprisingly did not move. The bodyguards weren't stupid, they could see the situation. They knew Lin Ruwashi would soon no longer be the president of the Lin group, so, they naturally wouldn't listen to her. Lin Ruwashi, Mr. Wang is not here today, and you have no say, Lin Gangjio said with a smirk. He chose today specifically because the Lin family's martial artist, Wang Fu, had gone home today. Wang Fu was like Lin Ruwashi's shadow, always by her side. With him around, everything was very troublesome. But today, with Wang Fu absent, Lin Ruwashi could only let him manipulate her. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, Don't you all know who I am? Don't you all know who I am? Yi Feng's words left everyone dumbfounded. Who do you think you are? Why should we know you? Lin Gangjio scoffed. If Yi Feng weren't Lin Ruwashi's friend, he would have had him thrown out long ago. How dare he shamelessly ask if everyone knew him? I am nothing special. My name is Yi Feng, Yi Feng said, narrowing his eyes. I know your name is Yi Feng, so what? Should I know you? Lin Gangjio said with a laugh. Yi Feng, that name sounds a bit familiar. Yeah, I think it sounds familiar too, like I've heard it somewhere. The Lin family members felt a bit strange. After a moment, suddenly, Lin Ruolu pointed at Yi Feng and said, "You can't be Shen Aoshua's ex-husband, right?" "That's right, it's me," Yi Feng replied with a smile. "Shen Aoshua's ex-husband." Upon learning Yi Feng's identity, all the Lin family members gasped in shock and couldn't help but take a few steps back, as if they wanted to distance themselves from Yi Feng. Although the Shen family had been controlling the information from leaking out, there are no walls that don't let the wind through. Moreover, the Lin family had some weight in Jiangdu, and some had attended Shen Aoshua's wedding. Therefore, they roughly knew what had happened with the Shen family. Yi Feng had actually taken Shen Aoshua's kidney. Moreover, he had killed the Shen family's martial artist, Gong Hongtao, on the spot. Then, he had also sent the Su family's martial artist flying. But that wasn't even the most explosive part. The most explosive part was that Yi Feng had killed Su Tianyu. Su Tianyu, who was the disciple of the war god. Furthermore, not long ago, it was said that tens of thousands had gone to encircle and kill Yi Feng. There was even a retired general, yet Yi Feng was still alive and well, and those people were all dead. It turned out to be this calamity, Yi Feng. "Now, can I treat the old man?" Seeing everyone looking at him with fear, Yi Feng said with a smile. At that moment, no one dared to speak. This is reality. Good people are ridden by others, and kind people are bullied. Therefore, Yi Feng never liked to be a good person. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear of Yi Feng. Only Lin Ruoshi had a glimmer of brilliance in her beautiful eyes. She, Lin Ruoshi, was already at the peak among women in Jiangdu. Basically, any man would find it hard to catch her attention. But at this moment, Yi Feng was so tall and handsome. Although Yi Feng was extremely brutal, fierce, and had a notorious reputation, at least, at this moment, he stood before her, and no one dared to oppose him. Who wouldn't like such a man? However, someone still stood in front of Yi Feng. It was actually her uncle's daughter, Lin Ruolu. "Ruolu, what are you doing?" Chen Jinjin was startled, not expecting her daughter to dare to step forward to stop Yi Feng. After all, this was a devil who could kill without blinking. In fact, Lin Ruolu didn't want to step forward either. But there was no choice. If Lin Ruoshi didn't marry Zhou Hua, then the Lin group would still belong to Lin Ruoshi. Originally, her father had already discussed with her that after Lin Ruoshi stepped down, she would take over as the president of the Lin group. Seeing the duck that was almost in her hands just slip away, Lin Ruolu naturally didn't want that. "Mr. Yi, I know you're very powerful. Killing me would be as easy as squashing an ant, but I also believe that Mr. Yi is a reasonable person who wouldn't kill indiscriminately." Although just looking at Yi Feng made Lin Ruolu tremble all over, she still forced herself to say calmly. It must be said that Lin Ruolu was very clever. She directly put a high hat on Yi Feng. In this way, if Yi Feng killed her, it would seem very inappropriate. However, Lin Ruolu was wrong. Yi Feng, with a playful expression, said, "Sorry, my master told me that whoever has the strongest fist gets to set the rules. My rule is, whoever makes me unhappy, I will kill." Yi Feng's words made Lin Ruolu's body tremble. She had originally wanted to stand on a moral high ground to constrain Yi Feng. But unexpectedly, Yi Feng didn't want to reason with her at all. It was like asking someone why they cut in line, and they tell you it's because they have no manners. For a moment, Lin Ruolu was actually at a loss for words. Fortunately, since Lin Ruolu dared to step forward, she also had her own backing. She changed her gaze several times and finally gritted her teeth and said to Yi Feng, "Mr. Yi, could you step aside? I want to talk to you privately." It must be said that Lin Ruolu's courage was commendable. It should be noted that at this moment, everyone in the room was basically too frightened to speak because of the two words Yi Feng. Only Lin Ruolu not only dared to step forward and talk to Yi Feng but even said she wanted to speak to him alone. "Oh, what do you want to talk about?" Yi Feng felt a hint of curiosity towards this woman. "Mr. Yi, you'll know if you come with me," Lin Ruolu said. After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the hospital room exit. Yi Feng was curious about what this woman was up to, so he followed her. Soon, following Lin Ruolu, they arrived at a lounge. Once Lin Ruolu saw Yi Feng enter, she immediately locked the door. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Yi Feng asked, noticing that Lin Ruolu not only dared to meet him alone but also locked the door. Was she looking to die slowly? "I am afraid," Lin Ruolu replied directly. After all, who wouldn't be afraid in front of a killing god like Yi Feng? But to fight for her own rights, Lin Ruolu had to take this risk. She took a few deep breaths and said to Yi Feng, "Mr. Yi, I'll get straight to the point. I hope you won't get involved in this matter." "Oh, why should I listen to you?" Yi Feng said playfully. Lin Ruolu didn't respond but instead unzipped her dress. Then, the dress fell to the floor, revealing her perfect figure before Yi Feng. "As long as Mr. Yi doesn't get involved in this matter, I am yours, Lin Ruolu said through gritted teeth. This was the only method she could think of, offering herself to Yifeng to persuade him not to participate. Yifeng looked at this woman with a strong aura, and his expression became even more playful. He sized up Lin Ruolu. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Ruoshi, she had a certain femininity that Lin Ruoshi lacked. Femininity is a mysterious thing. It's hard to define, but a man can tell at a glance whether a woman has it or not. However, having femininity isn't necessarily a good thing, as only women who have experienced life become truly feminine. The more experiences, the stronger the femininity. Women without experiences tend to seem naive. Men like both inexperienced women and those with femininity, creating a paradox. Seeing that Yifeng didn't speak, Lin Ruolu took a step forward and directly embraced him. Instantly, a wave of feminine fragrance filled Yifeng's senses. Lin Ruolu was a woman who understood men. The scent of her perfume was just right, neither too strong nor too weak, and her makeup was subtle. Although her looks were slightly inferior to Lin Ruoshi's, she knew how to present herself. While holding Yifeng, her fingertips gently traced his back. She looked up, her big eyes filled with a pitiful charm mixed with a hint of shyness, and said, Mr. Yi, as long as you don't get involved in this matter, you can do anything you want with me. Seeing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. If it were 3 years ago, a woman like Lin Ruolu probably wouldn't have even glanced at him. Yet now, she was actively throwing herself at him. Unfortunately, Yifeng pushed Lin Ruolu away. This surprised her. It was the first time a man had rejected her. However, thinking about how Yifeng had once been the son-in-law of the Shin family, she felt somewhat relieved. After all, Shinaoshua had been a goddess among goddesses in Jiangdu. It was a pity she had placed her bets wrong and ended up with a tragic fate. What Lin Ruolu didn't know was that Shinaoshua had already been healed by Yifeng and was in an even better state than before. Mr. Yi, I know I'm not as beautiful as Lin Ruoshi, but she's just a little girl. Only a mature woman like me can bring you true happiness. Lin Ruolu was unwilling to give up and placed her hand back on Yifeng's chest. Yifeng wanted to leave directly but was pulled back by Lin Ruolu. The reason she had called Yifeng out alone was, first, to get him on her side, and second, to buy time. The old man was clearly nearing his end. As long as the old man breathes his last, or if Dr. Zhou treats him, then Lin Ruoshi will have no chance of turning things around. Let go. Yifeng frowned. I won't, Lin Ruolu said stubbornly. Yifeng turned around, grabbed Lin Ruolu, and said coldly, Do you really think I won't kill you? Mr. Yi, let me be honest with you. I like you. I've liked you since the first moment I saw you. How about this? If you want to help Lin Ruoshi, go ahead. I don't need you to do anything for me. I just want you to spend a happy time with me right now. Lin Ruolu gazed at Yifeng with sultry eyes. Clearly, to buy time, she no longer cared about anything else. And Yifeng was no fool. He certainly knew that Lin Ruolu was trying to stall for time. Unfortunately, what Lin Ruolu didn't know was that stalling was useless for him. Not to mention the old man's condition, he wouldn't be dying anytime soon. Even if he did, he could still save him. With that thought, Yifeng pressed Lin Ruolu against the wall. Since it had come to this, Yifeng had no reason to refuse. There was no way around it. Yifeng was currently flowing with Qilin blood. His resistance to women had significantly decreased, especially since that day when Bai Wuchang had given him such a wonderful experience. It made him reluctant to leave. Lin Ruolu had come to him willingly, so he couldn't be blamed. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in Lin Ruolu's eyes. She had said that no man could resist her charm. Moreover, in terms of looks, Yifeng was quite handsome. Lin Ruolu was already quite bold, so she surprisingly took the initiative. She turned around and pressed Yifeng against the wall, then kissed him. At this moment, the expressions of the Lin family members in the hospital room varied. Lin Gengjiu naturally knew what his daughter wanted to do. He understood her very well. Although he felt a slight discomfort in his heart, he quickly let it go. After all, over the years, Lin Ruolu had gained many benefits for the family with her beauty. So many times, Lin Gengjiu had turned a blind eye. He even felt fortunate to have such a daughter who knew how to navigate situations. However, just in case, he gave Dr. Zhou a knowing glance. Dr. Zhou immediately understood. Taking advantage of the distraction, he quietly flicked a silver needle towards the old man on the sickbed. The next moment, various instruments beside the old man began to sound alarms. Grandpa, what's wrong? No, the old man can't hold on much longer. Dr. Zhou, please treat the old man quickly. The Lin family members panicked. It wasn't that they cared so much about the old man, but although Lin Ruoshi was currently in charge of the Lin family, most of the shares were still in the old man's hands. The old man's will hadn't even been established yet. If he passed away just like that, wouldn't the younger generation fight over it? Dr. Zhou, however, was not in a hurry at all and jokingly said, hasn't Miss Lin already called a divine doctor to treat the old man? Why do you still need me? What kind of divine doctor is he? Exactly, just because he has good martial arts doesn't mean he can treat illnesses. We only trust you, Dr. Zhou, the Lin family urged. I can treat the old man, as long as Ruwashi signs this agreement. Dr. Zhou stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Ruwashi, hurry up and sign. Do you want the old man to die before you agree? The pressure was once again on Lin Ruwashi. In the end, she could only helplessly sign her name. She had thought that Yifeng's appearance would bring her hope, but now it seemed. Lin Ruwashi also understood her cousin's methods. She feared that by now, Yifeng had already. Seeing that Lin Ruwashi had finally signed, Dr. Zhou put away the agreement and began to treat the old man. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Yifeng and Lin Ruolu were preparing to engage in a shocking battle. However, just at that moment, someone knocked on the door unexpectedly. Initially, the two of them had no intention of responding, but to their surprise, the knocking continued incessantly. With no other choice, Yifeng had to open the door. Lin Ruolu hurriedly put on her clothes, but she appeared somewhat disheveled. As soon as the door opened, a striking figure appeared before them. Yifeng, is that really you? The woman standing at the door was none other than Yifeng's ex-wife, Xiaoshui. After being cured by Yifeng, she went to the hospital for a checkup, wanting to know about her health. The doctor told her that her condition was surprisingly good and congratulated her for finding a kidney donor that matched her so well. Only then did Xiaoshui believe that Yifeng truly had such miraculous abilities. However, after finishing her checkup, she saw Yifeng entering the lounge with a woman, so she hurried over. At first, she wasn't prepared to knock on the door, but after they had been inside for so long, she became a bit anxious, especially since she recognized Lin Ruolu and knew how shameless this woman was, how much she liked to flirt with men. Xiaoshui knew that Yifeng would not easily forgive her, but she believed that as long as she persisted, she would make Yifeng fall in love with her again. Therefore, during this time, she would not let any woman take advantage of the situation. Sure enough, when she opened the door, although Lin Ruolu had already dressed, her disheveled clothes and hair indicated that if she hadn't arrived in time, the two might have already engaged in something inappropriate. When Lin Ruolu saw Xiaoshui again, she was stunned. She had learned that Xiaoshui had been blinded and had a kidney removed, her whole body swollen like a bun. But now, Xiaoshui had already regained her original appearance. No, she even looked healthier than before. Xiaoshui, you, Lin Ruolu couldn't help but ask. Xiaoshui ignored Yifeng and directly took his hand, then, as if declaring her sovereignty, said to Lin Ruolu, you are quite shameless, actually trying to seduce my husband. Lin Ruolu's expression changed upon hearing this, and she quickly replied, Xiaoshui, aren't you already married to Su Tiancheng? Isn't it true that I haven't married yet? In my heart, there is only Yifeng. I thought Yifeng was dead, which is why I would marry Su Tiancheng. Now that Yifeng is back, I am still Yifeng's wife. Xiaoshui declared loudly. Xiaoshui, you are really hypocritical. Yifeng, you must not believe her. I admit, I am a bit promiscuous, but I am still better than her, this woman who can personally kill her husband. In the past, Lin Ruolu would never have dared to speak to Xiaoshui like this. But now that the Xin family had fallen, Lin Ruolu naturally was no longer afraid of Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui narrowed her beautiful eyes and walked directly towards Lin Ruolu. Lin Ruolu was immediately frightened and stepped back. There was no way around it. Although the Xin family had collapsed, Xiaoshui's dominance still remained. Most women felt inferior and fearful when they saw her. Lin Ruolu took a step back, suddenly remembering that she didn't need to be afraid of Xiaoshui anymore, and deliberately straightened her posture, saying, Xiaoshui, I am not afraid of you. Xiaoshui raised her hand. Lin Ruolu was so scared that she quickly raised her hand to block. Seeing this, Xiaoshui's lips curled into a smirk as she tidied Lin Ruolu's disheveled clothes. Playfully, she said, Lin Ruolu, weren't you not afraid of me? Why are you dodging? I'm just helping you fix your clothes. Looking at the smiling Xiaoshui, Lin Ruolu couldn't help but swallow hard. It had to be said that even though the Xin family had fallen, she still felt fear in front of this woman. Clearly, in terms of presence, Xiaoshui was victorious. After suppressing Lin Ruolu, Xiaoshui returned to Yifeng's side, her expression instantly becoming sweet and charming. Husband, can you ask her to leave? Xiaoshui's voice was so sweet it was almost unbearable. This husband was something Yifeng had never heard before. Especially just now, Xiaoshui had used her aura to suppress Lin Ruolu, but in the blink of an eye, she spoke to him so gently. This feeling of being fierce to others and gentle to oneself, I believe, any man would find unbearable. However, Yifeng would not be easily deceived by Shinaoxue. The hatred in his heart could not disappear so easily. Lin Rulu, you can go out. Yifeng saw Shinaoxue's face, which could bring disaster to the country, and his hand began to itch again. Lin Rulu wanted to say something, but looking at Shinaoxue's smiling face, she ultimately swallowed the words back down. After all, she was here to buy time, and her purpose had been achieved, so she left decisively. After Lin Rulu left, Shinaoxue locked the door again. Then she walked back in front of Yifeng. Slap! Yifeng did not hesitate and slapped Shinaoxue's face. It nearly knocked her to the ground. After being slapped by Yifeng, Shinaoxue was not angry. Instead, she looked at him with seductive eyes and said, "Hubby, you're amazing, keep going." Shinaoxue's words stimulated Yifeng immensely. Without hesitation, he slapped her again. This slap sent Shinaoxue crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the momentum, she lay sideways on the floor, slightly bending her legs and pulling her jeans up a bit. It turned out to be the kind of outfit that men love. "Hubby, I love you." Slap. "Love you." Slap. "I love you." Every time Shinaoxue said "I love you," she received a slap. Her fair face turned red from the slaps. Yifeng slapped Shinaoxue more than a dozen times before stopping. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, he was afraid of killing her. That would ruin the fun. Shinaoxue shook her head, which was a bit dazed from the slaps, and surprisingly felt a bit of pleasure. Originally, letting Yifeng hit her was just to reduce his hatred towards her, but unexpectedly, after 2 rounds, she found herself somewhat falling in love with this feeling. "Hubby, are you still angry? If you are, just keep hitting me." Shinaoxue nestled obediently in Yifeng's arms, speaking softly. "Don't call me hubby, you don't deserve it." Yifeng said coldly. "That's fine, if you don't want me to call you hubby, I can call you Chingu." Shinaoxue said. "You can't call me that either. Then what should I call you?" "You can't expect me to call you." Shinaoxue paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, if you like, I can call you that." I have to say, at this moment, Shinaoxue was full of temptation, making it somewhat hard for Yifeng to resist. But thinking of the things Shinaoxue had done made Yifeng feel uncomfortable. Although the one who wanted his kidney was the D family, it was still Shinaoxue who had acted. And even if Yifeng had dug out Shinaoxue's kidney, their grievances would have been settled. But Yifeng would never forget what Shinaoxue had done with Su Tiancheng. She had even misbehaved in his morning hall. Just thinking about it made him furious. When he got angry, he wanted to slap Shinaoxue again. Moreover, Shinaoxue had also caused his godmother's hand to be broken. That was even less forgivable. "Yifeng, do you have something to do? If you have something, you can go ahead and do it." Shinaoxue suddenly released Yifeng and said. From this point, one could see Shinaoxue's cleverness. She did not take advantage of the situation to subdue Yifeng but instead played hard to get. Of course, Yifeng's earlier dozen slaps were indeed harsh. She didn't want to be killed by him. Yifeng got up and left the lounge, estimating that the time should be about right. If he delayed any longer, he feared that old Master Lin would really not be able to hold on. Just as he reached the outside of the ward, he heard a series of painful cries coming from inside. Yifeng's expression changed, and peering through the glass, he saw a group of Lin family members gathered around old Master Lin's bed, crying loudly. And Lin Ruwashi looked as if she had lost her soul. Yifeng knew that the old man was most likely gone. "Lin Ruwashi, it's all your fault. If you hadn't been so reluctant to sign, maybe Dr. Joe could have saved him. How could you be so unfilial when Grandpa loved you so much? Lin Ruwashi, you are no longer worthy of being the president of the Lin family, you should resign." The Lin family members cried while pointing at Lin Ruwashi. Just moments ago, when Dr. Joe was about to treat the old man, he suddenly passed away. "The old man is gone, no matter how good my medical skills are, I can't bring him back." Dr. Joe sighed. "However, Ruwashi, this isn't my fault. If you had let me treat him earlier, I could have saved him, so this agreement still stands." Dr. Joe squinted at Lin Ruwashi. At that moment, Lin Ruwashi was still immersed in the sorrow of the old man's passing. She didn't care about any agreement anymore. "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I caused you harm." Lin Ruwashi finally broke down in tears. "What good is crying now? Can crying bring Grandpa back? Give me back my grandpa." Lin Ruolin shook Lin Ruwashi vigorously. At this moment, everyone was heartbroken. They were saddened that the old man had not left a will. Without a will, all their previous flattery when the old man was still conscious would have been in vain. Actually, the old man left a will. At that moment, Lin Gangzhou suddenly said. Upon hearing Lin Gangzhou's words, everyone stopped crying. All eyes turned to Lin Gangzhou. Lin Gangzhou took out a will and said, "This is the will left by the old man." "Gangzhou, is this true?" The old man never mentioned anything about a will. The crowd appeared somewhat skeptical. "This is the old man's signature and fingerprint. How could it be fake? Lin Gangjiu handed the will to the crowd for inspection. This is indeed the old man's handwriting. It seems this will is genuine. Second uncle Lin Gingxin glanced at the will and then said. He then passed the will around for others to read. When many saw the contents of the will, their expressions turned grim. Because, in the will, the old man had left most of the shares to Lin Gangjiu and Lin Gingxin. The shares for the others were pitifully small, especially for Lin Ruoshi, who had only 1%. It should be noted that Lin Ruoshi was the greatest contributor to the Lin family and deeply favored by the old man. Logically, her shares shouldn't be so low, but it was written in black and white. Although the crowd was dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do, especially since the old man was already gone. Even if the will was fake, no one could prove it. Moreover, the will also stated that Lin Ruolu would serve as the president of the Lin Group. Upon hearing this news, Lin Ruolu's face immediately lit up with joy. In the end, the presidency had fallen to her. Her recent sacrifices were not in vain. If it hadn't been for Shenao sudden appearance, interrupting her and Yifeng, she and Yifeng would have probably fought for 300 rounds by now. Congratulations, Ruolu. Still calling her Ruolu? You should call her President Ruolu now. Everyone began to congratulate Lin Ruolu. Thank you, everyone. I will work hard to lead the Lin family to glory. Lin Ruolu said proudly. Oh, by the way, Lin Ruoshi, the villa you live in is also part of the Lin family's property. According to the old man's will, the villa should be inherited by me in the second one, so please move out as soon as possible, Lin Gangjiu said to the dazed Lin Ruoshi. Compared to Lin Ruolu's triumphant demeanor, Lin Ruoshi's situation was pitiful. Just a few minutes ago, she was the president of the Lin Group, but now, not only had she received only 1% of the shares, but she had also lost her position as president. Even the villa she had always lived in was to be taken away. Alright, everyone, take one last look at the old man, and let's quickly lay him to rest, Lin Gangjiu said to the crowd. The Lin family members once again burst into tears. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi suddenly charged towards the wall. She had caused her grandfather's death and could no longer face living in this world. Moreover, she did not want to marry Zhou Hua. However, just as Lin Ruoshi's head was about to hit the wall, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked her. Then, the person touched her lightly, and her body went limp. Yet, she did not lose consciousness. The one who intervened was none other than Zhou Hua. He supported Lin Ruoshi and said with a greedy expression, Ruoshi, once a person is dead, they cannot come back to life. I hope you can find peace. Well, everyone, I'll take Ruoshi to rest now, Zhou Hua said, preparing to take Lin Ruoshi away. Lin Ruoshi wanted to struggle, to speak, but found she had no strength at all, not even the ability to open her mouth. She could only watch helplessly as Zhou Hua took her away. It was easy to imagine what would happen once Zhou Hua took her away. Unfortunately, she could do nothing. Just as Zhou Hua was about to leave with Lin Ruoshi, an incongruous voice rang out. The person isn't dead. Why are you all crying? It was Yifeng who had walked in. Upon seeing Yifeng, the Lin family members frowned again. They wanted to scold Yifeng but dared not. Yifeng, perhaps your medical skills are impressive, but the old man has already passed. I hope you won't disturb him, Lin Gangjiu said with a grim expression. Then he addressed everyone. I will contact the crematorium right now to have the old man cremated as soon as possible, so he can rest in peace. Why are you in such a hurry to cremate the old man? Are you afraid I might cure him and expose your secrets? Yifeng said with a smile. Yifeng had just been observing for a short while outside the window. Lin Gangjiu looked very sad, but in his eyes, there was an excitement that came from a scheme succeeding. Although Yifeng was an outsider, he knew that if it was the old man's will, it would be impossible to remove Lin Ruoshi from her position as president, let alone give her only 1% of the shares. You are talking nonsense. Lin Gangjiu wanted to scold Yifeng but ultimately held back. After all, Yifeng had gained a notorious reputation recently, and he did not dare provoke him. The old man is gone. Even if you are a deity, you can't bring him back. Now, I need to take my wife to rest. Goodbye, Zhou Hua said with a cold smile. After saying that, he was about to take Lin Ruoshi away. Feeling the exquisite touch at Lin Ruoshi's waist, Zhou Hua could no longer contain himself and wanted to enjoy this delicacy immediately. She was the hottest woman in Jiangdu, aside from Shenao. Today, he was going to have a great time. He must use all the knowledge he had cherished for years on her. With some special pills he had prepared, he could last the whole night. Unfortunately, just as Zhou Hua turned to leave, a hand landed on his shoulder. Zhou Hua turned around and immediately saw Yifeng's smiling face. Swallowing hard, he said, Mr. Yi, I have signed an agreement with Miss Lin. Oh, is that so? Where is it? Let me see. Yi Feng said. Zhou Hua took out the agreement that Lin Ruoxi had just signed. Yi Feng didn't even look at it and simply tore it up. Now it's gone. Yi Feng grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Seeing this, Zhou Hua's face turned almost green. This was too domineering. He just tore up the agreement. But so what? It was torn. Who dared to oppose? Even though Lin Ruoxi still couldn't speak at that moment, the look in her eyes when she glanced at Yi Feng was full of brilliance. From the first time she met this man, he had shown an overwhelming dominance. There was always a sense of being the only one in the world. Miss Lin said she wants to be with me. You have no objections, right? Yi Feng squinted at Zhou Hua. He certainly knew that Zhou Hua had restricted Lin Ruoxi's ability to move and speak. And no objections, Zhou Hua said, sweating profusely. The others looked at each other in confusion. When did Lin Ruoxi ever speak? Yi Feng was not polite at all and directly pulled Lin Ruoxi into his arms from Zhou Hua's hands. Then, with a flick of his finger on her body, Lin Ruoxi immediately regained her ability to move. Thank you, Yi Feng, Lin Ruoxi said gratefully. Although she had just had thoughts of ending her life, if Yi Feng hadn't appeared, she would have been toyed with by the divine Dr. Zhou before her death. Thank me after I save your grandfather. Yi Feng waved his hand. But, Grandpa, he already. Before Lin Ruoxi could finish her sentence, tears began to flow down her cheeks. It's my fault that he is like this. Yi Feng took out the 9 turns golden needle and walked towards old Master Lin. However, Lin Gengzhou blocked him. I won't allow you to touch the old master's body, Lin Gengzhou said, mustering his courage. Although he didn't believe Yi Feng could bring a dead person back to life, he thought, better safe than sorry. If the old master came back to life, then everything would be over. Shut up! Yi Feng was too lazy to waste words and slapped him directly. Lin Gengzhou's body immediately flew out. Is there anyone else who wants to stop me? Yi Feng scanned the room with his gaze. Everyone he looked at actively stepped aside. Seeing that no one else was talking back, Yi Feng finally approached the sickbed with satisfaction. He checked the old master's condition. The old master's vital signs indeed indicated that he was dead. But for Yi Feng, there was still hope. He glanced at the women in the room and then asked, which of you is a virgin? I'm not. Lin Ruolin shook her head. I'm not either. Several women in a row were not. As for Lin Ruolu, Yi Feng didn't even look at her. If she were a virgin, that would be strange. I am. Finally, Lin Ruoxi gritted her teeth and said, good, come here. Yi Feng called Lin Ruoxi over. Clearly, to save the old master, he needed to use her innate palace blood. No matter what I do later, you must not resist, Yi Feng said. Lin Ruoxi nodded obediently. At this moment, all her hopes rested on Yi Feng. Yi Feng summoned the 9 turns golden needle and pierced it into Lin Ruoxi's abdomen, drawing out a drop of innate palace blood. Then, he began to treat the old master. After a few minutes, the old master actually came back to life. He coughed twice and opened his eyes. Grandpa! Seeing this scene, many members of the Lin family showed joy on their faces. Only Lin Gengzhou and Lin Gengxin, the 2 brothers, had very ugly expressions. Especially Lin Gengzhou. Although Yi Feng's slap had not taken his life, it had still injured him severely. But at this moment, he was not concerned about his own injuries. His attention was entirely on the old master. The old master had really been saved. It's over. Lin Gengzhou knew that everything was over. Grandpa, you're awake. That's great. At this moment, if anyone was the happiest, it was undoubtedly Lin Ruoxi. She directly threw herself into Lin Jidong's arms and cried, Dad, you're fine now. That's wonderful. Lin Gengzhou and Lin Gengxin, the 2 brothers, steeled themselves and walked over. Lin Jidong's gaze swept over the 2 of them, his eyes somewhat cold. Although he had just been on the brink of death, he still had some awareness of what was happening around him. Therefore, he was clear about everything that had occurred in the room. Dad, I was wrong. Lin Gengzhou, under the old master's cold gaze, seemed to understand that the old master already knew about the will, and finally, with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Dad, I was wrong too. Lin Gengxin also knelt down. Seeing the 2 of them, trembling like chaff, Lin Jidong's heart finally softened. He sighed and said, you can get up now. The 2 brothers were somewhat baffled. Could it be that the old master didn't know about the will? But the old master's next words made the 2 of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Bring me my will. Clearly, the old master was aware of the fake will. Lin Gengzhou trembled all over as he handed the will to the old master. However, the old man took the will but did not read it. Instead, he tore it up and said, since I am not dead yet, this will cannot take effect. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, finally understanding. It seemed the old man wanted to keep both of them. After all, although their abilities could not compare to Lin Ruoxi's, they were still the old man's own sons. Thank you for saving the old man. The Lin family members expressed their gratitude to Yi Feng, though it was unclear whether it was sincere or feigned. Yi Feng did not mind. "Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," he said casually. "Yi Feng, wait a moment." Just as Yi Feng was about to leave the hospital room, Lin Ruoshi called out to him. "Is there anything else?" Yi Feng was about to ask when he suddenly felt a coolness on his lips. Then, he saw a stunningly beautiful face appear before him. It was Lin Ruoshi. He had to admit, Lin Ruoshi was truly beautiful. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her skin was as fair as a newborn baby. At that moment, the distance between her and Yi Feng was zero. Yi Feng did not expect Lin Ruoshi to be so bold as to kiss him in front of so many people. There was no way around it. Lin Ruoshi simply did not know how to thank Yi Feng. With Yi Feng's current abilities, he could have anything he wanted. The people in the room were also dumbfounded. After all, Lin Ruoshi was famously an ice-cold beauty, and it was difficult for any man to get close to her. But now, she had taken the initiative to kiss Yi Feng. "Ruoshi, I heard your grandfather is ill, so I came to see him." At that moment, a woman carrying a fruit basket walked in. Upon seeing the scene in the room, her eyes widened in shock. The woman with the fruit basket was none other than Xianao Xue. Hearing the commotion, Lin Ruoshi instinctively wanted to pull away from Yi Feng, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the newcomer was Xianao Xue. Feeling that Yi Feng might want to break free, she directly hooked her arm around his neck. Thus, the two continued to maintain their previous position. In fact, Lin Ruoshi even escalated the action. It started off awkwardly, but gradually, it developed into a rhythm. Both Yi Feng and Lin Ruoshi had blank minds at that moment. It was as if, in this world, there was only each other, nothing else. After several minutes, Lin Ruoshi felt she was about to suffocate and finally pulled away from Yi Feng. Their full, white chests rose and fell violently. Lin Ruoshi thought Xianao Xue would be very angry, but when she looked at Xianao Xue, she was surprised to find that Xianao Xue was not angry at all. Instead, she looked at the two with her beautiful eyes, even blinking. It was as if Xianao Xue no longer cared about Yi Feng at all. It wasn't that Xianao Xue didn't care about Yi Feng, rather, she felt she had no right to interfere with him. Her current thought was very simple. As long as Yi Feng liked to do something, let him do it. Even if Yi Feng liked Lin Ruoshi and wanted to date her, it was fine. "Sister Xue, your eyes?" At that moment, Lin Ruolin discovered the key issue. Xianao Xue's eyes had been blind, but now they had returned to normal. Moreover, on the day of the wedding, Yi Feng had taken her kidney. Lin Ruolin had been present at the scene and witnessed everything, but now, Xianao Xue looked nothing like someone who had lost a kidney. "Yi Feng cured me," Xianao Xue said with a smile. Then, she lifted the fruit basket and placed it in front of the old man Lin. According to Xianao Xue's previous status, she would not have come to visit the old man Lin. However, now that the Shin family was no more, it was not a problem to come and see the old man. Unexpectedly, she witnessed such a scene. Hearing that Yi Feng had cured Xianao Xue, everyone was once again astonished by Yi Feng's medical skills. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had pulled the old man Lin back from the brink of death, which was already unbelievable. Now it seemed even more incredible, especially since Yi Feng's treatment method was quite special, requiring the innate blood of a virgin. It truly was something unseen and unheard before. However, Lin Ruoshi was more concerned about one question. Why did Yi Feng heal Xianao Xue? Did Yi Feng no longer hate Xianao Xue? Lin Ruoshi still remembered that at the wedding, the hatred in Yi Feng's eyes for Xianao Xue had reached its peak. Yet now, the hatred in Yi Feng's gaze for Xianao Xue was almost invisible. Could it be that the two were rekindling their old feelings? If Xianao Xue had a chance, then what about her? Before today, Lin Ruoshi had only admired Yi Feng as a strong person. But after today, she felt an inexplicable affection for him. In the past, she thought she couldn't compare to Xianao Xue, but now, she felt she was no worse than Xianao Xue. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoshi gently said to Yi Feng, "Yi Feng, you healed my grandfather. How about I treat you to a meal?" "President Lin, I've already made plans with Yi Feng. Why don't you ask him another day?" Xianao Xue smiled and interjected before Yi Feng could respond. Yi Feng looked at Lin Ruoshi, then at Xianao Xue. He sensed a hint of tension in the air. Lin Ruoshi ignored Xianao Xue. She was waiting for Yi Feng's choice. "There's no need for a meal. I'm leaving first," Yi Feng finally said to Lin Ruoshi, and then he walked straight out of the hospital room. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruoshi was momentarily stunned. Yi Feng actually chose Xianao Shui. It seemed Xianao Shui noticed the confusion in Lin Ruoshi's heart. She walked up to Lin Ruoshi and whispered, "I know you want to ask why Yi Feng chose me. That's a little secret between me and Yi Feng." After saying this, Xianao Shui also left the hospital room to chase after Yi Feng. A little secret between me and Yi Feng? Lin Ruoshi was even more puzzled. She really wanted to know what Xianao Shui had done. Unfortunately, Xianao Shui wouldn't tell her. After a moment of adjustment, Xianao Shui felt she was ready to go again. "Yi Feng, do you want to hit me?" Xianao Shui caught up with Yi Feng and asked softly. Yi Feng turned his head to glance at Xianao Shui, who was looking at him with an expression of anticipation, as if she really wanted him to hit her. Yi Feng's guess was not wrong. Xianao Shui had started to love that feeling. However, Yi Feng had already hit Xianao Shui once today, so that thought wasn't very strong. Therefore, he ignored Xianao Shui and continued walking. His earlier decision not to have a meal with Lin Ruoshi did not mean he had chosen Xianao Shui. He wouldn't accompany Xianao Shui either, but Xianao Shui chased after him. With a happy expression, she asked, "Yi Feng, you don't want to hit me anymore, do you not hate me now?" "Hate? Then keep hitting me until you don't hate me anymore," Xianao Shui said. "Xianao Shui, are you asking for it?" Yi Feng replied irritably. "Xianao Shui, I'm not asking for it, I just love you." Yi Feng, you don't deserve it." Xianao Shui, "Even if I don't deserve it, I still love." Yi Feng, "Get lost." Xianao Shui, "Get lost into your arms?" Yi Feng. It was the first time Yi Feng discovered that Xianao Shui had such a side to her. He didn't want to deal with Xianao Shui anymore and quickened his pace to leave. Xianao Shui wanted to chase after Yi Feng, but her high heel slowed her down, while Yi Feng's figure seemed to vanish like a ghost in a few flashes. In the end, she couldn't catch up. She could only shout in the direction Yi Feng had disappeared, "Yi Feng, I will definitely catch up to you." Xianao Shui took out her phone, wanting to call Yi Feng, but at that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Shenhuangua. "Oh Shui, where are you?" Shenhuangua asked. "I'm at the hospital. Come back to the Shen family villa immediately." Back to the Shen family villa? Xianao Shui was a bit confused. Where was there a villa in the current Shen family? Shenhuangua didn't elaborate but said, "You'll know when you get back." Xianao Shui didn't think much of it, hailed a cab, and headed to the Shen family villa. At that moment, a large crowd had gathered at the Shen family villa, but most of them were kneeling on the ground, including Shenhuangua. The only one sitting on the sofa was a handsome young man. Although he wore a warm smile on his face, the gazes of everyone looking at him were filled with fear, because beside the kneeling crowd lay dozens of corpses, none of which were intact. It was as if they had been attacked by wild beasts. When Xianao Shui arrived at the Shen family villa, she was stunned by the scene before her. This sight was even more bloody and brutal than when Yi Feng had gone on a killing spree at the wedding. "Oh Shui, quickly, kneel before young Master D." Seeing Xianao Shui return, Shenhuangua hurriedly said to her, "Young Master D?" Upon hearing this surname, Xianao Shui understood immediately. She obediently knelt before the young man. Upon realizing he was from the D family, Xianao Shui didn't even dare to look at him. Di Fengwu's gaze roamed over Xianao Shui's perfect figure, and then he said to her, "Lift your head." Di Fengwu's words were like a decree, impossible to refuse. Xianao Shui slowly raised her head. Suddenly, a face that could bring disaster to the nation appeared in Di Fengwu's sight. Indeed, a rare beauty. Di Fengwu couldn't help but exclaim. Di Fengwu was the young master who had come to assist the Shen family. In fact, he had arrived in Jiangdu long ago. However, he hadn't come to the Shen family right away. Being young, he had spent several days enjoying various high-end venues. Only after getting bored did he come to the Shen family. The Shen family villa and its assets had long been divided among other families, but Di Fengwu's appearance instantly changed everything. Initially, those who had benefited from the situation wanted to resist, but after witnessing Di Fengwu's terror, they immediately knelt. Di Fengwu appeared gentle and refined, even somewhat like a weak scholar. Yet his actions were incredibly brutal. They had seen with their own eyes as Di Fengwu tore a person in half with his bare hands. As for the martial artist they had invited, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Di Fengwu. "Come here, sit beside me," Di Fengwu said to Xianao Shui. Xianao Shui trembled slightly under Di Fengwu's gaze. Clearly, she was very afraid. When the servant from the Di family had appeared, he had been just as domineering, instantly killing all of the Shen family's bodyguards. And the martial artist from the Di family, Hong Tao, had been defeated with just a finger. Faced with such a terrifying Di family, the Shen family had no strength to resist at all. Ultimately, they had resorted to such actions. Because of her guilt towards Yi Feng, Xianao Shui had decided to observe mourning for 3 years. Later, Su Tancheng appeared and began to pursue Xianao Shui. At first, she had actually rejected him, but Su Tiancheng used schemes to take her body. Moreover, the Su family was inherently stronger than the Shin family, leaving her with no choice but to eventually submit to Su Tiancheng. However, what Xianao Xue didn't know was that Su Tiancheng actually had issues. He had never truly possessed her. Xianao Xue trembled as she walked to sit beside Di Fingwu, of course, leaving quite a distance. Di Fingwu reached out to touch Xianao Xue's face, but she dodged away. His expression darkened instantly, and the next moment, a slap landed on Xianao Xue's face, sending her flying. Ao Xue! Shen Wanguo was startled at the sight. Xianao Xue fell to the ground. Come here, Di Fingwu said forcefully to Xianao Xue. Xianao Xue struggled to stand up and slowly walked to Di Fingwu. Di Fingwu reached out again. Xianao Xue dodged once more. Slap! Another slap struck Xianao Xue's face, blood immediately flowing from the corner of her mouth. Come here! Xianao Xue walked to Di Fingwu again. Di Fingwu extended his hand for the third time. This time, Xianao Xue did not dodge, because she knew that if she resisted again, she might die. Seeing that Xianao Xue did not evade, Di Fingwu finally revealed a satisfied expression. In the world of Di Fingwu, there is only obedience. Sit down, Di Fingwu instructed Xianao Xue to sit again. Xianao Xue obediently sat beside him. Di Fingwu scanned the crowd kneeling before him and said, "Return to me what you took from the Shin family, exactly as you took it. Remember, it must be double, otherwise, you know the consequences. We'll give it back right away." The group was utterly terrified. They hurriedly returned everything they had seized from the Shin family, and it was indeed double. As a result, the Shin family not only regained their former strength but even doubled it. This is the power of a super strong individual. After everything was done, Di Fingwu turned to Xianao Xue and smiled. "So, do you like the gift I gave you?" I like it," Xianao Xue stammered. "That's good to hear." Di Fingwu looked at Xianao Xue, who was sitting obediently beside him, and felt quite fond of her. Over the past few days, he had explored all the high-end venues in Jiangdu. He had seen all the top performers, the signature acts, and the mainstays. Although those women were quite impressive, the gap compared to Xianao Xue was still very large. Xianao Xue felt even more frightened under Di Fingwu's gaze. She understood what his eyes meant, but in the face of such a terrifying presence, could she resist? "Well, young Master Di, you and Ao Xue should rest well. I won't disturb you," Shen Wanguo said, quite perceptively. Not to mention that Di Fingwu wanted Xianao Xue. Even if he wanted Shen Wanguo to serve him, he wouldn't dare to resist in the slightest. Di Fingwu was already terrifying enough, but the Di family behind him was even more so. Soon, everyone in the hall left, leaving only Xianao Xue and Di Fingwu. The bodies on the ground had also been cleared away. "Follow me." Di Fingwu stood up and walked toward the bedroom. Xianao Xue could only obediently follow behind him. "Sit on the bed," Di Fingwu said. Xianao Xue had no choice but to comply. "You seem quite nervous. Take this and eat it, and you won't be nervous anymore." Di Fingwu handed a small pill to Xianao Xue, wearing a charming smile. Xianao Xue took the pill and put it in her mouth but didn't swallow it. She seemed to know what it was. Seeing that Xianao Xue hadn't swallowed it, Di Fingwu said sternly, "Swallow it." Only then did Xianao Xue swallow the pill. I want to take a shower first," Xianao Xue said. "Go ahead," Di Fingwu replied generously. Xianao Xue walked into the bathroom. Immediately, she took out her phone. She didn't dare to call Yifeng, so she could only edit a text message. However, when she was about to type, she hesitated. Should she ask Yifeng to save her? Was Yifeng a match for Di Fingwu? Although Yifeng was formidable, having reached the master level, the Di family couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. The Di family was an extraordinarily transcendent existence. In fact, even through normal means, one couldn't find any trace of this family. This was the reason Yifeng had yet to seek revenge against the Di family. He had searched through all the families in the country, and there was simply no Di family. After much hesitation, Xianao Xue finally edited a text message and sent it to Yifeng. At the Di residence, several people were watching television. Hong Ye and Suyu were both wearing thin pajamas. Yi Qi frowned at this scene. She said to Suyu, "What are you wearing?" "It's a pajama, Mom." "You don't even recognize pajamas?" Suyu rolled her eyes. "I know it's a pajama, but is it suitable for you? Look, your belly is almost exposed. And that strap, are you sure it's a strap and not a thread? Aren't you afraid it will break?" Yi Qi said irritably. This girl was getting more and more outrageous. She dared to wear such a revealing pajama. "Mom, why don't you say anything about Sister Hongye? Her pajamas are even more revealing than mine," Suyu said, feeling quite unconvinced. "Hongye is Hongye, and you are you," Yi Qi said coldly. "Why can Sister Hongye wear it and I can't?" "Mom, you're being so double-standard," Suyu pouted. "There's no reason, you just can't wear it. Go change right now." Yi Qi glared. "I won't," Suyu retorted. "Hey, you little brat, are you looking for a beating? Yi Chi instinctively raised her slipper. Brother, Mom is going to hit your incredibly cute sister, quick, protect me. Suyu immediately hid behind Yi Feng, wrapping her arms around his waist, only her head peeking out to look at Yi Chi. Seeing this, Yi Chi became even angrier. You little brat, how old are you and you still don't know to avoid suspicion? He's my brother, what do I need to avoid? Suyu tilted her head. Yi Chi replied, just because he's your brother, you need to avoid suspicion. Suyu said, but he's not my real brother. Alright, so you want to argue with me? Yi Feng, grab her. Yi Chi put her hands on her hips. Suyu immediately started to act cute towards Yi Feng. Brother, you won't listen to Mom, will you? While she spoke, her two big white arms were rubbing against Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng directly caught Suyu. Well, my incredibly cute sister, I can't afford to ignore Mom's words, Yi Feng chuckled. Yi Chi walked over, tugging Suyu's ear, and pulled her into her bedroom. Before long, Suyu came out wearing a bright red pajama set. Mom, what is this? I'm dying of heat, Suyu said, utterly speechless, instinctively wanting to take it off. If you dare to take it off, I'll break your legs, Yi Chi said fiercely. Suyu had no choice but to give up. Her puffed-up appearance, combined with the bright red pajamas, was quite comical. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness. This picture was so familiar. Once, they had been this happy. He vowed to always make Yi Chi and Suyu happy. Meanwhile, Hongya, witnessing this scene, felt her eyes subtly moisten, because this was an atmosphere she had never experienced. She had entered society in her teens, going through a lot. The countless scars on her body were the best proof. If she hadn't been tough enough, she wouldn't have survived until now. Of course, the person she should be most grateful to for being alive was the killing emperor. Because of this, she vowed to always protect this courtyard and its owner. Sensing Hongya's emotions, Yi Feng gently held her hand. Hongya glanced at Yi Feng and then obediently leaned on his shoulder. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented happiness. Doesn't someone feel superfluous? Yi Chi suddenly said, looking at Suyu sitting next to Yi Feng. Who? Suyu looked around in confusion, realizing her little mouth pouted even higher. Just as they were enjoying this warm moment, Yi Feng's phone received a text message. The number wasn't displayed, it was Shinao Shue's. Yi Feng wouldn't forget, because 5 years ago, he had firmly etched this number in his mind. Shinao Shue was indeed a sticky candy. Yi Feng planned to ignore it. However, Suyu directly snatched the phone and read it aloud. Yi Feng, being able to see you again is the greatest happiness of my life. I'm very sorry for the harm I caused you. I won't bother you anymore. I'm very sorry, I never got to be your woman. Shinao Shue sent 2 messages in total. Wow, brother, you better confess, who is this little vixen? Suyu asked with a gossiping face. Shinao Shue, Yi Feng replied directly. Hearing it was from Shinao Shue, Suyu's face immediately darkened, because Shinao Shue had interrupted Yi Chi's hand and had done such things to Yi Feng, so she would never forgive Shinao Shue for life. Brother, if you dare to get back together with Shinao Shue, then don't recognize me as your sister, Suyu said fiercely. Don't worry, I won't pay her any mind, Yi Feng replied. It was actually a good thing that Shinao Shue wasn't bothering him. Oh, right, Yi Feng, I just received a report that recently, someone with the surname D seems to have appeared in Jiangdu, Hongya suddenly said. The surname D. Upon hearing those 2 words, Yi Feng's expression immediately darkened. During this time, he had tried every means to find clues related to the D family, but the results he obtained indicated that there was no such family as the D family. He never expected that someone with the surname D would appear in Jiangdu. He didn't know if there was any connection to the D family. There should be a connection, after all, the surname D was too rare. Ordinary people wouldn't use it. Where? Yi Feng tried to control his killing intent. Anyone who dared to take his kidney, no matter how powerful they were, he wouldn't let them go. My little brother said he has seen him in several places run by widows, but that man is terrifying. Just because he said the wrong thing, a widow almost died at his hands, Hongya said solemnly. Yi Feng's brows furrowed. Connecting it with the message Shinao Shue sent him, could there be some relation? At that moment, Hongya's phone rang. After answering the call, Hongya's brows knitted together. She said in a deep voice, the Shin family has recovered, and they have become even stronger than before, expanding wildly. It is said that their value has already exceeded 200 billion. Yi Feng's expression turned somewhat grim. Although his hatred for Shinao Shue had lessened, he had no intention of allowing the Shin family to rise again. If there were no accidents, it must be related to that person with the surname D. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Shin family, which had been nearly divided by several major families, to make a comeback and even become stronger. Originally, if it were just Xiaoshue's matter, Yifeng wouldn't care at all. But since it was related to the D family, he couldn't ignore it. In the Shin family villa, Xiaoshue had been in the bathroom for a long time. Outside, Di Fengwu was starting to lose patience. In fact, Xiaoshue originally wanted Yifeng to come and save her. First, she knew that Yifeng might not come to save her. Second, Yifeng might not be a match for Di Fengwu. Last time, because she was afraid of the D family and under the pressure from Shenhuangua, she ultimately chose to hurt Yifeng. This time, she didn't want to do that again. Reflecting on the time when Yifeng was the son-in-law of the Shin family, it was actually the most relaxed and happiest time for her. Yifeng always took care of her meticulously. He clearly remembered her menstrual cycle. He remembered all her habits. He had never touched her, yet he still worked tirelessly. In fact, Yifeng didn't have no opportunities at all. Several times, when Xiaoshue got drunk and was unconscious, Yifeng actually had chances. It was just that she told Yifeng that her health was poor, and doing that kind of thing would harm her body. Yifeng really didn't touch her again. After losing Yifeng, although the Shin family soared to great heights, she also became the most dazzling woman in Jiangdu. However, there was no longer a man like Yifeng by her side. Many men liked her and wanted to have her, but there was no man who truly loved her. So this time, Xiaoshue decided to choose Yifeng. She knew that this choice would be a disaster for her. The man outside wouldn't let her go, nor would he let the Shin family go. Yifeng, this time, I choose to keep my body pure for you. Xiaoshue filled the wash basin with water and then buried her head in it. Outside, Di Fengwu had grown somewhat impatient. So, he walked over directly. With a gentle push on the door, the entire bathroom door fell down, revealing the scene inside. Xiaoshue was not taking a bath. Instead, she had her head buried in the basin and was completely motionless. Di Fengwu's expression changed dramatically as he yanked Xiaoshue out of the water. Xiaoshue had already stopped breathing. "Heh, you want to die? Did you get my permission?" Di Fengwu punched Xiaoshue in the stomach. Wow! Xiaoshue immediately spat out a large mouthful of water. Then, she woke up. "Di Fengwu, I am Yifeng's woman, don't touch me." Xiaoshue's hair was wet and hung over her face, her complexion extremely pale. Her words made Di Fengwu's expression turn very ugly. He grabbed Xiaoshue's chin and said coldly, "Xiaoshue, I'm giving you one more chance. Tell me, whose woman are you?" "I am Yifeng's woman," Xiaoshue repeated. Bang! Di Fengwu punched Xiaoshue in the stomach again. Xiaoshue twisted in pain. "Whose woman are you?" "I am Yifeng's." Bang! Di Fengwu punched her again. "Whose woman?" Di Fengwu seemed to go mad. This was the first time he encountered a woman who dared to defy him. He remembered that woman called the widow who had dared to reject him and had her tendons severed on the spot. Yifeng's. Despite the blood flowing from her mouth, Xiaoshue still said so. In her mind, she recalled all the good things Yifeng had done for her. At that time, she had looked down on Yifeng, thinking he was just a live-in son-in-law, a useless man. People often only learn to cherish what they have when they lose it. Bang bang bang! Di Fengwu went wild, punching Xiaoshue's stomach repeatedly. At first, Xiaoshue would scream in agony, but soon, her screams grew quieter. Eventually, she stopped making any sound. In another room, Shenhuangua listened to Xiaoshue's screams, feeling an immense anxiety in his heart. He wanted to see what was happening but didn't dare to go. Let her die. In the end, Shenhuangua mustered his courage and knocked on Di Fengwu's door. The door opened, and he saw Di Fengwu's gloomy face but did not see Xiaoshue. "Young Master Di, I think I just heard Xiaoshue's voice. Is she alright?" Shenhuangua swallowed hard and asked. "If she's fine, you can go see for yourself," Di Fengwu replied coldly. Shenhuangua nervously walked in and then saw Xiaoshue collapsed by the water basin. Xiaoshue was not dead. Blood was oozing from her mouth, and her body twitched slightly. Although she was not dead yet, it was clear she was not far from it. "Xiaoshue, are you alright?" Shenhuangua picked up Xiaoshue. He was furious but did not dare to question Di Fengwu. "She said she is Yifeng's woman. Tell me, who is Yifeng?" Di Fengwu's eyes narrowed. Hearing Di Fengwu's words, Shenhuangua was shocked. He never expected Xiaoshue would say she was Yifeng's woman. "Xiaoshue, have you lost your mind?" Shenhuangua looked at his dying daughter, his heart filled with sorrow. At that moment, Di Fengwu grabbed Shenhuangua and nearly roared. "I ask you, who is Yifeng?" Di Fengwu came from the hidden clan of the Di family. Not only was he handsome, but his strength was also terrifying. Outside the hidden clan, no one of his age was his match. He could have any woman he wanted, even if that woman was someone else's wife. As long as he waved his hand, that woman would obediently come to him. Just like when he first arrived in Jiangdu, he happened to encounter a newlywed couple in a hotel. he took a liking to the bride. After demonstrating his immense power, the bride obediently followed him upstairs and entered his room. But Xiaoxue actually said she was Yi Feng's woman. It was simply outrageous. No matter who this Yi Feng was, he would tear him to pieces. Yi Feng is Xue's ex-husband. Shen Wanhua stammered. Ex-husband? Di Fengwu's brows furrowed. Are you saying she was married before? Di Fengwu's expression darkened. Although he didn't mind whether a woman was a virgin or not, the fact that a woman as exceptional as Xiaoxue couldn't completely belong to him made him quite angry. She has been married, and twice at that. Shen Wanhua dared not hide anything from Di Fengwu. Twice? Di Fengwu was even more puzzled. She has been married twice, so why is she still a virgin? Di Fengwu asked. What? Shen Wanhua was completely bewildered by Di Fengwu's words. He knew that Xiaoxue had never let Yi Feng touch her, but Su Tiancheng couldn't possibly have never touched Xiaoxue. After all, Xiaoxue chose to marry Su Tiancheng because she told him that Su Tiancheng had used means to obtain her. At that time, the Shen family was not strong enough to oppose the Su family, so Shen Wanhua persuaded Xiaoxue to marry Su Tiancheng. Ultimately, under multiple pressures, Xiaoxue chose to marry Su Tiancheng. After all, Su Tiancheng was also a hotshot in Jiangdu, so marrying him wasn't a loss. But now Di Fengwu was telling him that Xiaoxue was still a virgin? You must be mistaken. How could Xuexue possibly be? Shen Wanhua said, puzzled. As for me, Di Fengwu, I have played with countless women, if not 10,000, at least 8,000. How could I not tell if she is or isn't? Di Fengwu said proudly. How is that possible? Even if Yi Feng hasn't touched Xuexue, young Master Su couldn't possibly have. Shen Wanhua said in a deep voice. Who is young Master Su? Di Fengwu narrowed his eyes. Young Master Su is Xue's second husband. Where is he? Di Fengwu was very angry. With Xiaoxue's beauty, she was outstanding even among hidden families. It was intolerable for such an exceptional woman to be wasted by an ordinary man. Even if nothing had happened, he would still kill both of Xiaoxue's husbands. Young Master Su has already been killed by Yi Feng. Di Fengwu released Shen Wanhua. Since young Master Su was dead, the only one he needed to kill was Yi Feng. Come here, Di Fengwu shouted to the guards waiting outside. Young Master Di, what are your orders? The guards asked, bowing. Bring Xiaoxue's ex-husband, the one named Yi Feng, to me, Di Fengwu commanded. Upon hearing Di Fengwu's words, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Who was Yi Feng? He was a god of death. He could even kill the war god's disciple. Asking them to bring Yi Feng was like seeking death, wasn't it? What? Do you dare to question my orders? Seeing the guards not moving, Di Fengwu's expression darkened. It's not that we don't want to go, young Master Di, but that Yi Feng is indeed formidable, and we are no match for him. The guards turned pale. Oh, he's formidable? Di Fengwu asked, narrowing his eyes. He killed the war god's disciple. The guards said truthfully. The war god's disciple is not the war god. What are you afraid of? Di Fengwu frowned. Although he was from a hidden family, he knew about the war god. However, in front of the hidden families, the war god was nothing much. But his current strength was not enough to deal with the war god. However, dealing with the war god's disciple should be easy, right? He thought for a moment and realized that sending these useless people to bring Yi Feng was clearly impossible. So he turned to Shen Wanhua and asked, do you have his contact information? Shen Wanhua shook his head. He used to have it, but now it was long gone. However, Xuexue might have it, Shen Wanhua said. Di Fengwu walked over to the barely conscious Xiaoxue and infused a bit of internal energy into her body. Xiaoxue, who had been breathing shallowly, surprisingly regained consciousness. Call Yi Feng and have him come, Di Fengwu said coldly to Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue glanced at Di Fengwu and then said, I won't. Seeking death. Di Fengwu immediately flew into a rage, nearly slapping Xiaoxue to death. However, he ultimately held back. Xiaoxue, don't worry, I won't kill you. I want to wait for that guy named Yi Feng to come, and then, in front of him, possess you. Di Fengwu said in a very twisted manner. He won't come. Xiaoxue smiled sadly. Although her relationship with Yi Feng had eased somewhat, it was clear that Yi Feng had not forgiven her at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slapped her so hard. Perhaps, if Yi Feng knew she was dead, he would be very happy. Xuexue, be good. Quickly call Yi Feng and have him come over. Shen Wanhua saw Di Fengwu's expression growing increasingly grim and hurriedly advised. Xuexue, have you forgotten why we invited the people from the Di family? Isn't it to kill Yi Feng? Haven't you always wanted to kill him? Could it be that you still have feelings for him? Dad, I've already made one mistake. I can't make another. Xiaoxue said weakly. Di Fengwu was extremely irritable. He directly picked up Xiaoxue's phone, wanting her to unlock it. But Xiaoxue refused to comply. However, her phone had facial recognition. Di Fengwu simply used her face to unlock the phone. He began to search through the contacts. Xiaoxue tried to snatch the phone back but was kicked to the ground by Di Fengwu. Soon, Di Fengwu found a contact labeled husband. He dialed it directly. The call connected quickly. "Are you Xiaoxue's husband?" Di Fengwu asked coldly. "I'm not. Who are you?" Yi Feng replied. Di Fengwu was taken aback. He thought he had dialed the wrong number, but Xiaoxue had clearly labeled it as husband. "Is your name Yi Feng?" Di Fengwu asked again. "It is," Yi Feng answered. "Then that's right. Now, your wife is in my hands. Hurry over, or else." "Yi Feng, don't come. He's from the Di family." At that moment, Xiaoxue suddenly shouted loudly. As soon as her words were out, she was kicked by Di Fengwu, letting out a cry of pain. On the other end of the line, Yi Feng fell silent. Xiaoxue actually told him not to come? Was she afraid he would be killed by Di Fengwu? Would Xiaoxue care about him? Moreover, from Xiaoxue's voice just now, it was evident that she had already been seriously injured. Xiaoxue, despite being gravely hurt, still wanted to protect him? This made it hard for Yi Feng to believe. Seeing that there was no sound on the phone, Di Fengwu sneered. "Yi Feng, if you're a man, hurry over. Otherwise, I can only have some fun with your wife, and of course, if you come, I will have fun with your wife right in front of you." It was clear that Di Fengwu was trying to provoke hatred. He wanted to anger Yi Feng into coming. "If you don't come, I'll find 100 men to have fun with your wife." Di Fengwu continued. "You are from the Di family?" After a long while, Yi Feng finally replied. "That's right, I am from the Di family." "Kid, if you're too scared, then don't come," Di Fengwu said arrogantly. "Wait for me," Yi Feng replied and then hung up the phone. "Hongya, speed up." After hanging up, Yi Feng said to Hongya, "Yi Feng, after all, he is from the Di family, we." Hongya bit her lip and said, "If you're afraid, you don't have to go," Yi Feng said calmly. "No, I meant to ask if I should bring people from the Luocha Hall." Hongya quickly clarified, knowing Yi Feng had misunderstood. She, Hongya, was never someone who shied away from trouble. "No need," Yi Feng shook his head. Since the other party was from the Di family, it was clear they were not ordinary people. Ordinary people would be of no use at all. However, it would take some time to reach the Shin family. Although Yi Feng's hatred for Xiaoxue had not disappeared, at this moment, he did not want anything to happen to her. After all, Xiaoxue's face was something he greatly enjoyed. Time passed second by second. Di Fengwu had grown tired of waiting. He grabbed Xiaoxue's collar and said to her, "Xiaoxue, as long as you say you love me, I will." Looking at Di Fengwu's face, which was filled with ferocity, Xiaoxue slowly spoke, "I love Yi Feng." Xiaoxue's words made Di Fengwu's expression even more sinister. "Who do you love?" Di Fengwu slapped Xiaoxue's face again. "Yi, Shun, slap, slap, slap." Di Fengwu's hand continued to strike Xiaoxue's face. "Aoxue, quickly say you love young Master Di." Shen Wangwei was extremely anxious. Fortunately, just as Di Fengwu was about to beat Xiaoxue to death, he stopped. "Good, very good. When that Yi Feng arrives, I will tear him apart piece by piece in front of you." Di Fengwu sneered. At this moment, Xiaoxue wanted to say something, but she could no longer speak. Despite her body enduring excruciating pain, her spirit was incredibly relaxed. It turned out that loving someone steadfastly felt like this. Even if it meant giving her life for him, she was willing. Unfortunately, she realized this truth too late. "Before Yi Feng arrives, let's play a game. Bring her up." Di Fengwu clapped his hands. The next moment, a stretcher was brought in and placed on the dining table. Lying on the stretcher was a woman. She had only one eye, and her tendons had been severed. Several steel pipes were inserted into her abdomen. Upon seeing the woman, Shen Wanhua trembled all over. He recognized her. She was the widow of one of the 4 notorious bandits. It was known that any bandit was incredibly ruthless. Even at the height of the Shen family's power, they dared not provoke them. But now, that infamous widow, who had killed countless people, was in such a state. She looked like meat on a chopping board. "Do you see this? This is the consequence of defying me. Xiaoxue, if it weren't for your perfect appearance, I wouldn't have the heart to ruin your body. Do you think you can still stand whole before me?" As Di Fengwu spoke, he walked up to the widow. He extended his finger and pressed it directly on the widow's other eye. "Ah!" The widow let out a painful scream. When she opened her mouth, Shen Wanhua realized that half of her tongue was missing. It wasn't cut off, it seemed to have been bitten off. "That's right, I bit off her tongue." Di Fengwu grinned savagely, and the next moment, he forcefully pressed his finger into the widow's eye, causing it to burst. The widow immediately fainted from the pain. This scene terrified everyone present. Di Fengwu, who appeared gentle and refined, turned out to be so brutal, especially Xianao Xue, who was trembling in fear. At this moment, she both anticipated Yi Feng's arrival and wished he wouldn't come. Her heart was in turmoil. Seeing the widow faint, Di Fengwu actually infused her with internal energy, waking her up. "I'm bored." Di Fengwu seemed to have lost interest. He raised a decorative guangong knife and aimed it at the widow's waist, seemingly wanting to cut her in half. Whoosh! The large knife swung toward the widow's waist. If this knife struck, the widow would be sliced into two. To Di Fengwu, it seemed that the lives of ordinary people were worthless. "Stop!" At that moment, a cold shout rang out. Di Fengwu's movement halted. The guangong knife was only a few millimeters away from the widow's belly. He turned his head to look at the doorway. There stood a striking figure, a female constable. She held a gun in her hand, her breath heaving violently. Her ample figure seemed ready to burst out of her uniform. That's right. The person who had arrived was the female constable He Xiaoming. Although Shen Wangue knew that reporting to the authorities was meaningless, he still reported to the patrol room. He Xiaoming was on duty nearby, so she was the first to arrive. As soon as he entered, he was met with such a bloody scene that he immediately drew his sidearm. Seeing He Xiaoming aiming a gun at him, Di Fengwu's expression remained unchanged. He looked at He Xiaoming with a wicked charm, his gaze assessing her impressive figure. He hadn't expected such an opportunity to present itself. However, Di Fengwu's target was Xianao Xue, so he had no interest in He Xiaoming at the moment. Not only did the other party refuse to lower her weapon, but she also brazenly scrutinized his body, which made He Xiaoming a bit angry as she said, "Put down your weapon immediately." "What if I don't?" Di Fengwu sneered. "Then I'll have to shoot." "You can try shooting," Di Fengwu said, unafraid. Seeing that Di Fengwu ignored her, He Xiaoming fired a shot at the window as a warning. Di Fengwu disdainfully shook his head, completely disregarding her. He aimed the guanyu knife at the widow again, intending to continue what he had not finished earlier. Witnessing this scene, He Xiaoming's pretty face darkened, and she finally pulled the trigger. Bang! Clang! The two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. After He Xiaoming fired, she did not hit Di Fengwu. The bullet was actually severed in two by Di Fengwu's guanyu knife. At that moment, everyone truly recognized Di Fengwu's power. "Little constable, since you want to play, let's play together." A wicked smile appeared on Di Fengwu's lips. In the next moment, his body directly appeared in front of He Xiaoming. Before she could react, she felt a numbness in her body, and then she collapsed. Di Fengwu caught He Xiaoming and placed her on the widow's dining table. Then, he picked up the guanyu knife again, aiming the blade at both of their waists, preparing to sever them both in one stroke. Fear filled He Xiaoming's beautiful eyes. She couldn't understand why there were such evil people in this world, as if human lives were as insignificant as grass in their hands. Just as her life was about to end, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. If only Chen Gu was here. Unfortunately, Yi Feng could not hear her words. Whoosh! The guanyu knife swung down. Just as it seemed their bodies would be severed, the blade hesitated and did not fall. At some point, a figure appeared beside the dining table and grabbed the blade of the guanyu knife with his hand. He Xiaoming felt no pain for a long time and opened her eyes. Then, she saw a familiar figure standing in front of her, like a deity descending from the heavens. Shan Gu! Joy surged in He Xiaoming's eyes. Just moments ago, she had wished for Yi Feng to be there. She never expected Yi Feng to actually appear and save her at the critical moment. To be fair, at first, He Xiaoming was a bit afraid of Yi Feng. After all, the scene she witnessed in the wheat field was truly terrifying. Yi Feng had seemed like a beast, but after the events in the hospital, she knew that Yi Feng was definitely not a bad person. Seeing that the other party had so easily caught the knife he had swung down, Di Fengwu frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Yi Feng." Yi Feng. It was Yi Feng. Upon seeing Yi Feng, a hint of joy and excitement appeared in Di Fengwu's eyes. Although he hadn't used any internal power just now, the fact that Yi Feng could catch his knife indicated that Yi Feng's strength was not weak. No wonder he could slay the god of war's disciple. Unfortunately, although the god of war's disciple was exceptionally talented, he was still leagues behind the geniuses of the hidden clans. Therefore, Di Fengwu didn't take Yi Feng seriously at all. "Yi Feng, hurry and leave." Seeing that Yi Feng had really come, Xianao Xue's eyes lit up with happiness. She thought Yi Feng had come for her. Just seeing Yi Feng come to save her made Xianao Xue feel that she had no regrets even if she died. "You are Yi Feng?" Emperor Fengwu scrutinized Yi Feng, seemingly trying to discern what was extraordinary about him. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked, he couldn't find anything remarkable about Yi Feng. Yes, Yi Feng was quite handsome, but what good was being handsome? Moreover, Emperor Fengwu himself was not lacking in looks. "It's me," Yi Feng said. "I thought you were someone significant, but you're just an ordinary person. I'm curious why Xiaoxue would fall in love with you, Emperor Fengwu scoffed. She loves me? Yifeng seemed to have heard the biggest joke. If Xiaoxue loved him, how could she follow the arrangements of the D family, trick him up the mountain, and even have his kidney removed? The key point was that Xiaoxue had personally pushed him off the cliff. Emperor Fengwu, didn't you want me to say I love you? Fine, I say it, I love you, so let Yifeng go, Xiaoxue suddenly said. Upon hearing this, a playful expression appeared on Emperor Fengwu's face as he said, What, Xiaoxue, at this point, you still want to protect him? Do you think I will let him go? Yifeng, please escape. The scene that had just unfolded filled Xiaoxue with fear. She felt that Yifeng was definitely no match for Emperor Fengwu. Seeing the anxious expression on Xiaoxue's face, Yifeng's heart also trembled. Xiaoxue actually cared about him? It must be an act, definitely an act. No matter what Xiaoxue did, the harm she had caused Yifeng had already become a fact. Yifeng could no longer trust her. Widow! At that moment, Hongyi also saw the widow, who had been tortured beyond recognition. Although the two had never gotten along, as queens of the underground forces in Jiangdu, seeing the widow tortured like this inevitably evoked a sense of sorrow for a fellow creature. Hearing Hongye's voice, a hint of joy appeared on the widow's pale face. Her mouth kept opening and closing, but she could hardly make a sound. However, from her lip movements, it was clear she wanted to say something. The widow said, Rakshasa, give me a quick end, I beg you. Having been tortured to this extent, the widow only wished for a swift death. After all, she was a person of some renown. She would rather die than live in humiliation. But Hongye shook her head vigorously. She simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Xiaoxue, just watch how I will chop your man into meat paste, piece by piece. Emperor Fengwu moved his neck and raised the Guangong knife again. This time, he infused it with internal energy. The Guangong knife instantly radiated a golden light. The internal energy was externalized, clearly indicating that Emperor Fengwu's strength had reached the earth level. Only an earth-level master could externalize internal energy and make it shine. After being infused with internal energy, that ordinary Guangong knife would become indestructible. This powerful strike seemed as if it would split heaven and earth. Die, Yifeng! Emperor Fengwu roared. However, facing such a terrifying strike from Emperor Fengwu, Yifeng's expression showed no change. He gently waved his hand. In the next moment, a sword chi shot out from his fingertips. Put! The sword chi, about a foot long, instantly pierced through Emperor Fengwu's body. Emperor Fengwu's attack came to an abrupt halt. He looked down at his own mouth, only to see a blood hole appearing right there. Emperor Fengwu looked at Yifeng in disbelief. You are actually a celestial master. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. The ferocious and powerful Emperor Fengwu, who could split bullets with a single strike, was actually killed in one move by Yifeng. They realized the key point from Emperor Fengwu's last words. Yifeng was a celestial master. A celestial level master. Was this a joke? Countless martial artists spent their entire lives without reaching such a realm. Yifeng achieved it in just 3 years. It should be noted that there were hardly any celestial level masters in an entire state. At this moment, the most shocked was Xiaoxue. She knew that Yifeng had become very strong over the past 3 years. I never expected it to be this powerful. A member of the heavenly sect is a terrifying existence that countless prominent families would vie to recruit. They are truly great families, the kind with assets in the billions. Those families would go to great lengths, even at an enormous cost, to win over a strong individual. Some families would even offer their young and talented women to attract such super strong figures. Xiaoxue has a very strong personality. Therefore, she is also attracted to strong individuals. Although Yifeng treated her well back then, in her eyes, he was just a useless man who could only flatter women. Only a truly powerful man is qualified to be her Xiaoxue's partner. Not to mention, even though they were already married, when Xiaoxue said she wouldn't let Yifeng touch her, he really didn't dare to. If Yifeng had truly dared to force himself on her, perhaps she would have long since become his woman. And now, Yifeng has undergone a tremendous transformation compared to 3 years ago. He is powerful and cold. Such a man is the most captivating to women. Not to mention Xiaoxue, even He Xiaoming looked at Yifeng with stars in her eyes. Isn't he much stronger than that dragon team leader, He Dali? I thought it would be a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. I didn't expect it to end so lightly. Yifeng approached Di Fengwu. At this moment, Di Fengwu still retained the last trace of consciousness. Tell me, how can I find the Di family? Yifeng asked coldly. Di Fengwu's eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. He, Di Fengwu, was a prodigy of the Hidden Clan. Among the geniuses of the Hidden Clan, his talent, while not the highest, was above average. He thought that in the secular world, he could do as he pleased. Unexpectedly, on his first mission, he was killed by Yifeng. In fact, Difengwu was just too unlucky. If it weren't for encountering Yifeng, there really weren't many who could kill him. Yifeng, if you kill me, you won't survive either. In the last moment of his life, Difengwu suddenly smiled. After saying this, he completely breathed his last. Although Yifeng could have prolonged his life for a while, even saving him, there was no need to do so. He didn't believe that after killing a member of the D family, they would treat it as if nothing had happened. With the strength of the D family, they would never endure it. Yifeng, please, save Aoshue. At this moment, Shen Wanguo was supporting the barely conscious Shen Aoshue, anxiously shouting at Yifeng. Seeing that Yifeng didn't move, Shen Wanguo directly knelt before him. Yifeng, can I bow to you? As long as you save Aoshue, we will do anything. However, at this moment, Shen Aoshue's expression seemed somewhat calm. She looked at Yifeng, a faint smile appearing on her face as she said, Yifeng, this time, I didn't betray you. After saying this, she completely fainted. Yifeng sighed and ultimately walked towards Shen Aoshue. After checking, he found that Shen Aoshue was gravely injured. If it weren't for a force within her sustaining her life, she would have likely died long ago. This force should have been input by Difengwu to prevent Shen Aoshue from dying. He carried Shen Aoshue into the bedroom. The others waited anxiously outside. Yifeng took out the 9-turn golden needles to treat Shen Aoshue. Soon, Shen Aoshue woke up. However, to completely heal her, he would need to use his internal energy, even utilizing the Qilin blood within him. If it were before, even if Yifeng could save Shen Aoshue's life, he wouldn't have completely healed her. But today, he didn't expect Shen Aoshue to stand up to Difengwu so fiercely. Alright, you're fine now. Soon, Yifeng removed the 9-turn golden needles from Shen Aoshue. Yifeng, thank you, Shen Aoshue said gratefully. Yifeng didn't respond and prepared to leave directly, but he was stopped by Shen Aoshue. Yifeng, you still have me in your heart, right? Shen Aoshue asked, biting her silver teeth. You're overthinking it. Yifeng's indifferent reply. Then why don't you let me die? If you want to die, you can do it right now. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, Shen Aoshue suddenly lunged at him, pinning him down. Moreover, she kissed him directly. Shen Aoshue, what are you doing? Yifeng pushed Shen Aoshue away without any courtesy. I just want to see how your 37-degree mouth can say something that's 100 degrees below zero. Shen Aoshue chuckled lightly. Clearly, Yifeng could have pushed her away before she succeeded, but he didn't. This indicated that Yifeng actually didn't resist her. Shen Aoshue directly embraced Yifeng, softly saying, Yifeng, do you know? That Difengwu insists that I say I love him. If I don't say it, he hits me. I told him I am your Yifeng's woman. Sorry, I'm not your man. Yifeng's tone remained very cold. He, is that so? Then I guess I'll have to find another man. Shen Aoshue blinked a few times. Looking at the gentle and compliant Shen Aoshue, Yifeng truly felt a bit overwhelmed. No wonder she was the woman all the men in Zhengdu dreamed of. Even though he harbored hatred for Shen Aoshue in his heart, it was still hard to resist her charm. If you want to go, then go. Yifeng did not take the bait. Yifeng, I heard that men are very selfish and don't want other men to touch their women. I haven't completed the wedding with Su Tiancheng, so technically, I'm still your wife. Are you sure you won't be angry if I go find another man? Shen Aoshue said with a smile. Why would I be angry? Yifeng snorted. Then I really will find one. Not only will I find one, but I'll find 3 at once, and I'll tell them I am your Yifeng's woman, letting everyone in Jiangdu know that I've put a green hat on you. Yifeng. Seeing Yifeng finally change color, Shen Aoshue giggled and said, Don't worry, Yifeng, I'm just kidding. I won't find another man, and I have a secret that will definitely make you happy. Do you want to hear it? I don't want to hear it. Yifeng directly pulled down Shen Aoshue's arms that were wrapped around his neck. Then he turned to leave. I'm still a virgin. Shen Aoshue's voice suddenly rang out behind Yifeng. Yifeng's body immediately froze. He turned around, looking at Shen Aoshue with a smile, and coldly said, Shen Aoshue, do you think I'm a fool? Su Tiancheng has already said that you've been to my memorial countless times. He wanted to, but he didn't have the ability. Each time he held me for less than a minute, and then he was gone. Shen Aoshue's cheeks turned slightly red. Do you think I would believe you? Yifeng sneered. As a doctor, Yifeng could naturally tell that Shen Aoshue had already lost her virginity. Yifeng, I used to think my purity was gone, but today, Difengwu said my first time is still intact. You know I never agreed to Su Tiancheng's pursuit at the beginning. Even though I pushed you off the cliff, I've always felt very sorry for you in my heart, even having nightmares every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mourned for you for 3 years. It was Su Tiancheng who used despicable means to get me. The Su family is stronger than the Shen family, and I had no choice but to marry him. I thought Su Tianchang ruined my purity, but now I think about it, it's impossible. Su Tianchang only held me for at most a few dozen seconds before he couldn't do anything. How could he ruin my purity? But you clearly are no longer pure, Yi Feng said expressionlessly. Xianao Xue had made mistakes, and she had already been punished for them. Moreover, she chose to hurt Yi Feng because she was powerless to resist the Di family. Therefore, Yi Feng actually didn't hate Xianao Xue as much anymore. The reason he still disliked her was that he felt Xianao Xue was no longer pure. No matter how beautifully Xianao Xue spoke, Yi Feng could see through her lies at a glance. Yi Feng, actually when I was a child. Hee. Are you trying to say that you got hurt while riding a bicycle as a kid? Before Xianao Xue could finish her sentence, Yi Feng interrupted her with a chuckle. Xianao Xue. Yi Feng, I know you probably don't want to believe it, but you can try. You should be able to feel whether it's my first time or not. Xianao Xue gritted her teeth. No need. I don't like you anymore. It doesn't matter whether you are or not, Yi Feng said directly. Then, he was about to leave. Yi Feng, don't go. I feel so uncomfortable, Xianao Xue suddenly said. Xianao Xue, stop pretending. I just healed all your injuries. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't believe her. Just now, to ensure Xianao Xue's complete recovery, he had even used a drop of Qilin blood. With the assistance of Qilin blood, the healing effect was multiplied tenfold. No, Yi Feng, I'm not lying. I really feel terrible. Xianao Xue's voice sounded a bit off. Yi Feng turned back and then saw Xianao Xue. His eyes widened in shock. This was the first time Yi Feng saw Xianao Xue fully equipped. He had to admit, Xianao Xue's figure was simply stunning, with not an ounce of excess fat. Her skin was also excellent, snow-white and smooth, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. Yi Feng quickly turned back, trying not to look at Xianao Xue, but Xianao Xue actually ran over and grabbed his hand. Xianao Xue, do you have no shame? Yi Feng pushed Xianao Xue away and said coldly. Yi Feng, I don't know what's going on. At this moment, Xianao Xue's strength seemed to have increased many times. It was probably even stronger than that of a robust man. Yi Feng, Xianao Xue, are you crazy? Yi Feng shouted. Yi Feng, do you like me? Xianao Xue's eyes were dazed. Bro, calm down, Yi Feng said in a deep voice. This was the first time Yi Feng had seen such a Xianao Xue. It made him somewhat angry. When he was a live-in son-in-law before, Xianao Xue wouldn't even let him look at her, let alone touch her. But now, knowing he was powerful, her attitude changed immediately. What a hypocritical woman. Xianao Xue, if you keep this up, I might just slap you again, Yi Feng warned in a low voice. Ignoring Yi Feng's warning, Xianao Xue was completely out of her mind at that moment. Finally, Yi Feng noticed something was wrong. He felt that Xianao Xue's body was extremely hot. Her skin was flushed with pink. Her gaze was also problematic. Yi Feng grabbed Xianao Xue's wrist and checked her pulse. He immediately understood the crux of the matter. Xianao Xue had been drugged. Yi Feng quickly took out the 9 turns golden needle and stabbed it into Xianao Xue. First, he restricted Xianao Xue's abilities. Then, he planned to force the drug out of her body using his internal energy. However, he didn't input internal energy at first. Once he did, Xianao Xue's condition worsened. What Yi Feng didn't know was that the drug given to Xianao Xue by Difengwu was specially made by the Hidden Clan to deal with female martial artists. As long as she used her internal energy to resist or tried to force it out, not only would it not eliminate the drug's effects, but it would also double the potency. Yi Feng quickly stopped inputting internal energy. Yi Feng, I feel so uncomfortable. I feel like I'm going to die. Xianao Xue couldn't move her body, but the fire in her heart grew stronger. She felt as if her body was about to explode. Blood even seeped from her nose. This was the first time Yi Feng had seen such a potent drug. For a moment, he didn't know how to resolve it. This drug was originally meant for female martial artists, and it was even more terrifying when used on an ordinary person. Yi Feng, are you even human? Yi Feng, are you incapable? Xianao Xue shouted at Yi Feng. Looking at the woman before him, whose beauty could topple kingdoms, Yi Feng felt a surge of frustration. After all, she was the woman he had once nearly given his life to love, regardless of her character. This body was simply too perfect, like a work of art. Yi Feng. Xianao Xue looked at him with a near-pleading expression. Seeing that Yi Feng remained unmoved, Xianao Xue became furious. She shouted, Yi Feng, do you know why I won't let you touch me? Because you're a useless waste, a good-for-nothing. In the 2 years we were together, if you had dared to be forceful just once, I, Xianao Xue, would have submitted to you. I thought you had become stronger now, but it turns out you're still a waste. Xianao Xue's words instantly ignited something in Yi Feng. No man could tolerate being called useless. Say that again. Yi Feng's eyes reddened slightly. Clearly, facing such a stunning Xianao Xue, combined with her provocative words, was pushing him to the brink of losing control. I can say it 10 times, 100 times, you're still a waste. Finally, Yifeng lost control and threw Xiaoxue onto the couch. Scales began to appear on his skin once more. He was about to transform into a beast. Young Master Yi, young Master Yi. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Outside, Hong Ye's voice came through. Her voice helped Yifeng regain some of his rationality. He was just one step away from. The key was that he had nearly transformed into a Qilin. After transforming, he wouldn't even be able to control himself. At that point, Xiaoxue's drug effects would have worn off, but she might not survive. After all, even the female master by Lingjiao, if it were Xiaoxue, she would most likely be doomed. Moreover, Yifeng did not want to have any relations with Xiaoxue. Once he returned to his senses, Yifeng directly tied Xiaoxue's hands and feet with a bedsheet. Then, he tossed her into the bathtub and turned on the faucet, letting cold water continuously pour over her to help lower her body temperature. Although the drug effects had not been released, it would cause significant harm to her body. However, after a while, once the drug effects passed, he could help Xiaoxue with treatment. What's wrong, Hongye? Yifeng opened the door to find Hongye looking anxious. Upon seeing Yifeng's torn clothes, she trembled slightly but quickly said, "Young Master Yi, can you treat the widow? She's about to give up." In truth, she didn't want to disturb Yifeng, but the widow was on the verge of collapse. Yifeng nodded and stepped outside. The widow was gravely injured. One of her eyes had been crushed, her tendons severed, and half of her tongue was cut off. It had to be said that the Emperor Fengwu was truly ruthless, showing no mercy whatsoever. To inflict such harm on such a beautiful woman was unthinkable. If Yifeng hadn't arrived in time, the widow would have been cut in half. Although the widow had a very cold personality, her beauty was striking, nearly on par with Hongye. Moreover, she was quite tall, even taller than Hongye. When Yifeng first saw her, he thought she was incredibly cool, with an indescribable allure. However, at this moment, she was being tortured beyond recognition. Fortunately, this level of injury was not a big problem for Yifeng, especially since she had been injured for a relatively short time. Treatment would be easier. After about 20 minutes, the widow's injuries were healed. Even the previously damaged eye was restored by Yifeng. Of course, the eye that had been damaged first, like Ning Xian's, couldn't see yet due to the longer duration of the injury, but with medication, she would regain her sight within a few days. This was something the widow had never dared to dream of, knowing that women love beauty, and having one eye caused her great distress. Now, she had been healed by Yifeng. The healed widow knelt directly before Yifeng. "Young Master Yi, from now on, Shimei is yours." Shimei was the widow's name. Unexpectedly, the widow's name is quite pleasant. "Congratulations, young Master Yi," Hongye said happily. It is known that Shimei's personality is very proud. Apart from her elder sister, she has never looked up to anyone. As for men, they can only be trampled under her feet. Yet, she chose to submit to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded. He glanced at the two of them. Although both were strong, it was only in the eyes of ordinary people. Neither had reached the level of a master, and they would be unable to cope with a true strong opponent. Yifeng also couldn't protect them forever. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Hongye, Shimei, I have a technique that requires two women to cultivate simultaneously. If successful, it can at least help you break through to the master level. Are you willing to learn?" Hongye and Shimei exchanged glances. "I'm willing," Hongye agreed directly. Naturally, she wanted to become stronger. However, Shimei's expression was somewhat unnatural. Although she had chosen to submit to Yifeng, submission did not mean, "What? Shimei, you don't want to learn?" Yifeng looked at Shimei. Shimei bit her lip and finally said, "Young Master Yi, you saved my life. I am willing to submit to you, but I am very focused on emotions. I hope that in the future, my partner will be only one woman." Although Shimei was called a widow, she had never been married. She had only been in a relationship. Moreover, due to her traditional mindset, she had never let the other party touch her. However, perhaps unable to endure loneliness, her boyfriend ultimately betrayed her. Thus, Shimei killed that pair of scoundrels. From then on, she changed her name to Widow, meaning she would no longer engage in romantic relationships. Yifeng listened, somewhat baffled. Wasn't he just trying to teach the two a martial art that required two women to cultivate together? What did that have to do with partners? "Young Master Yi, if you want me to be your woman, I am willing, but I have a mental cleanliness obsession. I hope you will love only me." Seeing that Yifeng seemed not to understand her meaning, Shimei gritted her teeth and said, "Shimei, when did I say I wanted you to be my woman?" Yifeng was filled with questions. Shimei was taken aback and said, "But young Master Yi, didn't you just say that you want to teach us a martial art that requires me and Hongye to cultivate with you at the same time? Dual cultivation, Shimei understood. She was willing to cultivate with Yifeng, but this triple cultivation, she was not very willing. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's mouth twitched and he said, "What are you thinking? I said you and Hongye need to cultivate together, not with me." He had just said that he wanted the two to cultivate together, and both women's expressions had been somewhat strange. It turned out they misunderstood it as needing to cultivate with him. Although he did have such techniques, after all, such matters could only be practiced with the woman he loved. Otherwise, it would not achieve the desired effect and could even lead to going astray. At this moment, Shimei's face turned as red as a big apple. Seeing the current Shimei, Yifeng was slightly stunned. Previously, Shimei always had a cold, murderous expression on her face, but now, she appeared very gentle. She seemed like a completely different person. The widow was very beautiful, and she looked quite mature. Without the previous coldness, she exuded a captivating aura. "Then, please teach us, young Master Yi," Shimei said somewhat awkwardly. Yifeng nodded and said, "The technique I will teach you is very powerful and can easily help you break through to the master level. If cultivated to the extreme, becoming a martial arts legend is not impossible." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, both women showed excited expressions. They knew that they were currently only at the moon level of cultivation. Becoming a martial arts legend was something they didn't even dare to dream of. After all, they were still far from reaching the level of a martial arts master. But there are some things I must clarify with both of you first. After practicing the techniques I teach you, your hearts will be in sync, meaning you will be able to feel each other's emotions. To put it bluntly, if Hongye is doing something that makes her very happy, then Shimei, you will feel it too. Similarly, if Shimei is hurt, Hongye will also feel the pain. From now on, the two of you will be like one person, Yifeng continued. The two women fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, but soon, they spoke in unison, "We are willing." Especially Hongye, although she had previously thought Yifeng was powerful, she had no idea just how powerful he truly was. It was only today that she realized Yifeng was actually a celestial level master. Her strength was far inferior to his. Not to mention whether she could help Yifeng, at the very least, she couldn't hold him back. For that, paying a price was no problem. Alright then, the technique I will teach you is called the Phoenix and Dragon Technique. Yifeng first handed the technique's mantra to the two of them. Once they memorized it, he officially began the instruction. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a year and a half of self-cultivation to reach the first level of the Phoenix and Dragon Technique. But with Yifeng's help, they reached the first level in just half an hour. The two women wore expressions of disbelief, as their cultivation directly reached the sun level. Both had advanced one small realm and one large realm. "Now, I will help you break through to the second level, which is the limit your bodies can currently withstand," Yifeng said. He did not intend to stop their cultivation at the first level. After another half hour, the two women reached the second level of the Phoenix and Dragon Technique, their cultivation skyrocketing to the master realm. We became masters? The two women could hardly believe it. After all, if they relied on themselves, it might take them over 10 years to possibly become masters. Yet now, in just 1 hour, they both reached the master realm simultaneously. The Phoenix and Dragon Technique has a total of 10 levels. Now, you need to continuously improve your physical quality so that I can forcibly help you break through further, Yifeng explained. The reason they could cultivate so quickly was that Yifeng used forbidden methods, akin to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. For others, this would be detrimental, but for Yifeng, it was not a big deal. At worst, he could use Qilin blood to heal the damage done to the two women. However, even with this method, it could only allow them to reach the second level of the Phoenix and Dragon Technique. Otherwise, they would have exploded from the strain. But this result had already made the two immensely satisfied. Thus, the two female masters were born under Yifeng's guidance. At this moment, Yifeng remembered Shinaoxue and wondered how she was doing. After all, that medicine was quite potent. He immediately headed towards Shinaoxue's room. Upon seeing her, Yifeng was once again stunned. At that moment, Shinaoxue had already freed herself from the restraints of the sheets, lying limp in the bathtub. Her equipment was all destroyed. However, judging by her appearance, the effects of the medicine should have worn off. Logically speaking, given the potency of that medicine, if she hadn't released it, the effects wouldn't have faded so quickly. But Shinaoxue had indeed returned to normal. Upon seeing Yifeng, she quickly covered herself with the sheets. "Yifeng, you bastard. You actually left me here alone. I even had a gastric hemorrhage, and you didn't care about me at all." Shinaoxue glared at Yifeng, fuming. Gastric hemorrhage? Yifeng was somewhat baffled, but soon, he understood. He felt a bit regretful for coming in late. otherwise, he might have witnessed quite a spectacle. Since you're fine now, I'll be leaving, Yi Feng said casually. Get lost, I don't need you anymore, Shanao Xue cursed. Yi Feng shrugged and walked out of the bedroom. Yi Feng, don't provoke the D family. Although you killed Di Fengwu, the terror of the D family far exceeds your imagination. Behind him, Shanao Xue's voice came. Yi Feng waved his hand to Shanao Xue without turning around. Then, he left the Shin family's villa with the two women. A few minutes later, Shanao Xue came out dressed. Seeing that Shanao Xue was fine, Shen Wanguo was overjoyed. I didn't expect that in just 3 years, this Yi Feng has become so powerful. Shen Wanguo sighed. Especially, Yi Feng's medical skills were also so terrifying. If I had known he had such great potential, perhaps I shouldn't have helped the D family back then. Shen Wanguo felt a bit regretful. If I hadn't pushed him off the cliff, could he be this powerful? Shanao Xue said proudly. Indeed, he must have had some fortuitous encounter down there. After all, that's how it goes in dramas, Shen Wanguo nodded. By the way, Xue, it's better if you don't have any thoughts about him. After all, Di Fengwu is dead, and the D family won't let it go easily. Plus, there's the Tianqing war god to deal with. Yi Feng might not be able to get past that either, Shen Wanguo said solemnly. Although Yi Feng was from the Tian zone, the heavens might not be able to withstand the wrath of a war god. Moreover, even if Yi Feng could get past the Tianqing war god, he would definitely not be able to get past the D family. But, Dad, I found out that I really love him. Shanao Xue gritted her silver teeth. Loving him is useless. What woman doesn't he have now? Not to mention that Red Leaf and Shi Mei. Both of them have status and looks that aren't much inferior to yours, Shen Wanguo sighed. I don't care. No one can take him away from me. Shanao Xue waved her small fist, her heart full of confidence. In the past, she thought Su Tiancheng had ruined her purity. She didn't have the confidence to win Yi Feng back. But now, she knew that her purity was still intact, so she had enough confidence to bring Yi Feng back to her side. Even if Yi Feng didn't return to her, she would be willing to be his lover. As for the Tianqing war god in the D family, she had a feeling that the one who would lose might not be Yi Feng. Dad, I think my little wings are gone. Shanao Xue suddenly felt a bit unwell. Aren't you supposed to get your period in a few days? Shen Wanguo was puzzled. But, it might have come early. Dad, please go buy it for me. Shanao Xue's cheeks turned slightly red. All right. Shen Wanguo naturally didn't know that Shanao Xue needed the little wings not because her period had come, but because of gastric bleeding. On the other side, Yi Feng had just walked out of the villa with Hongye when her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Hongye's body trembled slightly, because the call was from no one other than her elder sister. Could it be that her elder sister had returned to Jiangdu? At this moment, Hongye felt a bit uneasy. After all, she had now acknowledged Yi Feng as her master. Taking a deep breath, Hongye finally pressed the answer button. Elder sister. Hongye, you have some nerve. A very authoritative female voice came from the phone. As expected, her elder sister must have known that Hongye had recognized another master. She sounded very angry. Immediately, right now, return to headquarters. After the other party finished speaking, she hung up the phone directly. Hongye's face turned a bit pale. Go, I'll accompany you, Shi Mei said to Hongye. After all, this matter needed to be faced. Moreover, the elder sister had treated them well, so they needed to give her an explanation. Furthermore, although the two women had acknowledged Yi Feng as their master, it didn't mean they no longer recognized their elder sister. I'll go with you, Yi Feng said. The two women nodded. Soon, the three of them arrived at a high-end private club. This private club covered at least 5,000 square meters. The decoration was resplendent. At the entrance stood several receptionists, each one more beautiful than the last. Wearing a high-slit cheongsam that revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin, the welcoming hostess greeted, "Welcome to the Nightshade Club." Her soft, sweet voice instantly made one feel lightheaded. However, they quickly recognized who had arrived. Greetings, Lord Rakshasa. Greetings, Lady Widow. Take us to see the eldest sister, Shi Mei said. Please follow me. One of the tall hostesses led the group inside. Yi Feng looked at the luxurious decor and the various beautiful women coming and going inside. He couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The lives of the wealthy were truly extravagant. It was likely that the expenses here were at least in the tens of thousands. Under the guidance of the hostess, the three arrived at a private room. Inside, there were already 3 women present. One was sitting on the sofa, while the other 2 stood beside her. The woman on the sofa was dressed in a uniform, incredibly beautiful and exuding a strong presence. She looked like a female CEO of a listed company, a stark contrast to the opulence of the club. The 2 standing women were also very attractive. One, dressed very daringly, had a pair of phoenix eyes that seemed to be able to captivate souls. The other was in a suit, styled with a slightly masculine flair, yet still very beautiful. These two must be the Shura and the Demoness among the 4 notorious bandits. The woman sitting on the sofa was presumably the so-called eldest sister. She held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it before taking a sip. A beautiful woman is beautiful even in the act of drinking. Eldest sister, the 2 women greeted in unison. Kneel. The woman's voice carried an endless authority that was hard to resist. Hong Yi and Chi Mei instinctively prepared to kneel. Do not kneel. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. It was Yi Feng. Hong Yi and Chi Mei's bodies froze, glancing between Yi Feng and the eldest sister, seemingly torn. They didn't want to disobey the eldest sister's command, but at the same time, they didn't want to go against Yi Feng's order. Seeing this, the eldest sister frowned slightly and said, "What, you won't even listen to my command?" Eldest sister, we. The 2 women looked troubled. Hee, since you still call me eldest sister, then you must obey my orders, Xu Xianhuang, and kneel. Xu Xuanhuang's face was filled with coldness. Oh, so as the eldest sister, you just casually make your subordinates kneel? Yi Feng said coldly. What I do is none of your business. Xu Xuanhuang's eyes revealed a murderous intent. If it weren't for having heard about Yi Feng's recent great achievements, she might have already acted. They are my people, so of course, I have to manage them. Yi Feng snorted. Very well, Rakshasa, widow, it seems you have found a good master. Xu Xuanhuang's expression was frighteningly cold. Eldest sister, we haven't betrayed you. The 2 women bit their lips tightly. In fact, they were the ones feeling the most uncomfortable, caught between 2 powerful figures. Haven't betrayed me? So you want to serve 2 masters? Xu Xianhuang sneered. We. The 2 women didn't know how to respond because they indeed had that thought. As long as Yi Feng's and the eldest sister's orders didn't conflict, they would obey both. Sorry, in my world, there are only my people and others. I will never tolerate anyone with divided loyalties. Xu Xianhuang crossed her legs and lit a lady's cigarette. It must be said that sometimes, a woman smoking can be quite beautiful. Yi Feng didn't like women who smoked, but Xu Xuanhuang's smoking style was quite captivating. Choose me or choose him, you decide. Xu Xianhuang exhaled a puff of smoke. At that moment, both women were at a loss for how to choose. The scene fell into a stalemate. Actually, you don't need to be so entangled. Since you want to obey her and also want to obey me, but cannot serve 2 masters, then just be my people. Yi Feng suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Xu Xianhuang raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes narrowing. What I mean is very simple. You will also follow my orders, Yi Feng said. As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, the room instantly fell silent. The air seemed to freeze. After a moment, a burst of laughter erupted in the room. Xu Xianhuang, along with Shura and the Demoness, laughed heartily, as if they had heard the funniest thing in the world. You want to be my master? Xu Xianhuang laughed so hard her stomach almost hurt. That's right, Yi Feng replied seriously. Yi Feng, don't think that just because you've done a few outrageous things, you can consider yourself invincible. In front of me, Xu Xianhuang, you are not qualified. Xu Xuanhuang's smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a face full of killing intent. This was the first time she had heard someone wanting to be her master. Whether I am qualified or not, you'll find out if you try, Yi Feng said. Just as the 2 were about to clash, Hong Yi and Chi Mei knelt down. One knelt before Yi Feng, the other before Xu Xianhuang, to express their stance. Young Master Yi, although we regard you as our master, we have been with the eldest sister first, and she has treated us well. Therefore, we request that you do not take action tonight. We will let the eldest sister decide. The 2 women said in unison. Clearly, they had already discussed this. After hearing their words, Yi Feng nodded. He then walked directly to the sofa opposite Xu Xianhuang and sat down, pouring himself a drink and taking a sip. Boldly, who allowed you to sit down? Shura immediately shouted coldly. The Demoness said, that's my wine cup. Seeing the 2 women about to explode, Xu Xianhuang waved her hand to stop them. After all, she wasn't completely sure she could take down Yi Feng. The 2 women then managed to control their emotions and return to their original positions. Xu Xianhuang glanced at Hong Ye and Chi Mei, then said, then you should know what kind of price you need to pay for betraying me, right? Hong Ye, the widow, knows. Very well, let's go. Xu Xianhuang stood up. However, Yi Feng frowned. Although he had promised the 2 women not to take action, if Xu Xianhuang threatened their lives, he would not hesitate to intervene. What rules? He had always set the rules. If it weren't for Hong Ye having said that Xu Xianhuang had helped her, he might have already taken down Chu Xianhuang and made her kneel before him in submission. Soon, everyone arrived at the training ground on the third underground level of the club. The training ground was over 1,000 square meters. At this time, many people were practicing martial arts inside, mostly women. It was clear that Chu Xianhuang primarily recruited women. Chu Xianhuang clapped her hands, signaling everyone to stop, and then instructed them to clear out a space of 500 square meters. Let's begin. With Chu Xuanhuang's words, Shura, the Demoness, the Widow, and Hongye, the 4 fierce bandits, stood at the very front, each taking out their weapons. Shura, Widow, are you sure you want to enforce the family rules of the Phoenix Hall? You should know that once we start, we won't hold back. Shura and the Demoness spoke simultaneously. Shura held a large cleaver, while the Demoness embraced a paper umbrella, her alluring figure matching her name perfectly. We are sure, Hongye and Chimei said in unison. It turned out that the so-called family rules meant that if any fierce bandit betrayed, she would have to face the combined assault of the other 3 bandits. If she could withstand 100 moves under their full attack, she would not face any further punishment. However, the 4 fierce bandits were all at the level of the moon and sun, and they were familiar with each other's various moves and techniques. In a one-on-one situation, there is no guarantee of 100% victory. In a one-on-3, it is almost certain death. Moreover, when executing family law, one must use all their strength. If any hesitation is detected, the person enforcing the family law will be directly replaced by Chu Xianhuang herself. The terror of Chu Xianhuang is well known to everyone in the Phoenix Hall. Even if 4 fierce bandits attacked simultaneously, they would not be able to gain any advantage against her. Therefore, when facing 3 fierce bandits enforcing family law, there might still be a 1% chance of winning, but against Chu Xianhuang, there would be not a shred of hope. Seeing the 2 so resolute, Chu Xianhuang let out a long sigh and said, "Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish." Originally, Yi Feng was somewhat worried, but upon learning what punishment the 2 women were to face, he immediately felt at ease. No wonder the 2 chose to accept the family law. Before today, regardless of who it was, accepting the family law would almost certainly mean death. But now it was different. Both women had reached the master level. This scene also attracted countless sisters from the Phoenix Hall to watch. It was their first time seeing fierce bandit-level members accept family law. Soon, the 4 fierce bandits began to fight. The first to face punishment was the Widow. The Demoness, Azura, and Hongye all attacked the Widow simultaneously. From their attacks, it was clear that none of them were holding back. They all unleashed their strongest powers. Their moves were not tricks but genuine killing blows, each strike aimed directly at vital points. They couldn't afford to hold back. If Chu Xianhuang intervened, there would be no hope left. To Yi Feng's surprise, the Demoness turned out to be the strongest among the 4. She held an oiled paper umbrella, wearing a modified hanfu, with her legs, feet, abdomen, and arms exposed. She was barefoot, her fair feet resembling jade carvings. A red string was tied around her ankle, with several small bells hanging from it. With her movements, the bells jingled lightly. The oiled paper umbrella was used to slash, chop, and stab, like a precious sword. While elegant and charming, she also displayed immense strength, truly a peerless enchantress. Of course, saying she was the strongest was before Hongye and the Widow's enhancements. The Demoness cultivation barely touched the threshold of the sun level and could not be compared to Hongye and Chimei, who had reached the master level in the Yellow Realm. However, at this moment, Chimei and Hongye only displayed their strength before their enhancements, so it did not guarantee victory. Fortunately, although they could only use their original realm, the continuous inner strength of the master realm allowed them to fight persistently even when besieged. Hongye used a dagger, Azura wielded a large cleaver, and the Demoness used the oiled paper umbrella. These seemingly ordinary weapons unleashed tremendous attacking power. But finally, under the siege of the 3, the Widow was struck on the back by Azura's cleaver. Her movements slowed for a moment. The next instant, Hongye's dagger arrived. But without any hesitation, Hongye's dagger plunged directly into the Widow's abdomen. These 2 strikes were not fatal. The truly lethal attack came from the Demoness. Her oiled paper umbrella, seemingly the least threatening weapon among everyone's, was actually the most dangerous. The umbrella swept directly towards the Widow's head. If it connected, the Widow would immediately meet her end, unless she displayed the power of a master. Seeing this scene, Chu Xianhuang was very satisfied. She could tell that no one was holding back. However, just as the Widow was about to be struck, she did not retreat but instead lunged at Hongye, knocking her to the ground. She narrowly avoided the fatal blow, but Hongye's dagger sank even deeper. After knocking down the red leaves, the Widow didn't dare to stop at all. She immediately rolled a few times on the spot and then distanced herself from the 3 women. If she didn't maintain her distance, she wouldn't be able to withstand the simultaneous attacks from all three. As the battle continued, more wounds appeared on the widow's body, and blood flowed from her mouth. But she was completely unconcerned. Do you think she can last through 100 moves? At that moment, Xu Shenyuan surprisingly turned her head to look at Yifeng and asked. Of course she can, Yifeng replied. From the current situation, although the widow was teetering on the edge of death at any moment, Yifeng knew that she should be able to hold on. After all, she was already a master now. Even if she couldn't use the power of a master, her long-lasting internal energy would allow her to endure until the end. Is that so? I don't think so. Xu Shenyuan wore a smile that was intriguing. Sure enough, the next moment, the battle took a sudden turn. The demoness threw away her oiled paper umbrella. However, after she threw the umbrella, it surprisingly didn't fall to the ground but spun in mid-air, looking quite magical. Once the oiled paper umbrella left her hand, the demoness' speed increased dramatically, making her movements almost impossible to see. Bang! The widow couldn't dodge the demoness' attack and was struck by her palm. The widow's body instantly flew backward. It was hard to imagine that such a seemingly light palm could possess such terrifying power. While the widow was flying through the air, the oiled paper umbrella suddenly folded up and shot toward the widow's back like a long spear. Bang! The widow's body was sent flying in another direction, and then she was hit by the demoness' palm again, followed by another attack from the paper umbrella. At that moment, the widow was like a rubber ball, being hit back and forth in the air, with no ability to defend herself. After the paper umbrella was released, it was the demoness' strongest moment. Although her cultivation hadn't improved, her attacks doubled, and her speed also doubled. She could completely rival a top-tier expert. At this moment, it seemed that there was no need for the red leaves and the Azura. The demoness alone could take down the widow. Boom! The widow's body was slammed to the ground. Then, the demoness arrived as well. The oiled paper umbrella returned to her hand. She gripped the handle with both hands and aimed it directly at the widow's heart. Seeing this scene, the widow helplessly closed her eyes. She never expected that in the end, she would still be defeated. However, even at the last moment, she did not use her master-level power, because if she did, it would be a betrayal to the red leaves. If Xu Shenyuan discovered that they had the strength of a master, she would definitely take action herself. Yifeng naturally couldn't just watch the widow get killed, so he immediately took out a silver needle, ready to shoot it out. 100 moves reached. However, just then, Xu Xuanyuan's voice suddenly rang out. The tip of the oiled paper umbrella was less than half a centimeter away from the widow's heart. Although the oiled paper umbrella didn't look sharp, with the demoness' strength, it could easily pierce through the widow's body. Hearing that 100 moves had been reached, the demoness immediately retracted the oiled paper umbrella and extended her hand toward the widow. The widow was pulled up by her. Congratulations, widow, you have passed the family law. At this moment, the three bandits all wore happy smiles. Although the four bandits usually didn't get along with each other, they were all members of the Phoenix Hall and had known each other for many years, so they had some feelings for one another. You win this time, Xu Shenyuan said with a light smile to Yifeng. But soon, her expression suddenly turned very cold as she said, Demoness, if you dare to use one more move, I will take your life. Hearing Xu Xuanyuan's words, all four women trembled. Clearly, the demoness had actually held back just now. Although her attacks seemed to have used all her strength, she had actually used one more move than necessary, just enough to allow the widow to dodge a fatal blow. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to deliver a lethal strike exactly at the 101st move. The demoness had done her best to avoid leaving any flaws, but unexpectedly, she was still seen through by Xu Xuanguang. Yifeng turned his head to look at Xu Xuanguang and found that this woman seemed to be quite extraordinary. It was worth noting that even he had not noticed the demoness holding back. However, as the subordinate of Xu Xuanguang, the latter's understanding of her was far richer than Yifeng's, so it wasn't surprising that she could see through it. This time, let's bet again. Will little Hongye die or not? Xu Xuanguang said with a charming smile, looking at Yifeng. Yifeng squinted his eyes and did not answer. He could not allow Hongye to die. Seeing that Yifeng ignored her, Xu Xuanguang continued, not betting? If you win, there will be unexpected surprises. What surprises? Yifeng asked. Don't you want to be my master? Xu Xuanguang suddenly became very alluring. If Hongye wins, will you acknowledge me as your master? Yifeng said. Of course not, but if you win the bet, I can give you a chance to be my master, provided you can defeat me. If you can't defeat me, then I will be your master. Xu Xuanguang whispered in Yifeng's ear, her breath fragrant. One had to admit, the women in the Phoenix Hall were all exceptionally talented, each with their own unique qualities. The demoness had her allure, Shura her boldness, Hongye her cold beauty, and the widow her ruthlessness. Chu Xuanguang, however, was a composite. She could be noble, cold, fierce, and alluring all at once. This was the first time Yifeng encountered a woman who could possess so many qualities simultaneously. "Alright, I'm in," Yifeng said. Chu Xuanguang smiled lightly and turned her face away. "Hongye, you must give it your all next, otherwise, you will die," the demoness sighed softly and said. Next, it was the turn of the three bandits to besiege Hongye. This time, the demoness could not hold back any longer, so she could only remind Hongye, although she knew that the reminder was actually useless. In the face of absolute strength, everything was futile. The only good news was that the widow had already sustained significant injuries, and her combat power was certainly diminished. The battle began again. Indeed, as soon as the demoness unleashed her full strength, she instantly suppressed Hongye. Coupled with the attacks from the other two bandits, Hongye was completely unable to defend herself. Fortunately, Hongye had an advantage that the widow did not possess. She had learned the 7 kill steps. However, the 7 kill steps were an offensive footwork technique. Although it could also evade attacks, the effect was minimal. Only continuous offense could unleash its maximum power. Facing the attacks of the three, Hongye advanced instead of retreating. She charged straight at the widow first. The widow was currently the weakest, and only by taking her down could there be a glimmer of hope for victory. Sure enough, the injured widow was completely unable to withstand Hongye, who was using the 7 kill steps. "I'm sorry." Hongye's dagger danced swiftly in her hand. Swish, swish, swish. The first strike severed the tendons in the widow's left hand. The second strike, the tendons in her right hand. The third strike, the tendons in her left foot. 3 strikes instantly rendered the widow incapable of fighting. Seeing this scene, the other two bandits' expressions turned extremely ugly. Although their attacks were all with full force, what Hongye did was equivalent to crippling the widow. After all, if a martial artist's tendons were severed, even if they were reattached, their strength would be greatly diminished. Shura and the demoness exchanged glances, and the next moment, their attacks became even more ferocious, seemingly wanting to avenge the widow. However, at that moment, the widow wore a smile on her face. She knew this was the only way for Hongye to win. Although her tendons had been severed, Yifeng could heal her. Without the oil paper fan in hand, the demoness moved with unimaginable speed, like a phantom. Shura's machete was also fierce and sharp. With their combined efforts, Hongye was directly sent flying. Then, the same tactic was employed. As Hongye was sent flying, the oil paper umbrella rushed towards her from behind at high speed. As long as she was hit, Hongye would find herself in the same predicament as the widow, taken away by the demoness. Yifeng was already prepared with the silver needles in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Bang! Without any surprise, the paper umbrella slammed hard against Hongye's back. Her flight direction immediately reversed, and the demoness was already waiting ahead, preparing for the next attack. The battle seemed to have lost all suspense. The Asura had already stopped attacking, ready to watch the demoness' solo performance. But an unexpected scene unfolded. Just as the demoness was about to launch an attack on Hongye, a dagger flew swiftly towards her. She didn't expect that after taking such a heavy blow, Hongye could still counterattack. Clearly, Hongye had calculated everything. She had deliberately allowed the paper umbrella to hit her, making the demoness think it was all over. When the demoness least expected it, Hongye launched a surprising strike. The demoness was incredibly powerful. With a forceful twist of her palm, she slapped the dagger's hilt, sending it flying. But at that moment, Hongye's body flew right in front of her. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Hongye smiled at the demoness. Then, she struck down on the demoness' shoulder. Although the demoness was stronger than Hongye, the sudden blow sent her flying. After knocking the demoness away, Hongye immediately executed the 7 kill steps, charging towards the Asura with an unstoppable momentum. The more relentless the 7 kill steps, the more powerful they became. Within 10 moves, Hongye had also targeted the Asura's tendons. At this point, the demoness finally regained her composure. She wanted to continue attacking Hongye, but unfortunately, time was up. Yet, the demoness continued to advance towards Hongye. "Stop!" Chu Xuanguang reprimanded. But at that moment, the demoness ignored her command. The next moment, Chu Xuanguang, who had been standing beside Yifeng, vanished. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the demoness, gripping her neck. What incredible speed! Seeing this, Yifeng narrowed his eyes. Bang! The next moment, the demoness was kicked away by Chu Xuanguang, lying on the ground, spitting blood. The powerful demoness couldn't even withstand a single move from Chu Xuanguang. At this moment, the demoness fell into a sickly state, looking pitiful, evoking an impulse to protect her. "Oh dear, you won again." Chu Xuanguang, after sending the demoness flying, turned around, hands behind her back, tilting her head, one leg bent, and said to Yifeng, She looked just like someone being spoiled. "So can you call me master now?" Yifeng said, squinting. "Sure," Chu Xuanguang replied with a smile. Then she walked up to Yifeng and bowed, making a soft, sticky sound. "Master." Chu Xuanguang's beauty was undeniable. At that moment, she was wearing a uniform, her long legs clad in black stockings, bent as she bowed to Yifeng, resembling a well-behaved and understanding secretary. Yifeng thought it would take some effort to subdue Chu Xuanguang, but it turned out to be so smooth. "Come play with me, master." However, the next moment, Chu Xuanguang's demeanor changed dramatically. She suddenly had 2 copper hammers in her hands, swinging them down towards Yifeng's head. The hammers were the size of pumpkins and clearly heavy, yet Chu Xuanguang handled one in each hand with ease. If one were to be struck, it would either be fatal or leave one severely injured. The key was that what Chu Xuanguang had just said made Yifeng's mouth twitch. The first 2 words, "master," were said in a way that sent shivers down one's spine, while the latter half was rough and unrestrained. Yifeng's figure retreated violently. Boom! The copper hammer missed, crashing into the ground with a tremendous sound. The high-strength concrete floor was directly smashed into a large pit. This showed that the pumpkin-sized copper hammer was solid. In the middle of the hammer, there was also an iron chain connecting them. After missing the strike, Chu Xuanguang didn't stop. She kicked the copper hammer on the ground, sending it flying. Then, she grabbed the chain in the middle of the copper hammer and began to swing it. Boom! 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 Wherever the copper hammer passed, the heavens trembled and the earth shook. Nothing could withstand the might of a single blow from the copper hammer. Each time it struck, the entire building seemed to vibrate. It was hard to imagine that a delicate beauty dressed in black stockings and a uniform could wield such a domineering weapon. Just the weight of this copper hammer would be too much for an ordinary warrior to handle. "Master, don't run away. Come play with me," Chu Xianhuang shouted while attacking Yifeng. Yifeng, of course, was not afraid of Chu Xianhuang. He wanted to see just how strong she was. Thus, he kept dodging. Chu Xianhuang attacked for over 180 moves but failed to hit Yifeng. She stopped her assault. One copper hammer was under her foot, and the other was resting on her shoulder. Her ample bosom rose and fell slightly. Her beautiful eyes, filled with a fierce aura, stared at Yifeng. "Yifeng, if you have the guts, stand there and let me hit you with a hammer." After catching her breath, Chu Xianhuang pointed at Yifeng with a slender hand. "All right," Yifeng said, narrowing his eyes. In the next moment, Chu Xianhuang kicked up the copper hammer again. Grabbing the chain in the middle, her body spun rapidly. The 2 copper hammers began to dance in an instant. At such a high speed, the true form of the copper hammers became indistinguishable, and Yifeng indeed stood there, motionless, as if he were really going to take a blow from Chu Xianhuang. "Be careful, young Master Yi." Hong Ye and Shi Mei couldn't help but shout a warning. Don't be fooled by Chu Xuanhuang's delicate appearance, like a workplace beauty. In reality, her strength was immense. The copper hammer, though it looked like a copper hammer, was actually made of a super heavy metal. Each one weighed over 1,000 pounds. When fully unleashed, its power was terrifying. But Yifeng seemed to have not heard anything, allowing Chu Xianhuang to charge at him like a whirlwind. Finally, the whirlwind arrived. Everyone closed their eyes, as if they dared not witness the impending disaster. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds. The copper hammers suddenly stopped, each caught in Yifeng's hands. Everyone exchanged glances. This was too exaggerated, right? A copper hammer weighing over 1,000 pounds, enhanced by Chu Xuanhuang's monstrous strength. How terrifying would that be? Yet, Yifeng caught it so easily? Even the ground beneath his feet showed no cracks. It made people wonder if someone had swapped Chu Xuanhuang's weapon. It was not a copper hammer but a foam hammer. At this moment, the copper hammers had stopped, but Chu Xuanhuang's body did not. Due to inertia, she continued to spin and crashed into Yifeng's embrace. However, Yifeng did not feel much impact. It felt more like being attacked by a ball of cotton. Then, Chu Xianhuang wrapped herself around him. Using her spin, she attempted a scissor kick on Yifeng. She twisted her body, and with a sudden burst of power from both legs, she aimed to topple Yifeng to the ground. However, to Chu Xuanhuang's surprise, Yifeng's body was as solid as a rock. No matter how much force she exerted with her legs, he remained unmoved. Thus, Chu Xianhuang kept twisting her legs clad in black stockings, trying once, twice, to take Yifeng down, but all her attempts failed. This move, if successful, was not particularly impressive. After all, many women use it in combat. They utilize the strength of their legs to lock a man's neck, exerting force to bring him down. But now, Chu Xianhuang could not bring down Yifeng. It looked quite, especially since she was upside down. Her height meant that her head was just right. With every exertion, there was a moment of contact with Yifeng. This scene looked less like a fight and more like a display of a high-level technique. Soon, Chu Xianhuang also realized something was off. Finally, she prepared to release her legs that were locked around Yifeng's neck. After letting go of Yifeng, her body fell toward the ground. She pushed off with her hands to create distance between herself and Yifeng. Just at that moment, a hand suddenly pressed sharply against her waist, and Chu Xianhuang instantly felt as if she had been electrocuted, her entire body paralyzed. She could not make another move. Due to inertia, Chu Xianhuang fell to the ground in a perfect split. Fortunately, she was a woman, otherwise, this would have been quite a painful experience. However, even as a woman, this was still not pleasant. At that moment, Chu Xianhuang realized that the man before her seemed extraordinarily powerful, far beyond her capabilities. He hadn't even used his full strength to fight her, he was merely toying with her. "Now, can you call me master?" Yifeng said casually, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Master, I was just joking with you, master, I know I was wrong." Chu Xuanhuang's voice turned soft and sticky again. After all, she was unable to move, maintaining the split position. Although her body could handle this posture, in front of so many of her subordinates, how could the master of the Phoenix Hall not care about her dignity? Seeing Chu Xianhuang submit, Yifeng finally released her, restoring her ability to move. At this moment, Chu Xianhuang looked extremely disheveled. Her stockings were torn, exposing her fair skin, resembling a secretary who had just been bullied. Wow! Suddenly, Chu Xianhuang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body swaying unsteadily. Upon seeing this, the members of the Phoenix Hall rushed over. Although they knew they could not match Yifeng, they were not afraid. "It's not her fault, I was injured before I came back," Chu Xianhuang quickly said. In her recent battle with Yifeng, he had only pressed on her acupoint at the end and hadn't fought back at all. Therefore, her injuries were not caused by him. "If I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have lost so easily." Chu Xianhuang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, speaking somewhat unconvinced, but her voice was filled with charm. "I still prefer you this way. From now on, don't play with those copper hammers." Yifeng picked up 2 heavy copper hammers forged from super heavy metal and suddenly exerted force in his palms. Bang, bang. The 2 copper hammers were crushed to pieces. Seeing this, Chu Xianhuang was once again stunned. She knew all too well how sturdy those hammers were. Even at her full strength, she could only leave a mark on them. Yet Yifeng had crushed them effortlessly. The last remnants of her defiance turned into submission. Yifeng did this to let Chu Xianhuang know that his strength was far above hers. Even if she hadn't been injured, she would still not be his opponent. "It's just a pity for my 2 generals. From now on, they will be useless," Chu Xianhuang said softly. Just moments ago, when executing punishment on Hongya, she had caused Qi Mei and Shura to be crippled. "Hongya, they are at least your sisters. You actually went so hard on them to survive." At this moment, Yeoheim gritted her teeth and said, she had just lost control and disobeyed Chu Xuanhuang's orders because Hongya had been too harsh. "It's not Hongya's fault. After all, this is her only way to survive." Chu Xianhuang waved her hand. She addressed everyone. "From today on, you all have to listen to Yi Xiao, understood?" Elder sister, the others clearly showed their discontent. Although Yifeng was powerful, he had also caused the Phoenix Hall to lose 2 generals. They naturally could not accept him easily. "Yi Xiao, please help treat Qi Mei and Shura," Hongya said, bowing to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded. Then he took out the 9-turn golden needles. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Yifeng restored Shura and Qi Mei to their original state. Especially Qi Mei, who had been severely injured. Now, she was completely healed. This scene left all the members of the Phoenix Hall in awe. "Do you want me to help you heal your wounds?" After healing Qi Mei and the Azura, Yifeng turned to Chu Xianhuang. "Then I'll trouble you, master. My heart hurts a lot," Chu Xianhuang said with a seductive glance. This look left Yifeng feeling quite unsettled, especially when he recalled how this woman had previously shouted at him to come play with her, and now she had transformed into such a bewitching figure, even calling herself Huang Huang. Yifeng couldn't tell which side of her was the real one. Under Yifeng's 9 turns golden needle treatment, Chu Xuanhuang's injuries were healed. Moreover, Yifeng discovered that Chu Xianhuang seemed to have reached a bottleneck in her breakthrough. He casually used the breaking needle technique from the 9 turns golden needle to assist her breakthrough. Originally, Chu Xuanhuang's strength was at the peak of the Xian level master. Now, after the breakthrough, she directly reached the earth level. This made Chu Xianhuang even more devoted to Yifeng. "If I had such strength before, I wouldn't have been injured and had to escape," Chu Xianhuang said with some regret. "By the way, big sister, how did you get hurt?" the demoness asked. Chu Xianhuang was silent for a moment before saying, "It was the Xianming sect." "Xianming sect? Big sister, how did you come into conflict with the Xianming sect? Haven't they always kept a distance from us 4 halls? Hongya frowned. The 4 halls refer to the Qinglong Hall, Xuanwu Hall, Baihu Hall, and Phoenix Hall, which is also known as the Zhuke Hall. These 4 halls each established themselves as kings in 4 major cities. The Xianming sect, on the other hand, is an evil organization. Its strength can completely contend with the 4 halls simultaneously, but they can only contend. Therefore, the Xianming sect and the 4 halls have always kept their distance. But Chu Xianhuang actually said she was injured by someone from the Xianming sect. They all knew the experts within the Xianming sect. There were not many who could injure Chu Xianhuang. The 4 great judges, Chu Xianhuang gritted her teeth. The 4 great judges had combat power comparable to the hall masters of the 4 halls. If she encountered more than 2, Chu Xianhuang would indeed be at a disadvantage. This time, I encountered 2 judges, and the key is that there were also Mengpa and Bai Wuchang, those 2 bitches. Chu Xianhuang said indignantly. Big sister, not good. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over in a panic. What happened? Speak slowly. Chu Xianhuang frowned. The Xianming sect has come knocking. The Xianming sect. Come with me. Chu Xianhuang had just broken through and was full of momentum. When everyone arrived outside the clubhouse, they saw that the street was devoid of ordinary pedestrians. Instead, it was filled with people dressed in black. At the forefront stood 4 individuals. 2 of them Yi Feng recognized. One was Bai Wuchang, Bai Lingjiao, with whom he had had an in-depth conversation, and the other was the mature lowly Mengpa. He did not recognize the other 2. Their aura was far stronger than Mengpa and the black and white Wuchang. They should be the so-called judges. However, these 2 were dressed in cloaks that nearly covered half their faces, making it impossible to see their features clearly. When Bai Lingjiao and Mengpa saw Yi Feng in the crowd, their expressions changed, especially Bai Lingjiao, whose delicate body trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, with 2 judges here today, even he can't escape death, Mengpa said to the trembling Bai Lingjiao beside her. Bai Lingjiao was afraid of Yi Feng, but not because of his martial power, rather. Oh, you all have quite the setup, huh? Do you think you've got Phoenix Hall all figured out? Chu Xianhuang confronted the people from the Xianming sect with her 4 fierce companions. Chu Xianhuang, the king of Jiangdu, should be replaced, said one of the judges in a red robe coldly. Replaced? Replaced by your Xianming sect? You think you're worthy? Chu Xianhuang scoffed. Ha, Chu Xianhuang, you are as arrogant as ever. You are already injured, and today, with our 2 judges here, do you think we are unworthy? Laughed the judge in the blue robe. Worthy or not is determined by strength, not by words. Chu Xianhuang huffed. Chu Xianhuang, don't say we are bullying you. Today, if you can take on any one of us and win, we will leave immediately. If you lose, you will immediately hand over the Phoenix Hall, said the red-robed judge. Fine, but if I win, I want all of you to stay. Chu Xianhuang replied, pressing her lips together. Ha, Chu Xianhuang, who gave you the courage to say such things? Mengpa said coldly. Although she had been struck by Yi Feng before, she had taken the healing elixir from the Xianming sect, and her injuries had mostly healed. Dwarf, you have no say here, Chu Xianhuang said disdainfully to Mengpa. Chu Xianhuang, do you think I am still the old me? Mengpa narrowed her beautiful eyes and said to the 2 judges, you 2 judges, just let me handle her. Alright, then you go first. Mengpa had been gravely injured by Yi Feng, but after taking the healing elixir from the Xianming sect, not only had her injuries healed, but she had also broken through a small realm. In the past, she would definitely not have been a match for Chu Xianhuang, but now she felt that even if she wasn't a match, she could still exchange a few moves with her. With permission, the little girl, who was over a meter tall, slowly stepped forward. She coldly stared at Chu Xianhuang and said, Chu Xianhuang, you know I hate being called a dwarf. Today, I will tear your mouth apart. As soon as Mengpa finished speaking, her body shot towards Chu Xianhuang like a cannonball. She knew that Chu Xianhuang was a powerhouse. So was she. Therefore, today she wanted to see who was stronger, Chu Xianhuang or herself. Bang! A dull sound echoed. A figure was sent flying. It was Mengpa, kicked away by Chu Xianhuang. Chu Xianhuang maintained her kicking posture, looking extremely cool. The only imperfection was that her stockings were a bit torn. She had come in such a hurry that she hadn't had time to change them. Mengpa was kicked over 10 meters away, and after landing, blood gushed from her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe she had been defeated in one move by Chu Xianhuang. It was important to note that Chu Xianhuang was also injured. I already said, you have no say here. Chu Xianhuang slowly retracted her long leg and said disdainfully, if it hadn't been for Yi Feng's treatment, she could have defeated Mengpa, but it would never have been this easy. So you broke through, no wonder you're so arrogant. But do you think you're the only one who broke through? At that moment, the red-robed judge suddenly exuded a powerful aura. Clearly, he had also broken through. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to trouble Chu Xianhuang. Chu Xianhuang, do you still want to take us on 1-on-2? The red-robed judge asked with a smile. Originally, after breaking through, Chu Xianhuan was quite confident that she could handle both judges at the same time. But now that one of them had also broken through, she no longer had absolute confidence. However, she had Yi Feng, so she wasn't afraid. Chu Xianhuan, I give you a chance to live, which is to serve us of the Xianming sect as your master, otherwise, today, we will surely wash the Phoenix Hall in blood. You know our Xianming sect's style of doing things. By then, the Phoenix Hall will be left with nothing. The red-robed judge said confidently. Sorry, I would also like to serve you as my master, but unfortunately, my master may not agree. Chu Xianhuan laughed. Clearly, she knew she couldn't handle the Xianming sect alone. If she wanted to deal with them, she would need Yi Feng's help. What? Your master? When did you have a master? The red-robed judge frowned slightly. Look, isn't he right there? Chu Xianhuan shrugged and pointed at Yi Feng. Swish! Suddenly, all eyes turned to Yi Feng. After all, Chu Xianhuan was the true queen of the underground forces in Jiangdu. Even the four great bandits regarded her as their master. Although her personality was changeable, deep down, she was a very strong-willed woman. She would basically never submit to anyone. But at that moment, she actually said that Yi Feng was her master. Ha, Chu Xianhuan, are you crazy? Recognizing a pretty boy as your master? Could it be that his skills are extraordinary? The blue-robed judge laughed heartily. My master, of course, has extraordinary skills. Chu Xianhuan recalled how Yi Feng had crushed her copper hammer with his bare hands, still feeling a lingering fear. Chu Xianhuan, the skills I'm talking about are in that aspect. Could it be that you've been served so well by him that you recognize him as your master? If you say so, then let it be. She thought Chu Xianhuan would be very angry, but unexpectedly, not only was she not angry, she walked over to Yi Feng and took his arm. Seeing this scene, both judges showed expressions of envy and anger. They had known Chu Xianhuan for many years. For this extraordinary woman, they had always had thoughts of wanting to subdue her. But unfortunately, their strength was not enough to capture Chu Xianhuan. Finally, not long ago, the red judge's strength had broken through, and they had the idea of subduing Chu Xianhuan. But they never expected that Chu Xianhuan would tell them she already had a master. Moreover, he was just a young punk. How could they not be angry? Kid, stay away from Chu Xianhuan. She's not a woman you're worthy of touching, the red judge said angrily. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He wrapped his arm around Chu Xianhuan's slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, then provocatively looked at the red judge and said, "What if I don't? Then you will know what cruelty is." The red judge could no longer control the flames within him. Giggle, don't be angry. As long as you can defeat my master, I will listen to you, Chu Xianhuan said, pretending to be scared while nestled in Yi Feng's arms. Her coy demeanor left Yi Feng somewhat dazzled, and he couldn't help but grab her. You little bastard, let go of your hold on Xianhuan. The two judges looked on with fiery eyes. If you want to fight, just fight, why talk so much nonsense? Yi Feng snorted lightly, and the next moment, his body charged directly at the red judge. Come on! The red judge seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. He let out a cold shout and actually met Yi Feng's attack head-on. The two struck simultaneously. Bang! Their palms collided. Crack! The red judge's arm instantly bent at a 90-degree angle, directly broken by Yi Feng. Moreover, Yi Feng's palm attack did not diminish, continuing to strike at the red judge's chest, sending him flying. The red judge's body fell like a kite with a severed string. After hitting the ground, he lay still. One palm, one kill. This scene stunned everyone. Silence, utter silence. Yi Feng stood against the wind, with only the sound of the night breeze rustling his clothes. You actually killed the red judge. Everyone, attack me, leave no one behind. The blue judge roared in anger. Yi Feng frowned slightly at this. He had thought that by demonstrating his powerful strength, he could intimidate the other side. But unexpectedly, the people from the Xianming sect were quite spirited. Their leader was dead, and instead of fleeing, the little brothers fought to the death. This was exactly in line with Yi Feng's intentions. For the Xianming sect, a group that bullies men and oppresses women, committing all sorts of evil, it is best to uproot them completely. Master, let us handle this. It's just right to let these girls who only know how to grow in a greenhouse practice their skills. At this moment, Chu Xuanyuan's voice rang out. Yi Feng nodded and stepped back. Now, only the blue judge remained, along with the severely injured Mengpa and Bai Wuchang. With Chu Xianyuan and the four fierce bandits, they were more than enough to deal with them. He was happy to take it easy. Kill! The battle began. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. The four fierce bandits took the lead, each wielding their weapons, charging at Mengpa and Bai Wuchang of the Xianming sect. Although Mengpa was injured, her strength was still far above that of the four bandits, so a group attack was more reliable. Shura and I will deal with Mengpa, Hongye Widow, you handle Bai Wuchang, the demoness said to the other three. After all, her strength was the strongest, and with Shura, they should be able to handle the injured Mengpa. However, Hongye and the widow were in a more dangerous position. Bai Wuchang was a master-level powerhouse. Shura, let's finish this battle quickly and then help Hongye and the others. Bai Wuchang is not easy to deal with. The demoness initiated the attack. Don't underestimate me. Mengpa wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression cold. Just now, Zhu Xuanyuan's kick had severely injured her, yet two who were not even masters dared to say they would quickly deal with her. It was simply laughable. Indeed, the injured Mengpa displayed extremely strong combat power, making the demoness and Shura suffer greatly. Many times, they narrowly escaped death. That petite body seemed to harbor the power of a nuclear bomb, capable of unleashing shocking strength. In contrast, the battle on the side of Bai Wuchang and Hongye was exceptionally smooth. They were actually overpowering Bai Wuchang. When did you break through to the master level? The demoness and Shura showed incredulous expressions upon seeing this. Previously, the two had only been at the moon level. In just a few days, they had crossed two major realms. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the demoness and Shura would never have believed it. Yi Xiao taught us a dual cultivation technique that helped us break through, Shimei said directly, without hiding anything. After all, everyone was now on Yi Feng's side. Upon hearing Qi Mei's words, the demoness and Shura exchanged glances. There was envy in their eyes, but more of a strange expression. Dual cultivation, this method of training, they had heard of it. It was indeed a particularly powerful technique. Yin and Yang complement each other, allowing for twice the result with half the effort. However, if they were to use that method to enhance their strength, they would be unwilling. Of course, perhaps it was just that the person who could make them willing to dual cultivate had not yet appeared. The battle continued. The first to end the fight was actually Bai Wuchang. I surrender. After being blasted away by the two women once again, Bai Wuchang chose to surrender. She knew that today was a certain loss. After all, even without Yifeng joining the battle, the Xianming sect was already at a disadvantage. If Yifeng intervened, the Xianming sect would undoubtedly lose. For some reason, when facing Yifeng, Bai Lingjiao found it hard to muster any resistance. Perhaps she had been beaten into submission. Hongye directly sealed the movement ability of Bai Lingjiao, who had already given up resistance, and then attacked Mengpa together with the demoness and Shura. Mengpa had originally held the advantage, but the sudden appearance of the two female masters instantly increased her pressure, gradually putting her at a disadvantage. I also surrender. After being knocked to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, Mengpa said. Now, only the battle between Chu Xianyuan and the Blue Judge remained. After breaking through, Chu Xuanyuan's strength had already surpassed that of the Blue Judge, and she had been pressing him the whole time. I'm not playing with you anymore, sisters. Bring me my copper hammer. Chu Xianyuan instinctively shouted. Big sister, your hammer was crushed by Yi Xiao. One subordinate weakly replied. Is that so? Chu Xianyuan looked at Yifeng and said in a spoiled tone, Master, you broke my weapon, you have to compensate me. This act of being spoiled made the Blue Judge's eyes blaze with anger, yet he was helpless. Yifeng reached into his treasure bag. In the next moment, a white whip over 3 meters long appeared in his hand. Here, Yifeng tossed the whip to Chu Xianyuan. Ah, a little whip. Master, you really know how to play. Chu Xianyuan laughed heartily as she caught the whip. The moment she grasped it, she felt its extraordinary nature. Crack! As she swung the whip, it lashed out like lightning, striking the Blue Judge at the waist without any resistance. Then, his body was directly severed in two at the waist. This scene left Chu Xianyuan stunned. Although she had anticipated that this whip would be powerful, this was too much, wasn't it? It seemed to instantly amplify her strength several times over. Yifeng nodded. After all, it was a weapon that could be stored in the treasure bag of the Killing Emperor Master. It was certainly not an ordinary item. With the fall of the Blue Judge, the battle was no longer in doubt. Moreover, Mengpa and the White Wuchang had already surrendered, and the other members of the Xianming sect also laid down their weapons and knelt on the ground to show their surrender. The members of the Phoenix Hall all showed excitement on their faces. After all, this was the first time they had defeated the Xianming sect. Although the 4 judges were not all present, this was already an unprecedented achievement. Of course, the Phoenix Hall also had casualties, but compared to the Xianming sect, it was much smaller. The most crucial point was that they knew their new leader was a divine doctor who could heal all kinds of injuries, so they were all incredibly brave. The happiest one was naturally Chu Xianyuan, because if it weren't for Yifeng, it might have been the Phoenix Hall that was destroyed today, not the Xianming sect. She lightly cracked the whip against the ground twice and then, with a flirtatious glance, said to Yifeng, "Master, come play with me." Chu Xianhuan almost blurted out, "Come play with me, old man." This made Yifeng's mouth twitch. This woman was truly a little enchantress, even more so than a seductress. A seductress was merely charming. She was definitely a little tormentor. Yifeng stood up and walked in front of the members of the Xianming sect. "Chu Xianhuan, how do you plan to deal with them?" "Master, you should call me Huang Huang," Chu Xianhuan said in a spoiled manner. Yifeng felt quite helpless. Soon, Chu Xianhuan put away her playful expression and became very cold. She said in a deep voice, "The Xianming sect has committed many evils and killed countless people. My suggestion is to kill them all." "Alright, then I'll listen to you." Yifeng nodded. Upon hearing their words, the faces of all the members of the Xianming sect turned pale. They never expected that even after surrendering, Chu Xianhuan would not spare them. If they had known, they would have preferred to die in battle. But now it was too late. Their weapons had already been taken away. Wait! However, at that moment, a mature woman's voice rang out. It was Mangpa. She struggled to walk towards Yifeng. "Stop!" Chu Xianhuan immediately shouted to stop Mangpa. Yifeng waved his hand, signaling that it was alright. He looked at Mangpa with cold eyes and said, "Mangpa, do you have any last words?" To his surprise, Mangpa suddenly knelt before Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, don't kill me, take me as your servant." "Ha! I never expected the famous Mangpa would actually beg to be taken as a servant. How ridiculous." Chu Xianhuan laughed heartily. Mangpa glanced at Chu Xianhuan and said, "Chu Xianhuan, not everyone can take me as a servant. If I am to serve anyone, it can only be Yifeng." Clearly, Mangpa had witnessed Yifeng's power, which led to her willingness to submit. If it were anyone else, even if she lost, she would rather die than submit. "Hee, why would I want to take you as a servant?" Yifeng looked at Mangpa with amusement. Although her mature face and petite body were quite tempting, but Yifeng did not want to take a demon as a servant. "Yifeng, men love lowless and mature women, and I am both a lowly and a mature woman. Trust me, as long as you let me be your servant, I will make you feel the utmost pleasure in this world," Mangpa said. Clearly, in order to become Yifeng's servant, Mangpa had set aside her reservations. She was even willing to offer herself. Yifeng squinted, his gaze assessing Mangpa's petite body. Seeing that Yifeng did not speak, Chu Xuanguang widened her eyes. No way, Yishao, you can't possibly have thoughts about a little girl, right? Open your eyes and look, me, the demoness Hongya, and all the thousands of women in my Phoenix Hall, who is not better than her." As Chu Xuanguang spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, showcasing her grandeur. There was no helping it, this was Mangpa's fatal flaw. At 11 years old, her body had stopped developing. Aside from her face maturing with age, her body had not changed at all. Finally, Yifeng stood up and walked in front of Mangpa. He reached out his hand towards her. Seeing this, Mangpa's eyes lit up. She knew that no man could refuse such a top-tier lowly as her. However, the next moment, she suddenly found it hard to breathe. Yifeng had actually grabbed her by the neck. Crack! Yifeng directly twisted Mangpa's neck. Then, he threw her out like a dead dog. Yifeng admitted that Mangpa was indeed quite tempting. If kept at home, life would be extraordinarily wonderful. But first, he was not that kind of person, and second, Mangpa had committed many evils. Though small in stature, her heart was anything but small. Keeping her around would eventually lead to disaster. So it was better to kill her outright. Mangpa's body fell heavily to the ground. Her consciousness had not yet fully dissipated. In her enchanting big eyes, confusion was written all over. She could not understand why there would be a man who could refuse such a top-tier lowly. Unfortunately, she would never have the chance to know. Seeing that Mangpa had been killed, everyone in the Xianming sect felt as if their hearts had turned to ashes, knowing they could not escape death. "Let's fight them to the death." The members of the Xianming sect planned to fight desperately. "Let them have it," Chu Xuanguang coldly ordered. The battle lasted only about 10 minutes before it ended. Over 1,000 members of the Xianming sect had all turned into corpses. No, there was still one left. That was Bai Wuchang Bai Lingjiao. Just now, everyone had risen up to resist, but only Bai Lingjiao had not moved. Chu Xuanguang walked towards Bai Wuchang, narrowing her beautiful eyes and said, "Bai Wuchang, considering your status in the Xianming sect, I'll give you a chance to choose your own death." Bai Wuchang glanced at Chu Xuanguang and finally raised her hand, pointing at Yifeng. Then she said, "I want to die at Yifeng's hands." Yifeng looked at Bai Lingjiao, surprised that she would propose such an idea. Master, she specifically wants to die at your hands, you decide. Chu Xuanguang shrugged. Lingjia walked directly towards Yifeng. Standing in front of him, she closed her eyes. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Bai Wuchang with a devilish figure, Yifeng couldn't help but lament the unfairness of creation. Why could a woman be so perfect? The key was that this woman had made him experience what it meant to have king-level skills. Killing her like this, he actually felt a bit reluctant. However, since that time, Yifeng had also noticed changes in Bai Wuchang. Her eyes no longer seemed as bloodthirsty as before. Master, if you feel reluctant, Huang can do it for you, Chu Xuanguang said when she saw Yifeng not making a move. Master, this woman is not even as good as that Mengpa just now. I heard that the men she has slept with are no less than 800. I really don't know how those beasts could bring themselves to touch such a public transport, Chu Xuanguang said indignantly. Yifeng twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. So, he is also a beast? In fact, all men have that kind of complex. They don't like their own women to have too many experiences, but that's just their own woman. For other women, they don't care at all. On the contrary, they enjoy their advanced skills. If Yifeng hadn't experienced it himself, he might have found it hard to accept Bai Wuchang. Just like that time, if it weren't for the Qilin blood making him lose his reason, he probably wouldn't have touched Bai Wuchang. But after experiencing Bai Lingjiao's advanced skills once, images of the two fighting in the wheat field would occasionally appear in his mind. It was exhilarating. Why don't you beg for mercy? Ask me to take you as a servant? Looking at Bai Lingjiao, who was waiting for death, Yifeng curiously asked. If Bai Lingjiao begged him, perhaps he would soften his heart for a moment. Bai Lingjiao opened her beautiful eyes, looked at Yifeng, and then smiled sadly, saying, Lingjiao believes she is not worthy to be young Master Yi's servant. Even Mengpa was ruthlessly killed by Yifeng. How could Yifeng possibly let her go? Just because the two had an earth-shattering battle? Although Bai Lingjiao prided herself on her beauty, she didn't think she was more beautiful than Chu Xuanguang. Yifeng was not lacking in beautiful women around him. Yifeng nodded and said, You indeed do not deserve it. The next moment, he directly attacked Bai Lingjiao. Put, put, put. The holes all over Bai Lingjiao's body made explosive sounds. However, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Because Yifeng didn't kill her, he only crippled her martial arts. From now on, she would be an ordinary person. Bai Lingjiao, today I won't kill you. I hope you know your place. Thank you, young Master Yi. Bai Lingjiao knelt before Yifeng and bowed her head. Alright, you can leave now. Yifeng waved his hand. In the end, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, she was the first woman he had been with in 5 years. Seeing Yifeng actually let Bai Wuchang go, Chu Xuanguang seemed a bit jealous and said, Young Master Yi, since you won't kill her, why not just let her be your servant? I've heard her skills are quite good. Yifeng shot Chu Xuanguang a glance and said, You should practice a bit. Maybe your skills will be good too. Really? Master, how about we go practice right now? Chu Xuanguang blinked her beautiful big eyes at Yifeng. Clearly, this girl was overly open, making it hard for Yifeng to handle. Ahem, well, I'll first go treat the sisters of the Phoenix Hall. Yifeng awkwardly touched his nose. Wow, young Master Yi is amazing. I don't even have a scar left. The healed sisters of the Phoenix Hall all showed expressions of shock. What's this? Even if it's your old scars from 10 years ago, young Master Yi can heal them. Hong Yi couldn't help but chime in. Then, she realized she might have said something wrong. Sure enough, the sisters all widened their eyes. One by one, they rushed towards Yifeng. Young Master Yi, my little butterfly has been injured. Can you help me get rid of the scar? My boyfriend always says it's too hot. Fortunately, Chu Xuanguang still had a lot of authority. She chased away this group of crazed girls. How could she not know that these girls had completely been won over by Yifeng's powerful abilities and medical skills, wanting to find ways to get close to him? Alright, since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yifeng said, young Master Yi. Just as Yifeng was about to leave, the enchanting woman suddenly spoke up. Is there something? Yifeng looked at this incredibly alluring woman. She still held an oiled paper umbrella in her arms, her clothes were torn in several places, and her fair skin was stained with dust. But she still looked as beautiful as a fairy. Young Master Yi, I heard from Hong Yi and Chi Mei that you taught them dual cultivation techniques, allowing them to reach the master level. I also want to become stronger. The voice of the enchanting woman grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. You want to learn? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, but soon felt relieved. After all, Hong Yi and Chi Mei had only been at the moon level before, and now they had directly become female grandmasters. It was only natural for the demoness to feel envious, especially since she had originally been the strongest under Chu Xianhuang. Now, she was about to become the weakest. Therefore, after a fierce internal struggle, she ultimately decided to cultivate with Yifeng. After all, Hong Yi and Chi Mei had already cultivated with Yifeng, so what was there for her to hesitate about? Moreover, being with a man like Yifeng was a blessing for her. Alright, then let Shura join us, Yifeng said after some thought. After all, the Phoenix dance technique required two women to learn together. He had thought Shura would agree readily, but unexpectedly, Shura's expression became quite unnatural upon hearing this. Yi Xiao, I don't want to learn, Shura said with a pained expression. Why don't you want to learn? Don't you want to become stronger? You've already seen that Hong Yi and Qi may have both become grandmasters, and this is only after one session of cultivation. In the future, with more sessions, you could even become a supreme martial artist. Yifeng said, puzzled. I want to become stronger, but I don't want to learn. Shura bit her silver teeth. At that moment, the demoness stepped in front of Shura, took her hand, and said, Shura, just think of it as helping me. Agree to Yi Xiao. We can only assist Big Sister and Yi Xiao better if we become stronger. But, demoness, you know me. I really can't face men, Shura said with a bitter laugh. It turned out that Shura had misunderstood and thought it meant cultivating with Yifeng. This was evident from her attire for cultivation. She had a more masculine personality and therefore didn't like men at all. Of course, it wasn't that she only liked women, she simply had a pure dislike for men. She certainly wanted to become stronger, but the moment she thought about having to appear in front of a man without any equipment, she felt a chill. Even with an outstanding man like Yifeng, it was the same. Master, please don't make it difficult for Shura. She doesn't like men. How about you consider me instead? Chu Xianhuan also joined in. What does Shura's preference for men have to do with this? Yifeng asked, confused. Master, think about it. Shura doesn't like men, yet you want her to cultivate with you. Isn't that worse than killing her? Chu Xianhuang explained. Yifeng finally realized he had been misunderstood again. Ha, you all got it wrong. The cultivation technique Yi Xiao is teaching us doesn't require us to cultivate with him, but rather needs two women to cultivate together. At that moment, Qi Mei explained with a smile. Upon hearing Qi Mei's words, not only the demoness but even Shura's face turned crimson. Then, if it's with a woman, I can do it, Shura said. Your strength is about the same as the demoness. You two cultivating together is just right, Yifeng nodded. Soon, Yifeng began to teach the two women the Phoenix dance technique, raising the strength of the demoness and Shura to the grandmaster level. In an instant, the Phoenix Hall gained 4 female grandmasters, significantly enhancing its power. Previously, the Phoenix Hall had been the weakest among the 4 halls, but now, even if it wasn't the strongest, it could at least rank in the top 2. After Yifeng finished enhancing the two women, he noticed Chu Xianhuan was looking at him with intense eyes. Is there something? Yifeng felt a bit uneasy under Chu Xianhuan's gaze. With a charming smile, Chu Xianhuan said, Yi Xiao, do you have a technique that can be practiced by both men and women? Did he have a technique that could be practiced by both men and women? Of course, Yifeng did. In fact, he had many. When his master, the Killing Emperor, taught him, he had been quite puzzled. With just 2 big men on this mountain, what was the use of learning? But now, he seemed to understand his master's intentions. The power of the Qilin kidney was far beyond imagination. Unfortunately, its intensity was too strong and could easily injure people. Although Chu Xianhuan was much stronger than Bai Lingjiao, but whenever Yifeng thought of Bai Lingjiao's tragic state that day, he felt a pang in his heart. This was also why he hadn't killed Bai Lingjiao. He had given her a chance to start anew. He didn't want Chu Xianyuan to end up like that. No, Yifeng said directly. Oh, what a pity, master. I was just saying I wanted to cultivate with you. Chu Xianyuan gently swayed her body, exuding charm. Yifeng decided to leave quickly, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand it. The Phoenix Hall was filled with women, and each one was a beauty, definitely a paradise for men. Unfortunately, Yifeng was not blessed to enjoy it. No, it should be them who were not blessed. It was likely that everyone present, except for Chu Xianyuan, would collapse on the spot if they accepted Yifeng's baptism. Even Chu Xianyuan would suffer greatly. Damn Kirin fire, if only he could control it. Yifeng left the Nightshade Club with Hong Ye. Just as they stepped out, he received a phone call. His expression immediately darkened. After Yifeng left, the charm on Chu Xuanyuan's face instantly vanished, replaced by a blank expression. She began to plan the future of the Phoenix Hall. In the past, the Phoenix Hall had been the weakest among the 4 halls, often bullied. Now, with 4 female grandmasters in charge, it was a different story. Isn't the big sister's change too obvious? Exactly. The way she acted in front of young Master Yi, I've never seen her like that in all my time in the Phoenix Hall. How long have you been in the Phoenix Hall? I've been here for 10 years and have never seen the big sister so flirtatious. Cough, keep it down. If the big sister hears you, you're done for. Tonight was a huge turning point for the Phoenix Hall, and they had plenty to discuss. Yifeng, if you want to be my master forever, you must withstand the test. Chu Shenyuan gazed at Yifeng's departing figure, murmuring softly, "Go to Honglingman immediately." After hanging up, Yifeng's face was extremely grim. "What's wrong, young Master Yi?" Hongye felt a bit scared under Yifeng's gaze. "My sister has been bullied." It turned out that Yifeng had just received a call from Zhang Jian, saying that Suyu was working at Honglingman and had been bullied. "Xiaoyu, why did you go back to work at Honglingman again?" Hongye was taken aback. "Let's go there first." Yifeng ordered Hongye to drive to Honglingman. The car was a pink Rolls-Royce under Chu Xuanyuan's name. Chu Shenyuan certainly had a unique taste, playing with a copper hammer and driving a pink Rolls-Royce. However, at that moment, Yifeng had no mood to care about these things. He just wanted to know who the blind fool was that dared to bully his sister. Honglingman Bar. "Get that little girl over here to keep me company right now." A dark-skinned man, about 1.6 meters tall with a buzz cut, shouted loudly while sitting on the sofa. On either side of him were two stunning beauties. However, his expression was quite displeased, and he was rough with them. The two beauties, though uncomfortable, could only force a smile. "Jie Xiao, she's just a background girl, why do you want her?" "Yeah, Jie Xiao, am I not as pretty as her, Lu Jie?" One of the beauties was actually Lu Jie, the manager of Honglingman and Zhang Jian's woman. Today, even she had come to accompany a guest, which showed that Jie Xiao's identity was certainly not simple. Unfortunately, at that moment, Jie Xiao's heart was set only on that one woman. Too damn pure, too damn wild. How dare she slap him, Jie Xiao. Ouyang Jia had been in the nightlife scene for so many years and had never encountered a woman who dared to slap him. He swore that tonight, he would definitely take down this woman and let her know how powerful Jie Xiao was. "Jie Xiao, let me accompany you well." Lu Jia actively pressed her curvy waist against him. However, she was immediately pushed to the ground by Jie Xiao. "Get away, you garbage bus." Jie Xiao scolded mercilessly. Although Lu Jia was also quite beautiful, she paled in comparison to that girl named Suyu. Especially the provocative aura about her made Ouyang Jia feel nauseous. "I'll say it again, bring that girl to me," Ouyang Jia shouted. All right, I'll go get her for you, young Master Jia," Lu Jia said, suppressing her anger as she left. As soon as she stepped out of the private room, she began to curse. "Damn, what a piece of work, calling you young Master Jia, and you really think you're someone important." However, just after Lu Jia finished cursing, she suddenly felt her hair being grabbed. It was the two black bodyguards brought by young Master Jia, who had just overheard her insulting him. "What do you want?" Lu Jia, having connections with Zhang Jian, appeared somewhat fierce. Although she had lost her standing for a while when Suyu was around, she had now regained her position as the top girl. "Daring to insult young Master Jia, are you tired of living?" Without further ado, the black bodyguards slapped Lu Jia several times, causing her mouth to bleed. They then kicked her a few times before dragging her away like a dead dog. "Why did you bring her back in?" Seeing this scene, young Master Jia impatiently scolded his bodyguards. "Young Master, this bitch just insulted you at the door, and we caught her." "Oh, is that so?" Young Master Jia squinted his eyes, seemingly intrigued. He casually picked up a beer bottle, walked over to Lu Jia, and in the next moment, with a loud crash, smashed the beer bottle over her head. Lu Jia's fair head instantly bloomed with blood. "Ah!" Lu Jia fell to the ground, screaming in agony. "Damn it, daring to insult me. Are you tired of living?" After knocking Lu Jia down, young Master Jia proceeded to punch and kick her relentlessly until she was barely conscious, then he finally stopped. However, he did not let Lu Jia off the hook. He turned to the two black bodyguards, who were nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as bulls, and said, "Tonight, she's yours. Teach her how to behave." "Thank you, young master." The two black bodyguards were overjoyed to hear this. Although Lu Jia was beaten to a pulp, she had been covering her head, so her face hadn't suffered too much damage. This kind of sickly state only served to provoke their primal instincts. Lu Jia was dragged away like a dead dog. What would happen next was something anyone could guess. Lu Jia never expected that a single careless insult would lead to such a fate. Another beauty on the sofa, witnessing this scene, was left dumbfounded. The two black men looked incredibly fierce. Fortunately, it wasn't her being dragged away, otherwise, she feared she wouldn't survive the night. At that moment, Zhang Jian finally walked into the private room. Young Master Jia, Suyu isn't a hostess, I have plenty of beauties here. Why don't you choose someone else? Zhang Jian said, sweating profusely. Clearly, he had just learned about young Master Jia's identity. He was a young prince from the capital. Therefore, when he arrived, he happened to see his mistress Lu Jia being forcibly taken away by the two black bodyguards. Lu Jia, hoarse, cried out for help, but he dared only to pretend he didn't see. Who would dare to provoke a young prince from the capital? Ha, working in a bar, you tell me you don't sell, are you messing with me? Ouyang Jia slapped Zhang Jian across the face. Zhang Jian nearly fell to the ground but didn't dare to say much. He felt extremely frustrated. Had he known Suyu would catch the eye of this young master, he would have never invited her to help. Today, he learned that a big shot was coming to their club. To properly entertain the big shot, he had called in all the high-quality girls who were on vacation. In the end, still not at ease, he had coaxed and pleaded with Suyu to come over to lead the dance. Previously, Suyu danced at Red Romance to make a living, but now it was for enjoyment. So, she agreed. Little did he expect that the young master would take an immediate liking to Suyu. In the past, I wanted to dance with Suyu, but instead, I received a hard slap from her. The main reason is that Suyu is Yifeng's sister. Zhang Jian had no choice but to bring up Yifeng, hoping to use his name to intimidate Ouyang Jia. However, upon hearing this, Ouyang Jia slapped Zhang Jian again. What Yifeng? I've never even heard of him. Today, I want your mother to come over, and you better do as I say, Ouyang Jia said arrogantly. After all, he came from the capital, so such arrogance was quite normal. Zhang Jian felt helpless and could only call Yifeng for help. Whether it was Yifeng or Ouyang Jia, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Fine, if you won't call anyone, I'll go myself. Ouyang Jia signaled to the two black bodyguards in the room. Ouyang Jia had quite the presence, with more than a dozen black bodyguards at his disposal. At that moment, Suyu was chatting with someone in the changing room. Suddenly, Ouyang Jia barged in with several black bodyguards. Many young women were changing clothes in the changing room, and they screamed in panic, quickly trying to put on their clothes properly. What are you screaming for? I've seen it all. Ouyang Jia shouted coldly, then turned to the young women who were frantically trying to dress. Don't move. If I see you, it's your blessing. Unfortunately, the young women instinctively wanted to finish dressing. Number 2, if anyone moves, shoot them on the spot. Ouyang Jia shouted. Yes, young Master Jia. The black bodyguard closest to him immediately drew his gun. Some of the young women stopped, while others did not. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, bodyguard number 2 fired several shots, directly killing the young women who were in the process of dressing. Seeing this scene, the remaining young women were terrified and panicked, frozen in place with their clothes half on. Witnessing this, Ouyang Jia finally revealed a satisfied smile. The Red Romance was one of the largest bars in Jiangdu, and thus the changing room was also very spacious. At this moment, there were at least 50 or 60 young women in the changing room. They were in various stages of changing, looking stunning in all shapes and sizes. However, Ouyang Jia's gaze did not linger on them but was fixed on Suyu. With so many girls around, he chose to focus on her tonight. Don't do anything reckless. I was the one who hit you just now, so take it out on me. Suyu bit her silver teeth and glared at Ouyang Jia. Hee, of course, I'm here for you. Ouyang Jia chuckled, casually sitting down on a chair in the changing room, then said to Suyu, little girl, you danced well just now. Now, dance for me again. It's not work time. Why should I dance? Suyu replied coldly. Not going to dance? Ouyang Jia signaled to number 2. He immediately raised his gun and shot a young woman who was halfway through changing. Seeing this, number 2 aimed to shoot another young woman. Fine, I'll dance. Suyu finally compromised. Although she was very unwilling, she had no choice but to start dancing. Your dance isn't good. Can you do a pole dance? However, after watching for just a minute, Ouyang Jia seemed a bit disappointed. I can't. Suyu replied coldly. Can't? You can learn, Ouyang Jia said with a smirk. I won't. Fine, I'll learn. Originally, Suyu wanted to refuse, but seeing number 2 raise his gun again, she could only say this. Who among you can dance? Go teach her. Ouyang Jia instructed the women in the changing room. There were several poles in the changing room, which the young women usually used for practice. I can. A well-proportioned young woman trembled as she spoke. You better teach her well, or else. Ouyang Jia took the gun from number 2 and let the barrel slide over the well-proportioned young woman. Soon, she began to teach. I have to say, this young lady's skills are quite impressive. Despite being extremely scared inside, she still showcased her superb technique. Coupled with her excellent figure, every movement was very captivating. Now, it's your turn to perform. If you make a mistake, I'll kill someone, Ouyang Jia said with a charming smile. Upon hearing his words, the other young ladies present trembled in fear. After all, they were professional dancers, and Suyu had only watched once. How could she possibly learn everything? But they didn't dare to speak up. Ouyang Jia was simply a devil. In front of him, human life was worth less than grass. Suyu took a deep breath. Although it was extremely difficult to remember so many movements at once, she could only succeed and not fail. Fortunately, she was a dance major.